issues, which is a bit unfortunate, but that is what happens when you come to the green hell, as it is often referred to. It's pretty difficult, so yeah, hopefully they can have a bit better luck in the remaining 13 hours of the race. And there's still plenty to play for, because all that has happened in the first 11 hours can happen all again, and then someone completely different can be leading the way as we get towards the towards the end of the race. So yeah, it's still all to play for here.
Yeah, it is. That's why we're still here, and yeah, you can't really take your eyes off this race. You will definitely miss something, and it's, as I said earlier, it's kind of a slow developing race that you've kind of just got to watch the whole thing to see it fully and enjoy it fully, really. Yeah, there's just been a change of position in 6th position overall. Hansen and Ergaveri have changed position, and it's gone in favour of Hansen. It was about a minute behind he was, now he's over 30 seconds ahead, so not entirely sure how that's taken place, but it has done, and yeah, I'm not really sure why. I'm pretty sure they both came in on that last particular pit stop, but maybe there was damage involved or something, because I haven't seen that move made on track, so it must have been in the pit stops.
Yeah, it must have been a bit of a thing in the pit stops, as you say, which is always a bit difficult for us to keep up on, because it often happens without you seeing it directly, because it just so happens that someone stays a little bit shorter or longer in the pit stop. So yeah, we'll try and work out that, and who maybe gained or lost out from a various issue there.
Yeah, indeed. So well, it's going to be difficult to get to the bottom of it, really. Yeah, probably quite a challenge, but there you go. That's what we love about it. It's just been a fascinating race so far, and it's been very enjoyable. The lead gap now dips below 10 seconds for the first time in quite a while. On the last lap time, it was actually the fastest man on the circuit was Mrozek. He took 1.3 seconds from Henry Sinnick, so it definitely looks like Mrozek is getting a little bit faster, and Sinnick has actually knocked down his lap times a little bit as well, but not quite at the same rate, so that lead gap is now coming down, and it's in favour of Burst Esport.
The lap times are coming down a little bit, and obviously the fuel level is dropping, but we didn't see this increase in lap time at the end of a stint at the start of the race. At the start of the race, if anything, the lap times got slower as the stints went on, but now that the track has rubbed in quite a lot, I would assume that is potentially helping the tyre wear. It is my only guess, because we have seen this in the previous stints as well, that they seem to now be getting quicker and quicker as the stint goes on, because the tyres are lasting the length of the stint. Whereas it seemed at the beginning of the race, all those hours ago now, that the tyres would drop off more than the rate of fuel dropping off. So you'd actually get an increase in the lap time because you start going a bit slower, which is quite an interesting fact to note there. But yeah, they're dropping now well under the 8-minute 10 barrier, which is that barrier that we've been talking about. If you get under the 8-minute 10s, then you are doing some good laps here.
Yeah, definitely. So that's why the only people who are doing that are the top two right now. It was an 8:11 from Lapin, so he's not doing too badly, and he is catching Van der Veen up in front of him. 3.3 seconds between those two at the moment. But, oh dear, excuse me. But yeah, for the lead of the race, it is closing in, and they're really into the rhythm right now. It's quite fascinating and fantastic to watch. So we will just have to wait and see. Going to be a fantastic end to this race. I am sure of that. It looks like there's 3 battles that could develop soon. ProSim are catching the number 90, which is the ground effect sim racing car who had issues earlier on, but they're still here, and they could battle later on. Looks like Lapins and Van der Veen are closing in, that's just 3.5 seconds, and now Sinnick and Mrozek are closing in just 9 seconds between those. So it is quite a fascinating race going on at the moment. There's battles are kind of cropping up all over the place right now, which is kind of how it usually goes.
Yeah, it is a bit weird like that, isn't it? Sometimes You get a battle crop up, and then someone will make a mistake, and all of a sudden they're battling elsewhere. And these two battles that are getting pretty close have both closed in. Mocek is catching Cynic, and Lapins has got even closer to Van der Ven. So as we get towards the middle part of this stint, it seems that everyone's sort of closing up on each other a little bit again, which is good to see, as the positions had spread out a tiny bit over the last hour. And yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment for some battles coming towards the halfway stage.
Yeah, so yeah, as we keep mentioning, just under 13 hours to go now, and the battles are just starting to materialise, which is a good thing for us. Just going to monitor the lap times as these people come over the line. As who is near the line actually? It's Van der Ven and Lapins are quite near towards the line at the moment. They're just coming through. I'm trying to work out where this is. They're just coming through onto the Dottingerho now, so they really are quite close, and it really is getting exciting now because it's dark once again, of course, and you can see him in front, Lapins. You can just smell blood in the water here, and we'll see if he can actually close in. We do believe that I've not actually managed to get to the bottom of why they came in on lap 74, but they did, for some reason unbeknownst to us, they came in. So I'm expecting them in a few laps, a couple of laps, 3 actually to be precise, but we may well still get the chance for a bit of a battle here.
And that is going to be an interesting fact, with him basically being half a stint, or a third of a stint out of kilter now, with the cars around him, such as Cliff Van der Ven. So that's going to be interesting how that is going to yo-yo backwards and forwards, with when they make their pit stops, and then when the other person then makes their own pit stop. So that's going to be quite an interesting thing to look at. But I did ask the team, and they didn't want to tell me. So I don't know if that's a sort of a bit of a joke, or if they actually did make a silly mistake that they didn't want to tell everyone about.
I didn't get even... There you go. Yeah, I think we can put that one to bed right now, and we'll see how it really materialises, because yeah, we'll never really find out why, but they're interestingly off kilter now, and I just wonder how that's going to affect them at the end of the race, if it's going to hinder them, or it could mean that they get a shorter stop than everyone else. Well, that's not going to work, is it? But I don't know. It could affect them positively or negatively. We'll have to find out at the end, really, but it's interesting because they're kind of halfway off cycle now, so yeah, as you say, it's going to really yo-yo around, and we're going to see which way the yo-yo kind of, if it lands up or down for them, or if it goes, that's a terrible analogy, but you know what I mean.
You kind of backed off the point, but what you said is actually correct. When you get to that final stint, being half a stint out is very important, because your final pit stop might be half what the other people, but it depends when, obviously, it's hard for us to predict now because it's so far ahead, but when you get to the last sort of 3 hours, you will be able to predict roughly where your final pit stop is going to be. And if you only have to take half a lap of half a stint of fuel, because say the most people are pitting roughly on the hour, so say you pit on the 23rd hour mark, then if you then go another half a stint before you make a pit stop, you will save that time for half a tank of fuel. So that could be a benefit. So you are correct on that, but then it just depends exactly where that lap falls and how much of an advantage it could be. So yeah, it's hard to say right now, but it could potentially be a benefit later on in the race if the times work out nicely.
Yeah, it's impossible. It's going to be impossible to tell how it's going to work out until at least the sun comes up. I guess you start back timing, maybe about 6 hours to go, or whenever the sun's going to come up, really. I presume maybe it's going to be like a 5 a.m. or a 6 a.m. sunrise here. I'm not entirely sure when the sun is going to rise at local time, of course, and obviously with all the trees, it's a kind of a weird sunrise around here, because some parts of the track do immediately get the sun on them, and some parts take forever to get, and they never really do, because obviously the shade moves around and it kind of lowers the track temperature in areas, and then it increases it in others, so it's a kind of a strange sunrise here, but going to be interesting to see when that does happen and when these guys do start back timing, because if you realise that you are going to find yourself with half an awkward stint and a short fill, then you could start doing 6 lap stints just to make up for it, so you can do one last final stint like a normal stint, and then you'll like nice and equally get to the end of the race.
And we do now have an interview from the team owner of the AFP car, as we just seen that track got a car got a stop go and a drive through, so we're trying to work that out who exactly that is while we speak to Anthony here. So Anthony, are you here? Anthony, hello.
Hello.
Hi, so yeah, your race is going fairly decent at the moment. Obviously, you've had a couple of issues here and there, but enlighten us. You're a bit reluctant to tell us, but how come you had to make that extra pit stop a few laps ago?
Well, I was joking about not telling you. The thing is, we just had damage, and that was pretty much all there was to it. We had damage, and it was losing us a lot of time on the straights. We figured that it would be better if we just pitted, and maybe in terms of the leaders we've lost a lot of time, but we're right up on the P3 car. We could have been ahead already, but we'll get there, and we're just focusing on the rest of the race, so it's just pretty much damage.
Ernest has been catching very slowly. The lap time's been very close between those two drivers. Do you think he can catch him anytime soon, or do you think it's going to be quite a while before he can actually try and make an overtake there?
Ah, yeah, he'll probably get them within this hour, honestly. Like 3 seconds behind him. But when you consider how big that gap was before, and when that happened, of course, when David lost it, because unfortunately David had stutters and screen freezes, lost like 30 seconds there. We've managed to come back, and it's just proving that we have the better pace. We're saying the better laps in general. On the last lap we were faster as well. And yeah, we'll get there, I think, within maybe like next 1 or 2 stints, I think.
And what's your plan going forward with driver swaps? I hope you aren't going to leave Ernest in for another 5 hours or whatever craziness you did at the beginning of the race. Are you going to try and rotate a little bit more soon as we get towards the middle part of the race?
I mean, I don't know. We had a plan for it, but considering Ernest is driving right now, I don't think we're actually sticking to it. So, I don't know actually, I myself don't know what's going on with the plan. We'll probably see, I'm not gonna give away too much, but yeah, we'll see probably James take the stint and then David at some point.
So you're pretty confident of getting the 3rd place here today then?
Hopefully we can do even better, but unless there's some big issues with the drillers or burst, we won't. But I think P3 is definitely doable unless we get some issues. And I think we're the favorites for the P3. But yeah, we're not even halfway through the race, I think, so a lot can happen.
Yes. Yeah, we're still 40 minutes away from the halfway point, so yeah, still plenty of racing to go. But good luck to you, and I hope that you can, well, for your sake, that you can get onto the podium in 12 and a bit hours time. So yeah, good luck for you, and hopefully we'll be speaking to you later on the podium.
Yep, thank you, and thank you for staying up this late to commentate this. Working overtime.
Plenty of time to go. Yeah, see you later.
Yep.
There, just some words from the team owner of AFP, the car that Ernest Lappins is currently in, and I believe the car that got the penalties was the Lorenzo De Chutis car, which is the number 90 ground effect. So they had to, they're going to have to go in the pit lane a couple of times, which is not ideal at all, as they're going to be losing some more time there.
Yeah, I believe they've been, they're in the pit lane right now, so I don't know if this is for service or their penalty. We'll find out soon enough. I guess that was there for their actual pit stop, their service. Yeah, there you go. Looks like we've had another change for 6th position because Hansen's been into the pit lane and now he's back behind Ergaveri, so that battle is kind of chopping and changing depending on who's not stopped last, and that is all fine. I'm just wondering about this 3rd place and lead battles because they're definitely closing. On the last lap time, in terms of the leaders, Mrozek took 1.9 seconds out of Cynic, and on lap-ins he's into the pit lane 1 lap early again. That's a 6-lap stint, I do believe, although our maths could be wrong in terms of what lap they pitted on this particular occasion, so we'll let them off for that one, but I don't think they've hit anything, so I think they're all alright in terms of their damage.
Yeah, I think the things with the BMW when I drove it was not the easiest thing. Well, at least I mean it was my first lap, I wasn't really looking at the fuel or anything. But on my first lap, I actually did a tiny bit too much fuel, if I'm not mistaken, to do the 7 laps. So I'm not sure if maybe they're a little bit down, but we did see them doing 7-lap stints earlier. So yeah, we'll have to see if that is a continuing factor. But she said, looking at the lead battle, that is really starting to come down, isn't it? Second by second as the laps go past. And I will definitely predict that the burst car is going to get back onto that driller's car, especially once some different drivers get into each of those machines.
Yeah, I'm just unsure about who is going to get in next. Mrozek and Cynic have been in. This is their 2nd stint now. So is Cynic going to get out of that car? I would consider taking him out at this point, to be honest, because he's been in there for 2 hours and he's not been quite on his pace from what I was expecting particularly. He had another 5 attempts taken out of him on the previous lap, with Mrozek setting the fastest lap of anybody on the previous lap. Obviously it's not quite the fastest lap of the race, they're still 4 seconds off of that, but it seems that down in the order, Giuseppe Di Fuoco is also setting some pretty impressive lap times with a 9.9 on that lap, so he's doing well. It's just a shame to see them quite so far down, but yeah, it seems like Mrozek has found his feet and he's halved this gap now. Since he got in, well, since the gap got to its largest, he's halved the gap again. So he's doing quite well now that he's kind of used to these conditions.
That's great to see, isn't it? He's finally, said with a bit of a sigh, because yeah, he dropped off a little bit. And I wasn't sure that he was going to have the pace of Henry Cynic, but as we get to this point in his driving stint, he's getting really comfortable with this car, setting some nice times. And we did mention previously he's a very good driver, so it's no surprise that he is getting the lap times now. But often you do need to spend your first stint getting used to the car, getting comfortable with the conditions before you can really push, because being comfortable around here is 90% of your lap time. You got to be really on it, you got to know the track, you got to know the car, and it seems like he's doing that now, being even quicker again on that previous lap, as you say.
Yeah, and he's just coming out on towards the Hatzenbach right now, and in that BMW, we're still seeing BMW versus McLaren in this race. It seems to be a 2-horse race. You would have to say the gap between 2nd and 3rd is a monumental 6 minutes and 42 seconds. You've got to say that the top 2 are a class above the rest, and then beyond that, it's quite close between everybody else. I mean, there is a big gap between 5th and 6th, you have to say. 3rd, 4th and 5th are kind of in their own league as well, but from then, 6th on downwards, it's all kind of closing up a little bit. It looks like we might actually see a battle for 7th before too long. Looks like Patrick Rusinak might be under pressure from Alessandro Apolloni in a moment in the Pasta alla Norma raging team in 8th position there. And yeah, we'll see if there's another battle commencing there. We're seeing battles starting to tease us a little bit and crop up kind of all over the place. It's quite the entertaining part of the race.
Yeah, it might be midnight in the UK, 1:30 for most of the drivers here, because most of them are from Europe. But that doesn't mean the race stops. No, not here. The Nürburgring 24 hours is still going strong throughout the night. And drivers are pushing very hard. Still some awesome lap times coming in from a number of drivers, as you say. De Fuoco did an 8-minute 9. Last lap was an 8-minute 11. Still the third fastest lap time out of anyone on the circuit at the moment. There's still some awesome lap times being put in from these drivers, despite it being heavily into the night now.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just waiting to see when Pedersen or Simoncic or Henningsen or Hemmingsen get back into the car, that we're going to see those times fall once again, because I've got to be honest, I was expecting a little bit more from Cynic, but unfortunately he's not been able to really deliver for us. He's been regularly in the 10s when I was expecting him a little bit further towards the 8s and the 7s from what we saw earlier on. He held on to that lead for a very long time against Jesper Pedersen, so I was expecting a little bit better from him, but he's not been able to produce it. But as you said earlier, maybe when you're engrossed in such a battle like that, you just end up forcing yourself to drive faster, because you've got the visual encouragement there in front of you to just drive faster. So you might be right that there might be a little bit of psychology at play there in terms of the leaders, but yeah, it was a phenomenal battle, and I think the battle is definitely not over yet. Everybody knows that this battle is well and truly on. It's as on as it's ever been, really. It looked like it was settled at one point. I think they had about a minute's lead, did the Burst Esports car, did the Drillers car, but they've been reeled in, and now it's just an absolute ding-dong battle, it seems.
Yes, I think the worst case was 75 seconds, so a minute and 15 seconds for the Burst car. That's how far they were behind Drillers at one point after their 2 penalties and various incidents and everything that happened in the first couple of hours, and they have got back up into a position where they're still contending for this lead. And it does seem that now that they've caught up, the pace seems to be fairly close, because over the last, it's been quite a while now. It's really been 4 hours or maybe even 5 hours since Simoncic and Hemmingsen were first in the car, and that is really the time where Burst caught up, and we thought, oh yeah, Burst are going to get in the lead, romp off into the distance, but they have not done that. Hemmingsen and Cynic have really kept pace with Burst and kept them thinking about it. And despite Motric closing down even more, nothing has really shown us that Burst are going to walk away with this. I think this is going to be a fight all the way to the end. It just depends how quick the other drivers are once they get into the car, because it seems to fluctuate a little bit depending who is in the car at any one time.
Yeah, and we're going to get some fantastic matchups as well. We're going to have to see. It looks like this is one being made right now, but of course these strategies are going to differ. I know that Drillers have kind of gone off, well, not off schedule now, but I was expecting, I've forgotten his name again, Grandfist to be in the car right now, but they've not really continued on with the cycle that I thought they were going to. They've decided to go with Cynic on this occasion. I think Grandfist will probably be in on this occasion, because the last time he was in was nearly 6 hours ago now, so it was a very long time ago since Grandfist has been in, and it's probably about his turn to do a couple of stints. And if you've only got 3 drivers, you definitely need to use all of your drivers to the maximum. It's just a case of Grandfist is going to have to do a longer stint on this occasion. He only did 2 hours on the last time, whereas teammates have done 2 4-hour stints so far. So yeah, I think he'll have to do a little bit longer, at the very least a 3-hour stint on the next opportunity.
And that is really how you get through the nights, because we will be at 1 o'clock in the morning UK time, 2 o'clock European time when the next person gets in the car. And really, if they do like a 3-hour stint and get to 5 o'clock in the morning, that really isn't too bad. That is the night pretty much done, because then the sun will start rising at some point around there, or probably actually just a bit after that, maybe towards like 6 or 7 o'clock. But really, once you get to 5 o'clock, that is the the graveyard shift over, as some people like to call it, between like 2 and 5 o'clock. That is really the worst time, because it's not late, but it's also not early. It is just the night, and you're just out there potentially on your own, circulating the Nordschleife. And that is really the time where mistakes can happen. So I would expect at the next pit stop there's potentially going to be some driver swaps, depending on how they want to do it. But these two drivers have been in there for a couple of stints now, and I think it's just about time to go for another commercial break, as we are coming up to the halfway stage, just half an hour to go.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours here from Germany. Of course, the Eiffel Mountains once again caked in darkness at the moment. We've got 12 hours and a half to go. We've just ticked under that now. It's a bit of time to check through the current standings at the moment, because we haven't done for a while, so we'll update you on what's going on. Henry Sinek is currently leading in the 777 Drillers Esports car. They're not too long away from a pit stop actually, but they're leading by 6.5 seconds to David Mojek in second place. That's the Burst Esport BMW for number 94, and then a long way back is third position Cliff van der Vin in the number 33 Fair Racing Team car, and they are in a kind of pit stop strategy kind of battle with the 999 AFP BMW. James Zuber is currently driving that car. Currently that gap is 1 minute 18 seconds, but it will close up again during pit stops. And then to complete the top 5, we've got Giuseppe Di Fuoco in 5th position for the Musto racing car, about another minute back. And of course we've not only got SB9s in this race, we've also got the Porsche Cup class that's known as SB7, and currently being led, the one and only car in that class now, being led by Norbert Leitner in the number 911 HM Engineering car, and they are currently still running around there. 12th overall. They're actually beating one of the SP9s, but that's because Guard Racing have had a pretty shocking event so far. They'll be hoping for a little bit better throughout this race, and I'm sure they will have plenty of time to redeem themselves throughout this race, but I'm joined once again by Ocean, so we will be all alright as Cam Roger goes for a quick nap, and we can all be jealous of him as we continue to stay up, but it's not too much of a chore to stay up at the moment, Ocean. It's the graveyard hours are upon us, especially where you are. It's about 2:30 now, approaching 1:30 in Europe. It's getting to the real quiet hours, and we're going to see some real heroic stints in the dead of the night right here.
Yes, and for me it's actually 2:30 because we're in the Eastern European time zone, so it's even a little bit later than that, but this is okay. This is fine. I actually enjoy Nürburgring at night because you can focus on the racing and you can focus a little bit more on how the drivers are tackling the fatigue, and you can kind of, I like the fact that we have 3 commentators here because that means that we can also relate to the drivers somewhat in what they're going through here in the middle of the night. Of course, feeling the fatigue setting in and feeling a little bit yawny at times, and only difference between us and them is that we don't get completely wrecked if we make one split-second mistake. Otherwise this broadcast will be well and truly over by now, I reckon, courtesy of yours truly, if not by anyone else. David Mortzek is 5 seconds back now on Henry Cynic, so that's something we're obviously gonna keep our eye on. But you mentioned graveyard there, and we went by corner names earlier on. We had a little bit of a chat about corner names and revealed that Tiergarten is the animal garden that is named after being a pet graveyard, a pet cemetery essentially. And I got another corner name for you, and it's also something where David Mrocek is gonna come up to. Not now, this is the mini carousel, but the next right-hander he'll be tackling, and that is Galgengov. Because if you thought Tiergarten was a little bit of a sad story, Galgengov is even worse.
Oh god. Well, just hold off for a moment there, on your. We'll get to the dark stories in just one moment, but I do believe we're about to see leaders pit stops, and I'm just wondering if we're going to see some driver changes, so it could be an important moment. So we'll get to the graveyard, the dark stories in a moment, because we're getting to that kind of time of night, but we're just approaching some important pit stops for just a moment. We'll keep focused on the race for the next minute, and then we'll delve into the world of corner names, and as we mentioned earlier, this Nürburgring circuit has a lot of history, and the corner names are often the same, which is kind of one of the best things about it, in my opinion. It's not changed at all, which is a good thing. It makes it easier for us because things just don't change, and also it gives it a lot of history as well, as I said. So both of them into the pit lane then, and I'm just going to wait and see who is going to come out first. Well, I think it's going to be Cynic first, but I don't know if Cynic's going to be driving it. That's the only thing. They've been driving for 2 hours, and kind of expecting them to make a driver swap, maybe. Unsure as of yet, but yeah, interesting part of the race coming up now.
It is indeed. David Mrocek and Henry Cynic currently sitting in the pit lane. We're gonna wait and see if we're gonna see driver swaps from either of those teams. They've been battling on for multiple hours now, really, and it's been closer than anyone expected. We're approaching halfway through the race, and as I'm looking at the time remaining, 12 hours 23 minutes, that's gonna mean that they are going to have to do a splash and dash near the end, both of those teams, as saving a lap at the Nürburgring. The long version really isn't something feasible unless you really do some black magic wizardry voodoo stuff in the car and maybe run your car with some alternative fuel sources. And indeed, we do get a driver change for the 777, and it is the Finn Jan Granqvist who is going into that car. Jesper Pedersen going into the 94, so here we go.
Yeah, indeed.
It's going to get interesting, and for Granqvist as well, it's almost 3 AM for him and he's selected as the night driver. That's an interesting choice, and he's now gonna lead off Jesper Pedersen, who is gonna go for the chase. And I must say, I'm expecting Pedersen to maybe be a little bit quicker from the get-go, because Granqvist, from what I understood earlier on, wasn't quite on the pace that Pedersen is able to muster.
Not quite, but it was in the daytime, of course, and this is in the nighttime. So if Granqvist has been preparing for the nighttime stints, it's almost as his sole purpose, then maybe he will be able to keep pace a little bit more. But yeah, Pedersen was severely faster than Granqvist in that stint, so we'll see how much time he does lose. We knew that this stint in the race was coming for Granqvist. We knew that he was going to have to get back in that car. There's no way he could get through, and the other two would have to end up doing 11 hours each. That's just not feasible. So he would have to get back in, and this is going to be the painful stint for drillers. It's very important for Granqvist that he doesn't make any mistakes and he keeps that position for as long as possible. But I do believe we are about to see a lead battle in the very near future.
Yes, we are indeed. And you mentioned something about Granqvist being prepared for this race. Well, I mentioned earlier on, he is Finnish and he's used to eternal darkness. So this is just home turf for Jan, really, and his chance to keep Jesper Pedersen behind him. But Jesper is already catching up to him. The gap is just 1 second between the leading duo of these guys, Jan Granqvist and Jesper Pedersen. Can Burst Esports finally take the lead back? The lead they lost some 3 hours ago. That is really the question mark, and it's gonna put aside also the corner name quiz. So gonna leave all of you who are still awake all over Europe, all over the world, indeed watching in Romania from your TV sets or just everywhere else through the internet, leave you guessing on the meaning of Galgenkov and where that name comes from. The winner of, if somebody gets it actually right and I spot it, then you get a virtual cookie. But yeah, that is one of those things that we are just gonna keep you guessing as the lead battle is starting to develop here, 9/10 of a second. And indeed, someone said it already, and even here we go again. Round number 2, different drivers, same teams, same cars. I say, let's get it going. We need a little bit of caffeine in the form of some awesome epic racing.
Yeah, we do, and we might be able to, well, these guys might be able to provide it for us here. It looks like these guys are fairly evenly matched so far. We don't forget that BMW is not quite as strong in a straight line, so he's going to be careful of that, is Pedersen, but I'm sure he knows his way around. I'm just going to make sure he's not too pushy in the corners, because obviously that's where the BMW is strongest, and especially under the brakes. He seems to be very strong, and that is definitely now under 1 second. A bit of a slide on the curb through Adenauer Forst on that occasion, and he just uses all of the curb on the exit as well, coming down into Metzgertsfeld and into a double left-hander, one significantly faster than the other, but both as challenging. Oh, off the road into the wall for the leader. I believe he might have kept it out, but there he's straight back onto the circuit, and the battle is well and truly on now. The pressure for Granqvist is really mounting.
Indeed so, Granqvist going a little bit wide. Great respect from Pedersen to keep it back behind him, as I'm gonna jump here, trying to see if we can get a replay on that one. Uman, keep us updated on the current situation.
I will try to do that for the moment, but it looks like Pedersen has just dropped a little bit further behind, 8/10 of a second. Not really sure how that's exactly happened, but he has just dropped a little bit back, although he's right back onto him, 3/10 of a second between the two of them. And now we'll see, probably into Kesselchen will be his best opportunity as he gets very close. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to get our replay or not. Indeed, I'm just going to see. Here we go. He just goes. Let's see what happens here. He turns in. He just doesn't have the grip there. An overcorrection, and he's hit the wall hard there. I'd be surprised if he doesn't have damage.
Indeed, so he just went into the corner a little bit too hot on tires that were a little bit too cold, on fuel load that was a little bit too heavy, and that's it. Grönqvist on the wall, and that means that once this race progresses, he is gonna be really under pressure from Jesper Pedersen. You're gonna see it here on the long straight. Jesper Pedersen trying to get through. Grönqvist not giving him easy room.
No, he's not. There's suspension damage on that McLaren though. I did see when we were on board with that car, he did have suspension damage. You just look, he's turning to the right hand side, and that's a gentle left-hander there. So he's got suspension damage, and that is going to severely hinder him down the straights. We'll see if he's going to get dived at any point by Pedersen, but Pedersen just needs to be patient here, as long as he gets through at some point on Grönqvist, he can put a lot of time into that McLaren now, and this could be a race moment.
It truly could be. It is Grönqvist versus Pedersen for the race lead. Grönqvist with a bit of damage. Pedersen is right behind him and just looking for the chance, and he knows he can bide his time at this moment. You know, he is not in a hurry. He knows that he can maybe get him on a straight line, that long straight Dottinger Höhe as they come up to it, and Grönqvist is just a sitting duck at the moment, not gonna be able to get anywhere really. Even if that McLaren is faster on a straight line, I don't think that's gonna save him, and that's really the last thing Jan Grönqvist needed at the start of his stint. That mistake, and I'm sure he's beating himself over the head over that one.
Yeah, he probably is doing, and we saw how that the BMW could even get through into Tiergarten even without this damage, and now with the slipstream effect and everything going on, I believe that Pedersen will make this move down into Tiergarten. On this occasion, my goodness, that was close as they came through that left-hander there, and they went down the hill into Flansgarden. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle now. They just jump down and right long looping right-hander, and now the Stefan Bellafes in just a moment, but goodness me, this could be a race-changing moment. The damage, well, it's not surprising he's got damage. It was a big hit, you have to say, and to be losing the car, here he goes. Pedersen's just going to duck to the inside here, is he? He's not going to try it there. It's just too risky at this stage. He's going to wait for the straight, which is understandable.
Yeah, Schalbensmann's not really an overtaking opportunity. What you can do there is go hot on the inside and then try to fool the guy ahead of you, Grönqvist in this case, to, you know, brake late into the second section, which is surprisingly tight. You know, the second section through the Schalbensmanns, the left-hander, that's slippery and that's really tight. But at this point in time, Pedersen not going for the aggressive move. He knows that he can have him here, and this is going to be the lead change for Burst Esports.
It is indeed. He just pulls two drivers right now, and he should have this one, we think. Not entirely sure if the McLaren's going to be able to get back into that slipstream and come back at him. He is going to get into the slipstream. Is he going to come back at him, though? It's absolutely hidden behind that BMW. Look, he's just hidden his car, and now he's gone to the outside. We'll see if he can make this move into the Tiergarten with suspension damage. This would be brave. He's going to go side by side, and he's actually got the move done. Can you believe this? The McLaren holds on, even with the suspension damage, and this is holding up Pedersen dramatically now, and it's absolutely perfect for drillers.
Yeah, that was some proper sisu from Jan Grönqvist, some proper fortitude. He really fights bravely. He may be wounded, but he is not dead, and he will not go quietly into the night, as we said earlier on. He is really battling on here, and Jesper Pedersen, I think he's gonna have to change his mindset. He was waiting for an easy pass. He was waiting to pounce on his prey, but right now he is having to actually fight for it. And this has got to be frustrating for the Danish driver, because he has to be wondering, okay, this guy doesn't clearly know his situation. He must know that he's slower, but he's not gonna give me the opportunity here easily. No, Pedersen has to fight for it. And here he goes, trying around the outside. Look how close there. Oh! And he hit again, but he slowed down. He was being actually, you know, quite gentlemanly about it.
Yeah, he didn't want to use the bump and run there into the hairpin, which is a corner where you definitely can bump someone wide and just slip through on the inside. As Pedersen, look how much faster he is through the Schumacher S there. He actually nearly went off. He was doing so quickly through the second part. but he didn't quite, and now we're going to see if he can make this move stick. He's going to go, oh, I thought he was going to try it into that right-hander there on the GP circuit. This is definitely the widest part of the combined layout we have here this weekend, and as we approach half distance, this is going to be a fantastic send-off for this half of the race. He goes to the out. Oh, he's going every which way, inside, outside. He doesn't know which way he's going, but whatever way he goes, he cannot get through right now as they head onto the Nordschleife.
Not at all. This is amazing defense from Jan Granqvist. He is just keeping his car in the middle of the track, reminiscent of his teammate earlier on. Can he replicate the performance? Can he keep Jesper Pedersen behind him for the stint? I don't think so. Look at how much Pedersen is. He's right tucked in on the rear. He just can't find a way through on this narrow section. But on a straight line, he's gonna have the advantage once again as they come down the hill here. Soon enough, turn right, 10 turn left after that, 10 run down the Flugplatz. I don't think into Flugplatz he has a chance. He has to wait until the run down the hill towards the Swedish cross and then to Arenberg.
I think, yeah, Arenberg or maybe Kesselchen is probably his best opportunity, because then he can try and pull the gap through the twisty final sector, which I think is probably his best opportunity of really getting away, because if he gets through on the Dottinger Ho, he's just going to be passed again. But here he goes to the outside through this very dangerous part of the course, side by side between the two leaders, but Jesper Pedersen sweeps around the outside now, and that BMW of Burst Esports now leads with just over 12 hours to go, and you have to say they are going to pull away now. The race is in their hands from here.
It is so indeed. Jan Granqvist trying to chase, trying to desperately now stay behind Jesper Pedersen, not let him too far away. And we know he probably has still a couple of hours to lament his mistake earlier on, to have time to think, what did I do there? Did I just forego our team? Did I just give up the chance for our team to win this event? That is what's going through his head right now. But he just has to stay strong. Stay, focused on his task. Try to stay behind Jesper Pedersen to the best of his ability. But that BMW right now, it is just flying away.
Yeah, it's over a second already as they're going to Metzgersfeld, where he came unstuck last time, did Granqvist. So he's going to be taking it especially cautiously through there. But yeah, as you say, he's nowhere near in slipstreaming and passing range, because he might have been able to through the uphill left-hander and up towards Kesselchen, but no chance now. 1.2 seconds, and to be honest, I might, if I were one of the Drillers Esports engineers, I might cut my losses and bring Granqvist in now and get him off strategy, get him with a new load of a new set of suspension, basically, repair his damage, new tyres, new fuel, restart completely, and basically see what he can do for the rest of the stint.
Well, I think they're gonna have to wait about 10 minutes for that one, so one more full lap, then they can get over the even hour mark.
Good point, but they are going under under an hour on each stint here. Don't forget, this is 7 laps of 8 minutes, but it's not quite 8 minutes, it's just over 8 minutes, so it's 57 minutes of driving, I worked out, and then if you count in the pit stops, it's probably about 58 and a half to 59 minutes. So they're just under that now, yeah, I believe that they are all on strategy at the moment. They are going to be completely on the same strategy, even though Burst Esport pitted a lap early a long time ago now. If you remember, way back on the very second stint they pitted on lap 13 instead of 14, and they've been off kilter ever since. Granqvist and his team may put themselves even more off kilter here, but I doubt it, to be honest, because they've set the strategy up perfectly so far. They don't really want to mess it up from here.
No, and we also have another battle on screens meanwhile brewing. The 888 of Patrick Rusinak, and they are being caught by the 104 Alessandro Apolloni. Here goes Apolloni alongside him onto the long back straight. This is Dottinger Höhe, and it's gonna be a slam dunk from here. I think Apolloni gonna take that 7th place away from them. So onto the Dottinger Höhe straight. Let's see if Rusinak can fight back here, or is it going to be a slam dunk for the 104 team. Remember, the 888 was in 6th place earlier on, but then they had some damage resulting from an unfortunate collision with a lapped car, and after that they've been just like dropping like stones. Now 2 minutes behind the position, they were 30 seconds ahead of earlier on, and now just having to, you know, claw back, find their time, get back into the rhythm here. But yeah, Patrick Rusinak, he truly has work ahead of him as they come into the pit lane right after this battle. So it was Apolloni able to get the position done from them, and then after that both of them are going to pit.
Yeah, they are indeed, and we're just going to see who's going to come out ahead. I believe that Rusinak was ahead earlier on, but I mean behind earlier on, but he's now ahead, and obviously that position will chop and change all the time, so there's nothing really doing there, but gap at the head of the race, 4 seconds now, and this definitely looks like the closest battle, to be honest. 7th place going on. It's still good that we get these battles going on down the order. It's there's always something going on in these endurance races, no matter how many cars you've got on the circuit. I believe we've still got 13, but it seems that all these guys have still got something to do. There's still some kind of entertainment for all of these guys right now. I actually believe we might be down to 12. Guard Racing may have parked it. They've had a torrid time of it, and I think they may have just parked it.
Indeed so, and we're gonna just have to, actually I'm gonna go back on that one, Apolloni, and see which one of them is gonna come out ahead, Alessandro Apolloni or Patrick Rusinak out of the pit lane. I believe it is going to be Rusinak actually who is gonna take the jump X in the pit lane. Yes, they are. The 888 is gonna get that position back. It's Luca Di Amelio changing the drivers into 104, so Rusinak is gonna have himself a solid advantage of some 4.5 seconds as he heads into his stint. Actually 5 seconds the gap now. So Amelio, well, he wanted that calm start to his night stint, and he is not gonna get it. He is having to chase right from the get-go, and Rusinak, well, he's just gonna have to settle for running away and trying to, you know, get away from this man before he gets into the groove.
Yeah, absolutely, because when he is in the groove, Luca D'Amelio is almost unstoppable. He's a fantastic driver, particularly in prototypes. I've noticed he's very fast indeed, but look at that McLaren. It almost looks like a prototype right now. It's got so many funny bits and it looks very futuristic indeed, and looks very nice indeed as well, but that's not what he's driving indeed. It's the Corvette. It's slightly more of a boxy car, really, I guess you could say. There's less curves and stuff on it than the McLaren that I was just referring to a few moments ago. For nearly 5 seconds separate those two. Closest battle on the track right now, because Grandfist is starting to really lose the plot here. Over 6 seconds for those, and as I said earlier, this could be a defining moment in the race.
It could be one that comes to bite them back, of course. Burst Esports, they have made their share of mistakes in this race. Couple of drive-throughs as well early on, and now they got back into the lead. Can they hold on to it is another question, or will they make another silly error? That is something that we'll have to just wait and see, kind of bide our time. Look at Amelio, meanwhile, settling to chase Patrick Rusinak here for the 7th place. And we're gonna leave you with these pictures, with this footage from the Nürburgring, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to the place where things are always changing after these messages from our wonderful, fabulous and awesome sponsors.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the GTR 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We have witnessed 12 hours of awesome racing, close lead battles, fantastic fights, and a story that beggars belief between the 94 Burst Esports and the 777, the Regen Drillers Esports entry. The Danish and the Dutch teams are fighting against each other for the glory of winning the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, a true blue ribbon event in the world of both sim racing and real life racing alike. Well, the story has been in development throughout the first half of this race, but right now it looks like Burst has gained the upper hand, with Jesper Pedersen being able to force Jan Granqvist into a mistake, and after that the Finnish driver of Granqvist has lost about 13.5 seconds to Jesper Pedersen. Is that going to be terminal for the race? We'll have to wait and see. Normally 13 seconds, that's nothing in a 24-hour event, but in a race that is as close fought and as tight and as action-packed as this one, even I can't help but wonder.
Yeah, when you've got, especially in that 94 car, when you've got a driver lineup like that, it's just to run through it. You've got Jesper Pedersen to start off with, is a fantastic driver. You've got Kasper Henningsen, who is also up there, and Jone Simoncic, incredible driver, and David Morozek, also an incredible driver, as we have now learned. So it's just really an incredible lineup and unparalleled, and so Granqvist is going to need to keep within 20 seconds in this stint and to hand over to his teammates, or at least within 20 seconds of Pedersen. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to stand a chance, and I don't think he can do that because he's got a long way to go in this stint. He's only just completing, he's on lap number 86 right now. He's pitting on lap 90. He needs to really put his foot down in this stint if he wants to keep these guys in contention. I don't mean to be put a downer on this race, but it does look like it's getting a little bit settled at the front, and but that doesn't mean that the race is any over or over just yet, because Got battles going on all over this place at the moment. James Zuber and Chris Gonzalez battling over 3rd, and we've got a battle for 7th between Patrick Rusinak and Luca D'Amelio.
Indeed, and here is Luca D'Amelio trying to get the overtake done. Patrick Rusinak, is he gonna have to give in? I think yes, so Luca D'Amelio has been able to catch up to him over the course of this lap. An easy pass for him really into turn number 1 of the GP circuit, and that means Luca D'Amelio is gonna promote his team, the number 104, into the 7th place. The Pasta alla Norma racing team is gonna rise up, and next battle we have, it is for P number 3. It is actually for podium position. James Ziuba is trying to run away as best as he can from the charging Chris Gonzalez, but Gonzalez, fresh out of the pit lane, is catching up hand over fist to Ziuba right now. Ziuba, who had a little bit of a shaky lap last time by 8:19.8, it must be said. He's really feeling the effects of those tires at this moment in time, while he has more effects coming his way in the form of Chris Gonzalez, who is just absolutely flying in his effort to try and get back in the podium.
Yeah, he is. He did a good lap time last time. Well, he didn't do a good lap time because obviously he came at the pit lane, but he's charging and closing on James Zuber. Meanwhile, we've seen Jan Grangfist into the pit lane. They have decided to cut their losses in the Drillers esports car, so that is an interesting one. We'll see what comes of it and how long this stop is, but you've got to presume that it's going to be a longer stop than normal, and Jan Grangfist is going to have to stay in that car, and he's going to continue to lose time, because you have to say he is losing time hand over fist on Pedersen, and Drillers really do have a tall order to win this race from here. Out they come into turn number 1. You briefly saw there, the gap is 1 minute 30, and they have got a massive job on their hands today now.
Indeed so, and that's something that's really gonna affect their performance throughout the rest of this race, and I just hope young Granqvist can really, like, you know, get over this one, get over himself making that mistake, and just, you know, is able to focus on his driving. Of course, these drivers all understand that in an endurance race mistakes can happen, and he was under tremendous amounts of pressure as well, getting into the car and being chased by the charging bull of Jesper Pedersen all the way from his first night stint. So that is something that can happen, and it's a small miracle it hasn't happened anymore, considering the level of the battles we had early on. But I just wonder if all that awesome defensive work we saw earlier on from that 777 team and Martin Hemmingsen is gonna go to waste. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we will still see some lead battles at the later portions of this event, but as I said, Chris Gonzalez now catching at a little bit more of a pedestrian pace, still 2.3 seconds behind James Ziuba, but even it seems like the battles are never ending in this event.
Yeah, they literally are never ending. We get momentary respites, and then we get all sorts of stuff kicking off all at once. We've had that lead kerfuffle, I guess you could call it, a couple of moments ago, and now we've got a battle for P3 going on. We've got battles down the order for P7, but that Pro Sim battle is also kind of developing as well. That gap around 12 seconds, I believe. Involving, it's 14 seconds, Pro Sim versus Lorenzo Di Tutis. We were seeing that earlier on, and we're seeing it now once again. So it's interesting to see all of these battles taking place, and this is the kind of thing you expect at the Nürburgring 24-hour race, and even at a GTR24 race. It's just all over the place, especially in GTs, as we were mentioning off air there, Rossi. We do think that these GTs provide some fantastic racing, and there's no getting away from it. It's been a fantastic race, and these GT3s are really facilitating that kind of racing.
They are indeed, and we also talked about why it might be, and we mentioned that earlier on in the broadcast as well. Mentioned that you know, these cars are not as dreadfully difficult to drive as the prototypes, for example, are. I'm not gonna say they are easy, but in a sense that many people can go in and drive a GT3 at, you know, some speed. Not racing speed, not competitive speed, not even, you know, good speed. But you can go in and drive a GT3. There is not like anything that's rocket science to it. The car has ABS, it has traction control, it has a fearsome amount of power, close to 600 horsepower these cars do have. But you know, it's still nothing in terms of like when you compare it to some prototypes or a full-fledged Formula 1 car, for example. But that means that, you know, a lot more people are gonna find their way closer and closer to the edge, closer and closer to their personal limit, and indeed the absolute physical limit. Chase the absolute rainbow of what is possible to do in a race car and try and go above and beyond, push the boundaries. And these cars racing together in such close combat over such long distance is gonna mean we are inevitably getting some awesome racing here, as James Juba has been actually able to claw a little bit of a gap back in the carousel to carousel section of this track. The latter portion of the track, he's being able to extend the gap now to almost 3 seconds.
He is, but he's got one of the SP7 cars, that's got to be the HM Engineering Porsche, up in front of him. I just wonder if it's going to halt him a little bit through Galgenkopf here, as he just gets out of the carousel, the Kleiner carousel, and we go on the nose of him right now, or into the cockpit indeed. And now through the final corner, he's actually not been held up there pretty much at all. I mean, he's in the... he's got that Porsche in his windscreen, but he's not really disadvantaged him. I mean, he's giving him a little bit of a toe there, so that was quite nice of him. And yeah, it looks like he's got away with it there, Azu. But it's 2.3 seconds at the moment. Just still a developing battle.
Indeed, so Gonzalez, we are riding on board with him right now, on board that McLaren cockpit. And you know what you said about McLaren being almost like a spaceship? You are correct. Just look at that cockpit. Just take one look to appreciate that cockpit and see the entire data screen and all that spaceship-like, you know, the display that you have in front of you. Everything is just so 2000s, so 2020, so crisp, so modern, so beautiful. And
yeah,
as a child, I mean, just one continuing point. As a child, you know, one often imagines what will the race car of the future be like. You know, we thought about the future. We'll see flying cars. We'll see, you know, all of these amazing things. I like to imagine what will something like a PlayStation 4 be like when my friend has a PlayStation 1. Or what will like a Dreamcast 3 be like, RIP. But you know, I had a Dreamcast as a kid, so you know, I was one of those people. But you know, we imagine the future and what it's gonna bring. Well, we are not seeing flying cars really, for reasons. And we're not really seeing some of those jetpacks and things that we imagined as kids would be things in 2020. We're not seeing contact with aliens. Apart from those guys driving in the lead right now, Jesper Pedersen, I think he is quite close. But what we are seeing is the cockpit of a car that, in the imagination of a 7-year-old Ossian, could have been the cockpit of a flying car.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. It doesn't really look spaceship-esque, I guess you could say, especially on the right-hand side. You see the tired data there. I wonder if I can't really make it out on my personal screen right now, but I wonder if that if those tires actually do change their kind of complexion on the screen there, and their and the colour or something like that, just to show that the wear is actually happening, or if that's not an actual thing. Because I know on some games the kind of the data like that doesn't even change. I would imagine it probably does, to be honest, on R-Factor 2, but I'm just trying. I'm trying to see that myself, but yeah, you're right. It does really look spaceship-like, and it's still part of the new generation of the McLaren. I don't know if I prefer this generation of the McLaren to the old McLaren, but because that really was one of my favourite cars from the last generation of GT3s. But this has got to be up there in the newer generation, hasn't it? Although it's not that common, to be honest. I've not seen it very much in real life. It does look very good.
It does look striking indeed. And you know, when you look at the McLaren as a company, McLaren HQ for example, that is an absolute space level design. You know, it's such a beautiful place and everything is so crisp and so neat and just so high tech. You see that, you imagine high tech, and you see a McLaren 720S. I think and this is going to be a little bit controversial. I think it makes for a better poster car than any Lamborghini ever made.
Ooh, that is a controversial. Saying
I know,
any Lamborghini ever made.
Yeah, I know a Countach exists. I know a Countach exists, and that's why I said it.
Wow, that's a bold statement. I'm sure you're going to get some hate for that one from especially from Lamborghini fans. But we don't have a Lamborghini here, so we can't compare them particularly.
Bring it on. Both
really?
can come at me. Yeah.
He can deal with them. So far away. so there you go. While Ossian's dealing with the Lamborghini fans in the attacking from all directions, we're continuing to ride on board and enjoy this ride with Chris Gonzalez at the moment, who's slowly reeling in James Zuber. That gap is not coming down quickly, but it is slowly just happening at the moment. I believe we've got a car off there. I believe the Greek sim racing car might be off the road here. Not entirely sure if it is. 11th position at the moment, and I'm not entirely sure, but there is a yellow flag next to his name, and I believe that he may be off the road somewhere.
He is off the road. You can see him on the right hand side of your screen there. Vangelis Parginos is off the road there. Part of one of the best musical duos ever, and just gonna jump on board him, see what has happened to that team in a moment's time. Here we go. You can just see him stationary alongside, and I'm gonna see if I can get cockpit. Oh, here we go. And oh, the car is, yep, they run out of fuel, I think.
Oh.
Because that car is with its engine shut down at the checkpoint 1, 2, 3 on the side of the track. And you can see the marshals waving green flags. Oh, and that's some lights of the cars passing by. That's an awesome effect, by the way. That's an awesome effect. I thought he started it up for a second, but no. And I believe that is going to mean that they are out of this race potentially.
I don't know if that's running out of fuel or if that's an engine blown there. I can't quite make out where he is, which is the problem, because he's gone. So I believe he's retired from the session now. So we may be down to just 11 runners in this race, I think. Yeah, that is unfortunate, but I think we're down to 11.
That is tragic. Commiserations for the number 14 team. That is Vangelis Parginos out of this event. And as you said, that's gonna leave just 11 runners in this event. So the number 014 GSR team, the Greek sim racing team, all of those Greek drivers, Christoforos Karaolis, Antonis Paparinopoulos, Vangelis Parginos and Nikos Paparimihail are all out, and that's a tragic story, especially as they did have a couple of rally lovers there, and I always have time for a rally lover. And actually Antonis Paparinopoulos was a real-life rally driver, well, is a real-life rally driver with lots of experience. So, you know, I would wanted to see what those guys can do further on into this event, but we're gonna jump on board back again with Chris Gonzalez. We are actually there already, who is 2.4 seconds behind James Zuba. And, well, the chase is better than the catch, they often say, but I do wonder if Gonzalez would want this chase to be already over and would want to start battling James here.
He probably does. James Zuber is into the pit lane at the end of this lap, by the way, so we may not get to see a battle, but we might get to see a battle between DeChutis and the ProSim car. They are nose to tail at the moment for 9th position. I believe that somebody is gone missing in the top part of the order here. I feel like somebody is not there anymore when they should have been. Or maybe I'm just imagining that, but yeah, I'm actually imagining it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we've got a battle going on here, 90 versus 007, and this is over 9th position, I do believe, and yeah, I believe we have a battle, and it's closing up. ProSim getting alongside, and it looks like they are now through on Lorenzo DeChutis into 9th position.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the pit lane.
They're in the pit lane, yeah. I was just wondering what you're on about because I was watching them going on in the pit lane. I was like, ooh, am I mistaken here? But yeah, 007 and the 90, both of them are into the pit lane. We're gonna see them get their parts done. They were behind one another in the qualifying order as well. Gonna see their qualifying times in a moment here. So the 007, I do believe, was 16th fastest in the qualifying, with Paul Indegaard doing an 8:10.999, and ahead of them, just ahead of them, the 90 team. Gonna see their qualifying time if I can find it here. Ooh, not gonna be able to find it. Hang on, the 90 team, Lorenzo De Cutis are driving for them. Well, they were right up there as well, of course, because they are right behind each other in the pit stands as well.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one at the moment, and off he goes there. So the Pro Sim cars actually just left him, and De Cutis is still there, and yeah, there you go. The pass has been made then, and we've got Zuber in. And do we have Gonzalez in as well? No, we don't. We haven't even got Zuber in at all. So I'm not sure which BMW that is in front. Maybe it is Zuber. Maybe my timing is just breaking a little bit, but...
that is Zuber.
Oh, right, there you go, and the fair racing so, oh yeah, so we have got a battle going on. Chris Gonzalez has actually converted his strategy to be on sync with Zuber, and now because Chris Gonzalez has pitted only, well, this is a 3-lap stint for Gonzalez, he's going to have a much shorter pit stop now.
Indeed, and he's already up and away is Chris Gonzalez, so that was a bit of a page out of the 777 strategy book there. Take a strong pit stop, take the track position, avoid having to fight, and that means, of course, that the fair racing team number 33 with Chris Gonzalez behind the wheel of that one, the all Dutch effort. And in Netherlands, it is already well into the night, as it is anywhere in Europe. They are now sitting on a potential podium finish here. And as for the 999, well, they just got bamboozled quite hard, and they're wondering, oh, what is the gap now? What's the situation? What's just happened? So the Abstineo Forza Polonia is just gonna have to bide their time and, you know, claw back into it. But there are now some 50 seconds behind. That's how quickly things can change here.
Yeah, that's quite a smart move as well, though, to be fair to them. They've just accepted, basically, that they're not going to catch the top two the way it's going, so they might as well just concentrate on Zuber, the closest rival for third place, and they have indeed done that. They've just pitted on the same lap, and they've gained 50 seconds. That is a remarkable change of events there. And yeah, wow, that's all you can say about that, really. Good stuff from them, but 50 seconds now, and they've actually... Zuber's going to be looking behind him if he's not careful, because Pucedo is only 40 seconds behind him.
Indeed so, indeed so. So things are heating up in the top 3 here, and anything can still change. There is a reason we went on board with Jesper Pedersen, by the way, at this moment in time. He may be in the lead all by his lonesome, 2 minutes ahead of the 777, but he is putting in some amazing lap times at the moment. 8:08.5 last time by for Jesper Pedersen in that Burst esports car, and he's just running away with this race.
Yeah, he is. Even if Henry Cynic was still in that McLaren in behind, the Drillers 777, I think Pedersen would be by and possibly up the road by now, because he's just got phenomenal pace at the moment. Maybe not the fastest driver in that car. Simincic has shown his worth in the second couple of stints he did during his driving time. So maybe he is the fastest guy in their car, but it doesn't look like 777 have anything to answer for now. The leading gap is now 2 minutes. Grandquist has got a lot of work to do, and he's off strategy, might have to make an extra pit stop at the end of it all as well. So he's having a disaster, and that team really out of it now. And unless Burst Esport have big issues, I think they've just got to keep it clean from here.
Yeah, indeed. So, but still a long way to go. 11 hours and 40 minutes. So, you know, in terms of raw pace, there is still time to make a difference. But I can't help but wonder who out of those drivers that Burst Esport have is even a potential weak link. You look at their squad, you see 4 guys of pure steel. Jesper Pedersen, of course, he was the pole sitter in qualifying, and he was as well a winner of a round in the GTR24H Sprint Series in Assetto Corsa Competizione. So, you know, in a GT3 class, he's very good with these cars. Kasper Henningsen, same thing for him, he won a round there as well. Another very fast Danish driver. Then we have Jelnej Simoncic, who is of course a legend by this point, the Slovenian Superman. We saw what he was capable of earlier on in this event. And then we have, well, David Mroczek, the Polish man, proving his worth as well in many races. So out of those 4, I don't really see any weaknesses.
No, I don't see any weaknesses at all there. That is a phenomenal team, and as I said, they are going to have to hope for a mistake. But we're talking about it like this is job done for those Burst Esport cars, or for that Burst Esports car, I should say, in the lead of the race. We're talking about it like they've won the race, but they clearly haven't. They've still got over 11 and a half hours to go, and they've got to keep it clean. 11 hours 38 to be precise. They've got to keep it clean, keep it on the road, keep it out the barriers, and keep it out of other cars, because there's still lots of things to be running into, including that SP7 Porsche just up in front of them. They've got a Corvette behind them, so it's a bit of a busy little pocket of the race track at the moment. And they're just coming up towards Kesselchen now, the uphill long drag here, where Simoncic in that BMW was making so many of his moves. He attempted it on so many occasions, and he finally made it in what has to be the most exciting portion of this race so far. And we'll see if we get another part of that, another kind of another part of the race similar to that, really. I'm hoping so, but it may not come at the front head of the race, because the gap now 2 minutes and 23.
Yeah, that's rising all the time. Jan Granqvist is driving really slowly at the moment. Oh, he's losing seconds on the straight, and the reason
Without
is
a rear
clear.
wing, no rear wing.
There's no rear wing. He has been in the wall earlier on, and if we're just gonna pull through to another display, I'm gonna try and find a replay to see what happened to the 777 car, because they are in with some major issues at the later portion of the track.
Oh dearie me, that could be a huge problem for those guys, and that could put Chris Gonzalez into second if he gets a real wiggle on here. We'll see if he can actually do that. He is 5 minutes and a half down, so it's going to be a tall order. But don't forget, Granqvist is going to have a long trek to the pit lane, and this is really going to turn this race on its head. Now Jesper Pedersen is going to be miles out in the lead of this race, you have to say, and Granqvist is losing time all of the time. It's now crept up to 3 minutes, the lead for Pedersen. This is a big moment in terms of this race now, and yeah, it could be absolutely huge come the end of the race. The gap, the battle for second has just been opened up. Let's try and find out. Oh, that's another accident that happened. He already had his wing off by that point, I'm presuming, because he just kind of lost it down towards the foxhole, so I'm presuming his wing was already off by this point.
Yeah, that's a major incident for him still. Also, I think that's before the Mutkurve. No, that's actually, you're right, that's before the foxhole, you're correct. So just gonna try and find to see if we can find actually an angle of the incident. Meanwhile, why don't you show us the pace of Jesper Pedersen from onboard, because he's going very fast still. It's amazing that they can go this fast despite having such a big lead.
Yeah, he's keeping his concentration going right now. As he said, he's done an 8.5 on the last lap, which is one of the fastest. He's still a measly 3 seconds nearly off of his best lap time. Well, that car's best lap time, should I say, but it's still not bad, is it? It's going well for him at the moment. I believe he's just coming down towards the Tiergarten at the moment. We'll see what he can do on this particular lap. He's just going to brake in a moment for the Tiergarten, but he's going to leave it extremely late, of course. because that's kind of what they do. Still climbing the speed for just a moment, and believe now, Austin, we can finally look at the real incident here. So let's see what happened to poor old Jan Granqvist.
Yeah, here he goes, and just gonna slow motion a little bit there. You can see him just getting loose on Schwerenkreuz, the Swedish cross, and he's opposite lock, and that's just gonna end in a disaster here once we get back to real speed, if you're gonna get back to real speed ever. Yeah, that's a big contact into the wall, back first into the wall and side first, and then spun across the track into Arenberg, and just gonna have to reverse back and hope that nobody comes through there, which nobody did. So that's a major issue, and that's why they were lacking their rear wing, and that's what ultimately may prove to be that one terminal mistake to that 777 car, as we see them just spinning hopelessly out of control. You can't control that car anymore with no rear wing, no chance.
No, that's why he's losing so much time right now. It's crept up to 4 minutes 20, that lead for Jesper Pedersen now, and it's closing between him and Chris Gonzalez. I have a feeling that Jan Granqvist has thrown away second place for his team here as well. You can just see him trundling back to the pit lane on the script. Well, we could do there, but it's just about hard enough, but there you go. Still looking at Jesper Pedersen then, just going to see what his lap time was on the last lap. An 8.2, so he's going even faster. He doesn't need to at this point, he just needs to keep it on the road really, as he's got a nearly 5-minute lead. But as we've seen, things can still go wrong, and we've actually seen another car off the road here, Ground Effect Sim Racing, the number 90, now also, I believe, did we see that a minute ago? Have I just forgotten something that's just happened, or is that Ground Effect car also out of the race?
I'm trying to find it.
Alright, okay, we'll have a look then.
Because that was that was out of the race earlier on, you know, the 14 that well, they ran out of fuel, or presumably, or something happened to them. Ooh. The Greek team, but the Ground Effect, we haven't heard any news from them being out of this
disqualified race. I'm seeing they've been disqualified.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's happened. So I'm afraid we might be down to 10 here, with Norbert Leitner, the final runner, and obviously the Greek sim racing car not running anymore. It says that the Simply race car is still in the pit lane, but it's been there for hours, and it's 50 laps down on the leader now, so I'm presuming they're out, even though it seems that they would be able to rejoin if they wanted to, but it just doesn't seem like they actually want to.
Yeah, I think that's the race over as well. So we are down to 10, and 10 turbo 10, and a lot of drama here. A lot of drama in the last hour of this race, but we're gonna leave you settling the drama and trying to figure this out in your heads. We're gonna have the running order for you when we get back, but first, for some commercial messages from our brilliant sponsors. We'll be back soon.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours here from the Alpha Mountains in Germany. Of course, it's still me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Ocean once again. And we're going to be with you still for the next hour and a half at least, maybe probably 2 hours. Actually, still a lot to be getting on with in this race. You're currently watching Jesper Pedersen head towards Schwalbenschwanz at the moment, and Stefan Beloff S. This will be his 89th lap, as he's got nearly a lap's lead over everybody right now. Grungqvist is still making his way down into the pit lane in second place at the moment. It's taking him an awful long time because he's on the pit limiter at the moment. He's just taking it easy because he has no front wing after his accident down towards Arenberg. So that is unfortunate for him. He's currently on the Dottinger Ho, as you can see, or as you did see, and he will be overtaken by Chris Gonzalez. And as I was just saying off air there, if we just forget about Jesper Pedersen for the moment, except that the Burst Esport team are absolute aliens, we've actually got a very interesting battle for second developing here, I see. Chris Gonzalez is going to take it, but we've got James Zuber, Jan Grungqvist, and Alessio Ivan Pucedo all massively in the hunt here.
They are, and we are seeing the view from the Antonius Bucke Bridge all the way down Dottinger Ho, and you can see Gonzalez there passing by at brilliant speed, and then just on the left side you can see that speck of light. That's Grungqvist, and that is him just crawling in comparison to everybody else. You can just see those guys doing 250, 260, 270 k's an hour. That's 150, 160 miles an hour down this long Dottinger Ho straight. And Grungqvist, well, he is against the pit limiter, and that has to be the most agonizing feeling I can imagine for a racing driver, as proud as he is.
Yeah, you would imagine so, as he's just crawling. Oh my goodness, that was one of the cars very quickly whizzing past. I believe this is gonna be, oh yikes, that was close as well. Between that, I believe that was James Zuber as well. Oh no, he's still to come. That was the race leader, I think, actually, who just very nearly clattered into the back of Jan Grungqvist, who has now been lapped, and he's fourth position now, I do believe, and Zuber has got through. It was Zuber.
No, it wasn't Pedersen. That wasn't the race leader, White, because can't be, because Grungqvist is 5.5 minutes behind the race lead now, and Pedersen is in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, so this will be on schedule, I do believe. 89, lap 89. It's actually a 6. Oh no, that's lap 90. It's all right. That's all on schedule. But Grungqvist in for his second pit stop in just 6 laps. He's had a nightmare.
Well, the good thing for him is that he's already completed 3 stints in the night.
Well, he has, but they're not gone very well for him. That's the only issue there. Yeah, that's it's been an unfortunate night for him, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, it has. It has, and you know, you just gotta feel for the guy, because when it rains, it pours, and it really pours for him. And those mistakes, well, the snowball effect, it's been climbing on, and the snowball's been pouring down, gathering more snow as it rolls along. At the bottom of the mountain, you got an avalanche, and it hit him right between the legs. Not even in the face, right between the legs. That's what it's gonna feel. And have you ever had an avalanche hit you between the legs?
I've not had an avalanche hit me in the anywhere, actually, but though I can't relate to that at all. But I guess you've got a bit more snow, kind of where you live, so I guess it's more of a problem where you live. But there you go. I'm not saying that the UK is not cold, but it's just not cold enough. Yeah, yeah. Well, hell. Oh no, they don't have mountains in Finland, do they? Never mind. Forget that.
Have what?
Mountains.
We do, in the north. We have one.
Oh, one. Oh, right,
we have
okay.
a couple of it in the border with Norway. There is something called Halti, which is 1,200 meters, 1,300 meters high, actually. And I do believe that compares to the Scottish mountains up in the north. And the highest peak of that mountain is in the Norwegian side of the border. And a little bit of a tidbit, since we are moving into the late hours of the race, a little bit of a trivia bit of that one. Norway was actually considering giving the peak of that mountain to Finland as a gift for our 100th anniversary of independence. But in the end, their law actually forbade them to give land. So they couldn't do that, but the thought was still there, and that is quite brilliant. Yes, we have some peaks in Finland, but it's not like, you know, you can really, come to admire the White Peak Mountains here.
Yeah, I understand. But it did sound a bit stupid. Like when it sounded better in my head, to be honest. So avalanches in Finland is not really a thing, is it? But there you go.
Well, we do have couple. There is this hockey team called Colorado Avalanche, and they are employing a player called Mikko Rantanen, who is from Turku, Finland. So technically, we have an avalanche in Finland. There you go. Should we move back into the race?
Yes, let's do that. Grangfist has come out the pit lane then. He's currently 1 minute 30 behind Pusedo, and this is going to be a very good battle for second position now. You can forget about Pedersen. He is way up the road to the tune of 7 minutes and 14 seconds. But from there to basically Chris Gonzalez to Jan Grangfist is pretty small margin, and those gaps are all going to fluctuate, and it's going to be a very interesting watch, I think, for second place.
It is indeed. It's gonna be Gonzalez and Ziuba and Puskedu as well in there, and maybe even the 777 as they move on. Remember, they have some mighty fast drivers. Grangvist is decent too when he can get into his rhythm, but it's gonna be some difficulties for him to actually get into his rhythm for Grangvist here, and we're just gonna have to wait and see if he can get it going in the later portion of this race. But they're gonna be the ones doing the chasing for real now if they want to get back into the podium fights of this race. They are 1.5 minutes behind Alessio Ivan Puskedu in the number 71. But the real story of this race so far, the number 33, after that pit stop, they were able to get back into the podium, and we thought, okay, that's the podium battle, and they were settling for just that. Well, look at them right now. The 33 are finding themselves all of a sudden, unexpectedly, the Fair Racing team is in the second place in this race.
It just shows that anything can really happen in this race, and it absolutely has. Don't forget that Jesper Pedersen could have an issue during this race in the Burst Eastbook car. You cannot lose concentration around this circuit, and as soon as you take the foot off the gas, then that is when the incidents are going to happen. So we've had some less formulaic racing in the last few moments. It's been descended into more chaos, to be honest. We've had a few more incidents for these guys, Grangfist notably. Unfortunately, that lead battle has been taken away from us, but we can basically treat this second place battle as a lead battle, and that will be good to watch, because basically from doing the maths, there's 47 seconds between second and third, then another 35, which makes for 1 minute 20 separating those three, and then another 1 minute 30. So it's about 2.5-3 minutes separating four cars there, which is quite close for 13 hours into an endurance race.
It is indeed, and well, I don't think the Burst Esports guys would be very happy if we just, treated the second place battle as a lead battle and, forgot to mention Burst for the next 11.5 hours. I think they would be quite cross. But, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm honestly looking forward to this one developing. But now, remember about 1 hour ago, this is going to be a brick joke, but remember about 1 hour ago, we mentioned something about corner names and Galgengov.
Yep, I remember, but unfortunately it kicked off. Everything kicked off, so we finally, I know everyone's been on the edge of their seat. Oh wait, we're gonna have to delay you. Oh, are we? Oh, who knows? I thought we were gonna get an interview then, but apparently not. So you can carry on, Ossian, because we've been anticipating this for over an hour now, or roughly an hour, and everything kicked off. So hopefully we can actually get to the end of your little trivia fact here.
Yes. These scenes you are seeing or are not seeing, depending on, we just got a car going by, so you are seeing. This is Galgengov, the corner that heads into the Dottinger Strait. As I'm gonna get another camera here, so I can actually talk to you at the same time, I can tell you that Galgengov, the corner that heads into that long back straight, it means gallows head. The side of gallows where public executions used to take place back in the Middle Ages. Koth means head, but hills are often called Koth, and if you ever want to frighten yourself, wander up there when the ring is closed and take a look over the arm code to the left. So that's an old execution place, and I wonder if they still hold those sometimes when a driver is being particularly naughty on a track day.
That's yeah. That's the I bet it would get them to behave, but yeah, I can't imagine them actually doing that. No, that is actually. I never knew these things. All these. Well, I knew the corner names had a story behind them, but I didn't know some of them were quite so dark.
Yeah, I mean, this is a place that goes back into the Middle Ages, remember? People have been living here for a long time in these Eiffel Mountains and in these valleys and these villages. So they are gonna have stories, and this is really a racetrack that's just adding to these stories. So, once the track goes past these places, the locals are gonna give them names. And, that's just... adds to the character of this circuit and the wonderful history and the mythos of the Nürburgring. That's just another part that goes into it. And when you look at the Nürburgring, or even if you look at the British circuits, you have some wonderful corner names like Maggot's Beckett's Chapel or the Bomb Hole at Snetterton, or those kind of places, or the old hairpin at Donington, which is perplexing unless one goes back into the 30s in terms of Donington track maps, because when I was growing up, I was wondering, why is that called the old hairpin? There hasn't been an hairpin there.
It's not even close.
Yeah, it's really close by. And then when you go over the pond and into the United States of America, you have corner names illustrious such as Turn 3 or Turn 7. Or a kink, or a carousel.
Or Turn 7A.
Oh yeah, Turn 7A and Turn 7B. And when you look at those corner names like Road America, you look at the Road America, and I'm always wondering, where is Turn 2 in Road America? Because the track goes from turn number 1 to turn number 3, and the Turn 2 is the slightest little kink where the track changes degrees by 1 degree, and there you go. It changes directions a little bit, that's a corner.
And then when you get down to the bottom of the hill down there at the braking zone for the 90-degree left-hander, in what should be turn 3, that's about turn 10 by that point, because there's about a billion little kinks. Oh, it's turn 5. Well, it's not quite as bad as I thought, but it still should be turn 3.
Yeah, and you have turns 4A and 4B in between on the back straight.
Oh.
Yes. I much prefer Galgengov and Tiergarten and such dark corner stories. Even if they are a little bit dark, they at least add a bit of character to the circuit.
And a bit of history.
Yes, indeed. So, well, you have those such wonderful names, and you also have some a little bit more mundane names, obviously like Carousel, for example. It's not hard to imagine what that comes from. really, when you look at the corner, the 270-degree banked one. And, you know, just one of those things. But yeah, speaking of battles and speaking of lap times, Alessio Ivan Puskedu in the number 71 car. I'm just gonna, you know, double check if I get that lap time right. Yeah, indeed, I did get it right last time by. They are being very fast indeed. So they were actually doing an 8:13.4, 4 seconds faster than James Dziuba in that 999 car. So Puskedu, he is on a really good pace at this moment in time.
Yeah, 13.4 from him on that occasion. Obviously, Pedersen was into the pit lane, so he couldn't really respond. I bet Pedersen will probably be faster. He's in a bit of a league and zone at the moment, really. But that doesn't take anything away from Puskedu, because he is chasing down Zuba now in front. Zuba is closing in also on Gonzalez. He took 9 tenths out of the Fair Racing Team car in front of him, so it's getting very tasty up the front at the moment. But as you said, 4.4 seconds from Puskedu that time, and that is a really pronounced gap. It's going to dip below 30 seconds for the first time in quite a while here in just a moment, and that is going to be a very interesting watch as this battle continues on. And I believe it is going to be a battle before very long. Zuba versus Puskedu could be one to watch.
It could be indeed, and I wonder which one of them is gonna come out on top in that one. Currently in third place, it is the 999 Abstineo Force Polonia car with James Zuba behind the wheel of that one. But yeah, as we mentioned a couple of times before, it could be Musto, who already got lapped in this race once, the Italian team, Musto GD Esports, who just might be, with the thanks to Alessio Puskedu, catching up to a podium. And well, if someone would have mentioned to you, let's say 1.5 hours ago, that Musto is in a fight for podium, in about 1 hour's time, 1.5 hours time, and starting to really catch up to the third place car, you wouldn't have really believed that, would you? But then again, that just goes to show you what can happen when even one car is removed from a lead battle, and it can all go downhill so quick as well.
Yeah, exactly. They were 5th and falling backwards by to the tune of over a minute. I believe they actually approached 2 minutes of a deficit to 4th position at one point, but they've clawed it back. Brioni and Di Fuoco did some fantastic work, unbeknown to us, away from the cameras, and they've really closed things down. Now Puskedu is really consolidating that work. After not being so strong in his first stint, Puskedu is doing a lot better now, and he's chasing down Zuba. I don't know if you've seen a bit of a squeaky moment somewhere, but something seems to have gone on.
Something that is going on is Jesper Pedersen going purple on sector 1.
Ah, there you go. That'll be it.
Yeah, and we are on board with him right now, Jesper Pedersen, in the lead of this race. Sorry about the camera angles, by the way. Our Factor 2 camera controls are a little bit difficult at times. They can, jump over a bit. Not helped by the fact that we are doing this a little bit remotely, so sometimes you will see some funky camera changes. I hope you can live with that one. It's not my main job, really. But yeah, just a little bit of behind-the-scenes action from that one. He's coming to the later portion of this lap, is Jesper Pedersen, and I just wonder, are we going to see another fastest lap here, especially as the fastest lap is currently being held by the 777 team, 8:05.654, and Pedersen's team, the Burst Esports, 8:05.689. They are in the same tenths, less than 400 of a second separated from each other, as you mentioned earlier on, I believe even. So now I wonder if the last speck of hope is gonna be torn from the bloody and clinching arms of young Grist, as he will maybe in a moment's time see the 94 take the fastest lap as well.
Well, he doesn't need to improve by very much to get it. I believe that it's very close between those two. Yes, it is. It's about 0.04 of a second. So it's not like Jesper Pedersen has to do a lot to improve on his lap time and really get up that order there. But yeah, kleiner carousel for him at the moment, and then Galgenkopf, as we've learned now, pretty dark meaning, and they come through the right-hander and onto the Tiergarten now, and onto the Duttigo now. You can tell it's getting late, and onto the straight. We'll see if this is really going to be another purple sector. I'm just waiting for this sector time to pop up, but it's not for me. I don't know if that's just a problem for me or everyone, but it doesn't seem that I can see it, so I can't tell if it's purple, although I have seen it now and it says also purple, so it's looking good for Pedersen.
In sector 1 is purple, at least for me. Sector 2, it's not actually purple for me, but might be for you. So we have to wait and see, and we have to wonder. He is coming into the last corner, so we don't have to wonder for long. 8:05.654 to beat. He's gonna have to go mighty if he's gonna get it here. He's in the lead by a long margin, but he doesn't care. Let's see what happens here. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the new fastest lap of the race. Jesper Pedersen, 8:05.426. Just to put an exclamation mark on his performance.
Yeah, it absolutely does. That's fantastic from Pedersen with the fastest lap now as well. There he goes. That's absolutely fantastic. I don't think Grandfist is going to have an answer for that, but one of his teammates may do. We'll have to wait and see. We've got some pit stops going on at the moment. Pusedo is into the pit lane for Musto. That is on lap 91 at the moment. That is on schedule, I do believe. Let's see up and down the order if anybody else needs to pit on this particular lap. I know Musto do, and the other driller's car does, but that's quite a long way down now. So I noted that down when they're a little bit further up. But the 6th place car, Patrick Bacrati, also needs to pit on this particular lap, but he is a little bit out of the picture. It's fair to say that it's a 4-car battle for second, and there's another big gap back to those behind, and you have to say those who are not in the top 5 have had pretty major issues in this race so far.
Yes, major issues indeed. So have some cars in top 5. There hasn't really been a clean run so far. Remember earlier on, Burst had their issues with the drive-through penalties, or the stop-and-go penalties rather, 2 of them in a row. And all of the other teams as well have had their share of minor or major issues. Of course, the 777 was in lead battle until Grönqvist had the most horrible stint of his life. Speaking of Grönqvist, by the way, I'm just gonna have to wait and see. He's not even gonna catch up to Pusedo, I think, because Pusedo is now exiting the pit lane, and Grönqvist is here actually coming into the pit lane as well. So Grönqvist not doing so hot for himself, actually.
Again?
Yeah, I was just about to
2
say.
laps.
What's going on in there, 777? What's going on with you guys? Coming back into the pit lane. I wonder if they have another driver ready for him or something, because he's not feeling it. I mean, in fairness, we heard earlier on about technical difficulties and so on. It might be a case of, Grönqvist's computer giving up the ghost. He's having stutter screen freezes, unable to drive, something going on there. It might be mechanical. I don't think any driver would have such horrible streak of bad luck in terms of, just pure inability to drive. It must be a combination of some factors. But yeah, he looks to be doing a fairly normal pit stop here. So I wonder what's going on here. Are they gonna give in and give up the race? I certainly hope not.
The only thing I can think of is that they might not have fueled the car while they were repairing the damage, but why on earth would they not do that? So I'm really not sure, to be honest, because he got in that car on lap 83. It's now lap 91. This is his 8th lap he's just completed, and this is his 3rd stop. He's just rolling now. He's gonna get out of the pit lane, and we're gonna see if it is indeed a new driver. I haven't seen one, but that doesn't mean there isn't. So it looks like actually Grönqvist just stayed in that car, and he's gonna have to brace himself, see if he can make his full stint, and hopefully redeem himself on this occasion.
And we'll see that after we see some wonderful commercial opportunities from our sponsors. We'll be back soon with the 24 hours of Nürburgring.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours, where we have just had another big crash. Ossian is just preparing the replay for us right now, and I believe he has got it. Just talk us through this one, Ossian. It looks like another huge accident for Grist.
Yep, here we go. Coming into Sweden crowds, Grist just minding his own business. He's gonna come over the hump here, turning left. Here we see coming to Sweden crouch, just losing the car and gonna hit the inside wall really hard there, and you know, rolling over end, side over side, horrible sidewinding snap rolls for Jan Grönqvist, and that is the 777 laid to rest at Arnberg.
Yeah, that is a real shame for them. I don't actually know if they've are they trying to get back to the pit lane, or are they just completely stopped out there still? I don't know if you can actually... oh no, they are still going, I do believe. But I can imagine he's probably lost his front wing, and it's going to be... his rear wing. And he's going to be a long way back to the pit lane. So, yeah, I can't imagine that he'll be too motivated to be driving around the whole Nordschleife with the pit limiter on again. But I'm afraid that's what's happened.
Deja vu. I'm sorry, I'm just immediately reminded. It's horrible luck, but I'm immediately reminded of that song, you know, him drifting around with no rear wing, with Deja Vu playing once again, and that's just... Jan Grönqvist, how unlucky can one single man be, honestly?
Yeah, he has been quite unlucky in this race in particular. Just trying to say, he has got no front wing, no rear wing at all. So it's going to be a long road to the pit lane for him. And we have to say the battle for second is now down to 3 cars. Gonzalez, Zuber and Pusedo are going to be the ones battling it out. Grönqvist and his team are going to be down the order. They may even be outside the top 8 by the end of this.
Yeah, they may indeed be that way. And, you know... Just so bad for them, Well, either or, the race will continue on with or without Jan Grönqvist, with or without the 777 team, but just commiserations for that guy. How will he feel facing his teammates once again? That's the real question after such a great long battle.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be really gut-wrenching for those guys. I really thought they were going to be able to manage it, but I said it earlier, Grandfist wasn't the most comfortable in his 2 hours earlier on in the race. He did, hours 5 and 6, and before handing over to his faster teammates, let's put it that way, and then he had to get back in after all of that. So during the night, he has really become unstuck here, and obviously, as we said earlier, this is his 9th lap out there at the moment, I do believe. It could be his 10th. Nah, it is his 10th lap. Sorry, no, it's only his 9th lap, but it's his 4th pit stop. He's nearly pitted once every 2 laps, and that just shows how uncomfortable he is out there at the moment.
Indeed, so that's just him, you know, being so very unlucky indeed. And doing that slow, we could call it a run of shame in some respects, you know, when in endurance racing. That's not a spite at Jan at all. That's just, you know, what happens in endurance racing when you are slowly driving your car back into the pit lane. You just feel so much shame. You have too much time during this 25-kilometer lap, of which he still has about 10 kilometers left to, you know, go through everything he could have done differently, go through all of those situations. It is 4 a.m. in Finland. The sun is just rising up outside of my window. Well, I can see a bit of light. It's not really sunrise yet, but I can see a bit of light. Jan, also another Finnish driver, he will not be wanting to remember this sunrise for very long.
No, he really won't. It's just past 3 o'clock local time. But the problem with crashing down there at Arenberg is the fact that he's literally 5.5 kilometres into the Nordschleife, so he's still got a long way to go. I know that doesn't include the GP layout as well, but he's still got comfortably 15-18 kilometers to go on the pit limiter. And when you're doing it on the 80 kilometer pit limiter, as I said, it's going to take you close to 15 minutes to get through all of that circuit. So yeah, he's going to be there for a long time, and he's going to lose a lot of time as well. He is currently still in 5th position. He's got 1 minute 10 over the 6th place car, who's got a minute over the next place car, who's got basically a minute over the next car. So I think he's going to be at 8th at the very least, maybe even worse.
Yeah, so that's one way to, you know, send a race down the drain, sadly, for him. Well, in any case, I think we should now leave poor Jan alone and let him continue his journey down this track, because we have some positive news as well. You know, there is no cloud without a golden lining, or a silver lining at least, and that means we are going to have a 3-way fight for the 2nd place. Chris Gonzalez is one of those drivers participating in it, currently holding a 50-second lead over James Ziuba, and Alessio Ivan Puskedu as well. He has just pitted, and he is sitting in 3rd place, just minute and 43 seconds behind. So out of those 3 very different teams, I kind of want to see what Musto can do here, because they still have 11 hours left of this event. We know how good Musto GD Esports are as a team. Do you think they have enough time here to climb all the way up into 2nd place?
I think they've definitely got enough time, yeah, easily. There's still 11 hours to go here, so yeah, they've definitely got enough time to get through these guys. They've actually found themselves off sequence. You would think that they're not, but they're actually on the sequence. They've been doing 7 lap stints for the whole of this race, and they have not differed. They are literally, apart from they are literally the only team in the whole field who have still been doing 7 lap stints periodically like that. So absolutely brilliant discipline from those guys. We're expecting them in a couple of laps time, in about 6 laps actually. We're closer to the pit stops for Zuber and Gonzalez. That's going to be an interesting one. You would think that technically Pesedo is off kilter with the other 2, but it's actually because Gonzalez pitted early the other lap to cover off Zuber that has made them on the same strategy. So it's an interesting dynamic going on at the moment, but they've still got 2 laps to go. They're going to pass the pit lane on this occasion on the pit straight, and then they're going to come in on the lap after that to come in for their pit stop. So it's going to be an interesting one to see how it develops, as the second place Gonzalez there just nipping past Gongfist, who's still on his way back to the pit lane.
Indeed so, and he's gonna have that long drive still to go. It's hopefully soon coming to an end, and maybe they can then, you know, get some repairs, then get back on the road. But yeah, his teammates are not gonna be happy seeing that. Either way, Gonzalez and Zilba Puskedu, they are gonna be fighting for the second place. And also something to mention in the other parts of the race, but I was gonna mention it actually. Look at the Amelio catching up to the 6th place, then I realized that yeah, it's Granqvist actually in that 6th place, so the Amelio is gonna pick up another position, and unfortunately, well, I was gonna say unfortunately too far out of it, but the 104 isn't actually, you know, more than a minute behind the 5th place. So that might still be something to consider here as the race progresses. The 1, 2, 3 and the 104, what is gonna happen between them in this event as it rolls along. We are watching these drivers complete yet another lap at the nighttime hours. It is 4 a.m. in Eastern Europe, 3 a.m. in Central Europe, as well as in local time 2 a.m. in UK. And we are really coming into the graveyard shift now. A lot of drivers are starting to lose their focus, but one team that hasn't lost their focus since the early parts of this event, the number 94 Burst Esports, 808.6, and Jesper Pedersen, I must say, his lap times have been otherworldly, really.
Yeah, they have, and really consistent as well. That's why they are on top of the standings at the moment, really. It's got to be down to him. For me, he's still the fastest and the most consistent driver until Simoncic got in, and then I might have changed my mind, but Pedersen is no doubt very fast in that car, and they have got this race sorted right now if they can keep it on the road, because there's only 2 cars on the lead lap. He's got an 8-minute lead on Chris Gonzalez. It's been a race of attrition so far, and yeah, so Pedersen is literally the one of those who hasn't had a big incident just yet. He's had to serve 2 stop-goes, but that's the least of his troubles. Really, he's been doing very well indeed, as have the whole of the Burst Esport team. And now they're just going to be taking it to the end. They're running their own race at this point, really. And we'll see if there's going to be any glory at the end of it. At the moment, you would probably think that there is going to be a good deal of satisfaction at the end of this race for them.
Yeah, you could think that easily at this point in time, but we'll still have to, you know, wait and see what happens here, see what we'll have going on at the later portions of this event, because there's still a lot of time to go at the Nürburgring, and to not go back into the cliches of endurance racing, because we should really have a surcharge of cliches, you know, oh, there's still a lot of time to go, and everything can change so quickly. And even though they are true, they are absolutely true, to switch up the topic a little bit, Ivan, what do you think if you could pick like an endurance team? I'm gonna give you a little bit of a moment to consider this. You had to pick 4 guys out of this roster of all the drivers here, and you had to start an endurance team. Which one would it be and why? Which one of the 4 guys would you pick? Would it be the fastest or the most consistent, and why? I'm gonna leave you ponder about that in a moment's time, as we are still watching the leaders stroll along through the Nordschleife section, through this hazardous track. And one thing to consider about the Nürburgring Nordschleife are those high curbs you can see all the while looming at the edges of the track. You hit one, it can be so easily be just game over in an instant if you get it at the wrong angle. So constantly you're having to think about, okay, don't hit this one, don't hit this one. You have to find the line right between the curb, where the line is the shortest, where the most grip is located, without actually hitting the curbs. And that's one of the, I think, underrated challenges of this circuit, you know, of Nordschleife. That's another thing many people consider. They consider its speed, its length, the fact that it's blind corners, the fact that we are racing at night, and all those difficult places and the elevation changes and so on. But the curbs, they seldom come up in a conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, but they're probably one of the most important things. There's just not many of them you can use here. They're just absolutely high banks on the inside of corners, and you just don't go near a lot of them. You do go across a few of them, particularly on the exits of corners. We're just watching the race leader, Jesper Pedersen, at the moment. You're going to see him use one of these at the left-hander at the top of the hill here at Adenauer Forest. You do hop across this one a little bit. There he goes. And he just uses this one. But you see these in this slower section, you don't really kind of use them, apart from the one on the exit you're just about to see from the final right-hander, and there you go, you just going to skip it across that one as well. So they are very high there. You can see how the cars bounce across those curbs. You can see why they're avoided, really.
Yeah, you can, you know, just bouncing all over the track and just throwing you off the line so easily. And more importantly, you can't really, well, this might sound obvious once again, but it's kind of hard to control the car when one or both of your front wheels are not touching the ground. And what it can also mean for the rear tires is that even though these cars have traction control, the traction control can only do so much if one of your rear wheels hops in the air, and once it comes back to the ground, if you're on full throttle, and even if you're not, it's so easy to just spin around, have an innocent spin, but because the wall is right there, it's gonna send you right into it. And that is all a factor these guys are having to avoid, and Jesper Pedersen is currently handling this circuit better than anyone else, and you can just see how brave he is being with those lines. Actually, we should maybe jump on board with him to really do it proper justice, just to see how his lines are. The hood cam, it is perfect for this. You can see he's not leaving any excess space whatsoever on either end of the track. He is absolutely on it, despite the fact that he by now must know that he has no real challengers for that lead. Indeed, the lead he has, it's almost one lap.
Yeah, exactly, and it's 8 minutes and 10 seconds in terms of time at the moment. He actually put 11.5 seconds into the second place car last lap around. There must have been a mistake for Chris Gonzalez, because that is a huge margin, although it was an 8.6 from Pedersen, but he really is flying at the moment as he comes through Kesselchen at the moment, and now he's coming towards the carousel. In just a moment. He's got a couple of right-handers before he gets there, but yeah, you can see why he's leading this race right now. He's just absolutely dominating everyone here. Speaking of Chris Gonzalez, he's going to be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, and so is Zuber, so we're going to see if Pucedo is getting any closer to those two in second and third.
Yeah, he is currently sitting 1 minute 40 seconds behind. And another interesting point is that during that pit stop, Jesper Pedersen is gonna lap Chris Gonzalez.
Oh yeah, so he's going to be on his own lap completely in a minute when he laps everybody, and yeah, that is going to be an impressive thing to see, because lapping everyone at the Nordschleife, that is very difficult to do, and well, Burst Eat Sport have managed it, so you can only take your hat off to them, really.
Absolutely, hats off. I mean, we can talk all day long about how it came down to mistakes from Jan Granqvist and how it came down to mistakes from the 777, who now have Henry Sinek actually behind the wheel of that car. We can talk about that for a long time, but the fact is that you need to be mistake-free in order to attain such a gap, and you know, 777, they made the mistakes as a team and as a driver. Granqvist made those mistakes and Jesper Pedersen didn't. And so from the early on in that fight, it was clear that Pedersen is today the superior driver in these conditions, as he is heading to Gonzalez is actually heading to mini carousel, and then on through galging off the old execution place, the gallows, and onto the back straight, Dottinger Heights, and the long journey towards the pit lane awaits him, and also a battle awaits them. Do you think at this point in time, that they know that they're getting closer and closer to one another? Do you think they might be actually considering already their battle plans?
I don't think they'll be considering what they're going to do when they get there, but I think they'll definitely be aware that this battle is closing up quite considerably, because Pedersen was going pretty quickly just before he came in. I'm just trying to find a lap time for him at the moment. He did an 8:15.2 on the last lap, which is comfortably quicker than the people around him, than Gonzalez and Zuber on the previous lap. We put at least 3 seconds into both of them, so in goes Gonzalez then, and Zuber's going to do the same, so we'll see what is really going to transpire from this one, as looks like Pedersen is just coming through Schwalbenschwanz at the moment and coming onto the Dottingerhoe. I'm expecting him to be a little bit closer to Zuber. I don't think there's going to be a battle just yet, but he's definitely closing in.
He is closing in indeed, and he is finding some good pace in that Musto car, and I think he is also realizing the situation, either by proxy from his teammates or by somebody telling him that, you know, you are in a fight. You're in a very realistic fight for position at this moment in time. Chris Gonzalez left the pit lane, and James Zuba, I think he is still standing in there. Just gonna check if Gonzalez actually did leave the pit lane already. Yes, he must have. So that means that, you know, Gonzalez, yeah, he is on the GP section at this moment in time, and Zuba, I think he is still in the pit lane. Yes, he is, and he's just under half a minute ahead of Busquets right now. In fact, he's still sitting on the pit lane. Busquets is just getting closer and closer, 20 seconds away. You can see it actually here, Busquets sitting on the pit lane. Once we jump on board with Busquets, you can see him probably coming already onto the last chicane, or even on through the last chicane. Yep, there he is. And well, Ernest Lapins is gonna go behind the wheel of the 999, but are we gonna see the 999 actually fall behind Busquets? Oh, it's gonna be very close here, and it's gonna be the 999 just staying ahead, but Busquets, he has the fresher tires, and after some time, after some quieter hours, even it's the best thing that an endurance racing fan can say. The battle is on.
Yeah, we've got a podium battle going on at the moment. Lapins hasn't been in that car for a few hours now, so he's going to be a bit rusty. We're going to see if he does indeed make any mistakes on his outlap here. His tyre's going to be a little bit colder than the McLarens in behind. These two are just a minute off of Gonzalez. It seems that the 999 has lost a little bit of time in that pit stop, because Pedersen wasn't that much. He really wasn't that close to the BMW before, so he's a lot closer now, and we'll see what he can really do. But Lapins was very fast when he was last out there. I'm expecting a similar thing today, and you're already seeing it right now. He's got a second almost immediately.
He has, and he is now chasing Busquets, but he might have to chase for quite some time if he wants to catch up to Ernest Lapins, who was very close. It was a very close battle at the end of the pit lane, but with the fresh tires, Lapins is gonna pull away a nice healthy margin in GP circuit, and credit to him, he got onto the track really quickly indeed and didn't really miss a beat there.
No, he didn't, so he's straight on it actually, is Lapins. 2 seconds, and well, it looks like Pedersen's got nothing to answer for, and I don't really know if this is a combination of Lapins being fast and Pedersen not really being on it right now, but Lapins has got a bit of a gap.
Just spun into the wall.
Oh no!
Just spun into the wall, and he is back, but he's gonna lose the third place, just as we were saying. Commentators cursed her, just as we were saying, you know, he was on it, he was fast right from the start, and Busquets might have not been quite on it. Well, here we see Ernest Lapins making a rare mistake, it must be said for him, and dropping 5 seconds to Busquets. And now I want to stay on this onboard shot for just a bit to see if he has any significant damage. Whoa! Oh, getting very loose indeed at the top of Luke Plus, and I think that answers that one.
I don't think that was normal. Yeah, that must be the product of damage. He's very lucky to get away with any suspension damage. I can't actually see any at the moment. It is a little difficult to tell, but that car does look a lot more loose than it was when he came out of the pit lane. You're just seeing these guys who are coming into the car when it's pitch black at this time of night. They're not used to the conditions, and they are having tremendous problems. You've seen it with the 777 a moment ago, and now you're seeing it with Lapins as well. Although he is closing on Precetto once again, yeah, that's a pretty big thing, because he's losing the car almost everywhere here.
Yeah, and I mean, to add another force here, you can just see him, you know, being in very great difficulties indeed. He's gonna have to steer. Oh, I don't know, the steering wheel looks quite straight. It's just, the car is just incredibly loose. That's the thing for him. It's not really crooked one direction, but it's just very loose. Once again, you see him overcorrecting at the end of Metzersfeld.
And he's going to have to cope with this for an hour now, unless he pits early, because this is his out lap. Don't forget, we're on lap 95. He pitted just one lap ago, and that is a real problem for him, because he's going to have some very sketchy moments at the likes of Flugplatz and down the hill into Arenberg. But he is still closing on Precetto, it seems. It's 3.5 seconds now. We are still going to see this battle. It's just going to be in the opposite direction, with Precetto defending rather than attacking.
Yeah, Precetto is now 3 seconds ahead, and that's still quite something considering Lapins, you know, how sketchy his car is looking. You said it, he's still very fast, don't count him out just yet. And if his pace is like this, and if he can keep it under control, why would he pit?
Well, exactly. So, yeah, we'll see how it develops. And you can see, though, on this onboard shot with the BMW that you can see Precetto up the road already. So, Lapins has definitely got more pace. Although, saying that, Precetto is closing on Gonzalez. So, they're all converging on each other here. Although these two that we're watching are a minute behind Gonzalez, it is all converging on one location at the moment. So, this is very interesting indeed as they come into Carl and I forgot what it's called, but whatever it is, the fast left-hander at the top of the hill, Kesselchen, that's what it is, remembered, as it's just 2.7 seconds at the moment. We've got a bit of traffic, it seems. I'm not sure which car it is up the road, but I can see two sets of headlights as we look out the front windscreen of this BMW.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and see if this follows my commands and we can get into the onboard of Precetto. Oh, there's nobody in front of Precetto, I think. So let's see trackside here and see what's just gonna happen here. Who is behind him? I think it is Ernest Lapins behind him. Yeah, it is. So might be just the, you know, late night hours playing tricks on you. Don't worry, I've had that happen to me as well.
Yeah.
You know, late in the night, you're gonna see things.
Apparently I am seeing things. I'm seeing extra sets of headlights at the moment, but I do not. Have we had an incident somewhere out on the circuit? I don't think we have. I don't know. But anyway, back to this third place battle with Precetto and Lapins. 2 seconds it is at the moment, and if Lapins can get into this slipstreaming range for the Dottinger Ho, you've got to think that he's going to be through, even though he's in the slower BMW versus the sleeker McLaren.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. You know, I remember what they said earlier on, 0.5 of a second was where you could get past. 0.7 was too much in the BMW versus the McLaren battle. And we are seeing, assuming the setups are anything alike what the leading duo had earlier on, then that is what we are looking at. So Ernest Lapins needs to get within half a second, within 0.6 to have a shout at Precetto, and right now, well, he's 1.2 seconds away, so but he is catching hand over fist here in this section. He knows as they go through the Swallow's tail and into the mini carousel that he needs to still catch up a couple of tenths to have a chance to pass him right here and right now.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it, but I think he's too far back. He's going to get a bit of a slipstream here, but he's not going to be able to get through into the Tiergarten unless that McLaren has got some serious problems on his hands. But as I said a minute ago, they are both catching Chris Gonzalez. 62 seconds now, just 1 minute and 2 seconds separates Pucedo and Gonzalez. It was about 1 minute and 5, so 3 seconds has been closed in there by Pucedo, and Lapins is the fastest of all three of them. So it's getting very interesting now. The top three converging on each other. Well, I say top three, and we're talking about it like it's the top three because Pedersen's so far away right now. But and by the way, Pedersen's coming into the pit lane on this occasion, on this lap, but he's on early on in the lap. But anyway, Pucedo is still out there. Lapins is still lapping around, of course, and just 1.1 seconds behind Pucedo. But we have had another half an hour of racing, 10.5 hours to go, just over. We're going to take a commercial break now, and we'll be back with this battle in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours. We are seeing a phenomenal battle once again between James Zuber and, it's Ernest Lapins back into that car now, of course, against Alessio Ivan Pucedo. We just saw on the small screen there that Lapins was extremely loose going into Adenauer Forest. I've no idea how he didn't crash, but he managed to not crash, and that's fortunate for us because we get to see a fantastic battle here, Ossie, and it really does seem on between these guys, and Lapins is going to want to get through very quickly here. He looks like he's got the pace anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna want to get the pass done and get the pass done quick because he has the fresher tires. He has the fresh set of rubber. Puskedo right now is a sitting duck. And that means, you know, all the time Lapins is spending behind Puskedo is costing him time trying to look inside into Bergwerk, not gonna able to pull it off. And as they exit once again towards the uphill straight that isn't straight, towards Mutkurve or Kesselchen as you like to call it, either or, you know, in that proper section of the track, the proper hair racing section of the track, we might see a move here from Lapins.
He's gone to the inside. It's a bit of a close moment once again, but he has managed to get the move done this time. The tight left-hander obviously not allowing anyone to go around the outside there, so through goes Lapins, and he is into third position now. We'll see what he can do about Gonzalez. He looked like he was feinting to go a little bit defensive on the right-hand side there. But he does seem to be properly through now, and Pucedo is going to have to settle for fourth position. We'll see if we can get back at him down the Dottingerho though, because if he stays within the range, then he could definitely get back past.
Well, he's not gonna stay within the range. I'm just gonna. I know you want to build up. Oh, as I was saying that Lapins actually went wide in the in the carousel, and that means he dropped out of the groove. And I may have spoke too soon there because I was thinking no way he can stay in range through these fast corners in the dirty air and on all the tires. But Puskedo, he is trying his best, but it's gonna be a real challenge, and I don't envy him right now because I know what it's like driving through this section with the old tires in dirty air, and you're just gonna see that BMW saying bye-bye and bugger off into the distance basically. So it's not an enviable position, but Puskedo still did well for himself, and in fairness, had Lapins not made that spin, not make that mistake, then who knows what could have happened. Maybe Lapins would have been by much earlier, as we see Jesper Pedersen in the pit lane. Once again, the overall leader of this race, who's had a marvelous stint. And I wonder if it's gonna be Pedersen continuing in that car, or are they gonna get someone in to relieve him?
I think he's had a couple of stints in that car now, and that's the maximum he's done so far, so I'm a little bit... I'd be surprised if he carries on. I think that Henningsen will probably be there ready to take over. We'll see if he actually does as he leaves the pit lane in a few moments. But yeah, Pucedo has now had problems. Well, not even particularly problems, he's just not been able to stick with Lapins through this section. 1.8 seconds is the margin now, and we'll see what Lapins can really do about Gonzalez. It's going to be a slow burning battle, that one, because he's got a minute to catch up, but I reckon he can do it because he's definitely seemingly got the pace, and when he's in clean air he seems to be the fastest man on the circuit apart from Pedersen.
Yes, the fastest human on the circuit, let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. As Henningsen has got into that car for Pedersen, so as we predicted, a driver change for those guys, and yeah, Henningsen's now in for his third stint of the day.
Yep, and Kasper Henningsen now leading the race, taking over the Burst Esports ride, and the number 94, well, they are cruising away towards victory. Their gap to Chris Gonzalez behind, it is almost one lap, and that means they are gonna be home clear in a couple of hours time unless they make big mistakes. But we saw what happened to Grist and to that 777 car, which Henry Sinek has been piloting right now. It did not go well for them, so I can't help but wonder how is it gonna go for those guys. But I think, Burst, as we said earlier on, they don't really have any weaknesses, so they are just gonna cruise home freely. That's my prediction. But Lapins here being able to pull 1.5 seconds of an advantage to Puskedo, who is fighting with all the tires. But I just wonder what is Puskedo gonna do, and what are those Musto guys gonna do about the third place and potentially the second place as well as the race proceeds on. Right now, Gonzalez has 1 minute advantage over Ernest Lapins. 1 minute and 2 seconds as a matter of fact, but that might be closing in because, as you said, Lapins, he's an almighty racing driver when he gets in the groove.
And yeah, and even though he had to overtake Pedersen and got slowed up by him through the first part of the lap, he still took 1.7 seconds out of Gonzalez on that previous lap, so he's definitely got the pace at the moment. That gap was probably going to dip under a minute as we continue on to the next lap, but yeah, I'm a bit curious about that Mustang car as well, because he's going to be pitting in a couple of laps time. He's going to go past the pit lane one more time and then he's going to pit in, so I wonder what he's going to do about it, because he's off kilter with the other two. I just wonder if he's going to get himself onto a strategy by taking a short stop, or like Gonzalez did a few stints ago, or is he just going to continue on with his own race? Personally, I would continue on at least until we get to sunrise and then work out and start back timing the race.
Yeah, there are many good questions about what will happen in the future, and the answers, they will be held by Father Time up until some time more. We will see at least in 10 hours time, roughly so, 10.5 hours, what will happen with this race, but I think we'll see some progressions with this race sooner. Just to, by the way, again give you an update on the pace of these guys, what they're doing. Chris Gonzalez 8:15.1 last time by, Ernest Lapins 8:13.4, and Alessio Ivan Puskedu 8:16.2, and then behind them Patrick Bakrahti in that 1-2-3 car 8:20.9, and Luca Di Amelio in the 104 8:20.1. So Lapins really on a pace here, on a charge here, despite the oversteer and despite driving behind another driver, and I can't help but wonder again if he is gonna go under 8/10 even as he gets into the clear air.
Well, if he hadn't have had that spin earlier on, he probably would have been about 50 seconds behind Gonzalez by now, and not a minute, which is a little bit of a shame for him, but he's made the mistake and he's got to deal with it. But one man who is flying, although he's down the order right now, he's still really going very fast. Henry Sinnick down in 8th position, now 36 seconds behind Hansen in front. He did have the fastest lap of anybody on the previous lap, but he was slightly slower on the lap he just completed, so it's now Henningsen, the fastest man on the circuit, and it looks like Liam Rance is off the road somewhere, P number 10, just going to see where he is off, just sort of a brief yellow flag for him. I'm hoping he hasn't had too many problems, but he does seem to be back now, so that is all okay.
Yeah, all okay there for the number 90 car, who are last on the track in terms of, well, second to last on the track and last in terms of the GT3 class cars. So yeah, Liam Rance continuing on with that car, and yeah, just gonna jump back quickly into that P3 fight, because well, it's not quite a fight anymore, but they are still quite close by. Puskedu hasn't really dropped as much time as I perhaps thought, but here we see a clear difference between some fresh sets of rubbers and some older torture tires.
Yeah, I just presumed that Pedersen was going to be straight out the back door there and he was going to be way behind the BMW, but he's actually holding his own pretty well here, just under 3 seconds the margin between them. It's staying pretty static as well. Obviously, he's not going to be looking to make any overtakes here. They're kind of running their own races at the moment, just kind of converging on each other, but they're both catching Gonzalez, and that's the most important thing. However, Chris Gonzalez has been in that car for quite a long time now, so I'd be expecting him to hand over that Fair Racing Team car when he does indeed pit in around 5 laps.
Yeah, I'll be expecting him to do so as well. Chris Gonzalez, he's been driving well, it must be said, you know, he's been doing a really solid job, doing a really good job, and being able to get the 33 all the way back into second place. Paul Holt as well, I saw him awake earlier at least, but they do have 5 drivers in that car, all of them Dutch. The 33 Fair Racing Team, the Dutch team. Well, I wonder what they are able to do here. Tony Janssen, Paul Holt, Pim van Ark, Cliff Van de Ven and Chris Gonzalez are 5 drivers for the team. And as said, 5 drivers, they don't have really, you know, they don't have to wear out one driver. They can swap and they can still get some sleep in, which is actually a luxury in such a long race. And it can have a real effect on your performance, because you might want to trade, you know, 2 seconds of lap time for some real sleep. Get a little bit of a slower guy in as well, and just try to get him, you know, just do a couple of laps, couple of stints, and, you know, take the 20-30 second penalty, but avoid doing silly errors at the graveyard hours of the race. As I'm watching Puskedu actually starting to catch back up to Lapins.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how this is happening, because Lapins is still catching that, or is he? Actually, he's losing a little bit of time now. It's growing to 1 minute and 2 seconds, so Lapins is starting to lose pace already. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe that damage is starting to catch up with him, but Pucedo is beginning to really approach the back of that BMW. He's going to be hiding behind it, of course, and we'll see if there's going to be any moves into the Tiergarten. Just look how loose Lapins is. He really looks like he's struggling, and that damage is probably doing absolutely no good whatsoever.
No, not at all, and that's a real surprise for me as well. You know, how can he be losing his pace that quickly? But, you know, this is what's happening on screen. As we said earlier on, you know, Lapins is now all of a sudden under attack, and this is not what we expected at all. Just to give you an idea how surprising it is, sorry to cut you off there, even,
right.
But, you know, just to give you an idea how surprising it is, you know, usually with the fresh tires you are 2, 3, maybe 4 seconds a lap faster, and all of a sudden Lapins is losing time and he's gonna get caught right away and by Puskedu and getting passed as well. That was all too quick.
Yeah, it was that will happen very quickly indeed. So through goes Pucedo, and now he's going to be into 3rd position, and we'll see what he can do about Gonzalez out in front. But although saying that, the BMW is getting a bit close again. We'll see if Lapins can actually follow Pucedo, and they'll see if they can, either of them can catch Gonzalez, but Gonzalez is not short of options to hand over here. 5 options, as you said. We've seen all of them so far, but they're rotating very nicely, and they're going to be getting a lot of rest, and they're going to have very fresh drivers getting into their cars, which is pretty important in a race that is so difficult.
Indeed it is. So Lapins now losing 1.5 seconds. He's losing so much time on a straight line here. Okay, the McLaren is fast on a straight line, but Lapins is just losing hand over fist on a straight line, and I wonder what's happening with him. Is he fuel saving tremendously? Is he changing the strategy? No, can't be fuel saving at this point. Just makes no sense to me. Well, maybe we'll get an explanation as we follow the race on, and maybe he is indeed having to hold a little bit back, you know, save his tires or something, because that car was oversteering a lot and he had a lot of damage earlier on. So, you know, we'll keep you updated on that. Don't you worry about that, our dear viewers. We will keep you posted as soon as we will get information about the situation of Ernest Lapins and the situation of that 999 car. Meanwhile, this is gonna put a bit of a wrench in the works in terms of their rise towards the 2nd place. Chris Gonzalez is there so far. Puskedu still 1 minute behind the 2nd place, but this could still develop into the direction that favors either of the 2 drivers. And I said Puskedu was slowing down due to the old tires. Well, guess what? He put in a 8:12.8 last time by. So maybe he's getting to the point where his light fuel load is gonna enable him to push a little bit harder once again. But still, I don't see Lapins being this slow, even with Puskedu pushing as hard as he can. But he is still, you know, last time by, well, we haven't got a lap time from Henningsen yet, but last time by he was the fastest man on track. Alessio even Puskedu was in that Musto GT sports car.
Yeah, he was 2.1 seconds faster than Gonzalez, so he's reeling him in. I just wonder if Lapins has tapped the wall somewhere else and got even more damage, because surely that is not the same damage as we saw before. It was pretty sketchy from what I saw, but it is even more so right now, and he's losing time hand over fist. 2.5 seconds in a kind of seesaw battle that those two are having, and Pucedo is now heading it going to head the charge to try and catch up with Gonzalez, but I don't know if he can do it in this particular stint. He might have to hand over to one of his teammates in this stop that he's about to have coming up. He's going to be stopping at the end of this lap, and as he just comes through Flugplatz now, well, he has done already, and he's going to be heading down towards the bottom of the hill at Arenberg. But yeah, pitting on this lap around, he's going to be handing over to one of his Italian friends. Well, I'd expect so anyway, because he's been in that car for quite a while now. If Brioni is getting in that car, then I would just definitely expect that lead gap or the gap for the Fair Racing Team car to come tumbling down, because Brioni is a very fast driver indeed.
That he was turning qualifying very fast in any GT car, Tiziano Brioni, and one of my favorite names to say, just Tiziano Brioni. That is so quintessentially Italian that you can't really get any more Italian, and he's got some good challengers in his own team. Musto GT Esports, Tiziano Brioni, you got Giuseppe Fuoco, you got Fabio Liuzzi, and you got Alessio Puschedu in that team, and they're gonna be charging all the way to the end in that typical Italian fashion. They may have made some mistakes early on, but if you are 33 right now, if you are Chris Gonzalez or one of his Dutch teammates in that Fair Racing team, you're gonna be just looking a little bit concerned as the gap drops under a minute.
Yeah, I would be a little bit concerned if I was them, but as you said, they've still got a minute, so they'll be alright for now. And there's still a lot of strategy to play out in this race, don't forget, just about 10.25 hours to go. So there's no point worrying about it just yet, but just a thing to note, just to put that into perspective, because 10.25 hours doesn't seem like very much when we've done 14 hours, but we've still got a Petit Le Mans to go, so that's some extra motivation for them. After all, that's going to make the guys feel even worse about it, to be honest, because Petit Le Mans is a grueling event on its own, and we've still got that length of event to go in this race.
Also, to those watching at home, about 5.5 to 6 Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Which are grueling events on their own to watch, at least when in Russia.
Yeah, they are too. Sometimes they can be. I can't remember if a Grand Prix is roughly an hour and a half, right? I think that's right. And nearly a whole F1 season is contained in a 24-hour race, so it's quite a long event, isn't it?
Well, they are capped to 2 hours. They're between 1.5 to 2 hours. Monza race is usually the shortest at around 1 hour 25, 1 hour 30 minutes, and then you got these events, Singapore and such, going to almost 2 hours usually. So yeah, you got one of these races, you got an entire season of Formula 1. Of course, that's just the racing of Formula 1, but still, it is a long event, and it just goes to show you how much goes into preparation and racing these events. And this is serious, mind you. GTR24 runs its own Endurance E-Racing World Championship, and they also run these special events such as the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So these drivers, these R-Factor specialists, have a lot of work to do over the course of this summer and fall.
Yeah, they do. A lot of practice to do. Obviously, they're going to have a little bit more time on their hands than they would in a normal situation, but they're going to have a little bit more time to practice, which wouldn't go amiss, and maybe it will bring the field closer together, because people down the back have a little bit more time to prepare themselves. Prepare themselves for the race. So hopefully that is the case, because it's always nice to see a few new names and a few more names up the front of the field, but it's the same for everybody. Everybody's got a little bit more practice time, I guess you could say, although in some places they're about to get a little bit less, because we're all going back to work, so who knows really, but you know, we've got a little bit more time on our hands at the moment with no real racing to watch. What better way to spend your time than playing a game or playing a sim right now, so it's quite a good time really.
It is quite a good time. It is a great time, great way to spend time with your friends, you know, completely stress-free, just relaxing, having some fun, nothing stressful at all about piloting a GT3 car around one of the most, actually the most fearsome racing circuit in the world. It's just all fun and games. Ask young Grist if you're not gonna believe me.
Yeah, it seems very relaxing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be all smiles right now. Or
Yeah.
in fact any other driver who has put it in the wall today.
Well, they better smile about it, because otherwise they'll be pretty miserable about it. These guys do take it seriously. Let's not forget. Obviously, we get quite cheery in the commentary box here because we get to see all the best battles and we get to just watch the racing. But when these guys are involved in it, they do really invest themselves in it, and they don't often see the funny side until a few days later.
Oh yeah, explain a joke to a driver who is currently racing, like, you know, you're just trying to, oh yeah, but that was quite funny though. And sometimes if you're in the right mood, you can actually choke in the middle of a race too. I've been in a situation where it was 24-hour Spa race, I do think it was, something like 5 a.m. There was this guy called Joni Takanen, who you might have actually seen in the Coanda car on the as Puskedo is coming to the pit lane.
Yep.
In the Coanda car at the Viborg event in the Endurance Racing World Championship in the Le Mans race, he was there racing with his team and they were doing very well indeed in the prototype class. Well, he's my ex-teammate actually, and he was coming on top of Rouge Radillon at one of those laps and just going, whoa, and we were talking around, having fun basically. I think running in third or fourth place in the overall standings. He was chasing somebody down, having fun with it, and just getting a little bit loose with the McLaren, the old McLaren, the 570. Actually, getting very loose and just, you know, laughing it off, basically going, whoa, and then we were just laughing about it. Now I was like watching it there, and I swear, if I would have put a piece of coal in where the sun doesn't shine, it would have come out a diamond at that point. That's the term of puckering that was going on. You know, watching it, because it's a 24-hour event, but some people just, they are so relaxed when they're driving, and for some people it just works, because that's when they can, you know, chill, they can let their shoulders down a little bit, and they can really, you know, get into a comfort zone, whereas some people, like, you know, uptight as a guitar string, you know, you talk to them in the middle of the race and they're gonna bark at you to shut up, basically. And well, not being toxic, but that's just the way they are. They need complete concentration. Some people can just, you know, talk carefreely as if they're not setting world record lap times currently at the moment.
Yeah, they do. It's all comes with different types of drivers, I guess, because some of them take it a bit more seriously than others. Some get a little bit more stressed out about it than others. I know that when I used to do races very at a low level and not very seriously, but it did used to be a little bit stressful for me, actually. More stressful than most other things in life, so I just stopped. I've realised that actually talking about it is actually way more fun, because as I said, you get to watch all the best battles. So just imagine if you're one of these guys, you might be running around on your own right now, but we've always got something to talk about. We've always got someone to watch, and that's the best thing about being sat up here and just talking about everybody, because there's always something going on. So I think it's the best place to be.
Yeah, and you're never lonely if you have a split personality.
No, exactly.
Yeah, we always have somebody to talk to. If nobody else, then ourselves. But yeah, that's true actually. And being a racer myself, an ex-racer for the most part, now retired, I found it very stressful, honestly. And I'm one of those guys who is, well, I can have fun in the middle of a race if I'm in the right mood, around the right guys, but I can also get very uptight and stressed out about it, and honestly lose temper and so on. So it's kind of funny how the most gentle of men, most, you know, funny of guys can turn into absolute pieces of you know what they get behind the wheel of a race car. And it's incredible, when you close that lid, the red mist just descends upon you, and after that it's goodbye Vienna. So, you know, it's funny to see the transformation of a gentle guy into a racing driver, and the kind of racing driver. And that's the kind of thing I've been also noticing about real racing drivers, having had the pleasure of watching some of them, you know, drive simulators, whether it's R-Factor 2 or the simulators commercially available, having some Finnish guys who drive race cars at a high level. I won't name names, but there is, for example, a Daytona 24 champion, and I think there might be a Le Mans winner in turn, not sure, but he's been very successful at a high level as well. And I've been spotting for him during IMSA Pro race that they ran on a simulator earlier in the spring, and there was some quite naughty language, mostly about the handling of the car, so, and the other drivers as well. So it's actually refreshing to see that they're not above us mere mortals in the sense of how they approach a race. And a racing driver is always a racing driver, and it's an ego thing and it's a confidence thing. I think that a racing driver will always make an excuse. It's the problem is never between the wheel and the pedals, between the wheel and the seat rather.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's just the competitive spirit really shining through there. That's what makes people act like that, really. And it's not in their normal. It's not in their normal nature, really. Sometimes it just kind of happens when you're into a race. But we've had a driver swap, by the way. The Mustang racing car has changed their driver. Pusedo is out. Liuzzi is in. That's Fabio Liuzzi, and he's 1 minute 17 behind Lapins and Gonzalez, who are going to be in a while. It's going to be in 3 laps time when those two are going to be in. So we've still got about 15 minutes to wait for that. But we've just approached and gone over now 4 a.m. in Europe and local time. Sunrise is quite literally on the horizon here. We'll be back in a few minutes with that sunrise and with more battles after this short commercial break.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours here in Germany in the Eiffel Mountains. Of course, we've got Kasper Henningsen of Burst Esport currently leading the race still, as they have been for the past few hours, ever since the number 777 Briller's esports car went off the road twice in quick succession. The Burst Esport car have been leading by more than a lap very often, and yeah, they are in a commanding place right now on lap 101. We've got Chris Gonzalez in second place, and we did have Lapins in third. However, we have now had a pit stop for Lapins, and we'll see if Fabio Liuzzi can actually get anywhere near to him as the BMW just trickles down the pit lane now. We're going to see if that McLaren... Oh, he's gone through already massively, and so Liuzzi has jumped Lapins, and now then the battle is continuing on. That's an early stop for Lapins, by the way. I wasn't expecting him in for another couple of laps, so it's a 5-lap stint for him, and these guys up front have been doing all sorts of crazy things on strategy, trying to jump each other, and this is just another page in the book.
Indeed it is, and it might be due to damage Lapins got earlier on. As you mentioned there, Lapins got some damage early on in that stint. We saw him make a mistake, hit the wall, go in there hard, and as a result of that, well, they may have, you know, tried to settle damage, cut it down, and get into the rhythm with Fabio Liuzzi, you know, just trying to get close to those guys once again. But that is still Musto GD Esports now in third place, trying to chase down Chris Gonzalez, who haven't yet pitted, remember. So the number 33 hasn't yet pitted. They will be coming soon in the Fair Racing team entry, but so far so good for Dutch guys. They might be looking at the second place here.
Yeah, they may well be. We'll see how it plays out for them, and if they can indeed continue on where they're going. It's looking good for them, but Chris Gonzalez, we're expecting him to be pitting in a couple of laps, and we're expecting him to change driver when he does, because he's been in there for quite a while, and as we've mentioned earlier on, he's got no shortage of men to help him out in this race. So yeah, he's been driving in that car quite a while, and it's about time somebody else had a bit of a go, and I think that's what's going to happen. But as you can see at the moment, the sun is starting to rise here at 4 AM, and it's getting a bit lighter now. We can actually see where we're going.
Yeah, you can see it's a bit of blue behind the horizon there. It's no longer pitch black, and for the drivers, we mentioned that when the sun set earlier on, that, you know, it's not the sunset that is the most dangerous point, it is the sunrise, because you're starting to see a glimmer of hope here in the horizon. You're starting to think, oh, we are in the side of the win, you know, we are coming towards the final stretch of the race. Wrong. You still got 10 hours left, and you are now tired, and you are now starting to feel the bags under your eyes, and you're yawning all the time, and you're thinking you're on the home stretch. Wrong. Keep racing, guys. There's still a lot of way to go.
Yeah, just under 10 hours to go now, as you can see, but we're looking on the positive side. There's less than double figures now on the hours column, which is kind of nice. We're getting down to the crunch time now. It's kind of strange, really, that we've done 14 hours already, but we have done, and we've still got battling going on. The closest one is easily this battle between Liuzzi and Lapins. The next closest is Hansen and Cynic over 7th, but Cynic is probably quite demotivated. I think if he was still driving at full pelt, he would probably have caught and passed Hansen by now, but I don't think he'll be driving at his full pelt right now. He's probably not as motivated as he once was to do well in this race.
Yeah, and there could be a sneaky bit of hidden damage in that car as well, the 777. It took quite a beating at the hands of Jan Granqvist earlier on. If you missed what happened earlier in the night and you went to sleep after seeing that wonderful battle between 94 and the 777, and you're wondering now, hang on, isn't Cynic driving for the 777? What happened to those guys who were fighting for the lead? Well, there was, after one of the most amazing battles we have ever seen, there was one of the unluckiest stints we have ever seen, with Jan Gronqvist being hit by everything, including the kitchen sink. And as a result of that, they dropped way back in the order, had to twice crawl back into the pit lane with the limiter on due to missing the rear wing, with the car absolutely shredded to pieces, and they're now sitting in the 8th place overall, 32 seconds behind the 888 of Sebastian Johansson. So that just goes to show you how much time they have dropped, but they have not given in yet. That is a fast. Oh, as they into the wall goes Cynic. Just as we were saying, they have not given in yet. I wonder now. I wonder.
Well, they're still going right now, and you've got to think that Cynic is not in the zone completely as to where he was before. He was really at one with his car when he was driving it earlier on the race. He drove the first 4 hours, don't forget, and I believe that he handed over that car when it was in the lead. I believe he got it into the lead before handing it over. So yeah, he's done very well, but unfortunately he didn't do quite so well through that corner, and he's had a bit of a problem for him there, and a little bit edgy, it's fair to say. But someone who's not getting a little bit edgy at the moment is Ernest Lappins. Now down to 5 seconds between him and Liuzzi. If these cars battle too hard, then they're going to take away from the advantage they're getting on Gonzalez, but Lappins is going to want to make progress here because he's clearly faster.
He is faster, that's true. And he wants to get by Liuzzi as soon as possible to get into that 3rd place. But it is going to still be a battle between those two guys. Let's not forget, they're gonna meet each other on the track if this continues at this rate. And as a result of that, you know, Lappins is just gonna have to, by this time, wait and see, try to nail each and every one of these corners. But Liuzzi, he is no slowpoke either, and that Musto GT esports car, it is not slow either. So, you know, it's one of those things that we are looking forward to in this next 1 hour, couple of hours of time in the near future of this event, as we will be also keeping one eye on the progress of the 777 car and where they can climb. Of course, Liuzzi is in his own fight with the 33, who we are expecting soon enough to the pit lane, and the 33 will be holding on to the 2nd place for now. But for how long, that is a completely different question. So it's about 1 minute between the 33 and the 71 we are expecting. And you know, you can see the gap between the 71 and the 999, the 999 car. It's about 5 seconds, which is nigh unbelievable considering we have done 14 hours of hard racing.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're about to see the Fair Racing team car come in. I know Gonzalez has only just come across the line a few moments ago, or not too long ago, but he is going to be in at the end of the next lap, so it'll be interesting to see what that gap's going to be. I'm presuming it's going to be a little bit shorter because Liuzzi and Lappins have had new tyres on. They were faster before they pitted anyway, so they are definitely going to be much closer than a minute you have to expect. It just depends who's going to get there first. Is it going to be Liuzzi or is it going to be Lappins? Liuzzi seems to be doing well, holding his own here. Didn't really get to see how he was in his first stint because after a bit of a calamity for Di Fuoco and Pucedo in front of him, he was a long way down and we didn't really pay much attention to him because they were just so far behind. We didn't think they were very relevant, but they are very relevant now, and Liuzzi is showing his pace. It seems from his lap times, or at least from what it seems like, he seems to be doing and taking to this race very well.
Jan, I'm watching Lappins behind him in that BMW because once again Lappins is just drifting that thing around the track through the Galgenkopf. He looked about as loose as Bambi on ice. So, you know, he's certainly doing quite alright for himself, but still the gap has gone up to 6.4 seconds. I wonder what's wrong with that BMW, or is it that just the way Ernest Lappins is trying to combat his fatigue, you know, trying to drive a little bit harder, trying to keep himself awake by hitting a curb here, another tear. That's not a very, you know, very recommendable strategy, but it's something that he might be doing, or it just might be some issue with the car or the way it handles at this hour. I would wager towards the latter, you know. And we said some people are having fun as they're driving, but I don't think Lapins wants to have quite that much fun in the middle of a 24-hour event.
Maybe that car really is that loose normally. I can't imagine it in a 24-hour race, because would just be a remarkable feat of car control if these guys were to continue on manhandling that BMW through all these high-speed corners. It's all right, it actually looks like a dream through the medium and low-speed corners. He just turns it in. You just saw there through that left-hander and then the right-hander. He turns it in once, he releases the lock, and he turns it into the next one. No correction whatsoever, just absolutely beautiful. And then he gets into this high-speed corner, a little bit edgy through there, but he's pretty alright. And then this kind of corner here, you see there, one clean movement, and obviously, oh okay, that's not a very good example of it. He's just completely got a massive kick of oversteer there. But you have to say, when you get onto the Nordschleife there, you turn left and you hit kind of a bump there, and it's often that you get a bit of oversteer there, no matter how understeery your car is normally.
Yeah, but it might be easier to combat it when you're expecting it, you know, when you're expecting oversteer anyway, because when you're expecting oversteer, you're not having to turn the wheel so much, so when you hit that bump, you are almost neutral with the steering, and as a result of that, it's not gonna kick out so much on you. So in a sense, when the car is already loose, it can be a little bit more predictable than a car that is too tight. And I always say, you know, a car has a neutral handling when the steering wheel is straight in the middle of a corner, because it's you don't have to turn, it's neutral.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that might be, you know, leaning towards an oversteer slightly when you don't have to turn into the corners.
Yes, just a little bit. I can imagine that's a little bit sketchy. But yeah, it seems to be a similar situation for our man Lapins here. Just 6 seconds behind Lutzi. I'm really interested to see what that gap's going to be when Gonzalez comes out. I'm presuming it's going to be less than a minute, but Lutzi, as I said, he's doing well, and Lapins is chasing him hard. We'll just see if he has another sketchy moment into Adenauer Forest here. He did the other lap and he very nearly crashed really badly, but he looks like he's all fine. And wow, the sun, well, I don't know about the sun coming out, but the light is really quite startling. It's only 4:15 in the morning, but the light is really, well, it's here almost.
Yeah, it is quite mesmerizing of a sight here at the Nürburgring. You can see the sun rising through the trees, and you can just see the horizon getting ever more pink as time goes by, and it is always something that brings, you know, a little bit of extra life into the track, into the race as well, just seeing the sunrise and seeing a bit of light. I think it might be a natural response to us as animals, you know. We respond to light with a bit of, you know, extra awakeness, so to speak. It kind of wakes us up. We see light, we're like, yay, light.
Yeah, that's good for these guys, because they're going to be wanting to stay awake, yeah, so we'll see if they actually do. I'm hoping they do actually stay awake here. 5.5 seconds between Liuzzi and Lapins. And yeah, the gap is closing just a little bit, but it seems to just ebb and flow, really, depending on who has a good corner and when. It seems to be that the BMW just gains it a little bit, and then the McLaren seems especially strong. Well, the 777 especially seems strong through the final sector, but the McLarens in general seem pretty strong through the final sector, where all those corners are, and it gives them a big advantage where they come into the Dottinger Hoe, where they are inevitably fast there as well.
Indeed so. So I wonder how the difference between cars are gonna play into the final results of this race. It's been BMWs and McLarens pretty much at the front, so no wonder not many people went for the Aston Martin, even though it's the best sounding and one of the best looking of these cars. If it's not the fastest, not a lot of drivers will go for it, so they're gonna pick the better choices for the duration of the event. Of course, sometimes we will see, you know, drivers picking up a car just because they really like a car, even though it might not be the fastest on paper. And we see those teams certainly doing quite well when they know the car like the back of their hand.
Yeah, absolutely, because if you know the car, and undoubtedly if you like the car more, then you're more likely to invest time in it and want to drive it. So it's quite important that you do like the car. Even it's not point. Whoa, my goodness me! That was very close to a big moment at Hoarax there, the highest point on the circuit, and it nearly wasn't a very high point there for Liuzzi. That was a big moment and a big slide. Well held as well, you have to say.
Dominik Hasek is watching this race somewhere, if he is, and he's gonna be blushing after seeing a save like that. Or Peter Cech, for those who don't follow ice hockey. He's gonna be blushing, and after seeing a save like that, the reference works either way. But you know, once again, Liuzzi getting very sketchy indeed in the last portion of this track, and he's getting behind that 911 car, the only Porsche still running in this race. And Ferry Stanley, I have to say, he's gonna be out of the way quickly when he sees that McLaren just, you know, flying over these crests and the bends, and the headlights in his mirrors are gonna be pointing every which direction.
Yeah, it's another flashing as well. There he goes, on board with him. And will he send it up the inside? No, he doesn't. So he's going to get caught behind this Porsche. And this is where Porsche really is not the strongest. It's through the corners on the straights. It's not too bad, but through the corners, it has not got the straight line speed of the GT3 cars. And Liuzzi has just lost 2 seconds, or 1 or 2 seconds basically, to Liuzzi, as in second position. Cliff van der Ven has got in for Chris Gonzalez, so we're going to see in a minute. It's already down below a minute here to Liuzzi, so Liuzzi has gained time, and it'll be very interesting to see when that gap stabilises what it actually is.
Yeah, indeed so. Indeed so. Under a minute, and Liuzzi is driving his heart out, currently in 3rd place. Lapins is chasing him down in the 4th place. You can see here, as we look back into Dottinger Straight, the Porsche is gonna get out nice and out of the way, I think, on the main straight of the track. But you can see here, they are in the same pictures. Cars in places 3 and 4, Fabio Liuzzi and Ernest Lapins, the 71 and the 999. And I think they are gonna have an almighty scrap, because neither of those drivers really look the type here, who are just gonna, you know, let the other car by, you know, like, as James May would say, Christian motorists, you know, go ahead, buddy, take that position, go ahead, you can get past me all nicely. No, they are dialed in, they are tired drivers, and they are just racing here for the final podium positions. But Lapin still has the job of catching up to do here before the stint is over, before the race is over. 5.5 seconds the gap currently.
Yeah, he did catch up a little bit when Liuzzi had to negotiate that bit of traffic, but it's not really come down that much ever since. So it's a tantalising prospect at the moment. 55 seconds between Liuzzi and van der Ven at the moment. So yeah, we'll see if that closes as well. It's actually 57 seconds now, so it's just stabilised, and it's dipped under a minute for the first time, and it's dipped, it closed about 5 seconds, sorry, in that pit stop cycle. So Liuzzi has gained a bit of time. Lapins has probably lost some, but that's to be expected, because after all, he did have damage that he had to repair, so he's actually got away with it pretty lightly out of all of this. And if you ever wanted damage, then getting away with it that lightly is probably how you'd want it.
Indeed. So another thing I'm gonna quickly mention is P number 7, because Sebastian Shaw Hansen has been very fast in his own stint. Last time by he did an 8:16.9, and just to put that into perspective, it was the 3rd fastest race lap last time by. So they are in the 888 car, they are once again getting back into a groove, and the gap in front is 1 minute, but that's gonna melt like a snowman in the spring once we come into the later portions of this race, because he's catching right now Mariano Callo in the 104, 8 seconds per lap.
Yeah, he is catching very quickly indeed. Actually, I believe that the 777 just in behind them is DNF'd here, so that could be a big problem for them. Henry Sinnick could be out of the race here, which would be a real shame. I presume that they've just had enough, really. because they've had a terrible time of it. But just to put that Hansen lap time into perspective, it was over about 7.5 seconds quicker than the car in front of them. So if they continue that pace, then they're going to be really, really quickly onto the back of those cars up in front of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does manage that, because he's been looking impressive in the last couple of moments. Not entirely sure where he's found that from, but he has managed it.
Indeed. So that is something we're gonna have to keep an eye on. And just to give you a little bit of a recap at this point in time, it is the car number 94 leading, Burst Esports, being able to recover from those early problems, to recover into the lead of this event after one of the most brilliant fights I have ever seen in sim racing between the driver of Jelnej Simoncic and the 777 Regenderillas Esports and Martin Hemmingsen. So those guys had a wonderful scrap earlier on. One of them is leading one of those teams, the other team has DNF'd their car. They are in the pits and have apparently retired the 777. So, you know, that's how fortunes can differ. In the second place, it is Cliff Van de Ven in the 33 car, and he is currently driving for the Fair Racing team, who have 5 drivers, and they are looking to get their next driver on board as soon as possible. And in third place, as we have mentioned multiple times before, the 71 of Musto GD Esports, Fabio Liuzzi, currently leading the fourth place. 999 Ernest Slapins, who is representing the Abstineo Force Polonia team by 6 seconds. And fifth place, running under top 5, is the 1, 2, 3 entry. So they have been a little bit more quiet. We haven't really mentioned them in the last couple of hours because there has really not been a reason to mention them. They haven't been in close battles, but the Simco Hungarian team, they're doing quite well for themselves, and they're currently having Janos Hegivari behind the wheel of that car. So that's a bit of a recap, and still in the we don't just have the GT3s, the SP9s on track, but we also have the SP7, the lone SP7, still throttling around the circuit, looking for an easy class win. The 911 currently parted by Ferris Stanley in the GT3 Cup Endurance class, and they are still going on, and they still really love that car, so fair play to them. Nobody's, you know, keeping them from competing. In the HM Engineering squad is actually going to look for a rather easy win, it must be said, but they still have to finish the race, remember, so it's still a 24-hour effort, and doesn't matter if you're alone in the class or with 20 others. An effort is an effort. And why did I recap that right now? Because now I think it's a good moment in time even to remember all the drama, all the action, and all the wonderful driving that has taken us to this point in the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can't really get a feel for how this race has gone down without watching the whole thing, really, because it's just been crazy, to be honest. We've had 14.5 hours now, nearly, and yeah, we've had all sorts of incidents and accidents going on. Just trying to look up and down my sheet to my left here to try and figure out how on earth, or what on earth has all gone on here. We've seen so many front runners and leading cars kind of fall away and drop away, but it became clear pretty quickly. Well, after about 6 hours or so, I'll say pretty quickly, but that's quite not very quickly. Casper Henningsen's Buzzed Esports car and the 777 car, which is now retired, they became the two real contenders for this race. They were the two fastest cars, and as you can see, still from the best lap times, they are still the fastest cars that have ever graced this circuit, in this lobby at least. Yeah, they've done it very well, and now Henningsen's the only one of those left. He's currently running away with this lead with a lap lead currently, but we've seen lots of drama so far. We may see a lot more throughout the rest of this race, because we've seen a lot so far. There's no reason to expect why things are going to stay the same for the next 9.5 hours, that's for sure.
No, as the race leader Kasper Henningsen is pitting, that's not drama for them really. They're out of the pit lane right now. That's just scheduled pit stop and gonna bring them on to the next time as well. So gonna bring them more for 1 hour forward. And yeah, that's you know, Kasper Henningsen just cruising at now in a cruise mode, and why not? But well, I say cruise mode. Jesper Pedersen, he could have cruised earlier on, and he was just putting in 808s, 807s, and even took the fastest lap away from the 777. Took the last glimmer of hope away from the 777 with that 805.4. So Pedersen, for me, Jesper Pedersen is so far the driver of the race. It is closely competed between him and the driver of the 777 in that amazing battle that we saw earlier on, because honestly, the defensive work that Martin Henningsen put on, that just beggars belief. But since then, their race went to shambles. Something that's not gonna take you into shambles, however, if you wanna prevent going into shambles, I suggest investing in the products that our wonderful commercial partners are gonna showcase to you for the next few moments. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Willkommen zurück bis Nürburgring 24H. and presented to you by the GTR24H. We are back here on the Nürburgring, still 9.5 hours to go in this race. Well, before the commercial break, we had a little bit of a rundown through the results. Just to give you a refresher, it is the Burst Esports number 94 still in the lead of this race, ahead of the 33 car, who have in all quietness brought themselves up into the second place and have been there for the last couple of hours. So the Fair Racing team has done a fair job and a fair play to them. They are now in a fair position to continue their fair fight towards a fair result. And in the third place, it is the number 71 Musto GT Esports entry being piloted by Fabio Liuzzi at the moment. And yeah, Cliff Van de Ven is driving that 33 car, and he is doing it brilliantly so far. And we just sent Ewan to sleep as well, so he's gonna grab a nice 3 hours or something of rest. And we have a man who is fresh as a daisy after a long and well-deserved full night's rest. Isn't that right, Cam Roger?
Not quite a full, not quite a full night. But yeah, feeling a bit better now. So yeah, good to get some nice rotation going. And yeah, I see that Drillers DNF'd. So that's quite a lot. Happened in terms of the top order. So I'll try and catch myself up with what is going on. So it's a bit of a shame there, because they were looking pretty good. But now this battle for second is hotting up, as well. I mean, even the battle for the podium in general, because those three drivers are covered by just over a minute.
Indeed so, and the 777, they had terrible fate under the command of Jan Grönqvist, who just, was never really able to get into the grips with that car, had a mistake on the first lap, and it all went downhill from there. Having to twice drive yourself with the pit limiter all the way around the ring without a rear wing, well, that's gonna kind of put your race into a terrible situation indeed. And as a result of that, they are out of this race, but we have now some new contenders for those podium positions. And the podium positions are the kind of places where you don't really want to really fall out of. You have something to battle for, each one of these drivers, as we watch Fabio Liuzzi trying to get past Mariano Kallio in that Corvette, who is in the 6th place. So he is lapping another car here, and well, Kallio is not making it easy for him, it must be said. And I can understand Liuzzi's frustration at this point in time, because he is just 8.5 seconds ahead of Ernest Slapins, who has done a good race for himself.
Yeah, Ernest Slapins is doing all right there in 4th. How come they dropped down behind Liuzzi? Do you remember?
Well, the Musto car has been fast, and the 999 has been a little bit slower. They also made some mistakes. And there was, the pit strategy by 999. They brought themselves, well, the 71 and the 999 have been trying to outdo themselves, in terms of pit strategy, but they are now, I do believe, in slightly differing tactics as well, so we'll keep an eye on them towards the end of this event. But yeah, it's been quite an entertaining last couple of hours, not necessarily in terms of battles as much as just trying to avoid mistakes, but fatigue, it's a very real thing in endurance racing, of course, so that's gonna play its own role into what's going on in this race as it goes along. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on right now. As I said, 9.5 hours still remaining. Sun is getting up, and this track is once again basking in the glory of some beautiful light. And it's great to see, Cam, honestly. The sun coming up, people are starting to get brighter, the battles are heating up, and we still don't have any clue what's going on.
It's interesting that the sun's rising. It's obviously got quite an early sunrise in the date of the track in game, which is quite nice, because I always like a nice early sunrise. Starts to wake you up a little bit before you actually are properly awake. But yeah, it's looking good in the sun here, and you can see in the background there, you can see the sky getting a little bit orange. It's looking great here. I think the Studio 397 done a really good job with this track.
It's absolutely brilliant looking. I was just finding myself marveling how it looked at night. I've seen Nürburgring at night in many simulators, Nordschleife, but I'm struggling to think, you know, I don't want to do comparisons, but I think this is one of the better ones I've seen, better efforts. I don't want to say the best, I'm not quite sure, I need to see it more, especially in the natural lighting and as it looks like in the simulation itself. But it is certainly a brilliant model. The only thing it's really missing, in my opinion, but that's missing from every other game as well, every other sim, is the night feeling of the Nordschleife, you know, with the barbecues and the bonfires and the raves and all that around the circuit.
Imagine if they added that outside of the fences. That would be amazing. Out on the Nordschleife, seeing the parties and barbecues, as you say, that would be amazing. But some people would probably complain about the reduction in FPS, though.
Yeah, they would, but then again you can just turn it off, so you know, if it bothers you too much, and then we'll just once again have to invest in some new stream computers, because I can imagine what it does to the computers having to, you know, recreate those bonfires and all of those light effects outside of the fences as well. You know, the simulation is heavy enough as it is as a result of the extremely accurate tire physics that the R-Factor 2 simulation boasts, as well as the extremely accurate car physics in general and the netcode and everything else that goes into making a simulation. And honestly, it is one of those things that beg our belief how realistic these games are these days.
Yeah, and that's pretty where R-Factor 2 is that step above the other simulations in terms of how it handles. Obviously, there's still a fair amount that's open to interpretation and opinion as well. But there's the way that R-Factor 2 feels is just amazing, and it's so great when you get onto tracks like this that are laser scanned as well, so they're as accurate as they can be within a simulation. So it gives you a really good feeling of what the track is doing and how the car is acting, and especially these GC3s, because they're not the quickest in terms of a straight line, but they've got so much sort of grip and downforce in the corners. It's a really good feeling to drive them around the Nürburgring.
Let's talk about laser scanning for a moment, actually, because in fairness we still have lappings almost 10 seconds behind the next car, so we have a bit of time to talk about that. Laser scanning versus conventional modeling. Laser scanning is a fairly recent invention in racing, in the sense that I think iRacing was one of the first ones that had laser scanning in all of its tracks. I know there were some R-Factor 1 tracks with LiDAR data that was utilized on the circuits. But you know, a lot of the sims have since brought laser scanning into the fold, R-Factor 2 among them, and it just adds that extra bit of realism to the simulation, and just, you know, being able to feel the bumps as they are there. Honestly, the difference between a laser scanned and non-laser scanned Nürburgring, it's like night and day.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because the thing about the Nürburgring is you can't really see it. I mean, even just on the broadcast here today, but the elevation changes are massive, and you do feel that obviously when you're driving, but from TV cameras it doesn't really give it quite the exact same feeling. But the elevation changes are incredible. The bumps that you get at certain parts of the track, it's so unique, and there's some parts of the track that are a little bit more smooth or more rough than others, and then sometimes how it feels when you go over some of the graffiti, you might have a little bit of sliding and that sort of stuff, and yeah, you don't really get that feeling if you don't get that the scan of what exactly the elevation change is doing at that that exact coordinate.
Ooh, that's a good segue into one of the corner name trivias I have lined up for us, actually, because the Wippermann section after the carousel of the track, you know, after Hedwigshöhe and before Eschbach, it is means seesaw man, and this section was apparently very bumpy before it was smoothed out, so that's why it's called the Wippermann, because you're like a seesaw man, you're like bumping left to right and front and back, and you know, just being like in a really bumpy roller coaster ride.
Yeah, that part of the track is is probably my favorite. That those few corners all that you mentioned there, that is just amazing, and it's good to see that it's got a cool little name as well, because there are obviously quite a few corners here, so there's quite a few names. They had to get a little bit creative when naming all of them, because obviously you start to run out of ideas, because I believe there's like over 180 for the whole track. But that just makes this track ever more unique.
And you weren't here when I mentioned about Galgenkopf earlier on, the corner that leads to the Dottinger Strait. Galgenkopf, it has one of the more brilliant stories, I think, out of all the corners in Nordschleife. Because you think like Galgenkopf, okay, you don't think too much about it. Well, it means gallows head, and it's the site of a gallows where public executions used to take place back in the Middle Ages. So Kopf obviously means head, and Galgen means gallows, but hills are also often called Kopf. And if you ever want to frighten yourself, wander up there when the ring is closed and take a look over the armco to the left, because, you know, there are some frightening scenes to be seen there as well. And, you know, just the imaginary scenes of those hills, and which resemble skulls. And your imagination can really wander wide, especially with the mythos of the Nordschleife living strong.
Yes, it's quite some track, isn't it? It's got so much history, so much reason behind it. In a weird way, it's crazy to have this behemoth of a track just sitting in the middle of a forest. It's quite amazing. There isn't really anything like it in the world to this level, just how long it is, and there's sort of no reason for it to be this big, but it is, and that makes it even better. And I would say for most drivers who actually properly come and do a race here, it must be on their possibly even top 5 tracks in the whole world.
Absolutely. Not in terms of a racetrack, I think. Like, when you think about pure racing, as in battles, overtaking and such, well, we've seen some amazing battles in this race, okay, but Nürburgring, in that sense, Nordschleife, isn't maybe the most opportune place for it. You have places like, you know, just, okay, I'm gonna commit a cardinal sin by even mentioning these two in the same sentence, but Bahrain is a great track for passing, you know, for overtaking, when you think about only that. If you want to see overtaking, go look at an oval race, for example. You see a lot of overtaking in, say, NASCAR. But in terms of a racetrack, as in a driver's enjoyment, as a pure driving heaven, even if it's nicknamed the Green Hell, der Grüne Hölle, the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, in that sense, it is, you know, just a unique challenge. And as a driving circuit, when we think about behemoth circuits all around the world, 2 names spring to mind. One is the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, obviously, and the other is Circuit de la Sarthe, also known as Le Mans. And they couldn't be more apart from each other in terms of nature, and yet they are 2 legendary names.
Yeah, Le Mans is another weird one, because it's obviously, it's all, or at least most of it now, is still a street track, and then they decided to add some chicanes in and things like that for safety as well, and that's changed quite a lot over the years. And yeah, these are really 2 of the best tracks in the world. But it's interesting that those 2 tracks are quite a bit longer than a normal track. I don't know if that's directly linked to the fact of them being very good, but yeah, it's it just seems to be the way it is, and that's probably quite good actually, because it means for the longer 24-hour races that you can do here, have more space. There's often more cars. I mean, we already mentioned there's something like 120 cars that show up to the Nürburgring 24 hours, and there's I think about 63 cars show up to Le Mans, which is way more than we see on a normal circuit. So it's great to see that more cars can show up there to those events. And yeah, it is weird that that they are so much longer than other tracks, but I guess that just adds to the challenge and adds to their spectacle for being so good.
Oh, there's such an opportunity for a joke about the longer the better, but I'm gonna pass on that one right now. There are some marvelous short tracks as well, you know, short racing circuits that have still made their name in the legends, but longer tracks the longer the track is up to a certain point, the better it works for endurance racing, because you have room to actually race with, you have room for these cars to work with, you have some gaps in the track, and it's not just a traffic jam basically, because if you put 60 cars in the space of half a kilometer or a kilometer, that's gonna be just a traffic jam, it's not gonna work. But you know, you have 20-25 kilometers to stretch your legs, and all of a sudden you got a lot of space and a lot of time to work with and a lot of challenge to work with as well. So that's really something that's gonna be you know, gonna be something that's affecting people's you know, mindset in when it comes to circuits. And of course there is also a lot of, you know, history bonus when we think about the racing circuit, because nobody really thinks about the racing circuit objectively. As you know, how do you gauge which is the best racing track in the world? You can't really, you can make it a poll, but that's subjective. There are no really objective measurements of what makes a good racing circuit. There are objective measurements of what doesn't make a good racing circuit, and that is when it says designed by Herman Tilke. But you know, there are no really ways to rank racing circuits, so it's all a matter of opinions. And that's like, you know, trying to say what is the best progressive rock band that's ever been there, and why is it Kingston Wall?
Yes, very subjective, and there's often plenty of opinions from various people about what is the best or the worst. For instance, one track that's not actually used so much in sim racing is the Lausitz-Ring, also in Germany, funnily enough. I just really like that track, but when I've ever mentioned it to people in other leagues, that, oh yeah, we should do Lausitz-Ring, everyone's like, why do you want to do that? Like, what are you talking about? But then again, that is just the subjectivity. And talking about the Lausitz-Ring, I've never actually seen a race, so I don't know if they still do it, but the Lausitz-Ring has this massive loop coming off the back of it that is used, I would assume, mostly in endurance races. Now, I don't know if it's ever been used, but once again, it's just another track that has this massive long loop extension, and that's obviously used for endurance racing. And it seems to be a bit of a common thing in Germany, maybe, to add these massively long tracks.
Yeah, I mean, also German cars are sometimes called extensions as well. So, you know, it's fair enough that the German tracks are having these big extensions there as well. One of the original German tracks actually being born around the same time as the Nordschleife was the Avus, of course, which was a wholly different circuit. When you know, Nordschleife, one of the first purpose-built racetracks in Europe, and certainly a legendary one. But Avus, it's just basically two pieces of autobahn connected by one huge, and I mean huge, banked corner on one end, and then just this hairpin on the other end. And somehow two of those names come up frequently when discussing racing history. So, you know, it's fascinating how two such different places can exist at the same space and time and achieve their own places in the racing legacy. And it's also incredible to think that if someone went out and tried to build a Nürburgring again, what would it look like? You know, trying to build a Nordschleife, let's say in Cotswolds.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I don't, because this obviously wasn't purpose built really to do what we're doing now with it. As such, like, I don't think that was the absolute intention. Whereas if you try to build a track like this now, I don't think you'd do it, especially with all the modern safety regulations and everything that comes with that. You'd have to, you know, add on so many bits of runoff and all this sort of stuff, whereas this is such an old school track, and somehow they've managed to keep it so it doesn't have all these massive tarmac runoffs, which is what gives it its character. Because I think with the way that you have to design modern tracks, and with it like the super smooth asphalt and things like that, I think it just wouldn't have the same vibe, and I think it would turn out to be a bit of a disappointment, which is why it's so great to have this old school track still going here.
Yeah, and actually they were running town-to-town races back in the 1920s. You know, in the eve of the automobile, of course, when we had the town-to-town, city-to-city incredible races. You know, back in the day, and you know they wanted to build a purpose-built racetrack for that purpose, and that's how basically the Nordschleife project was born. Just you know. Carving out a racetrack in these mountains, so it is actually purpose built to do racing and also be the ultimate test of man and machine, you know, ultimate you know, test track, but also the ultimate racing track as well. And in 1926, during the planning stage, it was described as the largest motor race course in the world, the Nürburgring. Yes, the Nürburgring motor race course in the world. The Nürburgring will have a continuous length of 17.39 miles and will pass over or under all public roads, footpaths, etc., while all streams will be suitably bridged. And so on and so forth. So, you know, it was purpose built for this track, for this purpose of motor racing, and I find it just so fascinating that they, you know, managed to, in an era before planned or, you know, advanced motor circuit design, in an era before they really could, you know, computerize everything and calculate everything, they would carve out this marvelous piece of tarmac in the middle of the Eiffel forests.
Yeah, that is quite something, isn't it? It's just an incredible bit of engineering that went into that, and it's great that it's still here today and that we can do some pretty amazing racing even in the virtual space where we are today. It is it's if you don't have it, you should go check out on rFactor 2 on the if you go onto the store page on Steam. You can then go and click on the items and you can have a little purchase for yourself. It is very, very good. It is DLC, but it is worth every penny. It's such a good track, and if you want to learn the car maybe, or learn the track I should say, it might take you, you know, 5-10 laps, which is quite a long time around here, but it's still definitely worth it if you want to get involved.
Indeed so, and if you want to be really brave, just go out there and race one of these GT3 cars and try to take it in a lap time of 8:05.4 in full race fuel, or under 8 minutes, even better, the 8-minute challenge at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the combined circuit. Try to take it around 8 minutes in qualifying trim. Actually, try to do the Nordschleife only, the Nord Loop, under 8 minutes first if you're a beginner, and then imagine these guys are adding 5 kilometers of Grand Prix layout into it and still doing it under 8 minutes in qualifying trim. And then you maybe, you know, it helps one to get a perspective as to just how incredible these guys are who are racing here today.
And that is probably the one of the coolest parts of this track, really. It's not just a Nordschleife, but it's now that we've got the GP track added on, it gets that real balance between a modern Grand Prix track and also the old school Nordschleife. Sometimes you might, as you're coming down to Tiergarten, you might be thinking, oh god, got to do the loop again before I get back out to the fun part, which is the Nordschleife. But it's such a great addition to have the GP track as well, the full combined layout here we are using. And yeah, it's good to see. It's been giving us a very good race so far, and there's still obviously plenty of time for action to happen. And it's just crazy how after all that time, after how close it's been, that Burst have now got a 1 lap lead, but that's just how good they have been. They've got definitely a pace advantage above all the others, especially from the guys who are in the cars at the moment. Unfortunately, with drillers DNFing, has made their life a little bit easier, but that battle for second and third place is still raging on. But Ernest Lappin's not quite getting close enough to Leosi at the moment.
Indeed so, indeed so. And they have been able to avoid the mistakes, the fatal mistakes so far. They made a couple early on, a couple of drive-thrus and a couple of stop-and-goes actually early on. rather than drive-thrus. So, you know, since then they've been climbing steadily back to the front. They had those amazing battles. They definitely earned their stripes, and now they are in a commanding lead, 1 lap ahead of the 33, ahead of their closest challenger. And Kasper Henningsen is putting the laps in at this point, and I believe they might be at this stage, you know, calculating how many stints do we have to go, how many driver changes do we have. Just let's make sure we don't do anything silly, like, you know, let's say running out of fuel in the middle of the track after you've missed the pit lane entry, because that's a very realistic chance. It can happen to the best of us.
It can happen. It can happen to everyone, especially here. It can bite if you make even a tiny mistake, and that can be the difference between well, winning or being out of the race. What have you seen?
Are you being seduced by our stream chat?
Oh, absolutely.
Seduced, rather. Seduced. Is that even a word? I don't know. It might be. It sounds familiar.
I guess it would be seduced.
Yes, seduced.
It would be the proper grammatical term for that.
It's not my first language. It's not even my second language. Come on.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good.
I speak 5 languages, 2 of which I speak properly, and rest I just mentioned in a job interview to sound good.
Well, that's good. I mean, I can only really speak 1. So
barely.
So, oh, thanks. You're doing pretty good to be conversating in not your first language, but not even your second as well. So that's a good job for you. But yeah, in the stream chat, we're just saying about how little sleep we've all had. I mean, even me, I only really got about 90 minutes. Yeah. And sometimes having that little sleep is actually worse. But I'm doing all good for now. And Nick Newcomb just praising our commentary, which is good. And he's probably going to be jumping in the comm booths at some point in the next few hours too. So we'll be saying hi to him a bit later.
Absolutely, and it's so great to see Nick up and running and being charming and being happy. Being happy, he's really a great fellow, and he's actually a DJ, radio DJ. So you can listen to him at some points in time. But speaking of advertising, speaking of shoutouts, guess what? We have some advertisements for you guys as well that are sure to bring the sun up and bring a smile to your face. And we too will be back after these messages from the sponsors.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, presented by GTR24Hours.org, organized by GTR24Hours.org, and proudly sponsored by Rio Toro, among others. We are happy to have you here watching. Thank you so much. If you have stayed up all through the night, we salute you through race fans. And if you're just getting your morning coffee ready, well, it's 6 a.m. in Finland, why not? Get up early on a Sunday and 5 a.m. at Germany, where this race takes place. And it has so far been a fascinating event, to say the least. We've seen it all that an endurance race has to offer. We've seen drama. We've seen amazing displays of driving skill. We've seen great battles. In fact, one of the greatest battles since Trafalgar. And this has been quite a 24-hour event, and it's not even over yet. We still have 9 hours remaining, so get yourself seated comfortably and have a nice position. And if you are watching this on YouTube or Facebook, don't be alarmed. The stream will be going offline in a moment's time and restarted right away for technical reasons, as we are heading into the third part of this event. And welcome, Cam Roger.
Yeah, he's dropped off a little bit over the last couple of laps, and he was 1.4 seconds quicker last lap, but the general trend was that he was a little bit slower than the Musto car, but we'll have to see how that works itself out. Fabio Liuzzi is in that Musto car at the moment, and Ernest is trying his best to try and catch up, but yeah, it's struggling a little bit at the moment, and they were sitting comfortably on the podium for quite a while. They've now dropped off, and it looks like they're going to struggle to get back on it. However, there's still plenty of time for them to go, as we have now had 15 hours of no 13 hours of the race, sorry, 13 hours of the race we've had, I believe. So
15 hours.
15?
Yeah, 9 hours remaining in a 24-hour event. 24 minus 9.
Yes, nice maths. Yeah, 50 hours of the race. Yeah, so it's, yeah, there's been plenty of time. So that means we're coming up to 2/3 distance as well, actually, in 1 more hour's time. So yeah, plenty of time still for things to be sorted out, as even in the last, still 9 hours to go, and in the last 9 hours, plenty of stuff has happened. So yeah, all still to be played for, and plenty of time for people to still make mistakes, to be honest.
Yeah, there is. But one thing that is not a mistake is watching this event all to the end. And just look at this onboard. There's something about the length of the circuit. I know we talked about the circuit a lot. You can't really talk enough about the Nürburgring, can you? But one thing we haven't really mentioned, well, we mentioned it earlier on during the night, that I believe it was Ewan still here. Even however you pronounce that first name, English names are hard. And, you know, you see the shadows here. The trees casting their shadows over the track. At some points it's already almost day, you can see the lights here, and at some points you just dive in back into the dark forest, and that's gonna play such tricks in your eyes, and it's gonna be an effect that it's another thing, another difficulty factor that these drivers have to consider as they are gliding through. Ernest Lappins here on board with him, coming through Adenauer Forest and into Medgesfeld. And in case someone is wondering what those names mean, well, Adenauer Forest is just that, and Medgesfeld is Medgesfield. So no funny stories there, just named as it is. More typical German naming, so to speak. Functional.
Yeah, there is some interesting corner names, and yeah, I would not have been the one to go around writing down the names of the corners on all the signs, because there's quite a few of them, and yeah, obviously they had to get creative on a couple of ones. This is probably the best one that he's just gone through. Miss Hit Miss, is it called? Very self-explanatory name with how you take the apexes on that corner.
Yeah, although in some of the faster cars it almost seems like the meta is now hit-hit-miss rather than miss-hit-miss. So there are a couple of different approaches to that corner, but yeah, and you know, it's called triple right or the miss-hit-miss. It also has a German name about triple right, but I can't for the life of me remember what is it called, so you know, I'm just gonna say it's a miss-hit-miss. Couple of corners have nicknames as well, you know, the Bravery Bend, which we will be coming on to soon. The Bravery Bend, as the left-hander is often called, and there was a challenge a couple of months ago on Twitter actually. A good challenge regarding 4 words to seduce someone, and my entry for that one was flat out through mutkurve.
Yeah, flat out through Mudkurve is not for the faint-hearted, as even in a high, you know, a pretty high downforce GT3 car, you don't want to be doing that even in the qualifying session. Yeah, you've got some big ones if you want to take it flat out.
I'm sorry, I just had the... we had such a wonderful comment into our ears just now, into our earpieces, from our director who has been awake for about 45 hours at this point in time. Cheers to Peter there. And I'm just gonna relay that one because I think Cam just died a little bit inside. All that means is you're driving a really slow car. Well, I'll have you know that I have in another simulator a Lotus 79 world record around this track, and that is not a slow car. So thank you very much, just needed to correct that. But yes, usually flat out through mutkurve means you're either driving a very high downforce car, of which you're not seeing very many of up here, or you're driving a very slow car. And in this one of my dreams, take an old school, the Porsche of the East, a Skoda 130 RS, through this track, or even a 130L would be quite enough for me. An old school Skoda around the Nordschleife would be absolutely bang on fun. Those are not slow cars, by the way. Skoda won its class in RAC rally, I think, for something ridiculous like 20 years in a row or something crazy like that. But yeah, Mutkurve anyway, one of the more fearsome places, as is Flansgarden, which we are coming through here. Then into Brünchen, left-hander, and into the Bell of SS. And you can just see Lapins still counter-steering, still going opposite lock in some of these places, and it's just beggars believe how that car is still going.
Especially with Ernest behind the wheel, you would have thought he'd crashed by now, but I'm sure he won't mind me saying that as a bit of a joke. But yeah, especially this BMW, it's very bouncy, but it manages to hold the road pretty well, and it is leading the race, so it's not exactly a slow machine either. But it is certainly a bit of a bouncy machine, as he's now coming out onto the Döttinger Höhe again, and let's just see how many laps they've done in the race. The leaders have completed 108 in the cars behind, obviously a lap down, so they are finishing their 107th lap, so plenty of laps being completed here, and it doesn't actually feel like that. Obviously don't do many laps here, but the laps still come around fairly quickly because you don't get any breathing room on the lap, so you just kind of drive, and oh yeah, there's the Döttinger Höhe again. It's pretty amazing how that works itself out. But yeah, Ernest is going pretty well at the moment, and I want to see what his lap time is when he comes across the line here, because this is his first time lap after his pit stop, and the car ahead of him literally did an 8:16.3, and let's see what Ernest can do, because this will let us know if he's actually catching up or not. And he has done just waiting for the time. Oh, he's done a 8:18, so he's going quite a bit slower than he was earlier in the race. So I do wonder if there's a bit more damage in that car, but that's about 7 seconds slower, and he's losing time to Liuzzi.
And they are both losing time to this man who is in the pictures right now. Cliff won the win, gonna give him a shout out in the number 33 Fair Racing Team car, because 8:13.3 at this point in time, when they are 2.5 minutes ahead of their closest rival, they have pulled out the gap without us really noticing in these last couple of laps. And you know, we talked about the gap being 1 minute between Musto GD Esports and the number 33 Fair Racing Team, but all of a sudden the gap has grown. There might be difference in pit strategy, mind you, but still they are doing a very good pace indeed. And Cliff currently driving very well, just 1.5 seconds off the race leading Kasper Henningsen, in fact, in the Burst Esports car. And yes, they are still leading the race, nothing has happened to that 94 car. So the 33, despite the fact that they are pretty safe right now, just gonna keep extending that lead. And honestly, people are always gonna say, like, you know, oh, why are you not taking it safely? You have such a lead, why are you taking the risk? But this is the best approach. Drive at the speed you're comfortable with. In an endurance race, that makes all the difference. If that speed is 8:13.3, 3 seconds faster than the car behind, then, well, drive at that speed. If that speed is 8:20, then drive at that speed. But you don't really want to lose your rhythm in such a long event.
That is, yeah, very true. Unfortunately, in my time of sim racing, there's been a number of races where I've, yeah, struggled a little bit in races, and then because you know, you don't want to let your team down, you don't want to be the slowest out of your team, you start pushing a little bit and you try and get more out of the car, and then you just crash, and then you would be better off driving a couple of seconds slower than just, you know, for the whole of your stint, rather than just crashing the car by trying to go too fast. Especially around here, we've seen plenty of people going off. And talk about people going off, Hansen in the 888 Drillers Academy car, he had 2 spins and got a penalty for cut tracks on his last lap. So that was a very exciting lap, and he has now come into the pit lane. And I think he's changed driver. Yes, Patrick Rusinek is now in the car. So yeah, Hansen obviously wasn't feeling it on that last lap and decided to do a driver swap.
Yeah, and that's in the list of unfortunate racing driver names in other languages, because Patrick Rusinak, well, Rusina in Finnish without the K means a racing, and it's also used to describe a car that is pretty much wrecked. So, you know, that's an unfortunate name, but he knows that now. I think he didn't know that before, because that's something that's very unlikely to come up, considering this language being spoken by about 5 million people worldwide. But yeah, that's another deep bit for him. Patrick Rusinak back on track and trying to catch up to Mariano Carlo, but that's not something one should be really worried about just yet, because they are 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind the 104. Currently sitting in the 7th place is the 888 entry, just ahead of the ProSim car, who also earlier on had a drive-through penalty just half an hour ago. So something to mention there as well, since I don't think we mentioned it at the time. Lapins has now fallen 25 seconds back off.
Yes, he just went off at an
I'm trying to fetch a replay of that.
Yeah, he went off at Adenauer Force, had a little bit of a spinner route as he tried to join back as well. So yeah, quite a few seconds lost there. So yeah, if you get a replay, that would be good, because that was a nice little spin there for Ernest.
Yeah, it might take a while. If anyone is familiar with R-Factor 2 and how it works, you will know exactly why it will take a while, since we are about, you know, what, close to 16 hours, 15 hours, close to 16 hours into the race. So
I don't think he's just almost crashed again. I don't know if this is him getting tired, but he's started to make some mistakes. I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a driver swap in that machine in the near future. Certainly making some mistakes, and I believe he's supposed to be in that car for another 2 hours as well, from what his team are telling me. Yeah, if he drives the way that he just drove in the last few kilometers for the next 2 hours, he's going to crash a few more times. So hopefully he keeps it nice and calm.
Yep,
and doesn't do anything. I'll go ahead.
Well, here he is coming into the Adenauer Force section through Foxhole, turning left, all goes nice here, just lost it over the curb, and then hit the wall, slammed the wall on the left hand side, and after that cut into the grass and spinning around for the good measure. And yeah, that's gonna explain the second spin. He has damage, definitely.
Yeah, spinning is not really ideal, especially when you're fighting for the podium of the Nürburgring 24 hours, and they have been losing a bit of time to Liuzzi as we've previously mentioned. So yeah, this is just going to add to their woes, and they'll be dropping off that podium or a little bit further away from that podium. And that's some good news actually for Musto GT Esports, because the middle part of the race they really struggled with. I think they were just sitting there in a 4th position, I believe, pretty much the whole time, and they weren't really able to challenge. And then they've since been overtaken by Fair Racing Team as well, so it wasn't looking too good for them, but they might still end up with a podium if they keep on going at the way they are at the moment.
Yeah, and I do believe Lapins has significant damage in that car as well. I'm watching on board of him right now, and on a straight line the car is grabbing a little bit to the left, to the right, excuse me. He has to steer left on a straight line. Well, not many straight lines on that section, so can't say for sure, but we'll know once he comes to Dottinger section. But I think he's a little bit, having trouble more so than usual. Yep, he's definitely steering left on the straight section, so that's not gonna help his cause, especially as we mentioned earlier, that 999 car BMW was already quite loose before the damage, and now it's even more so.
It's not a loose car is really not what you want, and for those not informed with that, loose basically means that the rear is kind of all over the place, as we were watching Ernest do just that, and that's not comfortable for a driver. Often if it's tuned with the setup, it can be a little bit quicker, but when it's uncontrolled due to damage or other means, maybe your tires are going off, then you just start to lose so much time. Unless you turn into a corner, the rear end doesn't want to follow, and that is getting to a very dangerous time. You don't want to be doing that if possible, so hopefully he can fix that damage. Or is he coming off? Ooh, he's come off the road there again. He's been off the road about 4 times on this lap so far. I do wonder if he's going to pit for some damage repairs.
Oh yeah, it's looking absolutely terrifying. He's doing 260 k's an hour, remember, down the back straight, and he's gotta keep going. The absolute madman, Ernest Lapins, and just that car is an absolute potato. And there is a joke in there, but I'm not gonna say it. But anyway, oh, he's in the pits. He had a DNF.
I do wonder if that is a manual. It almost looked like a disconnect, but I do wonder if that is a manual reset. Hopefully they know that if they do rejoin the race, they should get a new car. But obviously then they'll lose a lap or 2, which is not ideal, but then at least you are back into the race and you're still in the fight. But I do wonder if that is going to be race over for that AFP team, although that is quite a shame, as we're now into the 15th hour.
And that means that the battle for podium has changed once again, because it is the 1-2-3 of Janos Hegubari in that all-Hungarian effort that is only some 380 seconds behind. So that means about 6.5 minutes behind Ernest Lapins so far, and they are about 7 minutes off the podium place, so it's still doable, I think. But all joking aside, that battle for P2 is still gonna keep going. 33 and 71. Musto GT Esports, now that they got rid of the challenge from the 999, they're gonna focus on ahead. 1 minute 15 seconds between Pim Van Ark, who we are gonna watch right now, and Fabio Liuzzi, and that's something that's really gonna be heating on towards the end of this event.
Especially as the last couple of laps the Musto car has been quicker, but they still have a little while to catch up. So we saw the burst car, they managed to make up a gap of 75 seconds, and what is Liuzzi's gap at the moment? 75 seconds. So we know it is definitely possible, but he is not quicker at a massive rate of knots, but he's still quicker, so he will slowly be catching Pim Van Ark in that Fair Racing Team car, if he can keep it on the road, unlike Ernest Lapins, unfortunately. And I'm just going to try and get confirmation if Ernest is actually going to try and rejoin, or if that is it, but they haven't replied to me just yet. we'll see what is happening with them. But yeah, the Musto kart's still looking good for a podium and potentially even a second place finish.
Yeah, and something I was wondering, you said 171 laps is the expected race distance at the moment, and we're right now at what, 110 or so? So that's about 60 laps to go, 60-ish laps to go. The gap is 76 seconds. That's gonna mean with quick maths, that's a little bit over 1.1 seconds per lap, 1.2 seconds per lap. That Fabio Liuzzi and the Musto GD Esports need to be faster than the 33 Fair Racing team in order to be with them near the end. So that is what it essentially means. And that just goes to show you that even if the gap is over 1 minute, which is huge by normal standards, in an endurance race, it just means a little bit over 1 second a lap.
Yeah, 1 second lap is easier said than done, though, even around the Nordschleife. It's difficult to be very consistent and put in the fast laps, as we have Ernest Lappens rejoin the race. He'll be getting back out there, but as he is exiting the pit lane now, actually, so he's managed to get back out. Hopefully he's got a nice new car there, but if I'm not mistaken, you have to basically do a lap to restart your timer. So you lose so he's probably lost a little bit of time, but now he has to do a further lap to basically start from where he was. So it'll be a little while before he's actually counting again on the leaderboard, but at least he is back out, and he might, if he's not, if he's got a bit of a luck about him, he might be able to keep 4th, but I'm not sure. We'll keep you up to date with how that one works out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the timing now, and the timing seems to actually pull a gap to Janos Heguvari behind. I'm not sure if it's gonna count the lap, but it's gonna actually... oh yeah, because he was... Remember, he retired or DNF'd right at the start of the lap, so he is already out there and driving.
Yeah, generally it doesn't count this lap, at least from my experience. So that is actually a good thing that when he... disconnected from the race, it was after the start finish line, because then that counts another lap to his total, which is possibly why he did it the way he did.
Clever.
But yeah, generally you basically have to do a full lap to get to the start finish line again, to then restart your lap counter, so you lose another lap effectively. Although again, that is from the experience I've had. I don't know if that's changed, because I haven't had that situation with my driving for quite a while, fortunately. But yeah, we'll see what that does with the lap count, and if he's actually lucky, hasn't lost too much time. But if he's not, then he's going to be a lap down.
Yeah, he has lost, according to current schematics, he's lost about 4 minutes to Fabio Liuzzi. So that's not too bad, and meanwhile we're gonna have a driver change in the leading 94 car, Burst Esports. It is now David Mrocek behind the wheel of that car, and he's gonna get back out there and get a drive going, and what a wonderful feeling it must be. Sun is up, it's a beautiful morning here at the Eiffel Mountains in Germany, and you are driving the race leading car, hopping it over the curbs in happiness, I'm sure. And David Mrocek, I'm sure he's gonna enjoy this one. They have 8.5 hours still to go in this race, but so far so good for Burst, and so far they've been doing a brilliant race, and they are inching ever closer to that €1,000 prize.
And it seems like such a long way away still, despite them being 1 lap in the lead, because you can't make any mistakes even from that position. 1 lap is still it's enough to be comfortable, but it's not enough to be like, yeah, we've definitely won this. They do still need to go and keep pushing.
Oh, Patrick Rushinok has just had something big happen to him, I think. I'm just gonna see if I can find a replay of that one.
Yeah, it says for me he's had an off. Ooh, he went off at Arenberg quite heavily, actually.
Yeah, I'm on it. Not yet,
So hopefully,
but,
you should. Hopefully, you can get a replay of that. That's quite a big impact. So that car has been off so many times. Their mechanics in the virtual pit lane have had quite a lot of damage repairs to do during this race so far.
And I wonder when they'll finally get to sleep, you know, after the event. They're gonna parse that car back together, the virtual poor mechanics, and, you know, after everyone else is basically done racing, and can't be a healthy experience that, but, you know, all of these teams, remember, they are still gonna drive on. They're still gonna battle on, because just finishing a 24-hour event, it's an achievement in and as itself. It's not about winning. Well, of course, it's always about the winning, but, you know, it's also about just doing the best thing, best you can, and just finishing a race in and as itself. It's an achievement of its own. Yeah, so here we see Patrick Rusinak coming into the Swedenkrauts corner, and we're gonna go on board with this, and he's losing the car, and you can see here, you know, just going all the way into the wall at Arnberg. And actually, when we pan this around, I believe there was another car off in that corner as well somewhere. There is a Rusinak. And you can see here, well, you'd rather versing there might have been another car off earlier on. And, you know, just cars passing by the scene. And oh, yeah, that was a good catch, good call. That Henry Sinek, can't be Henry Sinek, but that's one of the BMWs off as well.
And Slappins.
Ernest Slappins, yeah.
I believe.
On his outlap. And we get it back to speed once again, and here we see just going a little bit too wide at the exit of Arnberg, and he's gonna be off. So that's 2 in 1. That's a 2 in 1 special.
Yeah, 2 spins. There's a name that some people give this, like a courtesy spin or something like that.
Yeah.
When you see someone off yourself, so then you go for a little spin just to, you know, make them not feel quite as bad.
Yeah, and there is a track-day tradition, at least here, when somebody has spun off, the next guy who will spot it will try to, you know, drift, slide past the spot, just to show off that I can keep my car under control. And of course, there's some hilarious situations that have unearthed themselves from those ones, when somebody, usually in a German car from the 80s or the 90s, starts with a B and ends with a W, you know, try to drift their car as somebody has spun off and end up spinning it themselves as well. And here he goes again, Rusinak, and this time he goes hard into the wall, and that is a write-off, I'm sure. That suspension can't be good. So we saw in the pictures, thank heavens we don't need to go to the replay of that one, but he's gonna have to battle just to get this car back in the pit lane, Eidweger. Although that is looking suspiciously good so far. But yeah, he's have to definitely fight it.
Yeah, this car's had quite a lot of issues. I do wonder if they're gonna get to the end of the race, but yeah, I'm not sure. This car's been off so many times. Hopefully they do continue though, and maybe put someone else in that car. But yeah, both Hansen and Rusinak, who have been in that car most recently, have had many issues.
Yeah, the 888 not going well since that earlier incident we saw earlier on at the race when they collided with, I believe, the 24 Guard Racing. Yeah, it was the Guard Racing car, and since then they well, they got damaged, and their race was really, you know, thrown out of order of that one, because they were sitting in the 6th place at one point, doing quite well for themselves, but now they're fighting just to get back into the pit lane. Although I must say, it doesn't look to be grabbing too badly. He has to steer a little bit to the right, but I was expecting something far worse when I saw that impact, because it was straight to the side or the front corner of the car, which is usually the worst angle to hit the wall in.
Yeah, you don't want to be damaging the front of the car, because when you have to drive with steering damage, it is very annoying. Steering, you know, sometimes even about 40 30 or 40 degrees to the right or the left down the straight, it gets very difficult. And then when you get to a corner, you actually are turning right in a left-hand corner sometimes and things like that, which is not ideal. But he's continuing, so he obviously thinks that it's not bad enough to go back into the pit lane, but they have been in quite a lot in the last 30 minutes. I think they've been in 3 times.
Indeed, they have. Something else that's gonna be continuing is this race, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring by GTR24.org is gonna continue right after these messages from our brilliant sponsors. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours here by GTR24, and we are quite a way into the race now, and I believe Ossian wants to take you through the order for today's race so far.
Indeed, it is the number 94 who has been leading for most of the night now after that amazing battle we watched early on with the 777. They have since taken command of the race, and Burst Esports, well, they've been quite amazing so far. David Mrocek now driving that car, and they are holding a lap lead over the Fair Racing team driven by Pim Van Ark, number 33. They are sitting in the second place with 1 minute and 20 second advantage over the third place Musto GD Esports entry driven by Fabio Liuzzi. the number 71. So that is quite a wonderful top 3 so far. There are no close battles at this moment in time on track. Although I just said that Patrick Lusinak, after his unfortunate situations earlier on, we saw him going to the wall. Well, he's back and he's 20 seconds behind Ernest Slappins, who in turn had the disconnection. And we must also give a shout out to the 911 Felix Stanley, who is still out there on the track. They have been the lone SP7 class car, the GT3 Cup Endurance car, for last 12 hours or so, and despite that they're still trucking on, they want that class win. And I must say they have really been, you know, a spotlight of the race, HM Engineering. They haven't received much screen time due to the lack of battles, but they are still fighting on, and that's the spirit of endurance racing.
Yeah, gotta keep going, gotta keep pushing, and yeah, sometimes unfortunately you get to a situation where you are pretty much on your own, either just on the track or in this case in the standings as well. But they're still going. They do have their own of prizes to be won for the SP7s, and they will obviously want to, or well, need to get to a classification rate to be awarded, because then they would technically be classed as winning. But hopefully they do stay for the whole race and not just the classification rate. So yeah, it'd be good to see them getting towards the finish. But obviously for them it's a little bit lonely, as that car is in the region of about 20-ish seconds a lap slower than the fully fledged GT3s. It's just a shame that the Drive Games seat entry crashed quite a few laps ago, 71 laps ago now. So yeah, that's like 10 stints ago now, so quite a while.
Quite a while indeed for those guys. We can just see on board of Felix Stanley here, actually, in that 911 car, appropriate number really for Porsche. And you can see how round the steering wheel is. And something I miss about modern GT cars and modern race cars: round steering wheels. What happened?
Buttons. I would guess, because even in
blame Jensen.
What are they called? V8 supercars. They're starting to go away from these round wheels as well. They're starting to go for a more GT, like a modern GT kind of Formula style rim, such as the way of the I guess the culture and everything that the drivers are used to. When you see a round steering wheel, you think, oh yeah, that's a street car. You don't think that it's necessarily a race car. But yeah, that is something. I mean, I quite like the round steering wheels as well. I'm with you on that one. I agree. It is very good to see that, and yeah, hopefully some other cars come out with that in the future. But I do think that it's just the natural trend now is to have these Formula style rims.
Yeah, and the GT car style rims as well, with the D shape, you know, the 90-degree turned D shape with the flat bottom, and then you just have a curvy upper bit, which is kind of like my body figure really. So you know, you see the buttons on the wheel of the Porsche car as well. You know, quite a fair bit of buttons. But yeah, I understand it, because it's easier to, you know, press a button when you have less of the rim in the way. So I can totally understand that, and it's a weight saving thing, I suppose, as well as a wheel diameter thing, because the wheel diameter, you know, the wheel size is gonna affect how you drive the car. If you've ever been trying to drive a street car with a Formula rim, you know why that is, because that is just a terrible experience. Whereas with a Formula car, where you don't need to do so much, you know, steering motion, you do quicker motions, smaller motions, more precise motions. It just absolutely makes sense. One of the crazier steering wheels I've seen is the steering wheel of the 2000 McLaren Formula 1 car, which was kind of like in a spaceship. It was like, you know, someone glued, you know, two wedges together, in a sense. It was just so angular and so bizarre and so small looking as well.
I think it's also because nowadays you don't need to take your hands off the wheel. You only need to keep them in that one position at 9 and 3 on the wheel. So that's obviously where Formula Room comes into its own, because you don't let go of it. Whereas obviously in a street car you generally need to do the policeman shuffle and things like that, where you need the whole circular nature of the wheel. But yeah, once you get to a fully fledged race car, you're not doing any of that. You're just trying to crank in as much steering angle as you can in the corners as quickly as you can. I guess is probably another reason for that, as well as you say, the buttons is just easier if you don't have a big arch in the way for your thumbs to press all the buttons.
That is indeed so. Watching now Fabio Liuzzi finding his way around the rising morning of the Nürburgring Nordschleife at the GTR24H Nordschleife Nürburgring 24H race is still going on and going on strong. We have 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this race. Fabio Liuzzi right now 81 seconds behind Pim Van Ark in the third place. Last time around the 33 was actually 1.5 seconds faster, or 1.3 seconds faster. So far the Musto GD charge that we were kind of anticipating is not happening, at least not yet.
Yeah, the pace is very close between those two. Very close. It's fluctuating between who is quicker and who is slower. And it's interesting that they've dropped so far off the pace. They're now like 7 seconds a lap slower than the likes of David Mocek and his burst teammates. So yeah, really not ideal for them in terms of the raw pace, but they only have to worry about the battle between themselves, because I think it has to be said that the race win in terms of pure pace is probably gone for those drivers. But guess who is having a really good day? Patrick Rusnak. We have mentioned him quite a few times, and yeah, he just got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well, so just to make his life even better.
How much can one man take? We were wondering that about Jan Granqvist earlier on. How much can one man take? Well, Rosinek is not having fun out there so far either. You know, taking a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. He's gonna come back into the fold soon enough. And you know, Ernest Lappins, meanwhile, we were mentioning him earlier on. You know, he was just driving, having his merry time after that bit of a disconnection, having a fair bit of damage, dropping them from that fight. For the third place. Well, he is back, and his last lap was 8:10.5.
Rusnak went off coming into Arenberg, but he luckily managed to get it back on the track. But yeah, he's really making quite a few mistakes now. Yeah, sorry to butt in there, but yeah, he's really starting to make a few mistakes now, and I do think they possibly need to put as he's just gone off again, I do think they maybe need to swap out the driver there to make sure they try and get to the end of this 24 hours.
Well, I'm not sure if I should be feeling cruel and put Patrick Rusinak in the picture so everyone can see what we are talking about. That's not really cruel. That's just being informative and actually doing our jobs for once, you know. But or if I should be putting the cameras on Ernest Lappins, because as I said, 8:10.5 last time around. Ernest's in that position 3 minutes behind the car in front is now putting an absolute clinic of Nordschleife driving. And I must ask from our Latvian, who was driving so brilliantly earlier on, where was this pace all throughout the night when they needed it? Now they have it after all those calamities and all that bad luck. I think he's just, you know, have all the nervousness gone away, and he's like, you know, we have nothing to gain really, let's just go for it and see what happens.
Yeah, they unfortunately, as I predicted, did lose that extra lap because of the whole rejoining sequence as well. So they've got a big fight on their hands if they want to get back to that podium. But yeah, hopefully they can get a bit further up. And you're right, that is the second fastest lap or the second fastest car out on the track. Obviously, the burst car being the fastest. But if he can do, or if this car can do this pace towards, like for the whole of the rest of the race, it might bring them towards some cars ahead of them Though that will it's only goes for a big spin.
Oh!
Just as we were praising him.
It went so
yeah.
it was so good for so long, then it turned so bad so quickly. Wow. So that's Ernest Lappin's in the wall, a spearhead in the wall, absolutely, and you know, got a feel for the guy, but also he was fighting on, and I think what he was chasing is their fastest lap of the race, because the track temps will be rising at this point. The track's gonna get warmer, there's still a lot of rubber in the track, it's gonna get a little bit slower from here on out as well. I think what Mr. Lappins wanted was sub 8:10 race lap, because their fastest one so far 8:10.145. Last time around they did a 8:10.527. So if I can read a racing driver's mind, and if I would have been him, I would have absolutely wanted that 8:09.
I would, yeah, to us, I probably think that is what he was doing as well, because in the warm up to the race in the practice, I don't think he ever got under the 8-minute 10s. From what he was telling me, he said like 8:10s, 8:11s is his race pace. So so yeah, he was probably getting a little bit carried away, thinking, oh yeah, I've got that extra half a second or those extra few tenths, but if you then go and crash, it's all worth nothing.
That is indeed so very true. Rusinak now 1 minute 40 seconds behind them, 100 seconds behind. Obviously, Rusinak hasn't exactly had the best of races here either. So those two guys are having a little bit of a fight of their own, and the pro sim at this rate might be catching up from 2 laps behind. Well, maybe not, as Lappins is indeed gonna make his way into the pit lane. But you can't you can't really fault a man for trying.
You cannot fault them, that is for sure, and especially as they're keeping on going. We got Ernest here coming to fix some more damage. He's just sent me a message as he stopped, saying that they got 10 kilometers an hour reduction in top speed because of their damage, and as far as I'm aware, that doesn't get fixed unless you do a full damage repair with a driver swap as well, but I do believe he's going to be in that car for at least another stint, because from what I can see of their schedule, it's going to be, I think, James Zuber getting in there at 6 British time, which is another hour and a half.
Yeah, so send him a message back and tell him, put 3 laps of fuel in and fresh set of tires, and go back out there and get that 8:10.
Well,
you know, out lap, fast lap, in lap.
Yeah, that is probably what he's going to be doing, but he's going back out there, he's repaired the damage. Yeah, it does sound a tiny bit, actually no, they've changed driver. Klaxai got in the car. David Klaxai has got into that car. Ernest has got out of that car, so they've changed their strategy once again. But obviously, when a situation like that arises, you generally do have to get that driver out of the car, get someone else new, and then see what you can do, see what David can do, and maybe he can guess a little bit on the pace, but they're quite a way down.
Yeah, they are there. In fact, only 28 seconds ahead of Patrick Rusinak at the moment, who has all of a sudden found himself potentially challenging for that 6th place. So, oh, how the turntables turn. 999 and 888 now in a battle for the 6th place. So, they are now 6th and 7th behind each other on a track at the moment. Still a bit of waste for Mr. Rusinak to try and catch up to him, but well, we might see what happens later on in this event. Update for the P2 battle. Pim1 Arc is still continuing his brilliant pace. He is in 8:13, lapping 1.5 seconds faster than Fabio Liuzzi. That gap now up to 83 seconds, and I'm sure that'll make the Dutch guys happy. Meanwhile, David Mrozek just casually putting in 809s, because why not? You only got a 1 lap lead.
And I think that, you know, I think that's just their pace. The fastest lap of that car is an 8:05, remember? So he's technically 4 seconds off the pace. He's cruising. At least for them. At least for their car and their pace.
It's amazing. It's just amazing to watch these guys. In fact, you know, let's go and enjoy. Let's watch David Mrozek. He's just coming to the Nordschleife.
He certainly is, and if you go on board with him, you'll see the. I do hope he doesn't crash or do anything stupid now we got on board with him, but yeah, you'll see the way that he's going to be taking these corners and trying to get as close to some of these curbs as possible, but hopefully not clouting them, as we see people like Patrick Rusnik. He seemed to think using the curbs here was a good idea. As you see, David is, well, for instance, there are a couple of corners where you need to do it, but most of the curbs here, especially on the latter part of the track, through the faster corners, you don't want to touch, and you can see that David is getting as close to those curbs, but without touching them.
Indeed, so we mentioned that earlier on, and we're gonna keep talking on about it until the end of time, I feel, at the Nordschleife, about those treacherous curbs. But there really are no curbs like that in anywhere in the world, you know, that are quite so steep, and it's I think a remnant from the past, from old-time circuit design, when curbs weren't meant to be run over. They were just meant to, you know, give the boundaries of the track and give the drivers something to cushion them a little bit before they go onto the grass or the sand or the gravel or whatever happened to be at the edge of the circuit. So in the mid-90s, in the 80s and mid-90s, you saw these high curbs in a lot of the Formula 1 circuits even. I remember they had different curbs all over the world, all over the tracks, and since then they've gone with the flat curb design or with the sausage curbs that are not in any way, shape or form designed to send a little Formula cars flying through the air or something, because that seems to be their primary purpose really. If you've seen some Formula 3, Formula 2 crashes or Formula 4 crashes even, you know, those cars just poor defenseless drivers flying through the air, hurling through them, doing backflips and all sort of Tony Hawk stuff, you know, over those sausage curves. But yeah, they are also apparently meant to discourage the drivers from taking liberties with the track limits, with the tarmac runoff being so adamant. And then we should get into another discussion as well about tarmac runoffs. But that's a discussion I feel not appropriate for this moment in time, as you had a heavy side just now.
Yeah, guess which car's gone off and has now DNF'd. The number 888 Driller's entry. Who's in that car? Still Patrick Rusnik is in that car. He went off at
I'm gonna try to find it.
At Metzgersfeld. Is that part of the track? I believe that he went off at, and yeah, not the place that you want to go off. Massively fast left-hander, and he went through the kink too quickly, went off, smashed into the barrier, and they have now DNF'd. So it's a shame that over the night we've racked up quite a few DNFs, but that is what the green hell does to you.
Indeed, so we had 21 teams starting through the race, and now we have, what, 9 teams left running. And that just goes to show you, you know, you had 1 hour per team, pretty much, DNFing so far. And doing quick maths, we had 21 teams starting, and we have 8 left running, and uh-oh. You know, if it's an hour per team and it's a 24-hour race, we're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, I do hope the drivers realise that getting to the finish is what you really want to do, as we're coming to the end of another hour. This is the 16th hour, which means in a few minutes time we'll be 2/3 of the way through the race. And it's actually quite amazing how the hours start to just to roll on once you get into it. It just seems like not so long ago we were saying, oh, we're only 8 hours into the race, and now we've had another 8 hours. It's yeah, pretty crazy how those hours can roll by. I do hope that some of these drivers are trying to get to the finish, even if they are having a few issues, because that is really what it's all about.
Yep, well, I gotta give it to Patrick Lusinak in the 888 car. He may have gone off at Metzgersfeld, but he did it in absolute style. Here it comes. Just look at him. He absolutely sent it into the corner, and then just going loose already on the entry and back first into the wall, once again into the wall, and then hitting that wall hard with the nose first, once more for the back for good measure. And that's all she wrote for the 888 car. Unfortunately so, but well, at least he fell with his boots on. I'm not sure if that's a proverb. In Finland we say, at least he fell with his wellies on.
Wellies. Yes, yeah, wellies is a thing in the English language. If you know what they are hilarious, but do keep your feet a bit dry. But yeah, Rusinek, what was that whole car really has had a number of issues during the race. So you can see why they have left the race. As Ernest Lappins goes for, not Ernest Lappins, David Klaxey goes for a spin as they come through. I think this is the mini carousel part of the track that they are at, and
Yep, it is.
yeah, it just bumps the wall a little bit. There shouldn't be too much damage from that. And yeah, he just lost the rear coming out of the concrete carousel section, and he now has the Porsche Cup of who is in the car. I think it's Ferris Stanley is still in that car for HM Engineering.
How long?
Pull away down the straight.
How long has Ferris Stanley been in that car?
A long time.
He's been a very long time. I'm sure he's gonna come up to the 4-hour limit at this point. And if the race control is still watching, they always are watching the race. Of course they are watching. So surely they have not told him to get off the car just yet. That, or I have just read them out. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, that guy has been there for a long while. I'm gonna DNF them.
Yeah, I think the main reason why they asked Ernest, or well, told Ernest to get out of the car was because not only did he go above the 4-hour limit and do a 5th stint, but he then got back in the car again to do a 6th. So I think that's when race control were like, oi mate, you need to get out of the car now.
Yeah, you know, come on, your turn is over. One more lap, come on. Come on, mom, it's only 3 more laps. Okay, fine, you can race it at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, so we've now got 7 cars going with Rusinek's DNF, I believe. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that had quite a few DNFs, but that is the green hell for you. And there's still places up for grabs, although the places have spread out just a little bit for the time being. But we have seen this yo-yo or what's the word, concertina effect, where the drivers generally spread out, and then over the course of the next couple of hours they always close back in. So I don't think anything is over just yet. But to talk about the race leader, David Mocek, he is absolutely flying, just at a 808.8, so all the 8s for him, as yeah, he's doing some very good laps indeed, and he's actually coming up towards the back of the the David Klaxey car as well, so to put another lap on them. But he's looking pretty good in that burst car, and I do think that if they are able to continue this, there will be some very worthy winners, but they still have a third of the race left to go to not make any mistakes.
Indeed, and as we still have 1/3 of the race remaining, 8 hours to go. Let's not forget those who make broadcasting such a race possible, and indeed make having such a race possible in the first place. And let's enjoy their messages with a clear heart.
We just said don't make any mistakes, David, but he almost did that. So yeah, as we'll take a commercial break, hopefully David will have a breather as well.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the final 8 hours, the final third of the GTR24 hours, the Nürburgring 24-hour event. And what a race we've had so far. It's been a race of attrition, that's for sure. But we still have 6 teams in the top class and 1 lonely Porsche trudging on, trying to conquer the green hell for the 24 hours, the greatest challenge of man and machine on planet Earth. And I believe in our, in our solar system as well, because I'm not aware of any racetracks in Venus, although that would be quite funny actually, have a racetrack in Venus, and that would certainly be a test of man and machine, albeit not a very long one. Either way, we are from the Roman gods of love to all the way back to Germany and back to the lands Germans once conquered. We are in Nürburgring in the Eiffel Mountains, and we are racing still. David Morlocek and that 94 Burst esports car has been in the lead for quite some time. They are still in the lead, followed by the Fair Racing Team number 33, driven by PM1 Arc, and in the third place it is the Musto GD Esports, driven by Tiziano Brioni in the third place, just over 2 minutes, well, just under 3 minutes behind P number 2, and haven't so far been able to quite muster the pace, or muster the pace I should say, to catch up to P number 2, although there is still a pit stop, I do believe, between those guys. So all those drivers still remaining. Patrick Rusinak unofficially, or well, rather officially, our latest casualty of this event, sadly so, but still 6 teams in the top class and that lone 911 left running. And Cam, that means that we are heading into the morning shift of the event and gonna settle these final positions. But with the amounts, with the gaps, there is not a single gap that's under 2 minutes. But despite that, we've seen the amount of mistakes these drivers can make when they're fatigued, and when the track gets all the more demanding as the race goes on, in their minds at least. Nothing is still settled.
Yeah, it's funny that you say morning shift when you haven't been to sleep yet, and it's currently 6 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, it certainly is that part of the day. The sun is rising. I mean, even here outside my house here is starting to get nice and light as well, so it is certainly getting to that part, and this is the part where you want to be out on the track, just so nice and quiet, nice and well, quite apart from the sound of your roaring engine coming through the forest. But yeah, it's that part of the day where it's so pleasant and calm, and David Mocek is certainly working his way nicely around the track, although on the final corner of the GP track, just before we went to the commercial break, he was, well, all over the place, and luckily didn't bin it, but if he did, that would have been a very silly mistake, because they're leading by such a calm margin. But yeah, it's getting there. It's getting through the race. We're now into the final third, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of action still to come, because it just seems that when you think, oh yeah, the race is getting a little bit quiet, someone else seems to go for a spin or make some sort of mistake.
Indeed, and if all else fails, we still have this wonderful venue to talk about, because the Nürburgring, the mythos of this track. We've been talking you through the history all throughout the night in the more quiet parts of the race, and I feel like we're gonna have to keep talking about that soon enough. But at first, let's give David Mrocek and the entire Burst esports team what they are due, because they've been wonderful so far in the later portions of this race. Just brilliant driving, despite David making that earlier mistake. But I must say, imagine being David Mrocek and explaining to your teammates just why did you cause terminal damage to the car with a 1 lap lead, and trying to come up with a reasonable explanation as to why the team is now not 1,000 euros richer.
And 1 lap lead at the Nordschleife as well, which is obviously the longest lap, at least that I know of in normal circuit racing. So yeah, it's a very long time. 1 lap, as we mentioned before, is well, in terms of Mrocek's last lap, was 8 minutes and 14 seconds. So to have that in the bag would be a bit silly to give away, but it's actually more than 1 lap, because he is actually, yeah, about a lap and I don't know, maybe another couple of minutes ahead. So it's probably about a 10-minute lead that they've got. So yeah, being the one to make a terminal mistake from this position is not really where you want to be doing. And yeah, €1,000 on the on the line for the prize, as you say. And that would be go down nicely for a day's work split between those drivers, I'm sure.
That is not a bad salary at all, for a day's worth of driving, especially for these guys, but it has not been easy for them. It might seem right now that, okay, yeah, they just came to cruise and came for an easy win, but when we watched this battle throughout the night that was developing, or rather we were watching, and you were somewhere else sadly for that time, but still our viewers hopefully got to watch that amazing battle. When you go side by side through Nürburgring Nordschleife, and when you race nose to tail, less than a second apart from each other, through a 1 hour stint, you can't really talk about an easy race at that point, because it is anything but easy.
Definitely at this track, as Lappins was clipping the grass there again, really pushing despite being those laps down now. But yeah, this is really not an easy track, and that is the unfortunate reason why we see so many DNFs here. And it's not easy. People make mistakes. And around here it's more easy than at a normal track, but that is why we come racing here at the Nordschleife, at the full combined circuit. It is a very big challenge, and it's great to see that we had I think it was 21 was the total entry for this event, so it's good to see those teams turn up. Obviously it is a different thing showing up to finishing a race here at the Green Hell.
And I just broke out my trusty stopwatch, and I measured the gap between the leader and the second place. David Mrocek is 1 lap and 40 seconds ahead of Pim1 Arc at the moment.
So that is, yeah, probably about just under 9 minutes he's got in the bag for himself, which is a nice comfortable margin, I would say. 9 minutes on a normal lap would be, what's that, about 6 laps you would be in the lead if that was on a normal lap. So yeah, that is fairly comfortable, but yeah, he doesn't need to make any sort of silly mistakes, but also you don't want to go too slow that you start losing concentration. So it's that balancing act that you got to do with yourself and how you're feeling at the time.
Also, Tiziano Brioni, last time by, it must be mentioned, Musto GT Esports, we kind of wrote them out already in the from the competition, but Brioni at this moment in time just went 8:10.1. That's 2 seconds faster than anyone else at the moment in track.
he is certainly their fastest driver. And remember, he did qualifying and he was about 2/10 off the time that Pedersen did for the pole position. And he was just pushed off the front row by Henry Cynic as well. So he is a very quick driver, and he has been quick in GTR events before, especially in GT cars, both GT3s and GTEs. He is both quick in them. So hopefully he can get some time back. But as you mentioned when we came back from the break, they are almost 3 minutes down. About 2.5 or so minutes down from the next car, so that's a big gap that they've got to make up. But at 2 seconds lap, that's going to come down quite a bit quicker than you'd expect.
Indeed so, but it's gonna still depend on the pace that they're able to do. Look at the Amelio also, gonna give a shout out to him. He's on a good pace in the 5th place at this moment. And he's actually put in their fastest lap of the race. Taven Green last time by 8:11.590, and Balaskis is ahead of them, 1 lap ahead of them. No, not 1 lap ahead, about 2 minutes ahead rather, 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so ahead of them. Ballas has just pitted though, but still, look at the Amelio is finding ever better and better pace as this race rolls along. So we'll have to just wait and see how they will be doing come near the end of this event. There's still time left, remember, and it seems to be happy hour for some of these drivers. They have gotten their rest and they're back in the car, and right now they're just looking to put those lap times in, and they're seeing those big gaps, and I think that's a weight off their shoulders, not knowing that realistically, unless something happens, there's no real chance to catch up to anyone or someone to catch up to you. So you're just gonna be like, okay, fine, I'm just gonna drive as fast as I can for as long as I can. And that's certainly one way to deal with a 24-hour event.
Yeah, and setting a personal best time this far into a race is quite remarkable. Normally, you get your laps, your fastest lap, sort of in the first half of the race, but yeah, they're still pushing on this Pasta alla Norma raging team. But they do have quite a way to catch up to the next car, but they might as well keep on pushing, see what happens, and have a bit of fun in the process as well, which I'm sure these guys are doing, as this Corvette is a very fun car to drive, albeit not the absolute quickest.
Look at the amount of buttons on the steering wheel. That is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. Like,
that's a game console.
But that's what these cars are now, and their ECUs and the electronic systems in general on the car are so sophisticated, even with these cars being, I believe this is like a 2016 or 17 spec GT3. It's a couple of years old now, but even back then they had so many buttons and so many different switches and settings that they can do. It's quite remarkable, to be honest. They are very sophisticated machines, being towards the top of the GT category, with the GT3s being a very highly regarded series in real life.
Yeah, and I like the fact, especially like the fact that on the top left corner of the steering wheel it says alarm, presumably in case you fall asleep behind the wheel. I
don't know if anyone's done that in sim racing.
I know they have. Yeah. Not on R Factor. I'm not too sure if they have done it in R Factor, but I know someone. I'm gonna spare mentioning his name, but they have done that on an iRacing special event.
Yeah, that's awkward, falling asleep at the wheel. I fortunately have never had that experience, because I'm sure that would not be the best. But yeah, hopefully the drivers are resting enough. It is a little bit more exerting being in the driving seat, especially mentally. But obviously being here in the comms booth, I've only had about 2 hours of a little nap. I wouldn't really call it sleep, but yeah, obviously for driving you need a little bit more than that. and they need to make sure they keep themselves fresh, and you should be able to do that if you've got really 3 or 4 drivers as well. Should be able to get enough time to get a rest, but that is important because you don't want to get back in the car sleepy and then go out for a couple of hours and put it in the wall.
Yeah, and let's go through those buttons on the Corvette steering wheel for a while, because we've been talking about them. So alarm, I presume it's gonna be just, you know, a general alarm or something that something's gone horribly wrong, or shutting off an alarm on the car dashboard or something. And the wiper, well, that's the windshield wipers. We're not getting rain at this moment in time. We might be getting a splash towards the later part of the race. We'll have to wait and see about that one. It's touch and go. Windshield wipers are there for when it rains. Then you have the radio, where you can select between BBC Radio 1, BBC Radio 2, BBC Radio 3, and the rock channel as well. And then you have the S1 and S2 buttons on the left and right side of the top of the steering wheel. Now, I'm not sure what those do, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's gonna be sector times that are displayed on the dashboard. Could be.
Could be scenario 1, scenario 2 as well for messages to the pit lane. I know that is a function that a lot of teams have, where they, because you obviously, I mean, the driver is driving, he doesn't have enough time to send a text message to his teammate or anything like that, and obviously sometimes people are listening into the pit radios, so sometimes they have just little things like that, which could be a factor as well.
Yep, and then you have next to that the blue buttons on the right, next to the thumb, next to the S2. One is flash, that is for when you want to get a indecent exposure charge, and the watch button makes sure that you get that indecent exposure charge. And then there is one more button as well, but yeah, really flash is for flashing headlights, and watch is quite an interesting one. That I'm not quite sure about either. It's gonna be a stopwatch or something.
It's telling the broadcast director to click on him.
Right. That's an interesting one, yeah.
So yeah, you'll be like, I'm about to make an overtake. Click watch, and then the broadcast director will be like, oh yeah, we got action.
And then there's the page, which is changing the dashboard display page. That one even I know. And then there is the pit button as well on the bottom part, as well as the start button here as well. You're gonna see those engine start button, obvious, the big red one you barely see on the bottom of the picture, right next to the hands. And then there's also things you can't see right now, but you see when they're cornering. On the left you will see the traction control buttons, I do believe, and on the right you will see the ABS control buttons, and I do believe on the bottom of the steering wheel there could be the brake bias buttons as well.
It says map, which could be the either the fuel map or maybe the engine braking map. Unsure about that. Yeah, and it also said steer, which could be the differential for the steer.
Yeah,
so it's quite complicated for these GT3 cars, and some, I mean, not all of these buttons, but a number of those buttons are actually available to the drivers in R-Factor 2, especially like the ABS and traction control. They can adjust that. They do have a flasher, they do have a start button, they have a pit limiter, they might have a radio, they've got wipers. So yeah, plenty of these features are implemented into the sim as well.
Yeah, and you're gonna really need those ones too over the course of a long race. Although, well, changing the display page, that's kinda important. ABS, you don't really touch that unless it rains, do you? You know, you're just gonna leave it at the setting it's
I mean, to say the truth, I've never changed the ABS settings in R-Factor 2 for any car. I've just driven whatever it is. I've changed the traction control settings, but yeah, I've never touched the ABS settings. I don't know if that's the same for everyone, but yeah, I personally haven't.
Well, technically, you kinda could gain an extra 10 or 2 around here just fiddling with it every corner, depending on the corner setting, but you don't really touch that. The brake bias is something you will touch. On the contrary, because a lot of people just leave it as it is in default setting. But especially in the Nordschleife, as we come to the north section of the track, you will see a lot of downhill braking, a lot of difficult brakings where you kind of want a front biased brakes not to lose the rear of the car, but then you also have a lot of fast corners where you kind of maybe want that little bit of extra rotation, and there you want that rear-based brake bias. So that's something that you're going to be fiddling with a fair bit, and not necessarily to the amount of Formula 1 drivers, but still a fair bit. So you kind of have to, you know, be in tune with those settings as well, and kind of implement that as part of your driving style, I feel, these days. It's a lot more mechanical, a lot more electronical driving than it used to be back in the day when you had an H-pattern shifter to your right or to your left if you're English, and then you had a steering wheel, big steering wheel in the middle of you. You had 3 pedals, and then you just drive.
Yeah, it's certainly something different, especially in a car that I'm driving at the moment. It's got anti-roll bar adjust as well. So for instance, on a qualifying lap, you have the ability to change anti-roll bars for various corners, which is always interesting to have a play around with that. And for instance, the ABS and TC settings is something that these drivers will be potentially changing if they want to get an advantage, but the brake bias is probably the main one that most people will change, even as the stint progresses, as the fuel tank changes, as the tires wear. You might want to change that a little bit to make sure you still keep the balance on that front end, but a lot of it is down to actual personal preference, because being comfortable in the car will gain you those last couple of tenths, as well as a performance increase from a setup change.
Yeah, Brioni going a little bit wider meanwhile in the pictures, just missing the latter part of the curvature, the camber there, the banking on the Caracciola carousel. But yeah, anti-roll bars, that's actually an interesting one, and the ARB adjustments, because that's something that V8 supercars, I know they have used that a fair bit. NASCARs use that as well. And interesting car that also used an anti-roll bar adjustments that was brought over from the United States actually by one of their drivers. It's an iconic European, an iconic British racing car actually. And when I'm telling you that an American driver brought the idea of an anti-roll bar adjustments to them, you should be knowing which one I'm talking about. It's a Formula 1 car, and it's been quite a while.
I do not.
It had skirts.
Off the top of my head.
It had skirts.
You going?
It was designed by a fellow called Colin Chapman.
Yes. I know who he is, and he was signed to with Lotus as well. But was he the one who designed that wind or the turbine car as well? Or am I thinking of? Or am I mixing up?
No, that's actually Brabham that had the turbine car. Brabham BT46, I do believe, was the turbine car. That was a different chap that designed it. But no, the American fellow that brought the idea of ARB adjustments was an American driver and a Formula 1 world champion. You got 2 choices there, American Formula 1 world champion. And when I say he drove for Lotus, that's gonna be one choice. And when I say the year, 1978, you should be knowing this one. Andretti, yes, Mario Andretti brought the idea of ARB adjustments to Formula 1. In an interesting tidbit. So, you know, that car had a mechanical anti-roll bar adjustment that they could fiddle with during the course of the race, and, you know, loosen the anti-roll bars for the tight corners, tighten them up for the corners where you don't want loose anti-roll bars but want that precision. And also over the course of the event, you have a lot of fuel in the car, and you're gonna adjust the anti-roll bars softer in the rear as the race goes on, as the fuel tank gets lighter and the tires wear out. So that's actually quite ingenious.
It's an amazing. I mean, I still need to do some research into those systems, how they exactly work. But it's such a cool idea for you to have that function, because that is, you know, getting to that point where you're creating the perfect race car. Because normally with a setup, you make the setup for one specific scenario, but then obviously as the fuel level changes, as the tires wear and get thermal degradation, as you yourself maybe don't like the feeling of a car a little bit whilst you're going through a stint. If you can't change it, if you just got the static setup, it's very difficult to get around that. But then if you start having changes whilst you're driving, that is like the holy grail of making the absolutely ultimate race car.
Yeah, and we also had a correction from as well, or rather an addition from our director, who just mentioned the next part of the history we were going to get into. Oh, we need Aiden Milward for this. We really would need Aiden for this one, because we're talking about Formula 1 history, and it's true story time. But yeah, Williams, when they went on in 1993, Alain Prost won the Formula 1 World Championship, and the year before Nigel Mansell won the Formula 1 World Championships in cars that pretty much, you know, had automated everything. Active suspension, traction control, all sorts of incredible gizmos and things that were able to adjust themselves on the fly with computing power of that era. And, you know, it's just beggars belief to look at those cars and see the onboard footage and so on, and they look like, you know, old-time Formula 1 cars, and then you look at them driving, you're going like, hold up. And, you know, they banned as a result of that, they banned most of the driving aids for the 1994 season, so nobody had traction control except Benetton.
Yeah, that is...
It is a genius system, though.
Yeah, it's crazy how they started to push the limits that far. Like, because again, that would be the absolute holy grail if you had a car that literally changed to the perfect setup per corner. That is, like, that would be amazing. But obviously all those things sort of got ruled out as they got introduced, which is fortunate in some ways, but unfortunate in others, that that level of innovation has been taken away from some cases.
Indeed, so, but yeah, the Benetton traction control system, the alleged traction control system, I've read a little bit about it, and it's absolutely fascinating. And I'm just gonna try and see if I can find the article so I don't speak out of the top of my head for that one. And meanwhile, we're gonna send you to get a bit of traction on some of these commercials. We'll be right back.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. There are 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Now welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours by GTR24, and we have had 16.5 hours, so 7.5 to go. We still have 6 drivers in the GT3 category, also known as the SP9s here, and then we have the sole remaining SP7 Porsche Cup car of HM Engineering, and it is David Mrocek leading in the Burst Esports car from Pin Van Ark, who almost had an off just coming out onto the Desinger Her, but he managed to save it nicely as he does not want to be crashing from this position, as he has Tiziano Brioni, who is not really catching him, but he is still within striking distance, being 80 odd seconds behind. But Austin, it's been quite an exciting race, and definitely a race of attrition, but there's still plenty of time for these drivers to sort out what they're going to do, and it looks like there could be a battle for the podium places as we get towards the final hours of the race.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Fair Racing Team and Musto GD Esports are gonna settle this one out, because Pin Van Ark and Tiziano Brioni are both, you know, you would think that they would be calming down at this point. There's 80 seconds between these guys, 81 seconds actually, if we're being quite a bit more precise, but still, those guys are just absolutely hauling bottom out there. You know, they're driving their hearts out. Both of them are lapping near 8:10s. So Pin Van Ark 8:10.6 went green in the middle sector here, and Tiziano Brioni 8:12.0 now went 8:11s before that. So they are just absolutely fighting tooth and nail and just trying to, you know, beat each other on raw pace, and the mental effect of that one when you are faster than your rival, even if they're 80 seconds away, that cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, 80 seconds is really not that far. Obviously, that's best part of a lap on a normal circuit, but here at the Nordschleife, that is just around the corner. So, yeah, you got to keep pushing. Got to see where you're going to come out. Oh, as Pim Van Ark goes for a little half spin, can he save it? Oh, wow. Twice in half a lap he's almost lost the car, but he's saved it nicely. And Fair Racing Team, they sat in 5th place for so long, and as other people have had issues, they've kept it fairly clean. They haven't had a perfect race, but they kept it fairly clean, and getting into that 2nd place would be very good. Unfortunately, not quite enough for the €1,000 prize, but would still be a good result to get 2nd place here.
It would indeed, and they could be proud of that one. They certainly would. The Dutch effort, the Dutch team driving the McLaren. Appropriately enough, the Dutch team is driving the car made by the factory that is known for the orange color, of course. So, you know, I think that was the obvious choice, with the orange army and so on invading racetracks all over the world. And now it's Zandvoort getting a Formula 1 race. And, you know, now they're driving the orange car and getting into the forefront at sim racing. Of course, Netherlands have had quite a fair bit of successful racing drivers in sim racing as well as in real life. And in sim racing, there's a name called Bono Ruiz that comes to my mind at first and foremost. The Formula Sim Racing, many time Formula Sim Racing champion that has since gone on to great things like winning the Visa Vegas E-Race a couple of years back as well. So that was an interesting one to follow. And do you remember the times? I don't know if you're old enough for this, but do you remember the discussion on who is better, Bono Ruiz or Gregory Hutto?
I think that depends on the sim and what year you're talking about, because definitely on R Factor 2, maybe not now, but a few years ago it would have been Bono Ruiz, definitely, but then also a couple of years ago on iRacing, you would have then said Gregor Hutu, but now they've both dropped off for that top level a little bit. But yeah, the exact discussion you're talking about, yeah, I'm not aware of if there was some actual debate about it.
Oh, there was a debate, alright, you know, a calm and collected debate on various internet forums.
Calm,
and you know,
yeah.
yes, you know how it gets on internet forums. It's always calm and collected, full of intellectual opinions and so on.
Yes, well thought out, rational discussions.
And definitely not biased in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, it is actually difficult to compare a number. I mean, to us it's the same in real life. You can't compare two different drivers unless they've literally competed against each other directly for a number of years. You can't look at it as one race or one season, or if they raced at different eras. It's like impossible, because especially with all the records and everything like that, it's really difficult to say. I mean, for instance, in Formula 1 at the moment, Sebastian Vettel is Ferrari's top point scorers ever, which sounds pretty cool, but you also get 25 points for a win now, whereas back in the day, for instance, when Michael Schumacher was racing, they only got 10 points. I'm not saying that would necessarily change the fact that Vettel has the most points, even if you equalize it. But things like that, they don't always compare directly with different eras, so it is a little bit difficult to compare. But everyone on the internet likes to put their opinion out there.
Yeah, and I think direct comparisons are really difficult in a sport where you can't really have, fully equal standing on everyone. And for that, I think sim racing is great, because you can rest assured that everyone has the equal machinery. You can just put in, okay, this is the car you're racing, this is the track you're racing, this is the setup you'll be using. Go ahead, guys, race. And then you can find out mano a mano who is the best. And I think that's why simulating is such a great place to find out about these rivalries as well. Of course, you can always say, oh, he has more practice in the simulator, this and that and blah blah blah. But you tell, okay, in 6 months we are gonna hold a race in this track with this car with this fixed setup, and it is not going to change. None of these details are going to change, and it's going to be in this weather and so on and so forth. And you know, you're just gonna basically tell the drivers, you have 6 months of practice, go ahead, have fun. And you just had a deep sigh once again, and I believe you had a moment.
David Mrček hit the wall at Schweden-Schwanz, and luckily it wasn't too much, but he was still hitting the barrier. That is not what you want to do when you're leading comfortably. He was on a purple first sector as well, so he was absolutely pushing. Really good sector 2, despite that contact with the barriers. This might still be a pretty good lap, but you don't want to be getting any damage or any issues where you don't really need it.
No, not at all. That's not something you want to do. So, you know, issues definitely for David Ter. And remember, he's over 1 lap in the lead. So he has like a 9-minute lead. He doesn't really need to push, but I suppose that's what racing drivers do. They push. But yeah, coming back to the point earlier on, as I'm trying to my best to get the replay machine working, you know, busy with one hand, just, you know, rolling the cassette tape back into the start. It's a slow process, but we're getting there. And that's a reference, you know, that once again, I think falls over the heads of many of our younger viewers. But basically, back in the day, we didn't have a rewind button per se for everything. So we actually had to manually rewind the cassettes. And a lot of people will remember that. With a pencil, yes. Or with a pen.
Yeah, even I'm just about old enough to remember that. I had a few cassettes in my day. When I was a bit younger. But fun fact is that David Mrček was only 2 seconds off the personal best time of that, well, the purple race time, which is an 8:05.4. He did an 8:07.6, so just over 2 seconds slower than the best time of the race, whilst hitting the barrier at Schwalben's.
We can see it here. We can see it here as well. He's coming to Schwalben's once. Oh, a little bit too hot. Yeah, that's a fast corner. That's a very slippery corner, and that's something that's gonna happen really easily. So he went to the wall, fortunately at quite a shallow angle. So he was actually able to, you know, get back going reasonably quickly and not pick up too much damage. But yeah, that's not a mistake you want to make while in the race lead.
Yeah, it's not really needed, but he was obviously pushing. You saw he was on a good lap, probably up on his delta. And yeah, even with doing that, he was 6-7 seconds or more quicker than most of the cars behind. The only car anywhere in the vicinity was Kalaksai, but that's still an 11, so still 4 seconds quicker than Kalaksai. So yeah, Burst really putting the pace down now that the driller's car has retired, and that's quite a while ago now, 17 laps ago now. So over 2 hours ago now, unfortunately, we lost the Regen Drillers 777. And yeah, a bit of a shame for them because they were looking very good. But yeah, that is what happens when you go racing at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and that's what happens so easily here as well. Let's not forget about that. We've seen just about every team making mistakes, from tiny ones to bigger ones. The 33, I think, has been one of the more mistake-free teams so far. Not gonna jinx them or anything. Just gonna say that right now, knock on wood and so on and so forth. You know, Pim Van Ark driving that car very well, but they've been relatively mistake-free, and they may not be the fastest team out there on pure raw pace, nor the second fastest team on pure raw pace, you know, in qualifying and so on. Certainly not the favorites going in here, but the Fair Racing team guys, you know, fair play to them. They've been good today, and they've shown exactly what one needs to do in order to be successful here.
And we have just passed the 1,000 minute mark of this race. The 24 hours is 1,440 minutes. And we just passed the 1,000 mark, so we are getting there. Almost 17 hours completed for these drivers. And yeah, this is getting to that part of the race where you're starting to see the finish line. The sun has risen now, almost completely. And the drivers are, getting around the circuit. On the screen, you're seeing Ferris Stanley still out there for HM Engineering, and it was actually quite a while ago now, about 40 minutes ago. Nick Newcomb said that Jordan Weeks is going to get in the car from Ferris and do a triple stint. But a stint in the Porsche Cup is 1 hour and 10 minutes for the fuel tank, plus they have about a 3-minute pit stop. So you're looking about an hour and 13 minutes for a full stint, including pit stops. So that is well over 3.5 hours for a triple stint. So we'll be seeing Jordan Weeks getting in at some point. And it's good to see that they're going. They've been having a fairly solid race so far, still doing some decent lap times.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna feel like Jordan months at the end of the stint.
Yes, it is quite. Yes, that's some of the longest fuel tanks that I know of, to be honest. Well, yeah, an hour and 15 minutes is, or an hour and 10 minutes is quite a long time.
I know there is a car in another simulator called Volkswagen Jetta, and I know they've been, or Jetta if you're Anglophone, and then I know they have also raced endurance races in those cars, for example the Nürburgring 24 hours, and the fuel stint in that car is somewhere between 3.5 to 4 hours.
You what?
Yes.
That's mad.
Because it doesn't use nearly any fuel. That's the thing, it's almost a bone stock Jetta. And it has a huge fuel tank, so you know it's a 3.5 to 4 hour stint with that car, fuel stint. And you're gonna racing those tires all the way to the end, because once again it's some spec Jetta, which is, well, it is a very real thing. They race that thing, but it's also, you know, an endurance car really, in a sense that it's not a purebred race car, and it's when it is you know, a customer engine, it's not gonna use that much fuel at all. It's tuned for economy rather than racing, just a bit of sportiness added into it. And when you are going racing with that, you can imagine when the car sounds like a vacuum cleaner, if we're being fair. And then you're racing that stock Jetta with its almighty 120 or so horsepower around the Nürburgring for 4 hours with a fuel stint. And I wonder how you are feeling, you know, how you're feeling after, let's say, doing a double stint from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. in case one of your teammates doesn't happen to wake up in time and you just miss the pit stop window and you're in a tight fight, so you can't really do another pit stop just to get a relief. And then you're wondering, how can a driver fall asleep behind the wheel in a sim race? That's how.
That's pretty amazing, but I understand the concept, because these GT3s have about 120 litres, give or take. There's some slight discrepancy depending on the manufacturer, but there's about 120 litres, and they drain that in an hour. Whereas my car personally, I've got 75 litre tank in my car, and I drove from the UK to the EEWC in Viborg, Denmark, and it's 800 miles, which I believe is something in the region of 1,400 kilometers.
Yep.
And I basically can do all of that in one tank of fuel. So,
but not in a one stop, isn't that correct? Because I believe there was something that happened to your car on the way to Denmark.
Yeah, we won't discuss that, but on the way back,
Oh, really? Do we have any more interesting points to discuss at this moment in time?
We left Viborg at 8:45 in the morning, and we got to Calais for the Eurotunnel at 8:30. So that's 11 hours 45 minutes, and obviously didn't need to fill up the whole way. So I was doing 75 litres in 11 hours, and these guys are doing 120 litres in 1 hour, which just shows you how much fuel that these cars use. So yeah, that Jetta going about 4 hours on a tank really makes sense. Because obviously I was just cruising down the motorway, and those guys are pounding around the Nordschleife. But yeah, that was a fun trip driving up to EWC, which hopefully can happen this year. Obviously pending COVID, but hopefully it can happen and we can get a nice event up there, because it was a great event last year. And I don't know if I'm going to drive this time though.
I'm pondering doing that actually, because I know some of the Finnish guys, they went with their simulator. They just drove from Finland to Denmark basically, which both are Nordic nations, not Scandinavian nations, mind you. Finland is not part of Scandinavia apart from the very north. The more you know. But anyway, they drove all the way from Finland to Denmark, and they took the ferry from Turku to Stockholm. So from the west coast of Finland to the east coast of, the capital of Sweden. And from there they drove down the southern part of Sweden through Skåne and then into Denmark proper, and arrived there in their van. So that was a bit of a road trip as well, and I was wondering, if it happens this year, and if I'm invited once again there, if you guys haven't gotten enough of me by that point in time, then I wonder if I have a car by then, I'm just gonna take that road trip for the heck of it.
Yeah, you don't want to have to spend 800 euros in some mechanic's garage in Viborg though, unfortunately, like I had to do.
This is why you buy proper cars.
Well, it is proper car and it works fine. It's just my alternator decided to give up at that very moment, which is not cheap, especially in the middle of a foreign country. Yes, that was a very fun experience, and unfortunately I drove to save money, but in the end I spent more, but that's how life goes.
Life can be a cruel mistress at times. So, with that said, Tiziano Brioni, he is right now in the pit lane actually, so I'm gonna focus on that for a bit. Musto GD Esports coming in for what looks like a scheduled stop at this point in time. Tiziano was really in a strong stint, and I wonder if he's gonna continue for another one after this, because these are really the hours. In Italy it's gonna be 6:55 a.m. coming just to 7 a.m. So I think those guys are gonna want to sleep for another hour and let Tiziano go on for one more stint, especially looking at his pace. Although Pim Van Ark, he's really being fast too, so not a chance of catching up quite yet. not a battle in our immediate vicinity, but it might come. It might come at some point in time. There he goes, Tiziano Brioni returning back on the track and gonna continue the hunt for the second place. Both of these teams comfortably in the podium position, with the 1-2-3 driven by Balatskis actually in the 4th place. So that team has done very well for themselves as well, especially considering the pace disadvantage they had earlier on. They've been able to avoid most of the mistakes and most of the pit walls that have gotten the guys who are, perhaps more experienced, have a bit of a better pace, and that means that 1-2-3 Simcoe, the all-Hungarian team, actually are just one position outside of the podium. Of course, one position outside of the podium with a race with prizes like these is gonna be like, receiving the golden pineapple. It can feel nice, but what's the point?
And also they are, got to do a bit of maths here, but they are, I believe, 7 and a bit minutes behind Brioni. So yeah, best part of a lap. They are behind Brioni, unfortunately for those guys, but their pace is pretty good at the moment. They were actually a little bit quicker with, I believe, Brioni's time included coming into the pit lane, which was why it might be a little bit slower. But yeah, they still got some decent pace in that Simcoe car, at least for the moment.
Yes, that they do, and Luca Di Amelio is in the pit lane as well for that 104 car. He's had an excellent stint for himself, all credit where it's due, and Luca right now getting his service done, and wondering if he's gonna also, if there's gonna be a driver change in the horizon for the team. The Pasta alla Norma racing team, and I must ask, Norma obviously is one of the prototypes on R-Factor 2. And these guys are well-known prototype drivers too. Luca Di Amelio, chief among them. But, Cam, I wonder, what is Pasta alla Norma gonna taste like? Is it going to be a little bit, spicy, maybe? How does one make Pasta alla Norma? Because we must get this recipe done before the next commercial break. So you got about 5 minutes, go.
I think it will taste a little bit metallic. You might get a bit of a carbon in there as well, and if you're lucky there might just be a hint of race fuel as well, which does actually smell pretty good often. So yeah, that is the recipe for them. And yeah, as mentioned previously, they do love the Norma LMP3 that is part of the endurance pack. If you want to go and check out the endurance pack for R-Factor 2, that is, yeah, the LMP3 in the pack, and they do love that, which I think is why there's sort of a funny ring to their name, as they are somewhat related to the Drive Game Seat entry, but I think slightly less serious, as they obviously didn't want to call it by the fully fledged team, but it is a fully Italian team, and they are doing okay, but they have had quite a few issues so far.
Indeed, so it hasn't been the best of the races for them. I think they're coming into the race a little bit with tongue-in-cheek, and that's one of those things that, sometimes happens in these endurance races, and that's all fun and dandy, because we often get some of the more entertaining and also surprising entries out of the mixed teams, or rather the mix or the tongue-in-cheek entries. We get some of the more entertaining and surprisingly fast results as well, and also races like these, which are outside of the normal calendar, so to speak, not part of their usual championship that they compete in, allow for taking maybe 1 or 2 drivers in that you don't normally use in these races, maybe from another team as well. Sometimes I've seen entries where drivers have been part of 3 or 4 different teams, being basically the leftovers or something like that. Team gets a full 4-guy roster, doesn't want to add a 5th. Another team gets a full roster as well, and you see all of a sudden like 4 guys who are the leftovers, and then they're gonna be like, all right, we're gonna name ourselves the Traveling Dingleberries and just gonna go out and race.
Yes, so and just quickly mention them once again. I saw Klaxai spin at the mini carousel, and he's done that twice now on this stint. So he's obviously not feeling that corner. But that car has been in the wars today, and been in every single barrier around the track. I think by the end of this race, which is pretty crazy considering it is such a long track. But yeah, that is another crash for the 999.
Indeed so, and they're still out there on the track, which is all fine and dandy, but the 999 not feeling it at the moment. And mini carousel, we've talked about the corner or something which feels like 3 days ago on this broadcast, but probably isn't quite such a long time considering it is a 24-hour race and we are only some 17 hours through it in 5 minutes time. But yeah, mini carousel, one of the more difficult corners in this track, and I'm never surprised when somebody gets it wrong because it's just so easy to do so at this track at Nürburgring Nordschleife, because it is such an unassuming corner. It lives in the shadow of its big brother, yet it can be far more deceiving because you have to take a wide entry but not too wide. You come in from a fast corner and then you kind of want to cut it as much to the inside as possible because there's obviously there is the camber, the adjustment on the track. You know, you want to get into that groove to line the banking in the corner, but you can't cut it too much because the inside curve sticks out surprisingly much. And if you manage to get through all that, if you manage to absolutely send it, which is the way that corner is supposed to be taken actually, you just have to forget about all fear and just send it, and that way the corner will go just right. Then if you fall out of the banking a little bit too quickly, the outside wall and the grass is surprisingly close there, so you know it's quite a combination of terrible things that you don't want in a corner. But we're gonna return after taking this bend into the street of commercials and gonna let you enjoy the avenue of amazing opportunities. We'll be right back with the GTR24.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. There are 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, They develop more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours by GTR24. And just in that break, we've had a very important crash, which is quite unfortunate for this team. Fair Racing team, driven by Pim van Uyck, at the moment crashed at the Metzgersveld corner, where we saw Rusinek and others, Grenkvist. Quite a few drivers have been off there today, and he's lost his rear wing, which means he is trying to come back to the pits without it. And that is easier said than done. He's doing a pretty good job compared to other drivers who've lost their rear wings so far, but I think we're going to try and get you a replay in a few moments time once that is sorted. But yeah, that's not going to be the best for them. They're currently in second position, and if they're not too careful, they will be losing that position to Tiziano Brioni, as they're going to have a massive damage repair. As he goes for a little spin. I do believe by the time this all plays out, I think they're going to be losing this second place to the Musto GD Esports. And Ossian, that is really what can happen if you're not too careful and you make a little bit of a mistake into that corner.
Yeah, and here we see exactly what's going to happen when you make a mistake going into that corner. And well, once we get it going, at least. So, you know, he's gonna come into the corner a little bit too hot once again. We saw this from a couple of drivers, and it's very easy to do. Going into the corner a little bit too fast, and then you're just gonna spin into the wall, you're gonna hit the wall, and, well, really, you're gonna look like a fool, a bit of a fool, as we get the replay going. Hang on. Little bit, just here we go. Yeah, so we get the replay going, pressing the play button, and coming in there just too hot, really, too wide on the entry, and spinning back first into the wall, and somehow being able to get properly back going once again. But that's a lot of damage in that car, or as they say in YouTube, that's a lot of damage. And that means that they will now, as a result of that, lose that second place almost assuredly. And why don't you change back to live view? Meanwhile, I'm gonna fetch another angle of that one.
Yes, it's one of those corners. Risk versus reward. It's a lot of risk for very little reward. So it's a bit interesting that we've seen quite a few drivers crash there, because you really don't need to be pushing that much. And I think they might actually be overtaken. Actually, yeah, it's a little bit far away actually, but they might be overtaken before they get back to the pit lane, which is not going to be good for their chances. But they're now losing quite a bit of time, and this is going to be quite a long repair as well, probably over a minute just sitting there. So yeah, but he's doing okay at the moment, way better. He's spun a couple of times, but he's still doing way better than the other cars who have lost their rear wing, so he's doing a good job on that. But yeah, a bit of a silly mistake to make, especially when you're second at the Nürburgring 24. Didn't need to be pushing quite that hard. But Musto looks like they're going to be getting back into second place.
Yeah, and here we have another angle of this as well. So on board with him, coming into the corner and just, yeah, trying to take it sixth gear, not gonna work. And that's just, you know, going in there a little bit too fast. He changed into sixth gear for some reason in the middle of the corner, and just trying to go faster and faster, you know, just at the entry, changed into sixth and made a mistake. And all of a sudden, once you go wider, there's absolutely nothing you can do. There's not a force in the world that was going to save that car anymore.
He didn't really help himself, because as he was sliding, he was kind of going sideways, and then at a very late moment he decided to lock the brakes, which then brought the rear round, so he went in backwards. If he went in sideways, he might not have lost his rear wing, which would have been a better outcome. But yeah, that is what happened. And he's actually going pretty fast down this Duttinger her back straight. So he's actually not going to lose too much time. He's lost time. He actually he's going to be keeping his position, and hopefully he can get the braking through Tiergarten nicely. But then that will be a very long stop indeed. So he is probably going to be losing the position here to Tiziano Brioni from that little mistake, which is a bit of a shame. But it is good for Musto as they're finally coming back into the race. Excuse me, coming back into the race as they dropped down quite a bit in that middle part of the race.
Yes, indeed. And as you get your drink, I'm just gonna watch them get their pit stop in. And that's a great job by Bim van Ark in terms of damage reduction, or damage recovery rather. He made it to the pit lane in a reasonably quick time. He lost about 20 seconds to a typical in-lap. With the crash included, that's not too bad, considering that car has its rear wing missing. Of course, that massive splitter on the back end of that McLaren is gonna help the matter somewhat in terms of downforce, but still they're gonna lose a whole lot of time repairing this car before they can go back out there. I just wonder how long the repairs are going to be. I think Tiziano Brioni, he's gonna get through. That's gonna be a slam dunk, but how far back is the Fair Racing Team entry going to fall? That's the real question here. The Dutch guys certainly feeling not so well at this moment in time, as there goes Brioni and Musto all of a sudden find themselves in the second place. So we have the 1-2 of Burst and Musto, and I think that's the kind of duo that would have been in many people's betting papers before the race started, but certainly not like this is safe to say, Cam, because this has been quite a race of surprises. But once again, just goes to show you, this is why you watch 24-hour races all the way to the end.
That is, yes, very true. This is probably what a lot of people guessed would be the running order, but it has taken over 17 hours to get to this point, which is absolutely crazy. As Lever Pim van Ark has got going 93 seconds he was stopped for, so that is about 30 seconds or so longer than a normal stop.
And Tony Jansen is the driver behind the wheel of that one now, so they changed drivers as well, which is a good thing to do, because I believe that affects the damage repairs in R-Factor 2 somewhat, so I can get all the repairs as well. 55 seconds behind Tiziano Brioni now.
Yeah, it seems if you don't swap drivers, don't like 100% fix the car, it only does about 95%, which is a little bit strange, but yeah, that's just a little trick. If you get quite bad damage, make sure to do a driver swap, and then you will be back on your way. And that is what they're doing now. But how far are they behind?
55 seconds.
Gonna refresh the time on the screen because it says that he's still ahead. But that is obviously. Okay, that is why you can't see the person on the screen at the moment. The timing client will just be coming back in a few moments, and then we'll be able to get that information to you. But yeah, for now, we definitely know that the Fair Racing Team is behind, and not too far behind, so they might be able to catch there on raw pace, but they're now a little bit off kilter with the pit strategy as well.
Yeah, so a little bit behind on that one, but actually now I think, well, would have they taken tires and fuel in that stop, the 33, or would they be behind on this track?
They are pitting later, which is potentially a good thing, because it means their final stop will be shorter. But yeah, I mean, it could be a benefit actually, to be honest. Considering they're pitting pretty much, considering they're pitting pretty much on the hour, Brioni would then obviously go further into the final hour, which means his pit stop would be less. We'd have to take less fuel, and therefore he would actually be gaining some time from that, which is quite ironic.
Yeah, it is. So we're gonna have to wait and see these guys battling. Of course, Tiziano Brioni, now that he was mentioned, he last time by went green 808.820, meaning that Tiziano Brioni in the second place is celebrating that acquired position regardless of the means by putting in the fastest time this team has so far done. And that's some incredible pace. That's the fastest car on track last time by, even faster than David Mrocek. So that Musto GD esports car is certainly showing some rather considerable pace at this moment in time, and gonna hope to extend that lead to Tony Jansen. 55 seconds, less than a minute still. So we gotta remember this strategy, but we also gotta remember there are 6 hours and 50 minutes of racing remaining. Less than a minute is nothing.
Plenty of time, and as you saw, one little mistake like that and you go from being a minute in the lead to being a minute behind. But yeah, that's how quickly it can change here. We've seen it so many times, and this is really why you come 24-hour racing, because some people who aren't necessarily into racing that much, they might be like, why are you racing for 24 hours? It just seems like an absolute waste. But if you look at the end of each hour that we've had in this race, it's pretty much been a different order. So that is why we do 24 hours, because it's all about that endurance. It's all about being there in the final hour, the most important one that there is. Whereas if we stop the race after only 2 hours, it would be a completely different result. But that is not what the whole point of the race is. It's to come and see who can do a whole day of racing and still be at the front.
Yeah, that's indeed the case. And whole day of racing, it's a whole different challenge for those who have not done it. The preparation that goes into it, and especially when you are racing with a team of European drivers, not an international team like most of these guys are, racing with drivers from their own country or from all over Europe. That's gonna mean somebody's gonna have to do a 4 AM stint, and somebody's gonna have to do a 4 AM stint on Saturday to Sunday, the night between, and then probably be awake at a reasonable hour still to actually go to work the next day, on the Monday after rather. So that's gonna be a lot of sleep being caught up on the Sunday after to be fresh as a daisy on Monday morning to go into the work at 7 AM, because after you've been racing from, let's say, 11 PM to 1 AM, and then from 3 AM to 5 AM, and then maybe even from 7 AM to 9 AM. If they're being really cruel in your team, then you're just gonna be like, okay, I am horribly sleep deprived, I'm gonna sleep through the day, and wake up in time to watch our team cross the finish line, if they cross the finish line, which is never assured in these events. And then you're just gonna have to be like, okay, what am I going to do? Rolling my thumbs around and hoping I will catch sleep before something like 3 AM or 4 AM, and then you're gonna have to wake up after 3 hours of sleep, and then your boss is gonna be like, have you been drinking all weekend again? Your eye bags are like huge, and they're like huge plastic bags out there, and then you're being like horribly sleep deprived, and you're just yawning on the job and you can't concentrate on anything. Why are you being such a reckless party animal? And you're like, no, I was doing sports.
Esports, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so the commitment these guys have been doing is quite unbelievable, really, and what goes into it. And not only that, but the amount of practice that falls into it as well. Oh, Brioni going very wide on the exit of Galgenkov, and I tell you what, he was about to be executed on the exit there, as the corner's name goes, but barely able to keep it within their right line of taking a risk.
And at the same time, the Fair Racing Team car had a little off Tony Jansen on his outlap. I believe he's been in the car before, but I actually don't remember him being in the car. So I don't think he's actually done that many stints so far. So yeah, maybe he's just trying to get his use, but he also went off as well as the Musto car. So even after all these hours, people are still going off. And David Mrocek actually, excuse me, David Mrocek actually just had a bit of an off as well. So I want to see where this was. It looks like it's coming towards Arenberg on the little replay. I don't think it's that big enough. Yeah, he just went slightly into the grass. But yeah, that's a couple of times Mrochek has been off when he's in the lead. He needs to maybe calm down just a little bit. But I would expect him actually to get out of the car at the next pit stop.
Yeah, so a lot of drivers making errors at this point in time. It's morning now, so the sun is up and the track temps are rising. And that's gonna play an effect on the grip levels as well as the rubber that's developing throughout the event that's been unfolding so far. Over 17 hours of racing done, so there's a lot of rubber on track. And track temps rising, that's gonna mean, of course, that, you know, once again, as the ambient temp is rising, as the track temp is rising, these guys are gonna get more and more, or less and less grip as time goes by. And after you've been racing through the night, into the morning, that's really might be a surprise for you, especially when you combine it with the natural fatigue levels and the sheer exhaustion that follows all these hours of racing.
And what you mentioned about people going to work on on Monday morning, this is why we don't do 24-hour races every weekend, because it is difficult and it is a spectacle to behold. Although in the R Factor world there is a couple of 24 hours of Le Mans coming up, for instance. So there's yeah, and they're actually back to back 2 weekends in a row in June. There's two 24-hour races in a row, which is something quite crazy. And then the week after we then have the 12 hours of the Nürburgring for GTR24 as well. So quite a few endurance races coming up, but it's certainly something that you don't want to do every single weekend. But this time of the year, especially, there is loads of interest for it, and it's good to see that there's teams coming and showing up for those. And I'm sure we're going to get a nice summer of racing as well. Also with the GTR24, got the Sprint Series on Assetto Corsa Competizione, which happens on the weeknights as well. So there's a bit of racing at the weekend and then also the weeknights as well. So plenty of racing to go about if you are interested.
Yes, indeed, and they are all well worth a watch. Awesome production quality here, awesome racing, awesome drivers, and just a lot of committed teams. And you know, especially the live events, I hope we get it this year. Because Endurance E-Racing World Championship last year, the Le Mans events that was taking place at Viborg in Denmark, that was just such a great event because it allowed us to really see these drivers we are watching, you know, face to face. It allowed us to see the teams, their setups, the sim rigs, the drivers, you know, and all of those team personnel and so on. Interesting characters, each and every one of them, and definitely people that are well worth a meet and a meet and greet. And you know, the live environment just added all the more to it, you know, from watching those guys preparing their sim rigs and watching them get everything in order, to watching the paddock setups that were in the backstage, you know, all those tents set up and gazobis set up, or whatever you call them, those tent-like things that have white roofs on them, and seeing people race, seeing people start faces all around the place, you know, having the feeling of a proper event. And then one of my favorite memories, just watching at the last lap, you know, when one team, I think they ran out of fuel or something on the penultimate lap, or something unfortunate happened to them and they couldn't quite finish the last lap. And then another team's personnel ran up the stairs to the race stewards, trying to decide that, hey, you know, these guys didn't actually finish the race, lodging a protest and asking what's going on with them, and getting the final results, you know, clarified that way, and just, you know, lodging, making sure of the situation. And even after 24 hours, just seeing those teammates running up the hill, running up the stairs side by side, and, you know, just being so invested into it still, despite all the effort that had gone through. And then after the race, you know, winners getting their applause and everyone getting their cheering and salutes and the prizes they deserve and receive. It's just overall a great event.
Yeah, that was... I'm trying to think who it was. I think it was... Wasn't it the Simply race?
Yes.
LMP2 ran out of fuel on the final lap and they actually lost... Didn't they lose the win from it? I believe they came second or third in the end, and yeah, that is that's actually quite an interesting point, because obviously we are time limited, not lap limited. So if we get to a situation where we just get into an extra lap and you have to do one lap more, then that will be yeah, that'd be quite interesting. Quite interesting to see. And I think David Mrček is going to be giving the car to Jerne Simoncic, from what I can see. So yeah, and David's now writing in the chat, did we see your crash? Yes, we did. Unfortunately, we did catch that on the live stream. So your mistake is now being shown to the world.
Yeah, so you know, that's something I don't think he's gonna mind that too much, because he mentioned it himself in the chat as well. So, you know, I would have been quiet about it, like shh, nobody noticed. But yes, indeed, in case you missed what I just said, David Mrček crashed during his stint. There you go.
Actually, from what I can see, Mrček's actually stayed in the car. I thought Simoncic was getting in because I noticed he joined the TeamSpeak a few minutes ago. So I thought he was getting in there to join. But no, so it looks like Jerne, I guess we will then be getting in at the next stint. And he's just going to just be there for the support, because it's not nice always being there on your own when you're trying to just go around for lap after lap, which is possibly one reason why David was making a couple of mistakes actually, because he was just there on his own. But yeah, he's got a teammate next to him now.
Yeah, and Jerne Simoncic, we know the Slovenian driver. He was awesome on his stint. We saw that battle earlier on cam, and I just had a thought. In 1 or 2 years, if Simoncic keeps this performance up, if he's gonna keep doing what he's doing right now in the world of sim racing, I think they're gonna have to rename the country to just Venia.
Oh. That took me a moment. 1.5 too many seconds. Slovenia, nice. Yes. I mean, there's a couple of drivers from that country who are pretty quick. I mean, so I don't mean to offend anyone if I get their nationalities wrong, but I believe Kevin Ziggy Rebenak is also from the same country, and I believe there's someone else as well. There's a couple of fast drivers from Slovenia, and yeah, it's good to see that there's quite a large range of nationalities in the world of sim racing. And Jerne Simoncic is definitely up there. But on screen you can see the order at the moment. We got David Mrček leading the way for Burst Esports, although as Simoncic is there, I would assume that this is now his final stint, followed by over a lap to Tiziano Brioni for Musto GD Esports. Then a minute behind, we got Tony Jansen, who is in the Fair Racing Team car, then followed by Balázs Kish for Simco, Luca Di Melio for the Pasta alla Norma Racing Team, and then last of the still running SP9s is David Klaxai in the AFP car. And then your sole running SP7 is Jordan Weeks, who is in that car now, taken over from Ferris Stanley. And we believe he will be in there for a triple stint. He will be in there for quite a while, till about 10 o'clock UK time or 11 o'clock, and then there'll be about 3 hours left in the race, so I'm sure they'll give it to someone else to the finish. But yeah, that is your rundown of the order so far.
Indeed, and it is everything in order still for many of the drivers. We must also give a shout out to the 1, 2, 3 guys. Remember those Hungarian guys that are running in P number 4 still in this race? Well, Balázs has just done the fastest race lap for the team. In the morning hours after the rising track temps, he's done an 8:11.004, and that is faster actually than any race lap of the 104, for example, that they've done. So that is some decent pace from Balázs here, and he's certainly, despite being, you know, out of the range of the podium unless somebody makes a mistake, and that's certainly still possible looking at the way those Musto guys are going as well as the Fair Racing Team guys are going. the 1, 2, 3 are certainly still trying hard out there, and they have their supporters in the chat, so why wouldn't they? The Simco guys in a decent pace so far.
Yes, Simco have just been there nicely. They obviously have had a couple of issues for themselves, but they've just been there nicely. And as you say, they've actually now got some decent lap times coming in. And 8:11 is a very respectable time. That is what the top guys are doing on a sort of a bad lap as such. So to get there on a good lap means you're certainly getting towards the top pace indeed. And yeah, the only Aston Martin on the field as well. They are potentially a little bit behind on the BOP. However, the Aston is still a very competent car, mainly in a straight line. It is very quick, and unfortunately they haven't been right at the top. A couple of their drivers weren't quite as quick as Kish, but Kish is certainly on the pace.
Ooh, ow, You know, I said earlier about the McLaren cockpit being excellent looker.
Have you just gone into the Aston Martin?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, it's a very nice one.
I'm gonna need a moment.
It's got the one of my favorite parts is it's got the screen with the rear view.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even a rear view mirror because it's a camera out the back. But yeah, that is such a cool part of the screen.
It's a rear-facing camera, much like many paparazzis have. Of course, different sort of rear, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, and it's got these 4 or 5 LEDs just above or on top of the dashboard as well, which is fairly unique. Yeah, great little cockpit for the Vantage GT3, and it's great. We've had this car in the game for I think about a year now, and it is favourable for a number of drivers. Purely because Aston Martin seems to have quite a lot of fans actually in the recent year or so since they come back with their new model. But yeah, it is a very good looking cockpit, and I'm sure you're gonna give us a walk around this one as well.
You know, I just realized that a lot of fans usually means that you are cool in both senses of the word. I just had that realization at 8:30 a.m.
Well, go ahead and explain your theory on that.
Well, you know, of course, a fan is a cooling device. So when you have a lot of fans, it means you're cool, whether it's your computer or yourself in the summer heat. But also, if you have a lot of fans, as in supporters, it usually means people find you cool, hence why they support you.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if that's just English being English with having words that are meaning differently, but are the same. But yeah, that is certainly quite a good example if that is the case. But I think as we reach another half an hour here, you can enjoy some nice messages from our sponsors, and maybe you'll be interested in some of their products.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours by GTR24, and we are now 18 hours into, or sorry, 17 and a half, and we are in the 18th hour of this race, so we're just coming up to the 6-hour mark left to go after this next half an hour stint, and we saw there was a bit of a big crash for Tony Jansen as we were just going into the commercial break. So we will be taking a look at the replay now with Ossian to see what happened there.
Yes, indeed. Here we come. To the left, right, fast chicane, almost flat out. He went a little bit wide on the entry, hit the curb, was trying to save it, but ran out of track and just back end first into the wall. And I believe normally that to the corner, as we see him getting back on the track as well, doing a bit of a reversing maneuver, looking like doing his best Austin Powers impression there, stuck in the tunnel, of course, in that nuclear reactor. Well, normally that corner is called miss, hit, miss. I believe that was what you call a miss, miss, miss.
Yeah, or a hit of the barrier as well. Yeah, so
or just a miss hit.
Yeah, he missed the apex and he hit the wall very hard. Luckily, he didn't lose his rear wing like he did, or his teammate did earlier. But his other teammate, Pim van Ark, actually did crash at that exact same corner in a very similar way, so maybe it's something to do with the way that they've got that set up on the car. But I just noticed a penalty has come on the system for Jordan Weeks in the HM Engineering car, and from what I can see, that is a cut penalty, so he will have to come in, although he shouldn't be too disappointed because he's got quite a long way. They are now 83 laps ahead of their closest rival, which means even if they were to magically rejoin the race, they're not going to have enough laps to catch them up. So yeah, it's looking pretty slam dunk now. Well, it has done for 8 hours now, that the drive game seat entry isn't going to be coming back. So definitely the HM engineering car is looking pretty good.
Indeed so, and they are looking great for cruising to the race victory, still getting a little bit of cut tracks, and the race stewards are keeping their sharp eye on the proceedings, and that is one of the more, more trusty signs of race stewards being awake. Because even at this hour, they're carefully watching the only car in their class and gonna enforce the rules on them. And many people would say, oh, that's pedantic, why are you even watching them? Can't they do whatever they want? They're leading. No, there are rules to racing. Without rules, racing would be just NASCAR.
Yeah, you can't just let people do whatever they want, because obviously signing up to the race, they know the rules. They well, I hope they do. I hope they
sign up in the assurance that you know the rules, and you are, by signing up, you're agreeing to the rules of the race, whether you have read them or not, and you better hope that you have read them.
Yeah, when you end up in the steward's room, you can't be saying, oh yeah, I didn't know that was the rule, because, well, sorry mate, but it is. And
you're gonna get an almighty spanking if you if you haven't actually read the rules. So, you know, it's one of those things that people are gonna have to be aware of, even if a lot of those things are quite, you know, quite obvious for drivers who have any sort of understanding about racing. You know, obey the flags and don't cut the track too much, don't hit other drivers on purpose, things like that, you know. But there are also things that they need to be aware of when you are racing in an online environment. As well as with the R Factor and its peculiarities about you know, driver changes and so on and so forth. There are some things that have to be enforced by the rules, so the rule document actually makes for quite a bit of fascinating reading. Said no one ever, but it actually does.
Penalties. Talking about penalties, guess who's just got one? Race leader David Mrocek, and I would assume that this is a cut penalty as well. A quick flick back. Yes, he did go off the track. There you got a cut penalty. It is a bit weird here, guessing cut penalties. As we mentioned a couple of hours ago now, the curbs are absolutely massive, so you generally don't really push the limits. You only really get a cut if you actually go off, so it is generally slightly unlucky to be in that position where the game is giving you a penalty. But either way, you've gone off, you've got a penalty, and they will not, the stewards will not remove it, so you do have to serve it. But fortunately for Mrocek, he is leading by quite some way.
And he has just gone purple in the first sector.
Yeah, but unfortunately we don't have his second. Oh wait, no, sorry, yeah, that'll be, yeah, basically because he's cut, it's not going to give him the time, but he's coming straight in to serve the penalty, and we'll see if this is a drive-through or if he was a especially naughty boy and got given a stop-go for a major cut. So let's have a look what he's going to do.
Just don't speed on the pit lane, mate.
Oh, yes. Who was it who did that earlier? Pedersen, in this very car. He got a penalty, so he came in, and then he got another penalty while serving the first one, which is not what you want to do.
No, that's making it worse. By, you know, obviously that's making it worse, but that's also, that can happen so easily when you're like, man, why do I get to drive through? I don't want to lose any time, and you just try and be like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, go through as fast as I can while still obeying the rules, and then you just make a tiny bit of error, you're going a little bit too fast, and then you, boom, you get the added penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and you can't serve it while serving your first penalty. It's not like it converts it to stop and go. No, you're just gonna have to come into the pit lane once again, and you know, you're gonna lose even more time. So that's like, well done. You were trying to save half a second, and you just lost another 30 seconds. How do you feel now?
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. It's a bit silly to be losing time like that, and hopefully that is the last penalty that they will get. As mentioned before, we do think this is the last stint for David Mrocek. After this, after this stint, there will be 6 hours to go. So he will probably not get back in the car. So this will probably be the last stint for David Mrocek, as he will probably cycle through Simoncic and then maybe Henningsen and Pedersen to finish off. Or maybe just 2 of those drivers, we will see. But either way, I think this is going to be Mrocek's last stint, which is why he's probably trying to have a bit of fun and pushing the limits.
Yeah, and you know, why not? As long as you don't win it, then in your last stint, you're gonna have to leave them the lap time, you know, and trying to beat your teammates' lap time. And why not? Because in a sense, they got a reasonably safe lead in that they have to really screw up a big time in order to lose this one. So, you know, Mrocek, I think he's gonna try to prove his worth to his team as well, in a sense that, you know, your closest competitor is always your teammate, but in a team event, you are pulling on the same string, on the same cord, even more so than usually. You have to be a unit, but at the same time, you can see on the dashboard of the car, I have to actually change to it, so I can show you what I mean. You can see in the dashboard of most cars, the best lap time. I'm gonna change to it right now. Here you can see it. It's on the bottom right hand side of the dashboard, and every time you're racing, you're watching at the dashboard, you're gonna see that. And you're gonna see that, and you will know that that is not a lap time set by you. And that is there to serve as that's only function of that best lap thing, is to serve you that you are slower than the guy who put in this lap time. That means you are an inferior human being and you should feel shame. And up until you have went under that lap time, you are still inferior and you cannot achieve happiness. And that's not strictly the truth, because there are so many things that affect it, and the important thing is that team wins, but that's how a racing driver thinks it.
It sure is, and there's obviously a lot of egos about in the racing world, not only in real life but also in the sim racing esports world. There's a lot of egos about, and even it gets to a point where even if you're just 1-2 tenths off, that means you're slow. It doesn't matter how far off, you are still slow. So yeah, that is something that you have to consider when you come racing. But then that is the competitive nature. I would assume every single person here on the field, or even in their beds right now if they're having a bit of a nap, is competitive, and that's why they come. That's why they come and show up to these races. Because they want to beat other people.
I just had I think you muttered the best idea ever: competitive napping.
I believe there is actually a world championship for sleeping. I believe that is a thing.
Longest?
I don't know if it's length or if it's quality, but yeah, I've definitely seen that there is a world championship for sleeping, which these drivers will definitely win after this race.
Yeah, is it the quality or the length or the quantity when it comes to sleeping? Well, either way, I think I would be quite strong in that one, because I believe in Denmark last year, a lot of people are wondering how can you sleep 16 hours after the event, and I was like, easily. I just woke up the next morning, and having slept from the last afternoon to the next morning without missing a single assignment, of course, because we were off the air by that point. So I just went to sleep, and I woke up the next morning and everyone else was like, well, how could you sleep that long? And I was like, easy, I just slept. Sleep is good. So and the best thing is that my keys were sent from Denmark by mail to me a week later. My apartment keys, because I had lost them in the hotel.
Ah, nice. Yeah, we went back to our Airbnb after the race, and we tried to watch the Formula 1 race that was on that evening, and I don't remember much after about lap 20, because I just fell asleep, because it's too difficult to stay awake. And I'm not surprised. I'm not. Wow, that's a different discussion for a different day.
Yes.
But that can happen. And I mean, to us, I'm feeling quite good after this race at the moment. But obviously, commentating is a little bit different to racing. I was pretty knackered after that race in a Viborg from a driving point and a mental point. But I'm actually feeling pretty good. But I think I will get some rest later on when Ewan comes back from his sleep, or if you want to go off, maybe we'll get Nick involved as well. Plenty of commentators here.
Yeah, plenty of commentators here. That's what it felt like when we were filling the schedule up as well. I'm wondering if Ewan has actually heard about the sleeping contest and is now going for the record, for the sleeping world record. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. He did say about 7 o'clock, which is in almost 10 minutes time. But that's just the wonderful joys of being involved in this organisation, organising a 24-hour event. This is from being on this side, this is my first 24-hour race, so it's good to be on this side sometimes, because 24 hours from a driving point is pretty draining.
Yeah, and as a commentator, it's a different sort of training, in a sense that, you get into the flow of it. Not gonna spend the viewers' time talking about our jobs too much, because it's quite boring. We just talk over moving pictures, really. But as David Kaloksa is in the pits as well. But yeah, it's a different experience from driving, certainly, having done numerous 24-hour commentaries and 24-hour driving experiences as well, although not too many of them in English, I must say, because I usually do this stuff in my native tongue, which is of course Finnish, for those who haven't gathered that one yet. In case that isn't deadly obvious by the accent and the fact that I can't pronounce some of the words. Fun fact, Finns cannot say squirrel.
Close enough.
Yeah, that's something Finns and Germans have in common, actually, because they can't say squirrel to save their lives. They're like, I heard, and, or just try to bypass it altogether. But yeah, that's an interesting example. Another interesting example of Finns being unable to say a word, turd. Which was pointed out to me after doing a season of Lotus 79 commentary in English as the lead commentator with a Finnish co-commentator as well, which was a reasonable experience. So we had no native speakers in the broadcast at all. And I said, and in the third position is blah blah blah. And after the race, he was like, well, it's not that bad of a position, it's quite good. What do you mean? In the third part, and then they typed it out, and then I was like, well. And since then, I have referred to it mostly as P number 3.
Yeah, it's the th sound, but then I probably can't pronounce half the words, or even more than that in your language, because Finnish is unbelievably complex language. At least from what it looks like from the outside, so I don't envy people who to go to learn that. I'm sorry. People have that misconception. Okay, we're gonna get back in the race soon, we swear. But since you fed it to me on a silver platter, Finnish is one of the few languages which is completely phonetic, meaning that we have no separation between the phonetic and the written alphabet, meaning that all the spelling is consistent. Unlike in your language, for example. Having studied English, I can say that it's anything but consistent, and there are no really missed letters either. When you see a word like my name, Ossian, it's pronounced exactly the same way as it is written. And it abides, about 60% of it abides to the International Phonetic Alphabet. So if you're wondering how a word is pronounced, you just open up the International Phonetic Alphabet and there it is. And also, we don't have grammatical gender either. So that's like one of the things that we don't have either. So we don't have that das, der and die, or das, die and der. Rather that the German has, for example, grammatical gender and all that stuff. So it's actually quite an easy language when you get past the word conjugation that there is a fair bit of. I must admit, there is a fair bit of word conjugation going on in the Finnish language, like 200 forms, 200 different forms for each and every verb, but like 10 of them are used anyway, so it's alright. Is that similar to what we were saying with the fan and cool earlier, as it could be taken in many different aspects, but yeah, it's going pretty well here at the Nürburgring as we're coming towards the close of another hour, and the drivers are starting to actually slow down a little bit. I noticed quite a lot of the lap times are slowing down compared to what they were doing earlier. So the only person who's really setting some decent laps still is Kish in 4th position. But yeah, apart from that, everyone is maybe not pushing quite 100%, or they're starting to get a bit sleepy.
Yeah, it might be that. It might be the rising track temps as well. Sun is getting back up once again, but they are going a lot slower than the early parts of the race. So might be that they are getting to the later part of their stints too. That might be a part of the effect to it. We have to wait and see, but yeah, I think it's a combination of fatigue and not really having anything to fight for. Well, Tony Jansen is 30 seconds behind Brioni, but I believe he's also a pit stop behind Tiziano Brioni at the moment, so it's not quite as straightforward of a battle as we were kinda expecting, or rather hoping at this point in time, Would be good to have him 30 seconds behind, but that's not quite what's going on between the 71 and the 33.
Yeah, the 33 pit about 12 minutes past the hour, so that's another 20 minutes before, or just under 20 minutes before we expect them in the pit box. I can't quite remember where exactly the Musto car is, but I'll try and find out for you. Actually, I think they just made their pit stop about 5 minutes ago on the last lap, didn't they? So yeah, they're gonna lose another minute or so, so the gap is probably somewhere in the region of about 90 to 100 seconds between those two cars.
So 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 thereabouts. Nothing that they can't catch up during the next 6 hours, mind you, but it's gonna require quite a lot of effort and require them to get some better traction in their car as well. And that's actually something I want to talk about as we watch Luca Di Amelio coming into the pit lane. Something I want to talk about. They have to make a setup that works for 24 hours. Now, this is summer, the sun gets up quite early, so you kind of want to set the car up to daytime. But that's also something that's gonna have an effect, you know, how the car works in daytime versus how the car works in nighttime, because there can sometimes be drastic differences in the way that the cars work. And I think that could explain some of the difficulties that they were having with some of the cars earlier on as well. I think it was Kaloksai, one of the drivers who had a lot of difficulties on the nighttime with the BMW. He was the Latvian driver. I can't remember his team.
Lapins?
Yes.
Lapins?
Yeah, 9 and 9 in the Abstineo Forest Bologna AFP team. I can now get why you call that the AFP. Trying to pronounce my way through it sometimes. But yeah, Lapins had a bit of difficulty in the 999, which is still on the road actually, driven by David Kaloksai. But yeah, maybe they had made a setup that works in daytime too and not so much in nighttime.
Potentially, it's not quite such as a dramatic effect in R-Factor 2 with the timings and how that reacts. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that one goes, and if that is actually if the trend continues, because we did notice earlier, if you remember, when nightfall fell about 10 hours ago now. The time started to get a lot quicker, so maybe that is a bigger factor than I remember. But yeah, it's certainly something that the drivers have to think about, and it could, you know, there's many variables, there's many different ways that it can fluctuate. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see, and the excitement of this race has woken up our Sleeping Beauty as well, who will be hearing about soon enough. I mean, in fairness, he woke up as scheduled, so not really worth reviewing, but I just mentioned that as well. And Tony Jensen still hasn't made his next pit stop either, so he's dropped to P number 3 at this point in time as a result of the mistake they did make earlier on. And now those guys are just gonna have to claw their way back in the second place battle with 6 hours remaining in this event. Give you a quick rundown before we go for yet another one of those breaks. It is David Mrocek still in the lead. The Burst Esports, they have been all conquering in the latter portion of this race. They are leading by over 1 lap, ahead of the number 71 Musto GD Esports, the Italian squad, with Tiziano Brioni behind the wheel, and in P number 3 right behind them on the final podium spot at the moment, it is the Dutch team, and they are the Fair Racing team, number 33 with Tony Janssen driving for them. Balatskis, the 1, 2, 3 team, currently in the 4th position, and they are of course they are one of those teams that has a lot of support and have been driving fairly well, have the Simco guys. And in the 5th position it is the 1040 Pasta alla Norma Racing team, and they are currently piloted by Mariano Carlo. And of course in the other class as well, we still have those 911 guys on the road. Jordan Weeks driving currently for the only Porsche still remaining in this event, and those guys are gonna bring a class victory for sure, the HM Engineering. And it's a small wonder if they can't manage to race from here on out, because really they have no reason to go too fast at this point in time. But I mean, Cam, I'll be honest with you, just gonna mention that thing in a short while, for a short while. I'm admiring the fact that they can, you know, still bring themselves to concentrate in the event, because I know I would have some troubles, you know, keeping my mind in it when I don't really have anyone to race against. And just as I said that, they pulled their tail out very nicely heading on to the Göttingen straight.
Keeping concentrated is really the most important bit. Doesn't matter where you are in the race, what sort of situation you are. You just got to be in the zone and be doing the laps that you can. If you are a tiny bit too slow, then you're a tiny bit too slow. There's no point in over pushing and causing anything. But also, if you're in a position like Devon Motrek, you don't, and well, even Jordan Weeks as well, because they're the only car in their class. When you're leading by such a margin, you can't allow yourself to start making mistakes and get out of that zone. You got to keep in that zone, in that concentration bubble, and make sure you are only focusing on the driving and nothing else.
Indeed, that is so. You must focus on the task at hand. The task at hand for these drivers is to try and survive through the last 6 hours of this event. We are 3/4 of a way through the 24 hours of the Nürburgring by GTR24H. And we'll be back after these messages from our sponsors who make this all possible. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. There are 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
welcome back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring presented by GTR24H, and we are into the final fourth of the race. 3 fourths done, 1 final fourth left. They have brought us surprises, drama, battles, great exciting racing, and plenty of things to talk about for the weeks, the months and the days to come. Well, the first fourth, that was a bit of a settling in phase. Couple of teams making mistakes, still trying to get used to the phase of this race. The second fourth, that was the battle phase. We saw that amazing lead battle that is going to be talked about for a long time. It seems like such a grand amount of time ago that we had that lead battle, but it is still something that people are going to be remembering when they talk about this race. The third fourth, that was more of a settling in and avoiding mistakes phase, and a lot of teams, they were unable to avoid the mistakes, and as a result of that, they were out of this event. The 777 out of the race, the number 90 out of this race, the 14 out of this race, the 24 out of this race, and the 007 out of this race, as is the 888. And the final fourth, is it going to be the champagne phase? Are we going to bring laurels to the victors as well as 1,000 euros and great products in prize and money? We will just have to wait and see. Well, the answer is yes. We are going to have a winner in this race. Who is it going to be? Certainly number 94 Burst Esport have laid a strong claim on that trophy so far, but don't count anyone out until it is over. Such is the nature of endurance racing, and nature boys, these guys are going to be. So stay true, especially as we have still all this time, all these laps on the fabled Nürburgring Nordschleife remaining. So get a nice position, grab yourself some snacks. Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are in the world, and welcome. And speaking of welcomes, it is time to bring back Ewan O'Leary on broadcast as well. He's gonna be replacing Cam Roger for the next half an hour. And Ewan getting back into the event, final 6 hours home stretch, many would say, but it is quite a long stretch. And I'm just wondering, which one is longer, the 6-hour home stretch or that one airport scene in, I think it was Fast and Furious 6?
Oh, I haven't got a clue this early on in the morning. But yeah, we are definitely on the home stretch now. But as you said, it's a long home stretch. The sun was coming out just before I went to bed, so the sun has been up for a little while now. They'll have been adjusted to it. And yeah, on the home stretch and in the final 6 hours, final quarter of the race. So yeah, they're looking forward to the end. Some of these guys are going to be. I'd imagine particularly Burst Esport want to get this race out of the way, because they just don't want anything to go wrong, basically. Many things could go wrong, and they've been leading for such a long time that they'll just be hoping and praying that nothing goes wrong. So yeah, I noticed we're down to 7 cars left. Yeah, 7 cars left. It's been a very attritional race, and yeah, some of the cars have not been able to make it to the end. Neither of the Drillers Esports cars have made it to the end, so it's been a particularly attritional race, it seems, especially in the SB9 class. We've still got one of the SB7s, so still half of them are running, but quite a lot of the SB9s are out of the race right now.
Yeah, they are, and that's something that's gonna have an effect, of course, when you look at it in the long run as well. And you might think it's boring to have these few cars remaining, and in some respects, I guess if you're looking for instant entertainment, it might be considered exactly that. But for those who know endurance racing, the few faithful that are watching a race at this hour, our core audience at this point in time, those guys will know that it's at this point in time that races are truly decided, that people are gonna have to, you know, make those final gasps and, you know, gather their final bits of willpower. It is going to be 3 stints, most likely, well, 6 stints left actually still in the race, but 3 turns for each driver 1 turn for each driver, 3 turns in total remaining if they're gonna be double stinting all the way to the end of this race. And you know, leading the race for 23 hours and 55 minutes is not gonna amount to anything if you lose it in the last 5. Just ask Toyota.
Yeah, exactly. So, and especially around here, you could be doing at least 24 hours and 5 minutes because the lap's so long. So you got to be still on it and careful, even beyond the checkered flag, really. So, yeah, it's not the race hasn't been won yet, and Rozek is going to have to be careful, and he's about 1.5 laps in the lead right now. Not quite, but he's nearly there. Brioni is in second at the moment, but excuse me, Brioni is having he's got quite a lot of pace at the moment. Actually, he did a 9.4 last time around, only just 3 tenths behind Rozek, but he put about 15 seconds into Tony Jansen, who's just come into the pit lane in the Fair Racing Team car. I just wonder if those cars are going to battle, the Fair Racing Team and Musto, because they've been trading punches for the last few hours, but Musto have finally got the upper hand. When I left just about 3 hours ago, Musto were about 1 minute in arrears, but now they're 45 seconds in front, and the other car involved in that battle, I can't remember what it was called, but I noticed one of the cars that was involved there is now dropped away.
Yeah, that's the 888 Patrick Rusinak, I believe you're referring to. They are no longer in that battle either. So, to fill you in on what happened actually earlier on, Tiziano Brioni and the Musto GT Esports was able to get past the Fair Racing Team, courtesy of Fair Racing Team making a mistake, getting really wide at Mechesfeld, and as a result of that, you know, just slamming the wall so very hard and, you know, damaging the car, having to drive to the pit lane without the rear wing, and doing a good job of that, actually, I must say. To be honest, they did a very good job of that. And as they went to get repaired, they lost about 20 seconds on that lap alone. Then they had to get repairs, done extra pit stop, and they have now fallen behind the Musto GT Esports squad. Tony Jansen gonna return to the track, and he's sitting currently 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind Musto GT Esports. So Musto is looking strong for that second place, and equally Fair Racing Team is looking strong for that final podium position. And well, it's gonna have to really be a fairy tale for them to climb any higher than that in the standings, I fear.
Yeah, possibly. They're going to have their work cut out. Tony Jansen's just stayed into that car, so I'm hoping that for his sake that he can get his pace up just a little bit, because otherwise, you're right, he's definitely not going to catch Brioni by any means, but catching Brioni is probably quite difficult right now because he's got a lot of pace about him. So we'll see if he can indeed do that, but that is easily the closest battle out there on the circuit at the moment. There's not many other close battles. There's a couple of other gaps that are close-ish, but it's all about over a minute and over 2 minutes long, so I doubt they're going to close up dramatically in the next few moments, but you never know. We've still got a long time to go. Just under 6 hours when you think about it. It's actually a really quite a long race, so we've still got a very long way to go.
We do indeed. Still following Tony Jansen on our screens right now. Just gonna watch those lap times. Tiziano Brioni has been on a surprisingly good pace. Not sure what he's chasing. I think he's running away from the 33 at this moment in time, and who can blame them? They have a good result coming up if they can hold on to it all the way to the end. And Musto GT really, who could have said after the first couple of hours even that Musto GT Esports is going to be in the second place?
We wouldn't have expected it, because, maybe after the first hour you could have expected, but especially after a few hours, they continued to fall away at quite an alarming rate. So, yeah, it was a bit surprising, and it is a bit surprising now to see them so far up the order, but it's good for them, good for their case. and yeah, they've done really well to do it so far. They're in second by 2 minutes, and they are now because Jansen's just pitted. So yeah, interesting, and I wouldn't have thought of that a few hours into the race, but that's the beauty of it, really. It's kind of chopped and changed around, and they've come back from the dead, really. I thought they were not particularly great, particularly in the late part of the first day and the early part of the night. Now they are looking particularly strong, actually, and driving out there in second place. And obviously they're not going to catch Mrozek on pace, but they are at least going to consolidate their second place.
Indeed so, wise words, Yun. And just gonna remind all of the viewers here real quickly that if you have any questions for us, whether about the Nürburgring Nordschleife or this event, or about GTR24H, or about these endurance events that we are doing, or about R Factor 2, or about sim racing, or about why squirrels is the best animals on planet Earth, then feel free to send us those questions at YouTube, for example. We answer them. I have the YouTube chat open on my right hand side screen, so I'm gonna be able to view that the easiest, or in the Twitch chat as well. But YouTube chat, really, that seems to be the most active solution at the moment. We also have a Facebook stream open as well. I don't have that open actually right now, so I can't really view that very well. But YouTube chat, if you have any questions, then we are more than happy to answer them to the best of our ability. And if we don't have the answer for you, we are trying to, research the answer to the best of our possibility, as people are making morning coffees and getting ready for the final 6 hours of the event, and having a nice Sunday brunch probably. And that would actually sound really nice right now. I hate to do this to you, but a Sunday brunch right at this moment, combined breakfast and lunch, a really nice table laid out in the sun, and enjoying the nice spring air, with a lot of food to eat, maybe some fresh croissants, a lot of coffee, and some things that go with the Sunday brunch. I don't know, I haven't really done Sunday brunch growing up, but I know they're awesome from the few experiences that I have.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would have to agree with you there. It would be nice, but unfortunately, we don't really have time for that here. We're just soldiering on with this brunchless at the moment, and well, I suppose it is a bit early for brunch here, but I know where you are. It's prime brunch time, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I'm sure these guys will have had something to eat at this point. I don't really know what the strategy for that kind of thing is, really, in a 24-hour race, because I've never done one. So about eating, because I'd go hungry if I was driving and playing the sim this amount of time. You wouldn't really have time to properly eat. I wouldn't have thought. Or maybe you do. You just take breaks to really make sure you do get the proper eating, because obviously if you don't eat enough, you don't eat well enough, then your concentration levels are going to not be very good.
Well, the strategy is that, you eat between the shifts, and then you just climb through the shifts, really. I usually, when I've done the 24-hour events, I've done them since 2015, actually. And did my last 24-hour event about 3 weeks ago, Nürburgring 24, ironically, which we won. So yay. But since then, from those experiences, having done endurance racing a fair bit, I find myself eating, before the race, well before the race, getting maybe some more carbohydrates in my system, just carving up a little bit, spaghetti or something nice. Don't really think about it too much, but something that'll stay in the stomach for a fair bit and gonna provide with energy, and then have maybe a chocolate bar or two at hand, or something with a lot of sugar, a lot of concentrated sugar, in case I need a quick pick-me-up in the middle of the race. But usually I just have a bubble gum in my mouth, and I'm just gonna chewing on the bubble gum, and when I come to the pit lane, I throw the bubble gum away into the trash bin, and then I'm gonna get the new bubble gum, and I'm gonna put that in my mouth, and I'm gonna get back racing. And when I need a little bit of a pick-me-up and I'm eating bubblegum already, I add more bubblegum. So that's gonna pick you up, especially if it's like a really like, you know, cool menthol bubblegum and not one of those that taste bland or are too sugary or something like that. So, you know, a lot of people use coffee. I personally have used, when I did my first 24-hour event, that was the Masters of Endurance at Spa in 2015 on iRacing. And of course, I slept in on my first endurance event. I missed my wake-up call and had another team's participant wake me up, who was also a Finnish guy who knew me, and was like, "Hey, weren't you supposed to be in that car?" I was like, "What time is it?" And he was like, "Well, it's 5 minutes after your pit stop, and I just noticed their driver going for their third stint in a row." Yeah, I'm gonna wake up. And at that point, I went to the kitchen and I made myself some instant coffee. I still lived back at home, mind you, back then, and we had a small apartment, and the thing is, my mom slept in the kitchen back then. It was me and my mom living there. Mom slept in the kitchen because it was one of those old-time kitchens which had a bit of room in the end. So she liked to sleep in the kitchen, that's fair enough, you know. So I made myself some instant coffee and I added sugar into it. 2 spoonfuls of sugar. Tablespoonfuls, and I added some milk, and that sounds normal, okay, just rich with sugar, but that sounds normal so far. And then I added half a can of energy drink, cheap energy drink that was already opened and kept overnight in the fridge, and I added that into it. And then I added a spoonful of a marmalade, of blueberry strawberry marmalade, and then I mixed it all together, and then I drank it. And I'll tell you what, I was awake after that. I was disgusted. That almost ended up in the toilet, but I was awake. So that's a top tip for everyone watching. If you need a pick-me-up, that's a free receipt right here from the GTR24H organization staff / commentary crew.
You can't promise that's the nicest drink you're ever going to have, but it would certainly wake you up. I can imagine that, and yeah, I mean, some of these drivers will be wanting that kind of thing right now. Obviously, they won't have had very much sleep either. Even in these far teams, it's difficult to sleep like you normally would. You still be up at strange times, and you still be not getting as much sleep as normal. As we just approach another 20 minutes complete, but yeah, these guys will be just having to be careful, really. I always wonder how people don't fall asleep on the Dotting-Go here, because it's just such a long straight that how on earth don't they just accidentally nod off? Because I've heard of people nodding off on the Camel Straight at Spa in the 24-hour race of Spa before, so I wouldn't have been surprised to hear that somebody had nodded off on the Dotting-Go, to be honest, because it's kind of the obvious place for it. I don't really know, but maybe that's just maybe that's not really possible when you're driving. It's you kind of concentrate and you're not really in danger of falling asleep.
Sorry, I had just the mental image in my mind of somebody watching the race from near the tourist pits, which are halfway through the Dotting-Go Straight, and then, you know, just watching the cars going by and wondering, you know, what's the noise, you know, you hear like and then this one guy going you know, with their head nodding against the horn in the middle of the steering wheel. And don't correct my assumption that these cars totally have horns in the middle of the steering wheel. I want to imagine they have these old-time horns in the middle of the steering wheel, and they're just gonna go, you know, beeping the horns with their forehead, beeping the horn with their forehead, you know, nodding against the middle of the steering wheel and going like "Brrr," while the car is zooming by and just slowly crashing into a barrier. You know, because that's something maybe out of a comedy movie or maybe a Top Gear skit. Old Top Gear.
Yeah, probably, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that has happened here. So that's it. That is fortunate because when you get this far, you really do want to be able to make it to the end. There's only 7 of them remaining, and if you were not able to get to the end of the race from here, it would be pretty heartbreaking if that were the case, and yeah, it would be a little bit disappointing for the guys if they were to get this far and then to not finish. Would be kind of like even worse than crashing out like 20 hours ago. Not 20 hours ago, but you see what I mean, like 10 hours ago. It would have been way less disappointing to have just crashed then than it is to crash at this late stage.
Yeah, we always used to actually start the endurance races, even with a group of Finns. It's the reasonable strat is to have a couple of guys preparing their sleep schedule for the night stints, especially when everyone is of the same nationality. But the strat we always did was to have each and every one of the drivers in our team, usually 3 to 4 guys, usually 4 guys, that was pretty common. Sometimes even 5 if we were feeling lazy and if we had everyone about on equal pace. Not to hinder the performance, and we had everyone take turns on the first 4 or 5 stints, so everyone gets a go, and we have a pact: don't wreck the car during the first 4 of those stints. And after that is done, you know, you can start taking risks because everyone has at least gotten to be a part of the race that they practice so hard for.
That's not a bad call, to be honest, but some of these guys weren't even able to get it to the end of the first hour. I do remember that the B32 car was out even before they could make their first pit stop, and then there were cars like One Mover and all sorts of cars that didn't even make it to the first few hours. So yeah, you don't want to be wrecking your car early, and there'll be a lot of these guys who have practiced for this race, and they've practiced in their cars and whatever on this track and whatever, and they won't have got to drive in this race because their car would have been retired before they could even get their hands on it. And that's the kind of disappointing thing, because you feel like you've really wasted your time then when you don't even get to drive. You've just done all your practice, but you didn't even get to show yourself against anybody. So yeah, that's the most heartbreaking of all, really, when you practice and you don't really have anything to show for it, and you can't showcase any of your skills either. That's must be pretty bit disappointing for people.
It must be indeed, and that's a terrible feeling. I've been there once. When we decided to scrap that strat, you know, in favor of actually preparing for Le Mans 24 Hours a couple of years back, and we were racing the P2 prototype, and the second fastest class. We had P1 prototypes, then the P2 prototypes, and then the GDE class as well, and the GDE AM class. I think there was the GDE Pro and the GDE AM classes, so kind of like proper Le Mans 24 hours, and our the race ended in a hardware failure 4 hours in from the second place overall. Not overall, but second place in class. And that was, to say that was disappointing would be like saying it's a minor inconvenience to step on a landmine.
Oh yeah, I can imagine you were all pretty frustrated about that, because yeah, when you do all the practice and all the preparation and whatever, and it all comes to nothing in the end, and you don't even get to do the end of the race. It doesn't even matter where you finish, you just want to get to the end of the race, mate, first of all. So it must be pretty disappointing if you can't even do that.
I actually have a point about the race going on. I want to also thank Jon Fabricius for his wonderfully supportive comment, of course. They've been doing a wonderful job behind the scenes preparing for the event. I don't think those guys have slept for the last 3 weeks or something, you know, preparing for this event and preparing the graphics and broadcasts. And all we are doing is talking over moving pictures, really. But, you know, point about the race, David Kaloksai, who we are riding on board with right now, in that 999 car, who have hit so many difficulties earlier on. Well, the 999, they are still racing the Abstineo Forze Polonia, also known to friends as AFP, and they are within 70 seconds of the 104 team and Mariano Kallio, and they are catching them up at a rate of 13 seconds per lap. I'm not kidding. That was not a spelling mistake. I make those many, but that was not one of those. David Kaloksai, 813.7. Mariano Calo, 826.3. And that's also something of a consistent team. So Mariano not really able to find their best pace, whereas David is obviously running very fast right now. And at this rate, if we extrapolate, which is always a dangerous thing to do in racing, they're gonna catch them up in something like 6 laps.
Yeah, at this current rate, it's not going to be long before he's actually there, is Kaloksai, but you'd expect that really because the AFP car was running well up the front early on. They were one of the top 4 that initially got away in the first hour, and then they were really one of the front runners throughout the first part of the race. They fell back a little bit through the mid part, but really come to the fore again now, and they were battling over second place. They've had issues. They're down to 6th, and the last of the running SP9 cars, but they look like they may be able to overtake Mariano Calo if they can do. They're going to try. It's 1 minute 6 at the moment, and then when they get if they get to and past the Pasta Alla Norma Raging Team car, they've got another 3 minutes to catch up to the Simco car, which is another car that I reckon they can reel in, but I don't know if they're quite going to run out of time in terms of getting 4th position.
Well, they still have 5.5 hours remaining as I get my words in order as well, and they're certainly gonna be trying their best, but so are those teams trying their best to stay ahead of them, and it is always a matter of driver changes as well. Mariano Calo obviously not the best driver in that one of 4 cars, so you know they're just gonna be trying their best to keep on keeping on and keep on trucking and surviving this stint really. And then as they change drivers, we might see a whole different set of skills take place, and that the gap, you know, still coming down maybe courtesy of the pace by the 999, but coming down a little bit at a slower rate of knots, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it is a little bit, but still reading him in, that's the most important thing, and the gap is still coming down, so that is still good for us, because we'd like to see a couple of battles in the end of this race. I'm sure we'll see a couple.
Yeah, indeed. That would be wonderful to see some battles. Was just agreeing with you. Didn't wanna really interrupt you. So if you had some games of your mind to share, then by all means, feel free to do so if you have any great ideas at this point in time. Just gonna, you know, follow the 999 on for a little longer. The last lap 8:14.4. Mariano Calo in that 104 8:31 flat. So that's another 17 seconds gained. Oh, Kaloksai had a big moment there at the hairpin on the GP section, but still gonna be able to keep going. And the gap down to 67 seconds. It's soon under 1 minute.
Yeah, it will be under 1 minute in a very short time indeed, and yeah, he's catching that car extremely quickly. Kaloksai is actually one of the fastest cars on the circuit. Brioni is the fastest with a 10.8 on that last lap, which is a pretty phenomenal pace for this late on in the race, especially from that Musto car, which had been struggling for pace earlier on. But yeah, Kaloksai doing very well at the moment, but we've had another half an hour of racing. I've been awake for half an hour, and I'm a little bit woken up now, so we're all alright. We've still got 5.5 hours left on the clock now. We're going to take another commercial break. We'll be back in a few moments when we have seen these few messages.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
And welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours, and Ossian has gone for a bit of a break, so I'm back in the commentary booth here with Ewan, and we're just discussing that. Yeah, Zjeni Simčić has got back into the burst car just a couple of laps ago now, and he's actually been setting some decent sector times, so I'm expecting him to go for a pretty quick stint here, although I would expect him probably to stay in for 2 or 3 fuel stints. And the closest battle on track is really Kalexai and Mariano Callo, but they are still a little bit away. He is catching, Kalexai is catching quite a bit, but there's still, as we said, about 60 seconds between them, so there'll still be a little bit of time there. But Ewan, it is certainly not over. This is not over until you get to the checkered flag on that final lap.
No, it isn't. These guys are all going to have to be careful. As we've seen so far, the Nordschleife can claim some victims, so they're going to have to be careful and wary of the walls still. Even though we're into the home stretch now, as Ossian coined it a moment ago, we are still well and truly in the danger zone, because this track is dangerous. So these guys are going to have to be careful. I don't know. I guess in this stint we're going to get to decide if Simčić or Pedersen is the fastest driver in the Burst Esports car, because Pedersen, we've seen his pace earlier on. This is the second time we've seen Simčić on that car, I believe, unless he was able to get in and out in the time that I was gone. But that would be a really short stint, and it wouldn't really make sense. So this is the second time that Simčić has been in, and it's the second time we've been blown away by his pace. The first one was when he was in that battle with Martin Hemmingsen, and now he's running around on his own. But it doesn't seem that he's got any less quick, because he's still running around there in the 8 minutes. He's probably going to be below the 8-minute 10s, and he's probably going to be the fastest man on the circuit in this lap, to be honest.
And just thinking back, that battle between him and Hemmingson was now 12 hours ago. Or, well, actually about 11 hours ago, sorry. So time does fly, but he's back into the cut. And yeah, I would expect him to get well under the 8-minute 10 barrier. I've been watching him on this lap so far, he's been pushing so much. So I expect him to get some nice lap times coming on. Obviously there's no reason for them to push really, being over a lap in the lead. That will never stop a racing driver such as himself. And he's probably near about a lap and a third in the lead as well. So he's got plenty of time. 10 minutes, I would assume, maybe close to 11 minutes of time he's got in his pocket. And Mrjic almost did give it away on a couple of occasions, but hopefully Simičić is just going to keep it nice and clean and thrill us with some lap times.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to do that. Well, he often does, to be fair, because his lap times have been fairly scintillating so far in this race. So we'll see what he can produce for us this time. But yeah, it's about well, just under a lap and a third's advantage. But he's still got a comfortable lead at the moment. It was actually I was actually commenting that I thought it was going to approach 2 laps before long, but then the Mercedes car pitted and that didn't really happen. So yeah, that's not really surprising. And they're now just coming down towards the final corners, and they're going to well, Simičić is going to see what lap time he is going to do on this particular lap as he comes across the line now.
Oh,
and he
God.
does the fastest lap of the whole race. In not only for that car, but for all the cars, the fastest lap of the race altogether.
What a guy, Simičić is 8:4.6, taking about a second off what the fastest time was. What a lap that was! It certainly looked like he was on it. And I think that goes to show he is probably the fastest man, although this is quite a bit more rubber than the last time Pedersen was in the car. And one would assume Pedersen will be in before the end of the race. We've still got 5.5 hours to go. Simičić just got in the car with, let's say, 6 hours to go, which means there's probably going to be Simičić for 3 stints and then maybe Pedersen for 3 stints at the end, which means we'll get a good chance to see both of them. And obviously there's a lot less traffic now, so most of the laps, if not all of the laps that these drivers are doing, are clear. But that is such a lap to start off his first stint back in the car.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot more free track out there to get the lap times done, but that doesn't mean that he's immediately going to get a fastest lap. He's still got to have the pace, and yeah, Simičić has just done an 8-minute 4.6 there, an absolutely fantastic lap time, about 5 seconds quicker than anybody else actually probably 6 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on the circuit right now, just showing that the Mercedes car are in a class of their own at the moment, and nobody else has really got an answer for them. Brioni seems to be a lot faster than Janssen at the moment. They pulled away by 6.5 seconds on that last lap. I was expecting that battle to close up just a little bit, but it doesn't look like that's really going to materialise because Brioni has shown some pretty good pace. I'm just wondering when he's going to actually pit in, but he's going to continue on for at least one more lap, and Janssen's going to be hoping that Musto pits soon so that he can actually maybe start to reel in that car. But it looks like that battle for second is settled for now because Janssen really doesn't have an answer to Brioni, who's still comfortably the fastest driver in that Musto racing car.
I believe they owe us a pit stop, but I'm not sure when that gap will come down. But then again, Janssen will then make his pit stop because they're kind of half a stint out from each other, so kind of yo-yo a bit. But the main important thing with that is where does that yo-yo stop when we get to the final hours of the race, or the final hour exactly, to see when there's going to be the final pit stops. And that final pit stop will be very crucial because that's where you can just suddenly gain or lose about 30 seconds, maybe even a minute, depending on how little fuel you have to take, or how much fuel you have to take in as well. So yeah, that's coming. That is one gap that we need to keep an eye on. And the other gap was that gap between Kalaksai and Kallo, and Kallo is still very slow. He was 8 seconds slower last lap, so Kalaxai is reeling him in at this current pace, but I'm not sure if that is going to be Callow's speed for the rest of the race, or if there's going to be any answer, because I'm sure they're going to put someone else in that car if he really is 8 seconds off the pace.
I'm actually seeing 12 seconds on that last lap, even worse than that, but he just comes over the... Oh, well, he's going to come over the line in a little while yet, but 50 seconds is the margin, and you'd expect Kaloxai to be quicker anyway, even though the Pastor Alan Norma racing team might have some... well, they might have a better driver to put a bit more pace in a moment, but at the next driver change, but... you've got to think that the AFP car will be quicker anyway, because they've fallen back from a higher position. So I'd expect them to be quicker, as they've shown some better pace earlier on in the race. That's where the Pastor around this place in the field is where the Pastor Alanorma car has been for most of the race, but the AFP car have been much further up towards the 4 than they are right now, so it's kind of expected that they're much quicker than the people around them, but it is going to provide some entertainment for us, hopefully, as we may even see a battle between them in well, about 45 minutes.
And yeah, you are correct. My math is bad. Yeah, it was 12 seconds. That is, yeah, that's pretty crazy. 12 seconds. That is, yeah, pretty huge. And to be fair to him, he's done an 8 minute 26, which is kind of the pace that I was doing when I did a couple of practice laps around here. So, yeah, he's not anything too crazy. But that is 22 seconds slower than Yerny Sivicic, which is just crazy. Even if you consider that this lap is 5 times longer, divide that difference by 5, and that's still like 4 seconds off the pace. That is quite remarkable to see the pace difference there between the two drivers. And yeah, maybe Callow will be getting out of that car, but someone who's also flying is Peopiv in the HM Engineering SP7 car. He's done a purple first sector, so yeah, they're still going quickly, even though they don't need to don't really need to push too hard. They're still going for those fastest laps as well.
Yeah, they were just thinking, why not at this point, the only SP7 car left in the race, and they have been the only SP7 car for quite a while now. I can't remember exactly when the drive seat gaming car retired, but it was easily inside the first 4 hours, I think, or it might have been around the 4-hour mark, but yeah, it's been an easy win for those guys. Well, it's not over yet, but you understand what I mean. They've just got to get to the end of this race. Despite being 8 laps off the next car, they are obviously slower than all the other cars. Like their actual pace is going to be slower because, well, that's obvious because they've got a slower car, but they're just yeah, 8 laps off the car in front of them, which is a fairly big margin, and they're just running around on their own at the moment. They've just got to not get in anybody's way when they're being lapped, and they'll be fine for the class win in their race. But we're just going to see if the Pastor Alanorma team come into the pit lane. They're going to carry on for another lap, so lap 132 has just begun from Mariano, whatever his name is, Carlo, in that car. So we'll see how much Kaloxai takes out of him on this particular lap. We're expecting it to be around the 8-second margin again. It's been another reeling in for Kaloxai, and he's been doing very well, of course. Putting down the pace even this late on is pretty impressive. So just see how much quicker he was when he comes across the line in just a second.
And Callow did a 8:20 all. Kaloxai comes in, so we're not going to get his lap time, unfortunately. Excuse me. Unfortunately, not going to get his lap time, but yeah, that was going to be another huge gain. He still did an 8:19 while slowing down for the pit lane. So yeah, that's still going to be quite a big difference. And then this lap will obviously extend out, but then Callow will also pit stop at some point, probably next lap, where they will then drop back, and then we'll see the true gap again.
That is one of the gaps that is just closing in at the moment, but one gap that is opening out is the gap for second place, Brioni versus Tony Janssen. That gap is 2 minutes 46 at the moment, and it continues to grow to 11.5 seconds on the last lap. Brioni put a lot of time into Janssen on that particular lap, and it doesn't look like Fair Racing Team have got an answer for Musto anymore. I thought they were going to be able to hold on to second place, they were going to be in the fight for it, but they have really not shown themselves to have the pace as the sun has come up here, and the Fair Racing Team look like they may well have to settle for third place. They're pretty consolidated in that position with 7 minutes behind them, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get into second.
And Janssen did a really nice thing on his last lap. He did a 8:25.000, which is always quite a cool thing to do when you get exactly bang on the second. But that is not actually a very good lap at all, unfortunately. So not the best for him, but Yeli Simic actually dropped down about 5 seconds off the pace on that last lap. He got into the 8:09s. Oh, what a slow lap, but they're still very good, easily the quickest car on circuit, extending their lead. And it seems like the best way that he is defending his lead is by attacking this circuit.
Yeah, we have actually seen a couple of best laps for cars in the previous moments. Yoni Simic did it with the fastest lap of the whole race. With this leap into the race is very impressive, with an 8 minutes 4.6 a couple of laps ago. And Peo Pive, as you commented earlier on, he was going green in the first and second sectors, and he did indeed improve on his best lap time for that car. That's an 8:28.6, which is nearly as quick as Janssen was on that lap. So it just goes to show either how slow Janssen has gone on the previous lap, or indeed how quick Peo Pive is going in that HM Engineering number 911.
Yeah, but that is Peo Pive absolutely on the limit of that car. But obviously Janssen's struggling a little bit, and yeah, there's still a very good time by Peo, so good job from him. Still pushing on, as we've now got 5 hours and 14 minutes to go. So the time is going on, and they are still pushing to see what they can do. Obviously, it is such a shame for that SB7 category that we lost that drive game seat entry. We lost them 91 laps ago now. So that is, yeah, quite a while ago. That is somewhere in the region of about 14 hours ago. So yeah, it's been quite a while, and it's a bit of a shame that they couldn't continue. However, they were actually quite a bit off the pace, so I think HM would be miles in the lead either way.
Yeah, they could be, but it would put the pressure on them if they did have someone chasing them down. It would give them a little bit of pressure and incentive to just stay a little bit concentrated here. So they won't have that for now. They'll just be concentrating on setting fastest laps, apparently. And he's done that right now. But in the pit lane for Tiziano Brioni, he has been in and out for Musto. He's come back out again. He's releasing the pit limits now into turn number 1 and 2, and he has 1 minute 30 after the gap before the pit stops for those two was just under a minute. It's now gone out to 1 minute and 30, and it just goes to show how much slower the Fair Racing Team car has been at this portion of the race. They've really not found their feet, and Janssen does seem to be struggling just a little bit.
That is that is a bit interesting. That is the case. I want to see if maybe he made a mistake on his lap. Not sure. I think that is literally just what the gap is. Their pit stops were the same time from what I can see, so that must just be where they're at. A minute and a half behind. For now anyway, and hopefully that gap can come back in a little bit. But I just saw Hello's teammate saying that Mariano actually has damage, which is helping them in their quest for 5th place with Klaxai, which is one reason why he's losing so much time.
Yeah, but he is losing a lot of time, but I was expecting him to be losing some time anyway. Maybe not quite this much, but yeah, that damage won't be helping him. I wonder how he picked that up, but I don't think he'll be too far away from a pit stop, so thankfully he's going to be able to get that changed in a minute.
I can't see on my little incident tracker thing yeah, he hasn't said that he's been slow, so he hasn't had a big spin, but he might have bashed a wall somewhere, as we've seen a number of drivers do. And I would assume he's probably got some top speed damage or something like that is making the car inherently slow. But either way, he is getting closed down by Kalaksai. The pace difference has reduced quite a bit, and obviously there's a discrepancy in pit stop times, but that gap is certainly coming down, so we might see an overtake for 5th place in the next stint or so.
Yeah, let's hope so. The gap is about 1 minute 50 right now, but obviously Kalaksai has made a pit stop, and Carlo is going to have to in just a moment, so I wonder if it's going to be on this lap where he comes in. Not entirely sure, because I'm not quite up to date. It's going to take me a whole hour. Well, I know I've nearly been here for an hour now, but it's going to take me at least an hour to get back into the cycle of the pit stops again, so I could try and work out what's actually going on here. But yeah, because obviously, as I said to you off air, the sheets of paper next to me don't update when I'm not here, so it's kind of annoying. And it's taken me a little bit of time to catch back up with everything that's actually happening. But yeah, Carlo's just on the dotting line right now. He's coming towards the Tiergarten, and we'll see if he does indeed pit on this particular lap.
Yeah, the wonderful sheets of paper in the commentary booth. It's not the easiest thing to keep up to date with, especially as a number of these teams have had incidents and they've ended up pitting, 2 or 3 laps into a stint, and then that completely puts their strategy out, and it's a bit difficult to keep up with completely. But does Carlo come in? Yes, a little bit late, but he finally makes it inside the Armco to come in. And we would expect potentially a driver swap as well, considering, as we mentioned before, if you're doing any sort of major damage repairs, it's often a good idea to change drivers as well.
Yeah, it is, and we're just going to wonder here, how long are these damage repairs going to take? Because, yeah, that could be a big moment, really, with Kalaksai closing in, and if they do have too much damage to repair, then that could be a real problem for the Pasta Alla Norma racing team. But I can't imagine they'll be sticking or keeping that BMW behind them for too long, if indeed they do end up battling, because they've been pretty helpless to stop the gap falling, and I can't imagine... Oh, just speaking of which, Kalaksai into the wall at the Kleiner Carousel. He just lost it on the exit there, and now he may well have damage as well.
At least at the time that I've seen, since he's got in the car this driving stint, he has done that at that corner 3 times now. And I'm not even joking. 3 times he's gone into the barrier there at the mini carousel, and that... yeah, is obviously his bogey corner, if there is one, for that particular driver. Carlo's still in the pit lane. There was a big enough gap that even with some damage repairs, I assume he's going to come out with the position still intact, but Kalaksai is going to be coming all the way on the back of him, although he has some further damage now, having hit the Armco just there.
Yes, so the Carlo is now rolling. We're just going to see where the BMW is going to come out. He's not even on the home straight yet, so I wonder if he's going to come in to the pit lane on this occasion to repair any damage, but it doesn't look like he's got any. Well, at least if he has, then it's not too substantial, so across the line he goes, and we're going to see he's obviously that's an outlap, so that lap time is worthless to us, but we've had a driver change, I believe, out in that car out front. The gap's 15 seconds, and now Roberto Pignataro is now into that car. So yeah, we'll see if he can do any better than Carlo could.
Hopefully their stop was a little bit longer, so hopefully they have repaired a bit of damage that was on the car, and that they can increase their lap time, because if they are really that far off the pace, it's not going to be that long before Kalaksai starts coming through and overtaking them, which will be for 5th position in the SP9s. So that would be a nice little bonus for AFP. But remember, AFP were on the podium, and through various issues from Ernest Lappins throughout the night, they have lost that, and they're now down in this position. And then Kalexai as well hasn't helped it by spinning at least 3 times already in the last couple of hours. So plenty of action has happened for this car for them to be in this position.
Yeah, indeed, but the gap is still coming down, to be honest. David Kalexai is still putting on the pace. I just wonder how long it's going to take this new driver to actually get up to speed. I've just now noticed a driver change in the Simcoe car as well. I don't know, I didn't even see them coming to the pit lane. So anyway, they've come into the pit lane, and they've now got a new driver as well. So there's all kinds of new drivers going on at the moment, but it's still too early to be expecting the finishing drivers in. Obviously, with still 5 hours to go, you don't want to be making your driver drive for that long, because that would just be a bit rude. But you know, it's getting towards that point where you start back timing and start thinking about who's going to be into the pit lane at the end of and at the end of these laps, and who's going to be in the car at the end of the races.
And we're coming towards the end of another hour. Brioni did a personal best in the middle sector. He's just finishing over the line now, and that is an outlap. So unfortunately, we don't get a representative total lap time, but I can tell you he did a personal best middle sector and a very competitive last sector. So Brioni, I think, is going to be back on the pace, but as we've seen, Simic is still the quickest guy out there and is the one really to beat. But Brioni is trying to bring this car back in contention, but they are really going to need a major issue from the burst camp to be able to battle for the lead here.
Yeah, they are. They're still going to be holding out hope for that, but I can't imagine there is much hope for them. But Simcoe, from 4th position into the pit lane, they have just completed lap 133. And for those wondering about the lap kind of record here, Burst Esports are currently on the lap 136, and we need to get to 159. So we've still got 23 laps to make it, and I reckon in about 3 hours' time we're probably going to have broken that lap record from real life. Yeah, that's a good thing. We're probably going to might even be into the 170s in terms of the laps here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? To get that far ahead, that's going to be, if we do get to about 170, that's over a whole stint ahead. But yeah, we haven't had any interruptions here. It's been a clean race throughout. Obviously, there's been a couple of spinners, but unfortunately, the rain never materialized, never got to us in the virtual world, and that chance has gone now from what we were seeing on the forecast earlier. So yeah, they've just had a nice clean race. They've been very quick, and the leader of the race has always been very quick. There hasn't been a point where the leader of the race dropped back so far that we lost time, really. So yeah, it's just been a very quick race, very clean race so far.
It has indeed, but another hour has just been completed, or it's about to be completed. We're about to have 5 hours to go very shortly. The battle between Kalexai and Pignataro is closing, and before that battle does indeed materialise, we're going to take a break, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that battle for P5 to you after this very short break. We'll be back in a few moments.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back again to the Nürburgring 24 hours, 5 hours or just under 5 hours remaining now, and we have a little battle coming here for 5th position. We have Roberto Pinataro, who has just done his outlap, and he did go off and actually receive a penalty for track cuts, but fortunately for us he didn't to go into the penalty box straight away, as a Kalaksai is getting really close now, only 2 seconds. Remember, this was something like 60 or 70 seconds only a few laps ago, but this Pasta alla Norma raging team was struggling quite a lot, and due to the extra long pit stop with damage repair, they are now in a position that Kalaksai can see them and will be trying to get past. But Ewan, I think that this is going to be a pretty interesting battle for these guys, and I wonder if Kalaksai knows if Pinataro has a penalty, because that might change how he approaches this battle.
Yeah, possibly. I think his team will be telling him, if he hasn't found out himself, obviously, so his team will probably be telling him at this point that the car in front has a penalty, so there's no need to worry about it. But he could, I think for him, P4 is still on the cards if he really gets the move on. Well, actually, it's nearly 4 minutes with just over 5 hours to go, so or just under. So he's going to need to catch up by about a minute per hour, which is quite a tall order over a stint. That's like 10 seconds a lap, which is quite a lot. So I don't think he's going to be able to manage that, but he's going to want to get through as quickly as possible, because if someone has an issue up in front, then there'll be another position up for grabs. But Kalaksai has definitely got more pace than the Corvette in front, no matter what the penalty and damage situation is right now. These two are managed to converge on track just for the moment, and yeah, Kalaksai has definitely got more pace. It's clear to see, and I'm afraid it's probably going to be quite a one-sided battle here.
I think it's just a matter of time at the moment, and the Pasta alla Norma car did hit the wall fairly hard in the hands of Roberto Pinataro, so I do think that this, as you say, will be a fairly one-sided battle. Kalaksai should also know that he doesn't need to push 100%, because that Corvette will be coming into the pit lane at some point in the next couple of laps, albeit a couple of laps is quite long here. But he will be coming in 1 or 2 times past the pit lane to serve that penalty that he has been given. But Kalaksai is really getting close now, and I think he's going to be lining up a move as we get towards the end of this lap.
It would not be surprising at all to see that. So they go down into the foxhole and then up the little rise here to Adnar Forest, and we're going to see if the pressure is going to mount for this Corvette now. We know that there's probably got damage. I don't know if there's any suspension damage. I don't know if you could quite see, but it looks like it was a fairly large hit, and they were lucky to get away without damage. They didn't lose any rear wings or anything like that, which really would be catastrophic. But they've managed to get away with it, and we believe without suspension damage as well, but they still may have be hampered in terms of their top speed. So when we run up the hill towards Kesselchen, the long looping left-hander uphill in the kind of middle of the lap here, they may even be overtaken. They may not even wait for the dotting a hoe here. Looks like Kalaksai might just get through even before then.
Yeah, he might do indeed. I'm just gone on board with Pinataro to try and see if there's any sort of suspension damage, and if there is, I think it's very minimal, so I think he's managed to get away with it, has the Italian driver there. So yeah, good well, I about to say good work, but sort of a little bit lucky in that respect, I guess. If anything, it might be a couple of degrees to the right, his steering wheel, but nothing too bad compared to what we've seen with some other drivers.
Well, he was going to go down the inside there into Bergberg, but Koloxai just waits another lap. And, well, not waits another lap, he just waits to another corner for another opportunity. He's basically pushing this Corvette through this long looping left-hander. He's looking to the right-hand side, looking to the left-hand side. He can't get through either way at the moment. He's looking every which way, though, and surely this is only a matter of time. The Corvette just driving in the middle of the road. Very smart defending, you have to say, and the BMW just cannot get through for now. It would be a brave move into this left-hander, so he's not gone for it. And the Corvette's been pretty committed through there. Very smart driving, you have to say. If you just drive through the middle of the road there, you've not really got much space to go either side, so it's probably your best defence strategy, to be honest.
Definitely at that part of the track, it's unbelievably difficult to get side by side. So if you just sit towards the middle of the track, there's nothing that the other car can do. Because the kinks go left, right, then eventually you get to the Mutskurve where you have to back out really if you're trying to make an overtake, because unless you have you've definitely made it work, it's almost impossible to get past.
Yeah, so they're at Hawarak now, which is where the Corvette came unstuck last lap. Looks like he's been a little bit more successful on this particular occasion as we go down to the tricky final section here. It looks like that Koloxai will be a lot faster than his Corvette, but just up in front here. Just about 0.3 of a second is the margin between the two of them, and it's getting even closer now. He's basically pushing him through these sections right at the moment.
And yeah, you definitely don't want to legitimately push someone. By the definition of that, and we actually haven't seen anything like that during this race so far. All the actual battles that we've seen have been fairly clean. Most of the incidents have been all on their own from the people who've done it. Oh, it's like, oh no, he does end up on the grass there, and that has ended that battle initially, and that's a bit of a silly mistake because he's not going to be in the DRS by the time we get to the Döttinger as well, which means he's going to have to potentially sit behind the Corvette for another lap.
Yeah, quite possibly. He's definitely not on the DRS. He might not be in the slipstream at the moment. I shouldn't be correcting you on those kind of things because I made a real colossal error before the break, so I should probably shut up because it was an extremely dopey mistake for me to make a bit earlier on. But anyway. Yeah, we've still got these two battling on, and this is not good for Koloxai because he's probably going to have to wait behind again as they go down the Döttinger at the moment, I do believe. Looks like Koloxai is going to have to wait a whole other lap, although he is now closing. It's just 0.6 of a second. Is he going to be close enough for a dive into the Tiergarten? Well, we know how bad that Corvette is in a straight line, but is it going to be just bad enough for the BMW into this braking zone?
He's going to be getting very close. I don't think on this straight he's going to be close enough, but if he gets a nice calm braking, doesn't go too crazy into the final chicane, he should be able to get a nice exit and potentially get the Corvette down into the GP track turn 1, which is what I think he's lining up to do. The cars Pinataro is still not going into service penalty. And now Koloxai is getting the slipstream as we come halfway now down the start-finish straight here. Coming into turn number 1 is a hairpin corner. He's on the right side of the track. And also the right side to try and make a move, although he's now going to be on the outside. And it's a really wide corner, so on the outside actually doesn't work. And Pinataro manages to defend that pretty well as Koloxai is now trying to get in the slipstream and to dive it down the inside of turn number 3. That's going to be contact there if they're not too careful. Now side by side into turn number 4. There's actually pretty respectful racing between these two. No contact so far, and he manages to get half a car length ahead and now a full car length ahead. So that is a nice move by Koloxai. But Pinataro I don't think is giving up just yet, although he might have actually just done there, as Koloxai is now in the lead of that battle and managed to make a move. There's quite a nice move there, pretty well thought out, and actually the issue that he had at the end of sector 2 might have actually helped him there, because then he managed to get in a good position to overtake down into turn 1 on the GP track rather than getting re-overtaken.
Yeah, that might have been the case if he had got through into the Tiergarten off the Dingerho. So he didn't actually look like he had that much overspeed when he was on the straight there. There was all the slipstream going on, but he didn't seem to be actually closing in very much. And then all of a sudden they were battling side by side, and through goes Coloxai. So that is good for those guys, but Big Notorio's not actually lost that much time at the moment. He's still hovering around the same margin, but you'd expect that margin to extend now, and it's probably going to get worse, and even when they serve their penalty, it really is going to balloon out. So I think that's the end of that battle for now.
Yeah, it possibly is, which is a bit unfortunate. Oh, someone just crashed. Who just crashed? It was Pinataro. The camera just went off him, but yeah, he crashed coming out onto the Quibblebacker at the beginning of the lap, and that definitely signals the end of this battle, and I think that might signal 6th place going towards that Pasta alla Norma car. I don't think they're going to be able to recover from this, and I think AFP have got that P5 pretty much sorted.
Yeah, I think they have done for now indeed. And meanwhile, up the front of the field, in 3rd position, Fair Racing Team have changed driver. Now Paul Holt is driving that car, taken over from Janssen, who was driving just a moment ago. Hoping that Paul Holt can do go a little bit faster than his teammate could, because he's been really losing time to Brioni, and we'll see if Brioni actually gets out when he comes in about 5 laps time as well, because I remember Brioni's been in ever since I got back, so he's been in there for quite a while now. So we'll just wait and see what happens between those guys, but just trying to get everything sorted, and it seems that the battle for 5th is going to just peter out for just a moment, but especially with that mistake now, it's going to the gap's going to go out quite a lot.
And guess who went purple in the 1st sector? Yerny Simoncic. He is not slowing down. What a stint this has been from him. He's just been quiet there for the last couple of laps. I haven't really spoken about him, but he's been putting in some decent laps, as you would expect, and he is now going purple again, and I think he's starting to have a little bit of fun, to be honest. The body language of that BMW is looking amazing, as he's really taking it to the limit, as I think Peopiv as well has set a purple 1st sector for the SP7s as well. So if that is the case, both of those drivers top of their class, and both of them pushing to the absolute limit.
Yeah, they are right now, and it's so for some people it would probably be confusing as to why they are doing this to themselves, because there's almost no point for those guys. They've both got laps leads in their respective classes, but I suppose why not just go out there and really push it and see what you can do. Meanwhile, Brioni's not doing too badly either. He's did the fastest lap of that car's race on the previous lap with an 8 minute 6.9, so he's not doing too badly at all, and he's showing that pace that he had in qualifying, and he's not had in the race so far. Obviously he's not really got the team to back him up like Simoncic has, and like Henry Sinek had, who was the pole sitter in this race, of course, but Brioni has definitely still got the pace, and he's just shown it to us there. He's given us a bit of a glimpse of his pace, and maybe what could have been for those guys if Brioni had a bit better support.
Yeah, Brioni has been carrying that car a little bit, and yeah, not really been overly negative on his teammates. That's just showing the class that Brioni is, being that step ahead of the average driver. And he is has been doing a very good job, but obviously he can't stay in the car for 24 hours, even though I'm sure maybe he would like to try. But yeah, he's been carrying that car, very quick driver. And we look forward to seeing them back for the 12 Hours in Nürburgring in 4 weeks' time. But that's the Nürburgring GP in the EEWC season that will be hitting around number 2, as he said, in 4 weeks' time. So yeah, he'll be back there in the GTE car. They're in a M8 GTE in the BMW. Brioni is one to look out for in that car as well. But yeah, he's been carrying his teammates a little bit, and unfortunately they're not quite on the same pace as him. But still, yeah, he's doing pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I believe that is the next endurance race that we do have on for GTR24H. I believe that is obviously the second round of the endurance season in the on the Nürburgring circuit. It would be interesting to take those prototypes onto the Nordschleife, but I don't think many of them would come out of the forest, if you see what I mean. And yeah, it was probably the best that they stick taking that right-hand turn at the old Coca-Cola curve rather than turning left onto the Hatzenbach. That's probably the best idea for everybody involved as the race leader comes into the pit lane. Just checking, well, I don't know if that's on schedule or not, because I've not seen, well, I've seen him pit, but I forgot to write it down. So Simoncic is in. I expect him to stay in that car because he's only been in for 1 stint so far, but these guys running like clockwork at the moment. Their strategy is working out perfectly, and they're going to be easily making it to the end of the race on 4 more stops after this, or 3.
4 more stops it will be, but their last stint will be slightly less because they're doing about 58, 57, something like that minute stints, plus you obviously have then a couple of minutes for your pit stops, so it works out to roughly an hour each. We have 4 hours and 43 minutes to go. So yeah, they'll need 4 more stops after this one, but their final stop will be about 15 minutes or so shorter, so they can take a quarter, probably about 2 laps of fuel out of that car.
Yeah, and that will make their last pit stop significantly short. Well, not significantly, but it will make it fairly shorter than the other pit stops he's going to have to serve in this race. So yeah, he's just on his way right now, and Simoncic just leaves the pit lane, and he'll be on his way with still comfortably a lap's lead on everybody at the moment. And yeah, he's looking good for those guys at the moment, and for Burst Esports. So they're just continuing on. I can't believe how long they've been leading. I believe it was around just after the 12-hour mark when they took the lead for the very last time, and they've not relinquished it ever since. And yeah, I believe it was actually at the 12-hour mark, maybe a little bit earlier than that, maybe even 13 hours or 14 hours, but they have been leading for a very long time, and they haven't even gone anywhere near to relinquishing it either.
It's 5 hours ago that Henry Sinek DNF'd, so that would have been 14 hours into the race. That they got it. Unfortunately, I missed all of that, so I'm not sure exactly at what point they actually lost the lead and all of that. But Sinek DNF'd 5 hours ago. But where they actually lost the lead before that, I'm not sure because I was on my break at that point. But yeah, either way, it's been a few hours now that they've been in the lead. Mrocek initially, and now Jene Simoncic is in as well. So yeah, they're looking pretty good, our Burst, to get that €1,000 prize. That will split nicely across the 4 of those drivers, although I'm not sure if the team would want to take a cut of that, but either way, not too bad for those guys to be winning this. Obviously, 24-hour race is not the easiest thing in the world, even for these guys who are out the front on their own. They still have to, be careful, keep it on the track, and go fast as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make there, just wondering how the money is split and how many ways it goes, really. Does it just go to the 4 drivers, or does it go to the team, and does the because I know they probably have a strategist there as well, to be honest. At Burst, they take it pretty seriously, so they probably have a strategist down there as well, because yeah, I just wonder how they split their money really, because if you keep splitting it too many ways, then you're not going to end up with very much each, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Although 1,000 seems like quite a lot as a price for the team, and it would do if it was just split between the 4 drivers, but maybe it's not split between the 4 drivers, it might be split between many different ways.
I know, obviously, with the slightly smaller teams, it would probably just get split between them, but it's first is quite a major operation. If you, I don't think you were there last year, but at the EEWC in Viborg, they had I don't even know, maybe 12 monitors in their team tent. They had so many computers, so many people there, and it was just this massive rig that they brought with them. It's crazy. There's such a big operation, and now that they've moved over to the R-Factor 2 side, maybe some of that will go to them, but obviously that is up to them to decide, and we will never find out. But yeah, still not too bad for a few stints work for each of the drivers, and they've certainly been the class of the field so far, as leading by over a lap from any means, especially around the Nordschleife, is showing that you definitely have some pace.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, they have got the pace at the moment, and Simic is just out there on his out lap still, I believe, or maybe this is his first timed lap of his stint. I believe he's actually just coming over the line now, I think, unless I'm seeing things wrong. I probably am, but yeah, they're still running around at the moment out there in the lead, probably going to take the win, although saying things like that is quite a dangerous thing. I said it anyway, and hopefully I haven't cursed them now. Although saying that, even if they were to have a crash, get damage, and have to crawl back with the rear wing off, I still think they could maybe just eke out a win.
That would be some style, maybe not the best style, but if they won doing that, that would be quite impressive. Hopefully, though, they don't test out that theory, because that would not be good. As they're in such a nice position. There's no point to risk it like that. But you are correct. Being over a lap ahead, yeah, they have quite a while. They could probably do a whole lap on the pit limiter and still remain in the lead, which is quite something. Yeah,
it's just how they've got a lap on the field on this kind of circuit on the Nordschleife. It's an incredibly long circuit, and to have a lap around here is quite remarkable. I'm just wondering how many seconds they are ahead in terms of this lap as well. It's approaching maybe a third of a lap as well, so that's about 10 minutes in reality, and on a normal circuit that would be about a 5-lap lead, which would be very comfortable indeed. But for some reason at the Nordschleife, a 1-lap lead doesn't seem quite so comfortable than a 5-lap lead at a normal circuit. I don't really know what the psychology is around that, but it's particularly it would be a particularly nerve-wracking occasion for these guys, because you invest so much into these races, and as we're approaching 19 and a half hours complete, you don't want all that work to go to waste. So it's probably quite a nervy time, even though in reality they've got quite a big lead.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to throw it away when you're in such a nice lead, as they have been for quite a few hours now. But they're going strong, and they are trying to work their way into a position that no one can really come back from, because I'd say even once we get to about 2, maybe 3 hours to go, that is going to be pretty much it. But then never say never. You never know what is going to happen here at the Nürburgring, and plenty of stuff has happened, and every now and again someone else seems to make a little bit of an error or a mistake. And as I say that, I just seen that David Klaxai has gone off, and please don't tell me this is the same corner. No, it's actually the corner before that at Schweden-Schwarz. And he has gone for a little spin there, just ahead of Yanni Simicic. Actually, he was just out of the picture there. And yeah, Klaxai really not had the best driver stint. He's spun at least 4 times now, from what we've seen anyway.
Well, there's a mini carousel again, so it's not being so good for him so far. He's got the pace, but he just can't seem to really keep it on the straight and narrow at the moment. He did a 15.8 last time, which is slightly quicker than the car in front, but he's definitely not going to be closing in on that 4-minute margin if he's incrementally closing in on the gap like he did last lap around. And then if he makes those kind of mistakes as well, he's going to end up looking behind him and not in front, because there's a 25-second margin now as the SP7 leader comes into the pit lane. But yeah, Koloksai, hopefully he's got away without damage, but he has damaged his lead over 6th position.
Yeah, I'm sure he's also damaged his, or maybe his belief in himself, crashing 4 times at the same part of the track. It always gets into the back of your head a little bit, just questioning it when. Like, the next time you come to that corner, you just question it, like, oh, actually, can I do this? Which is, yeah, of an interesting psychological battle between yourself. But yeah, that's for himself to sort out, and he will have to try and get over that next time he comes to that corner.
Yeah, he will indeed. I'm not really sure why he's crashing so much in that that particular part of the circuit, but he's going to have it in his nightmares in a moment, because he's crashed there 4 times, so he's not going to be enjoying his time going around that particular corner right now. But we have still got remaining 4.5 hours of this race. We're well and truly on the home stretch here. We're approaching 9:30 in Europe, and it is time for another commercial break on the half-hour hit. We've still got Jurne Simoncic leading. Don't go anywhere. We have the remainder of the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours coming up after this break.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring. 24 hours here for GTR24H, and we are just entering the final 4.5 hours. So we've been going for 19.5, and there is still 4.5 to go. So still time that some of these drivers can make mistakes and positions can change, but the order has stayed fairly static over the last couple of hours, as the only position to really change is Colossi overtaking Pinataro. And interestingly, that gap has now gone up to 55 seconds, so they've really spread out. But we really have 7 cars still left in the race, 6 of them being the SP9s led by Jerne Simicic, but also just behind him Tiziano Brioni is putting in some pretty good laps. And then in the SP7 category we got Peopev, who is leading the way there, because unfortunately, quite a while ago now, actually 95 laps ago, so yeah, a long way ago now, was drive game seat, driven by Francesco Geniale, blew the engine and did not return to the race. So unfortunately for HM Engineering, they've just been trundling around on their own, but sometimes that is what you need to do. They still have prizes, courtesy of Rio Toro, that they will be winning, some nice hardware prizes if they do get to the end of this race and take the official victory. Obviously, it's been known for quite a while that they're probably going to win that category, but obviously they still need to get to the end. But yeah, Ewan, it's been quite an interesting few hours in the morning, and the pace from some people such as Simicic and Brioni is still going strong, but there's just quite a big gap between them.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised they're pushing quite so hard, if I'm completely honest. We're just going to see Simicic come over the line before very long, so it'll be interesting to see if he still is pushing hell for leather here. I know Brioni is. He did an 8:11.5 on the last lap time, so he's doing pretty good lap times at the moment. He's put another 1.5 seconds into Paul Holt on that lap, and I don't think, unfortunately for us, that we're going to see a battle for second materialise in the next couple of moments, because yeah, they're really starting to stretch out, those two. But I bet the reason the gap for fifth has stretched out quite so much is that Pinataro might have served his penalty on the last lap. I didn't actually check that, but he may have served his penalty. But if he hasn't, then he's going to be a long way behind when he actually has to.
Yeah, I forgot about his penalty. Yeah, he did have that, didn't he? It took him quite a few laps to serve it, because obviously a lap here is quite long, and it's either 3 or 5 laps. I think it might be 5 laps that you have to serve it, which obviously around here is about 40 minutes, so it's quite a while. And yeah, unfortunately he did get that. So yeah, that is where that time went. So not ideal for him or for that car, which hasn't really been on the pace in general, to be honest, during this race so far.
Not in the latter portions of this race, or indeed at any portion for any extended period of time. But I believe, and yeah, we have, Simicic has just broken the lap record. Well, not the lap record, but he's set a new fastest lap, not only for that car but for the whole race, an 8 minutes 4.6. He has not taken his foot off the gas at all just yet. And yeah, another fastest lap for that car, about 7 seconds quicker than anybody else out there at the moment.
And that is crazy. It's crazy how you get these massive lap time differences over the course of this track. We are 7 seconds, as you say, is yes, quite a lot, and it seems to fluctuate quite easily on this track, as there are so many corners. It's so easy to lose some time. And I do wonder how these drivers are feeling now, going for 19.5 hours, if they're starting to feel the sleep coming into their eyes, or if they're staying awake nice and easily.
Yeah, indeed. I bet some of them are beginning to struggle and begin to waver, particularly those who've been in for quite a while. Like Brioni has been in for a couple of hours now at least. I believe that Colossi has been in there for quite a while, as well as POP, so they're going to be a little bit tired, and everybody's going to be a bit tired, to be honest, at this point. There's going to be no fresh drivers, basically. We've seen everybody drive, you'd think, by now. So nobody's going to be fresh and able to just get in the cars as a totally fresh start. So yeah, we're getting to that portion of the race where people are really tired and mistakes are creeping in, and we're seeing it for Coloxai. We were noting in the break how ragged he was and all over the road he was, and then I just briefly saw at the right-hander before YouTube corner, not quite the actual YouTube corner, but a little bit before then, he had a massive slide. And he does look to be fairly loose right now. I thought that that car was pretty loose last night, actually, when it was Ernest Lappins in the car at the time. They got a bit of damage, and I thought the damage was causing their car to be very oversteered, but it seems that they've got just a very naturally quite a snappy car and quite an oversteery car, which is not what I'd pick for in a 24-hour race. You'd surely want the consistency, and by that you'd want a little bit more understeer, in my opinion, anyway.
And I can confirm that is a very oversteery car. I did some laps with them a couple of days ago, and yeah, their setup is rather oversteery. That's how Ernest likes it, and you are correct. I don't agree that it's the best idea if you want to have the most consistent 24 hours, or even in a 4-hour race. You want to have something that is nice and stable, that you can just jump in and do laps on, and that looks like what the burst car is. It looks very nice, very calm, whereas the AFP car is moving around a little bit too much for most people, I would assume.
Yeah, particularly in the low-speed corners, and it seems pretty glued, to be honest. The mechanical grip must be quite good into these sections like this. In Adenauer Forest, it must be quite a good car to drive, because you can see him just making one steering movement to go into the corner, and then he's not even correcting on the exit. So he's doing these quite well at the moment, and he's being quite smooth above all, which is kind of what you need. And yeah, he's doing well, and doing well to manhandle that car at the moment, really. He's not going to be able to catch 4th place at the moment, surely. He's got 4 minutes to catch up to the car in front. I'm just trying to work out what kind of pit stop cycle they're all on. The Simco car tends to pit a lap later than the AFP car, so that is a legitimate 4-minute gap. So if he wants to close in, then he's going to need more than the 2.5 seconds he got on the previous lap.
Quite a way to catch. There's a pretty huge gap to catch. So hopefully for their sake they'll be able to get a little bit closer. They're going to need some quicker times. And last lap, I believe Yannis Simic did another purple time, although I'm not sure how, because our timing did go down for a couple of minutes, so I'm not sure if this is purple since that came back up or purple during the whole race. But either way, last lap was another time well into the 8-minute 4s from what I could see. So Yannis Simic is pushing through at some almighty pace.
Yeah, he is. I just wonder if he's actually going to do the same again here on another lap, because he has, I think he's gone purple in the first sector again, so he could well be on course for another fastest lap, which would be phenomenal, really. As you said earlier, there's a lot less traffic out there right now, so it's probably helping him just a little bit, but he's still got to do the lap times, and he's just coming up towards Horact in a moment, the highest point on the circuit, of course. And yeah, it's difficult corners, and these corners becoming ever faster, approaching them ever faster, and hitting them ever harder, really, when they're tired with just over 4 hours to go. But yeah, these moments for Simic are pretty interesting. We'll see if he can actually get another new fastest lap, but he doesn't really need to at this point. Obviously, he's just having a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely doesn't need to. He could be doing 10 seconds a lap slower. He could be doing 8:14s, and no one would really be battering an eye, because that is the sort of the average pace of the cars behind. But he is just stretching this lead. I think this is just Simic, yeah, as you say, having fun, trying to keep himself entertained by trying to beat his own lap time. And if he does go faster again, that will be 3 times this stint that he is this driving stint that he has got past the fastest lap of the race, which would be quite an incredible achievement.
It would indeed, as Brioni just sets a fastest personal best in the first sector, but I'm just going to watch Semencic here as he comes through Schrabenschwanz now and towards the mini carousel, or the kleiner carousel, where on his name. Just one moment. Koloksai has had a few issues in 5th position at the moment in the AFP car. They've really had not a good time of it, especially at that particular corner. But Semencic has been having a good time out there at the moment. He's using all of the road still as he comes out of that corner and onto the Dottingham. He's doing very well indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a new fastest lap here, to be honest.
It would certainly be incredible, and he's only got 2 corners to go. But such is the way of this track. You have to go quite a long way to get there, all the way down underneath the Bilstein Bridge, down the Duttingerhut, through Tiergarten, into the final 2 corners here, or the final 2 proper corners, I should say. And then he comes to the line. And we can see if he goes for another fastest lap, or even if it's just a really fast lap, that's still quite impressive. And yeah, it's only an 8-minute 8 in the end. So yeah, terrible lap. 4 seconds off the pace. Joke. But still a very good time indeed.
Yeah, it is. He's about 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else. The closest guy who can even get anywhere near him at the moment is Brioni, and he's not able to do that at the moment. Although saying that, Paul Holt is sticking with Brioni not too badly. He's leaked about 3 seconds. I believe we've got Koloksai off again here. Not sure where that is, but he is indeed off the road somewhere. And I don't know if you can see what's happened there, but he's into the pit lane for me now. That could have been just a bit of a glitch from what I was seeing, or maybe he has had a problem.
So he smashed into, so you know what you were saying earlier, where in the real life one last year, the BMW went straight into the arm curve.
Oh yeah,
because of he couldn't see with his bonnet. That is exactly what Koloksai did there. He smashed into, firstly, we've already discussed, there's a bit of a tyre wall that sticks out on the right, and then after that he then went straight into the Armco. So yeah, I believe that is at least 5 times Koloksai crashed on his driving stint, so he's going to be kicking himself a little bit with that, I'm sure. And James Zuber is in their voice chat, I can see, so I think James might be getting in the car at the end of this pit stop, but we won't know until the car is released.
Well, I haven't yet seen James Zuber not in that chat yet, so I don't think that I'm gonna. Well, we'll wait and see. We'll see when he rolls off. But to be honest, if I was managing that AFP car at the moment, I would probably get Koloksai out of the car. He seems to be either tired or just losing the plot at the moment. I'm not really sure why, but he is currently struggling, it's fair to say, and yeah, we'll see if he does indeed stay in that car. But they're going to have damage to repair, and they may come under pressure from the Pastor Alla Norma car. If they're not too careful, they may end up losing a position.
They don't want to lose too much more time. They've already lost minutes in this race from some silly mistakes. But obviously that can happen when you're pushing so much and have such an oversteery car. So maybe this would be a learning curve for them. I believe this is the team's first ever 24-hour race, so they will be learning the ways of that. It is a little bit different to the sort of, I mean, even a 4-hour race is still a little bit different, because a 4-hour race you don't quite have the same effect of the endurance taking a toll.
No, not really. If you're tired after a 4-hour race, in terms of sleeping, wanting to sleep, then you really do have a problem, because this 24-hour race is a whole different ball game, and he's probably finding that out right now. As I said, it's their first 24-hour race. They've done endurance racing in the past, but just never a 24-hour race, and this is the ultimate test of endurance at the Nürburgring. So they're currently becoming a little bit unstuck, but a top 5 is still on the cards for them. I think they'll have to probably pass Pignataro once again, because they're 1 minute and 30 behind, but and James Zuber does indeed get into that car as you predicted, but yeah, they're probably going to have to pass that Pastor Alanorma car once again because of that damage they've just had to fix.
Yeah, twice the length of a normal pit stop. So that was quite a hefty bit of damage that David put on that car. And yeah, as I thought, as you mentioned, James Zuber's in that car. So it's good to see that he's fixed his internet issues, because he was having some internet issues. So Ernest thought that they might have to do the race with only 2 drivers, but having 3rd is very good. And Peo Peeve just gone quicker, purple 1st and 2nd sector, and he set a 26.1. So that is some awesome lap times that he is setting in that Porsche Cup car. And earlier on in the race, I thought being low in the 8 minute 30s, like an 8:32, 8:33, 8:34 was the sort of pace that they're doing, but they're now doing 8:26s. And just for reference, the Drive Game C entry was doing, I believe, like 8:40s or 8:42, something like that. So this is miles quicker than those guys, and yeah, just really proving that HM car is very quick in the Porsche Cup.
Yeah, they are indeed. Just seen a spin or some kind of incident for Paul Holt, I believe. I'm not really sure what's happened there.
I didn't see Paul Holt, but I did see James Zuber on his outlap going into the barrier. And I do fear for the longevity of that car in this race.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having a lot of issues recently. Not entirely sure where that crash has happened. Does well, if they've not lost their rear wing, then they'll be all right. But a top 5 is still respectable in this race, you would think, if they can continue on.
I guess that is really the only thing they can fight for at this moment, because never want to be last, even though there obviously is cars behind them that are DNFs. You always want to be as far up the order out of all of the running cars as possible.
Yeah, indeed. So the gap between Zuber and Pignataro has actually still come down just a little bit. It was about 1 minute, just under 1 minute 30 when they came out. James Zuber's got it down to about 1 minute 25, so we might not see that pass on the track. I believe we're going to see the car they're chasing down in on this lap, but they may indeed not even have to do the pass on the track. As I said, the AFP car may just get out ahead in the pit stops, and then hopefully, if they can keep it clean, then they'll be able to run away.
Yeah, I guess that is their plan. They did have a fairly decent gap because of Pignataro's penalty, as like 55 seconds if I recall, and they're now in a position. They're now in a position where they lost about 60 seconds, so that's actually going to be pretty close, isn't it? Because with the penalty, the damage, they lost about 60 seconds in the pit lane, so it actually might be pretty close by the time this all settles itself out. So this could be a really good battle for 5th place, actually.
Yeah, it looks like Zuber's catching Pignataro quite quickly though, because it's down to 1:22, 1 minute to 21. So yeah, it's not looking promising. Although I'm expecting that, as I said, that car in 5th at the moment to come into the pit lane. It's still got a while to go though. It's still got about a quarter of the lap still remaining, so it's not looking good for them to get out ahead. Although I'm not entirely sure how much time you lose during a pit stop, so we'll just have to wait and see.
It seems to be about 90 seconds ish for the total pit stop time. There does seem to be a slight discrepancy in some of the pit stop times between the different chassis as well. some around 59 seconds, and then some are towards 69 seconds. So it's sort of like a 10-second window between the fastest and the slowest.
Yeah, indeed, and that is for all of the service. I do believe that fuel and the tyres have been they are done differently in this race, but the not taking tyres is not the best idea. We saw that Pedersen and Brioni, I think it was, tried it earlier on, but it really didn't pay off for them. Speaking of Brioni, he's actually got out of the car, so Alessio Ivan Pucero is now into that Musto car, but that's nothing to worry about really, because they've still got at least 2 minutes 20 on Paul Holt, and yeah, I believe that they've made the same amount of stops now, so that is the real gap, and that gap is continuing to grow.
However, Brownie was their fastest driver, so I do wonder if they're going to start losing some time now. But you know, as you say, the gap is still fairly decently big. But maybe that gap will come down a little bit, because I think Puccido was the slowest driver in that in the four drivers in the Musto car. But again, we will see how that works out. But that is my prediction, although Paul Holt was also not necessarily the quickest driver. But yes, certainly Bruni stepping out of the car. That might be the last time we see him today, and if that is, sort of applaud him for being as quick as he is. But unfortunately, in the overall grand scheme of things in the race, their car on average just wasn't quite as quick, but he personally was at least putting in some good laps, so good job to him.
Yeah, even he wasn't as quick. He hasn't been as quick as Simoncic, of course, and neither he wasn't as quick as Pedersen either when he was in the car earlier on. So yeah, he's not. He's had a good pace, but not quite the best pace right now. But anyway, Pignataro is in from 5th position. James Zuber is going to be trying to chase him down, and we'll see if those positions do indeed change. I'm not expecting a driver change for that car, but there could well be a bit of a change in terms of the positions here, with Zuber getting through. Not entirely sure if he's going to manage it, but he's coming down towards, or down on the Duttingo now. We'll see if he does indeed get past, and if indeed we're going to see a battle.
I think this is going to be very close. It's going to be surely only a few seconds either way, depending on who gets out ahead, but I don't think the gap is going to be too big between them. This could be a really nice battle for 5th place that's going to be brewing over the next couple of laps after this pit stop is complete.
Yeah, so they're still sat on the pit apron there, so 15 seconds it's gone down to. Looks like Zuber is going to get through as he accelerates now at the Tiergarten, and Pignataro is still sat there, so Zuber is probably going to go through just as the Corvette gets back rolling again, and Carlo is back into that car, so there. Oh, and Zuber's in now, so
yeah, he crashed. I'm just trying to check where on the replay, but I heard a crashing sound. Oh, wow, straight on at Tiergarten, straight on, in headfirst. So that's 2 headfirst incidents on just his outlap, and he is back in for damage repairs.
Yeah, that's a disastrous outlap then for James Zuber, and yeah, he has really had a nightmare there, and yeah, that's unfortunate for him and unfortunate for us, because I really thought we were going to get a little bit of a battle there, but unfortunately it doesn't seem that that is going to be the case.
I wonder how Callo's going to be now that he has a fixed car. Pignataro, I believe he was only in there for 1 stint actually.
Yeah.
So obviously they think he's not quite quick enough, so they put Callo in the car, but that might be not needed, considering that Zuber has just gone and done some damage, and he is already back out, but he has lost. How much has he lost? Basically back to 60 seconds. So that gap came all the way down, and now it's gone all the way back up to a minute again.
Yeah, it has. He's going to have to do all that work again, of course, so that's not too great for him. 54 seconds to be precise, but I reckon he's got the pace to do with this. I reckon he will be able to reel in Carlo, because Carlo wasn't especially quick, it has to be said, yeah, he was being reeled in during his last stint, so he's going to be having flashbacks to that. And if Jazuba can get his acting gear here, and if he can keep it clean, then I reckon he will begin to reel in that Corvette in front.
He certainly will. Just depends if they can keep it on the track. They seem to be making so many mistakes, and making mistakes is really not the good thing to do during a 24-hour race, because as we mentioned quite a few hours ago now, a 24-hour race is effectively 24 one-hour sprints. You fill up your fuel for an hour, and then you go out and you go as fast as you can. And you do that 24 times, and then that gets you your position. So you wouldn't do a 1-hour race crashing every 2 laps. Which unfortunately a couple of these cars are doing.
Yeah, they are right now, but hopefully they can sort that out, and we'll get a nice battle. I think we'll definitely see a battle at some point between 5th and 6th position. It looks like that Simcoe have come into the pit lane. They're back out again. And Balazarskis is now into that car, and now he'll, well, there's just over 4 hours to go, but it seems like a pretty big ask to ask him to go to the end of the race from here.
Yeah, that is right on the limit. They might be doing another swap to do in 2 hours time to get another driver for the final 2 hours, but we have reached that hour mark, so we will see you in a couple of minutes after these messages from our sponsors.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40x40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80x40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160x40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
GTR14.
Welcome back to Nürburgring 24 hours. As we come to in 4 seconds time, we are just going to move, and now we've got 4 hours left in the race. Just 4 hours left for these drivers to work their way into their final position for today's race, and we're still going strong here in the commentary and broadcast booth. Definitely no tiredness kicking in at all, but yeah, it's still going. I'm sure these drivers are pushing on strong, as Yanni Sivicic is still doing some really good laps to the front. He just did an 8:10, which might be 5.5 seconds off the fastest lap of the race, but it is still a very good lap time when you compare it to what the other people are doing. So there's still plenty to fight for, but it really just depends now who makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, it does. We're seeing a lot of mistakes start to creep in now, especially in the lower reaches of the order at the moment. Obviously, there's been absolutely no mistakes from the top team at the moment, Burst Esport. They've just been pounding around and not really making any mistakes at all, but everyone else have had a couple of mistakes, it's fair to say. So they've just got to try and minimise those now. But yeah, I don't know about going on strong in the commentary booth here. We're just about surviving. It's the only real thing we can say. I can't remember how many hours we just worked out. I've already forgotten how many hours we said we've been broadcasting now. I think it's 14 we're on to now, because of streaming now. Yeah, I've completed now 14 hours of broadcasting, which is quite a lot. So it's understandable that we're tired, really. Really.
Yeah, that's why we come. We're not really complaining, because that's why we come 24-hour racing. It would be nice if the unfortunate issues with the driller's car, for instance, didn't happen, and they would be giving Burst a little bit more of a run for their money. But Burst are looking very strong, and that pace is unbelievable. It would have been very interesting to see what Martin Hemmingsen could have done had he been in the car right now, challenging Yerny Simic, for instance. But on screen you got Balash Kish. It's quite close to... oh, actually this is for position, is it? Oh no, sorry, he's one lap down. He's one lap down, so it is for position, but not directly on track, as Kish needs to overtake Paul Holt and then get a lap ahead. So that is what he, I'm sure, will do as we go on to the Dottinger Hurt in a couple of moments' time. And he'll get the nice slipstream down towards the Bilstein Bridge as well. But then he will need to catch up a whole other lap, a whole other 8 and a bit minutes to get that place for real.
Yeah, I'm just going to see what the straight line speed of the Aston Martin is compared to the McLaren, because we know the McLaren is probably the strongest in a straight line, and hiding that big Aston Martin behind it is going to be a bit difficult. But just pulls to the left hand side now, does the McLaren. Paul Holt, and I don't think he's going to put up a fight here, because there's a lap between these cars and there's no need to just yet, as they run side by side. But look at that McLaren, it's basically holding on through there. He's let the Aston Martin go though. And yeah, 8 minutes to catch then for that Simcoe Aston Martin, and yeah, they've got a tall order to do that. But if there are issues for Paul Holt and the Fair Racing team, then they'll be there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they certainly will, as Paul Holt now comes into the pit lane, which is probably another reason why he wasn't battling that too hard. So now Simcoe need to push on and see if there's any way to the podium as well, because your current podium is the Burst Esports car, and the number 94 there, Yannis Simcic in the car at the moment. Then in second place we've got the number 71 Musto GD Esports, being driven by Alessio Ivan Puchedo. And then in third place is the number 33 Fair Racing team, driven by Paul Holt. There's still plenty to play for here, and it has really been a game of who makes the least mistakes. We were just discussing in the previous half an hour. We haven't really seen any accidents during this whole 20 hours, which is quite incredible. And when I mean accidents, I mean between drivers. All of the crashes and everything has been on their own. The only one that I can remember off the top of my head was when the 888 driller's car was still going, and they had a contact coming through the end of the Hatzenbach corner. There was a bit of contact between them there, but apart from that, I don't really recall too many actual accidents between two cars, which is pretty incredible considering we are now into the 21st hour of the race.
Yeah, I think the only real one I can think of was to Crop when he crashed. Although he did crash on his own, it was kind of because the other car was kind of in front of him, holding him up and frustrating him. So I don't know if you can count that as a two-car incident or not. Probably not really, but that's the closest thing I can think of. But it just shows that the track has taken more bites out of the drivers rather than each other. Have taken out of than the drivers have taken out of each other. So it just shows that this track is very, very difficult, and it's claimed many victims here, 13 of them in fact. So that's why we've only got 7 of them remaining, and it's not hard to see why when you just take a lap around here. It's not hard to see why these guys are so are having so many problems.
Yeah, and do go and check out the car and track combination yourself. These cars are all, and the track as well is all official Studio 397 DLC that you can find on the Steam store page. Go to the items and you can check out the GT3 pack for the SP9s, and also the Porsche Cup is a separate car there for the SP7s, and then the track itself is its own track, but it does have a million layouts. There's so many layouts for this. You got the GP track, you got the Nordschleife, you got the combined, you got the sprint. There's so many different layouts to go for, but do try and check out the whole layout because it is such good fun if you want to go check that out. Very difficult though, very difficult, as we've seen during the 20 hours so far. A number of drivers have crashed and made some incidents. James Zuber has left the race. I believe from the replay that was lag involved. He's been having internet issues for the last 2 days or so, and I think that is his internet saying no for the final time, and with just under 4 hours remaining, I think that is going to be the AFP car out of the race, or at least out of contention for that top 5 places. I think we might only be left with 5 SP9s.
Quite possibly. Unsure as to I thought he was really going to take a top 5 there. He was doing quite well to close in, but we'll just see if I can get another driver lappings in, maybe. I don't know if he is around. I'm just looking up and down. It looks like the Kalakzai is still there, so maybe will get in, but we'll see about that one.
It's a bit difficult because with the way R-Factor works with the cars, the person who's in the car when they disconnect like this has to be the person to join back in. Otherwise, he'll try and join with a new entry, and obviously you can't join a new car in the middle of a race. So I think unless James can join back, that might be race over for that car, which is a real shame because they were looking good for a podium at one point, and now it looks like they might be out of this race if James can't get back.
Yeah, indeed, that doesn't look that does look pretty. Oh, dearie me. And he's gone round.
Such a slow speed, pathetic spin. He didn't even hit anything, and he's now doing a 10-point turn to get back facing the right way. But that was just, so slow. And he's just making sure he doesn't hit the wall. So taking his time. And that's quite funny how slow that spin was in that Callaway Corvette, as he now works his way out onto the Dottinger for another time.
That might have been a bit of a crash if James Zuber was still there, because he was closing in at a rapid rate, and it took him a long time to get that car turned around for Carlo there. So, yeah, that could have been a bit of a crash if Zuber was in the race. He would have T-boned the Corvette maybe, but fortunately that hasn't happened. But unfortunately, Zuber's not in the race anymore. Hopefully he can get back into it. But yeah, we may be down to 6 guys and just 5 in SP9. We'll just wait and see about Zuber, but yeah, it's not looking promising for him.
And Roberto Pinataro saying in the chat that the tyres are done and they still have damage. So yeah, that seems like that's going really well for the Pastel and Norman team, but they carry on for another lap here. So I expect that they'll probably fix the damage at the next pit stop for fuel and tyres. And yeah, they're obviously not done quite yet with the race, which is good, as they still have some well, they are a little bit far behind Kish, to be honest, but they still have the potential if cars ahead start making errors.
Yeah, they do indeed. So the closest battle on the track, it looks like it's still for second place between Pucedo and Paul Holt. 3.5 minutes is that one. But yeah, it's getting spaced out at the front of the field, and the lead is still over a lap, probably closer to a lap and a half now actually. And then the rest of them are... Well, the Simco car is catching Paul Holt here. He's got it down to 7 minutes from 8 minutes, so I'm not really sure what's happening to Paul Holt. What's if he's got damage or something, but. Well, unless the Simco car's found some extreme pace. Although, saying that, this is the second time that Balzas Kiss has got into that car, and he started the race for that Simco car, and he was incredibly quick, so that when one of his teammates got in, Mathieu de Crop was stuck behind him, and that's why it took him so long to get round, and that's why he ended up going off the road there. So, yeah, an interesting one. I don't think Kiss is going to be able to make up 7 minutes in the next 4 hours, though. I think that's a little bit too tall of an order.
Yeah, maybe not, but he's trying. He's done personal best in the first sector, so he's got he definitely has some speed about him, but the gaps are quite big now. Just doing on driver speed alone in the last 3 hours and 47 minutes is not great, as we have had the leader of the SP7s go off Peo Pave. Where has he gone off? Somewhere on the GP track, I believe, coming towards the beginning of the Grand Prix track, yeah, through turn number 4. He managed to save that pretty well, actually, so fair play to him. But yeah, I did lose a couple of seconds there, but it doesn't really matter for him in the grand scheme of things, as yeah, they're looking pretty good for the win and for the completion of this Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yeah, I think that's the first mistake I've seen them make, to be honest. I haven't seen them make a single one so far, so yeah, that's an interesting development there, but not really under any pressure at this point. They could be on the cards for a top... If someone else has an issue, they could even get their SP7 car into the top 5 of this race, and that really would be an achievement in this race, because yeah, that would just be very impressive. But Balzas Kiss is definitely going very well at the moment. Just set that car's fastest lap of the race at 8 minutes 10.7, which is 14 seconds 14.1 seconds quicker than Paul Holt, so if he keeps that up, then he might be able to get a podium in this race, but he's got a very tall order and a very long drive up ahead of him if he wants to catch that Fair Racing Team McLaren up in front of him.
Fair Racing Team has been making a couple of mistakes in recent stints, though, if I remember rightly, so there might be the option for that later on. And yeah, if any more mistakes come in, then for sure there'll be more places to be gained for these drivers.
Yeah, there will, and it's not looking promising for James Zuber at the moment, I'm afraid. He's still in the pit lane, and well, he's just disconnected. He's still there, is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, it's not looking too great for him. Hopefully he can get back in, but I don't know if he'll really want to at this point. He'll be dead last, and I don't think he'll be able to make up any more positions from there, you have to say.
It'll be pretty difficult from there. Dropping down a little bit. Oh, well, a lot of bit. But yeah, that'll be pretty difficult from there. And I'm just sort of on board with Podium, and even though he's had that spin about 2 or 3 minutes ago, he's still pushing so hard in this SP7. It's good to see HM still out there, still pushing all the way to the flag. And that car, it's a bit of a shame, really, that quality of lineup. I mean, Norbert Leitner, Jordan Weeks, Podium, and Ferris Stanley are some of the best, especially GT drivers that there are on R Factor 2. And it's a bit of a shame that they are in a class of their own, quite literally. As I think if they chose a GT3 class, they might have put a really big battle up with now Jesper Pedersen, who has got in the car in place of Jerne Simoncic just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, indeed he has. So that be to the end. That was a lap early, that pit stop, by the way, but it won't really matter for those guys. They're still going to easily make it to the end of the race on the strategy they're intending to right now. But yeah, I just wonder if Jesper Pedersen will stay in for the rest of the race, because there's just under 4 hours to go, and although he's only done 3 hours at the maximum in this race so far, I believe, or 2 hours at the maximum, 4 hours we've seen is a quite fairly attainable stint for these guys, and they can keep their pace up throughout it, so maybe he will stay into the end.
Yeah. 4 hours is kind of the limit, though. I do wonder if maybe Simic got in with 6 hours to go. He's done 2 stints, so I think Pedersen might do 2. Then they might give Kasper Henningsen for the last 2. But again, it probably doesn't really matter, as they are far enough in the lead to be nice and safe. And just as a reference to those watching on Facebook and YouTube, your streams will be restarting, so don't be concerned with that. It's just due to the time limits for maximum stream length. So we'll see you in a couple of moments on those 2 platforms. But for those on other platforms, obviously we will continue to keep you updated with what is going on here at the
Really, because it's quite a special moment, really, crossing the line to win a 24-hour race and crossing the line in first position. It's quite a special moment, so it's not really surprising that all of them really will want to cross the line first, and all of them will want to be driving, but they are all teammates and friends at the end of the day as well, so I can't imagine it's going to get too heated.
Yeah, I have to say, as James Zuber has rejoined the race, that is brilliant to see. That he has got his internet going again, and that is one of the quirks of coming racing and sim racing with the internet. Obviously, you get potential internet or software issues, or even hardware issues if you're pretty unlucky. So it's good to see that they have got back into the race. But they will lose at least another lap due to them needing to do an out lap before they start the lap that they're actually on.
Yeah, indeed. So they're going to lose another lap. That means they're probably going to be close to 3 laps behind the car in front of them, Marino Carlo. It's taken them quite a long time to actually rejoin, but a little bit longer than I was expecting, but it's all right. Yeah.
Sorry, Podium. And he's just smashed into the wall another time. He had a little bit of a crash. I'm trying to see what part of the track this is. This is Gelgenkopf coming out onto the Duttinger Höhe. He went too wide. A number of drivers do that as he now comes into Sector 3. And he went far too wide. Smashed into the barrier. And I do wonder if he will have some damage enough that he needs to make a pit stop from that. He's actually at a good point of the race where it's not going to hinder him too much if he does do that, but the only point is if he needs to stay out for at least 1 more lap, because if they pit now they will have to do a splash and dash at the end by my calculations, because They have about an hour and 10 minutes per stint, which means a triple stint is 3 hours and 30 minutes. And we have 3 hours and 39 left. And he is coming into the pit lane. So I think that car might need to do a tiny splash and dash at the end if they're not careful. And I don't know if this was his actual pit lap either. Have to double check on that one if that is the case. But yeah, that is not ideal if they have to splash and dash at the end, although for them it actually doesn't matter for their result.
I don't think they're really particularly worried about having to do that. It doesn't really matter for those guys at this point. They've closed in on the car in front, obviously, because it's James Zuber and he's disconnected, so they're only 7 laps behind him now, rather than about 10 laps behind from where they were before. But yeah, it's currently just continuing on in this race. Looks like Balzar's Kiss is setting the times at the moment of 12.1 for him on the last lap. He's closing in on Paul Holt, but that gap is very large at the moment, so it'll be a miracle to see him climb up the order, and yeah, we'll see if he can do that. But fastest man on the circuit at the moment, even faster than Jesper Pedersen, who's probably taking it easy, that's fair to say. I can't imagine he'll be taking it, or he'll be going that hard right now, but he may well just take it easy for the moment and push on at the end. But we'll wait and see. Really, there's no point at this point though. The gaps are still pretty large, and I don't think anything they will do will change the outcome of this race too much.
As you saw, Callow was off there at Arenberg, so. Yeah, further incidents are happening here for a number of drivers, and yeah, he just went off there a little bit too quick into that corner, following James Zuber, who is back out on the track. And as far as I'm aware, he's still on his out lap, so his lap won't be completed, and he will basically lose one more lap from wherever he is at this moment. So not ideal. He's going to be 2 laps down to Mariano Callow, which is such a shame for them. But yeah, that is where they have got to in this race.
Here it is, and that is the position they're going to have to deal with at this point in time. But yeah, we're still continuing on here. It's a bit of a shame that we didn't see a bit of weather intervention earlier on in this race, but to be honest, if we had seen any, we may have been even lighter in terms of the cars by this point, because this track in the rain after being this tired will probably be a bit of an ordeal. But I can't see the rain falling now. It looks fairly nice, and it looks like it's going to be all right in terms of the rain. I doubt we'll see any, and I doubt any of these drivers will be wanting any either. I can't even think of a single car who might advantage or capitalise on a bit of rain, because the gaps are just too big right now.
Rain would have certainly made it interesting as we went through the night, and the night seemed to come and go really quickly. Those hours seem to just fly by pretty fast for the drivers. But yeah, they are going, or they're still going pretty strong, and wet weather would have made it quite interesting, because you have a dry line, but then you've also got the wet line, so you have to keep it on that little tram lines in the middle of the racing line. And I'm sure it probably would have dried up by now as well. But yeah, either way, we didn't get the rain here, which is possibly a good thing, as you are correct. We might have had a few more DNFs by now.
Yeah, quite possibly. I was wondering at the start of the race how little DNFs there were actually being, but then the Nürburgring just continues to bite, because when you see in real life, at normal 24-hour races at other circuits, is the circuit reaches a nice I guess it's an equilibrium kind of phase where there's enough cars out there. They can all cope with each other, and there's a period of time, 3 or 4 hours, where there's just no incidents and no code 80s, code 60s, code, safety cars, whatever it is. And you get this long period of green flag running, because the field has been whittled down to a number where the track is comfortable with it. And I thought we had reached that point at very early on, which I was very hopeful about, because we still had about 18, 17 cars at the time. However, we've seen a lot of accidents since then, because the Nürburgring continues to bite, and it doesn't really ever let up. Unlike the amount of cars, which does lift its foot off the gas a little bit as we continue on during the race. It's the Nürburgring just it doesn't get any easier, does it? So that's probably why we've seen quite so many retirements in this race.
And Jesper Pedersen is on lap 147. And did we say that it was 159? So
yep.
In 2 hours' time, we are going to be getting towards that lap record, and we will still have an hour and a half to go. So yeah, we are looking good to beat that distance record. Quite amazing, really. But as you say, the pace has been very good, and there's been no reasons for stoppages. There's been a straight 20 and a half hours almost so far.
Yeah, there has, and they've been running it very cleanly up the front of the field, and they are continuing to do so. But yeah, as you said, we've got 3.5 hours still remaining. It's 10:30 in Europe right now, so we are going to take another quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few moments with the final 3.5 hours of this Nürburgring 24 hours for GTR24H.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx's desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
And welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours as we enter the last 3.5 hours. We've been racing for 20.5 hours here at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and it has been a very interesting race. And unfortunately in that commercial break we unfortunately lost James Zuber again due to some internet issues, and I don't think he's going to be coming back this time, which is unfortunately leaving us with only 6 cars left, 5 SP9s and 1 SP7. So we got Jesper Pedersen now in the burst car, leading the way by over a lap easily, and he's actually setting a purple first sector, so he's going for a quick lap on this one. Then we've got Alessio Ivan Pasciuto in second place for Musto GD Esports. Third place is Paul Holt for Fair Racing Team. Fourth is Balash Kish for the Simco number 123. Fifth is Mariano Callo for the Pasta alla Norma Corvette. And then in sixth place overall, when he finally catches up to James, will be Peo Pave in the SP7 class, and he is also setting some decent lap times. But Ewan, it is getting to that point of the race where some people are starting to fall by the wayside, as we saw James just DNF.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few people fall by the wayside in the last 6 hours or so. I believe that we still had around 12 or 13 when I left. I think we had actually 11 when I left, and then we saw Ground Effect Sim Racing, quickly followed by the first of the Drillers car, the 777, which fought so hard with the leaders, the Burst Esport car, earlier on before their issue. Pro Sim also retired fairly recently, as has Patrick Rustanak in the other Drillers Esports Academy car. So they have gone, unfortunately, and also that is leaving James Zuber. Also could be out of this race. We believe he will not be rejoining, but it looks like Callo is also stopped or had an incident somewhere out on the circuit. It looks like he's got going again, but he's had a spin or a crash somewhere, I do believe, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Eh? He just came to a stop. I need to watch that again. I don't know if he's blown his engine or... That's weird. He literally just comes to a stop. But then he... oh, pop-up notification in the middle of the screen says Piditaro, his teammate, so he had to alt-tab to get rid of it. Yeah, that is really not what you want to come up. So he managed to stop pretty well, I have to say. Definitely stopped pretty well, considering he had something on his screen covering his R-Factor gain. But he is now back out. But yeah, that was weird because he literally just stopped as they came over the bridge. But then he managed to obviously fix that and get it back going. And that was we can't quite see what the name of the corner is on that one. But yeah, about halfway around the lap where he was. And yeah, that is where they are at, and they're having a fairly interesting race. That car has had a number of issues, which is why they are a little bit further down.
Yeah, they are just at the moment, but that's not going to really hamper them too much in terms of positions. They've got 3 laps back to James Zuber, who's probably not going to rejoin. He's got a big gap behind him, and he's got nearly a lap to catch up to the car in front, so there's no point in risking the car trying to drive with a thing in the way of your screen. So yeah, it's better to just stop and remove it and then carry on again. But that's something that real life racing drivers don't have to deal with, things just popping up in front of them and kind of just disrupting them, and then they have to go and find their keyboard again. It's not really a problem that real life people have, but it's a problem that he's had there. But he's fortunately got on his way, and 5th position for them actually is a very good result, to be fair, given how far they were down earlier on in the race. A 5th position is very respectable indeed.
It sure is. Unfortunately, that might mean that you're actually last. Such is the way how it has turned out, but they're still beating quite a lot of cars who have DNF'd. They are the ones who are still going with just a few hours to go. So that's a good job for them to keep going and to try and get it to the end, especially when you're this close to the end. You might as well just keep going if you have the option to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it half of the challenge of getting to the end of the 24-hour races is well, just getting to the end. So it's not about the position sometimes for some of these guys. Obviously, the winners it probably is, but for some of the guys further down the order, just getting to the end is half the challenge, and that's basically why they're still going, just so they can get to the end. As Kiss now also stopped out on the circuit, or has had a spin of some description. In the Simcoe car, he's lost a bit of time, about 10 seconds, but I believe he's got back running again.
Yes, you are correct on that one. And who is, I just clicked off it, who is it? Peugeot just got a penalty for the Musto car. I believe that is a cut penalty you have to come in. And also Balash Kish just had a bit of an off as well, so people still going off. As we are properly into the morning daylight now, actually coming towards 11 o'clock European time, so it's actually well out of the night, even though some of us still haven't completely woken up. But this morning has actually gone pretty quickly. I mean, it's now over 6 hours since I came back into the comm booth this morning, and yeah, it doesn't really feel like that. It's actually gone fairly quickly for me. I don't know about these drivers. Some of them might be just circulating, hoping that the race will end soon. But yeah, it's certainly been an interesting venture here at the GTR special event.
Yeah, it has indeed. So it's been a difficult one for all of the drivers, and now looks like Marino Carlo is into the pit lane. And he's currently stopped his box for service again, but excuse me, but he's got a long way behind him and a long way in front of him, so he's not going to be worried with this too much. But yeah, it's the morning is just getting on now. It's getting towards 11, getting towards lunchtime, and it would be in real life. It normally gets to this point in the race where things really do start to take shape, and we do find out finally what is going to happen. But we've known for a long time now that Burst Esport are the class of the field here today, and meanwhile it looks like Jesper Pedersen is trying to do better than Jene Simoncic, but he couldn't quite do it. It was a really slow 8 minutes 4.9, so shocking really. 3/10 off the pace, and yeah, I mean, sack him.
Only 10 seconds faster than everyone else.
Yeah.
He is going for some almost qualifying laps, which is quite remarkable. But obviously that is his way of entertaining himself, going out at the front. And I think, yes, pretty much showing that Pedersen and Simoncic were the two quickest drivers. Then Henningsen and Mrocek were not too far behind them either. But yeah, that is some pace that these burst cars are getting. And as we come to the end of the second sector in a couple of 100 meters time, we'll see if he's actually going to be going for a similar lap this time round. And it's not only personal best, but still some decent sectors, so I think this might be another good lap from him.
Yeah, it could well be, but I've noticed that the first lap in particular seems to be the best lap, really. Nobody else after that seems to be able to get anywhere near to what they were doing before, so maybe Pedersen has used up his advantage here, and he's already used up his tyres, and he won't be able to get through and set this final lap. But he's coming into the Tiergarten now. We'll see if he can set a new fastest lap of the race once again, and we'll see if it's going to happen, as he just brakes now and going to come over the line in a minute.
And I do wonder if this is still going to be something like an 8:05 or 8:06, and it does. Yeah, it's an 8:06, so still a very quick lap. What's that? 8 seconds quicker than the car behind. A crazy speed. And you have to remember, the race was not always like this. At the beginning of the race, the top 4 all doing sort of 8.10s, 8.11s, maybe into the 8.9s if they're feeling a little bit quick, and that was at the time, I think that was Cynic, Pedersen, Lapins and Brioni in the first couple of stints of the race. But then as the race has progressed, it's just turned into a bit of a burst show, which is quite surprising that the other teams didn't quite keep the pace as Burst have.
Yeah, it is a little bit, especially because Musto have shown some good pace in the second half of the race. After we noted earlier that after Brioni got out for the first time, that car really never returned to its former pace, and they did fall away until Brioni got back in. It seemed to kind of revitalise the whole team really, and since then they've actually been pretty strong, and that's why they're in second place at the moment. They've been able to pull away from Fair Racing Team. They've got 3.5 minutes on them, and Fair Racing Team are closing, but not that quickly, it has to be said. And I don't think, without issues, I don't think they're going to be battling at the end of this race just yet.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame, but as we know, mistakes have happened, and they seem to be happening every 30 minutes or so in the field. There's always someone who's making a little bit of a mistake. And last lap around, this is interesting. The final sector, Prosciutto was actually quicker than Pedersen, but somehow he still lost 8 seconds over the course of the other 2 sectors, which is an interesting statistic to see. But I guess the final sector really is only the Tiergarten corner, and also your top speed on the Döttinger Höhe as well. But even then, it is quite an interesting stat that they are losing so much time through the twisty section of the lap.
Yeah, the McLaren, as we've noted, is the fastest car by a mile down that straight. So I'm presuming that is why he's so much faster on the final sector, but he's still losing all that time in the other parts. So yeah, don't forget Musto and indeed Fair Racing Team are both in McLaren, so they're going to be faster in the last sector, excuse me. But yeah, we saw that while the battle was going on between not Pedersen, but the Burst Eastbrook car and the Drillers car earlier on. We saw that when they were trading punches, that the McLaren was just so fast, and the BMW, even with the slipstream, had to be within 0.5 of a second to be able to get that move done as Pucedo comes into the pit lane for his pit stop. But yeah, it'll be just interesting to see if we get any McLaren versus BMW battles throughout the rest of this race. I don't think so, given that James Zuber's now retired. I don't think that Pedersen's going to be caught from here unless something crazy really does happen.
I do wonder if Burst maybe have a higher wing angle than other people. You might have gone quite low for the pure benefit of being faster on the Döttinger Höhe, but you're then obviously limited at the rest of the lap, which could be part of the reason why Burst are so quick, because Jenny, as you mentioned, said he had to be about half a second behind Hemmingsen to even have a think about overtaking, which is quite interesting, where we've seen other people not being that difficult to overtake. So I do wonder if Burst have quite a bit more wing to try and get as much downforce out of that car, but obviously then that limits their top speed.
Yeah, and it limits the passing opportunities that they have, and that might have been the case, to be honest, but they did even manage to get through eventually. And it was a fantastic battle while it lasted. It was actually taking place during the night, of course, over 12 hours ago now. It was a very long time ago, but it was very special indeed. And Pucedo has just come out the pit lane. He is now back out onto the circuit, and he's probably close to being lapped. Well, he's not quite close to being lapped twice, but he's a lap and a half down as opposed to a lap down. I don't think that will matter to him too much, though. I don't know if Musto are going to be happy with second place here. Are they going to think that they could have had more, or are they going to be pleased with what they've got? I can't really tell, if I'm totally honest, but they've got P2 not quite sealed, but it's very much in their court at the moment, and yeah, I don't know if they'll be pleased with it or not, to be honest.
Yeah, they did drop off quite a lot, and obviously most teams come here for the win, so if you don't win, then that is generally a disappointment. But yeah, you can never really be too happy with a decent result. But you also you want to come here and you want to try and win that €1,000 prize.
Yeah, exactly. So Jesper Pedersen, sorry, is currently out there doing that, and in the he's currently the reigning race winner, I guess, if that's the thing, in the GTR24 Sprint Series that runs every other Wednesday night. He won the Brands Hatch round with Casper Henningsen, and yeah, they won that race on pure strategy in the end in a Lexus. So that was good for them, and good practice for them as well. So we know that they're good in GT3s. I think we all knew that coming into this race, and they were going to be the team to beat, especially having those guys in there. But you've got to think it was Burst versus Drillers throughout this race, but Burst had 4 fantastic drivers, and I'm afraid to say this, and I'm afraid to bang on about it, but Drillers did have one weak link, and it was Gangfist, and it really got shown out there with a few incidents in his stint, and that's ultimately why they are now out of the race. It's unfortunate for them, but you know, it's unfortunate, but what can you do?
It sounds more harsh
than
it is intended. Obviously, we're here in the easy seat because we're just commenting on what we are seeing, and that is what we saw. Obviously, leading a race and jumping into. I do think Drillers didn't help him, especially as after the first cycle of drivers, it was clear that he was the one who was potentially the slower out of the 3. So you would think that they would not throw him in at the deep end, but that is kind of what they did at about 1 o'clock in the morning. When I jumped out of the booth, I just went for a nap, and I quickly checked on the stream on my phone, and they'd made the pit stop, and they put him in the car when Pedersen jumped in the car as well, which is obviously which was what the natural cycle was, so they could have predicted that. So they did that again. So they put him up against who at the time Pedersen was the quickest driver that there was. So it's potentially not the best idea to do that. Then obviously Grankvist made the mistake at Metzgersfeld, and then that was really it in terms of the demise of the Drillers lead. So maybe that is a point to work on for that Drillers entity for the future races. But again, that is nothing to be too negative about Jan. That is, you know, just us commenting on this specific race and how that went.
Yeah, it could just not be his the circuit that he's particularly practiced on. That could be all that it is. But yeah, I guess we'll find out as we continue to learn more about him. Maybe we'll see him again at a GTR event soon. But yeah, I don't know, it wasn't the most sensible choice. And I mean, you can strategize your way through having a weaker driver, but when you're up against a team with 4 phenomenal drivers, it would have been hard to keep that up. So I think that the Burst would still be leading at this rate anyway, because they've got 4 really top quality drivers, and I'm afraid Drillers did have that weaker link. So yeah, I think that Burst will be leading anyway. Because you can only strategize your way through a weak link so much. The pace eventually is going to come to the fore, and throughout a 24-hour race, if the team like Burst have no issues like they have done today, then there's just absolutely no way that you're going to be able to win.
Yeah, I had this in a race, this is quite a while ago now, back in October. It was 6 hours of Sepang in Malaysia, and it was me and one other teammate. So we basically split up into hours. So he did 2, I did 2, and then he finished the second or the last 2 hours. And in my middle stint, I worked out I basically lost 30 seconds with. I had a little spin with a GT. We're in a prototype, so I had a little spin with a GT. whilst overtaking. That lost about 15 seconds, and I worked out I lost about another 15 seconds just purely on pace over those 2 stints. And guess how far we were off the lead at the end of the race? 30 seconds. So yeah, I can't really fault my teammates so much because, you know, he didn't win or anything like that. He just did his 2 stints, but in my double stint, I basically lost the race lead, or the race victory, I should say, and that is just how close it can get. At the time, it didn't feel like I was losing that much, obviously, but at the end, when you look back, that is what ultimately lost us that race victory, and instead, I think we came 3rd. So yeah, is what it is for that one, but that is how close it can be. And if you put someone who's slightly slower in the car, then yeah, you might be like, oh yeah, it's only, you know, a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, but that adds up over the course of multiple hours.
I would argue that in a 6-hour race, though, it's harder to strategize your way through having a weaker driver because there's just less stops and less things you can do in a 6-hour race, whereas in a 24-hour race, you've got the time on your side, you've got the strategy, loads of pit stops to try and make up all that time. So I would argue that it's a little bit more difficult, but yeah, it's true that you do need, however, you need all your drivers to be on at least equal pace or be very good if you want to win one of these endurance races, particularly here. So yeah, it's a very competitive thing these days, and it has been for a very long time, so that's great for us. It means it's more a high class field, but it also means that the top teams are going to come to the fore, and Burst Esport really are dominating this race right now.
Yeah, there's really another word, is there, apart from dominating. And yeah, as we're coming towards the end of another hour, just 8 minutes to go before we have 3 hours left in the race, they are leading by quite a margin. Well over a lap, as they have done. I mean, for hours now, they've been leading for absolutely hours, as the Musto car now comes into the pit lane, and yeah, it's getting close to about 1.5 laps now. They've just slowly been eking away at the front, and for sure, even if drillers were here, I do believe that this burst car would be in the lead, but maybe not by quite this much.
Yeah, I'm unsure as to why that Musto car has actually come in there. Oh, it's a drive-through. It's a or a stop go there, so that's a penalty, I believe, for Pucedo, because he wasn't there very long at all. But he has lost a bit of time, and the gap now between him and Paul Holt is down to 1 minute and 49. But it's still a long way to go before we see that close into a real battle that we can really talk about here.
Yeah, that was about 20 minutes ago now. They got that penalty for cutting, but obviously you don't have to serve it straight away. You have a few laps, and the laps here are so long that that was 20 minutes ago now, so probably about 2 or 3 laps ago that he got that one, and he's finally served it there as we come towards the end of this 21st hour. And yeah, it's really getting to that time where you just have to keep pushing through. You might be starting to think like, oh yeah, it's only a couple of hours, oh, stop pushing now. But it's when you stop pushing is generally when you start making some mistakes, because you think you got it easy, and then reality comes and bites you in your behind.
Yeah, and someone who is pushing right now is Daniele Vidimari, who's got into the Pastor Alan Norman Raging Team car, who've made their 4th driver stop in the last 4 pit stops. Vidimari is the latest of those to get in, and he's just coming towards the Tiergarten, and he's in there right now. And I'm going to see if this is going to be a new best lap for this car, because the best lap currently is an 8:11.5. We'll see if they can do any better than that, get into the 10s maybe, if he is really on form as he just accelerates out. And no, it's only an 8:13.6. I say only, but it's still a lot better than I could do, I tell you, as Balzar's Kiss comes in from 4th position in the Simcoe Aston Martin. That is a scheduled pit stop, and they are still a long way behind Paul Holt, and it's going to be a tall order for them to gain or lose any positions, you just have to say, in this race from here.
It is going to be very difficult for that. And just looking at the pace now, Pedersen is still doing every single lap under the 8-minute 10 barrier, so he is going very quick indeed, and he is trying to make this work, which is great news for him. But we just come to the end of another hour, so we'll be back with you after these messages from our sponsors.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours. It is still me, Ewan O'Leary, here on the commentary, along with Ossian once again. Cam Roger has gone for a nap once again, probably, because he's really tired. And to be fair, he's been up since 3:30 here in the UK, so that's at least 6.5 hours he's been in here. And now it's time for me and Ossian to go at this race once again. And last time we were here, Ossian, it was approaching 3 or 4 in the morning in European time. The race was really starting to hot up. Burst Esport were out in the lead, and it still stayed the same. They've got a laps lead, and they're actually approaching, looking quite threatening in terms of gaining a 2-lap lead here as well. So it's been an absolutely dominant performance from them so far in this race.
Yeah, I didn't quite believe this before the race started, you know, Burst Esport being quite TIS dominant. Sure, they are a victorious team, and as you guys talked about before the commercial break, is that, you know, they might be a victory candidate as a team, they might be stronger than their rivals, but quite TIS strong, well, I don't think anyone saw it coming, but then again, they were also the ones who didn't make mistakes after the early going of the race, and when your mistakes are limited to 2 penalties, having to serve in the pit lane, losing about a minute in total, and comparing that to the mistakes everybody else has been making, and you can see why they have such a formidable lead.
Yeah, you can. I actually thought that they were out of it, well, out of the running for the race win, because I thought Drillers, with their 1 minute and 15 advantage, it was 75 seconds at its worst, I thought the Drillers were actually going to run away with it, but they brought them back, Burst Esport did, and they overtook them and then put Grandfist under so much pressure that he managed to crack, and off the road he went on multiple occasions into a couple of different areas of the track as well, so that wasn't too great for Drillers, but yeah, for Burst Esport they managed to claw all that margin back, and yeah, they've had severely the least amount of issues of everybody. It just shows that keeping it consistent and on the road is probably the most important thing you can do, especially at the Nürburgring. Maybe at other circuits and other 24-hour races, just keeping it simply on the circuit won't be enough to get you a good result, but at the Nürburgring it probably will be enough to get you at least a top 5, if not a podium.
Yeah, it's an old wisdom that goes, in a Nürburgring, you're gonna get a podium if your car is in one piece. That's just, you know, how it goes, and in paper it sounds easy, like, okay, drive for 24 hours, just avoid mistakes, guys, and that's what I think every single team is saying, you know, avoid mistakes. We have such a clever battle plan, we need to avoid mistakes, and that's what every team is doing. There's nothing new about it. That's really the oldest piece of endurance racing history. It's in the name, endurance racing, which means you're gonna have to keep going all the way to the end. Unfortunately, realizing that plan, well, if it was so easy, everybody would be doing it, but you need to race at some point, you need to take a risk, and at every single race you will have at least, you know, in a stint, I would say there is always at least one moment when you are close to having a situation or having a situation, and how you survive out of those situations is what truly makes your fortune in the race. There are situations where you can so easily find yourself on the wall with terminal damage, or you can save the car, or you can navigate your way out of it safely, and that's the difference between winning and losing ultimately in such a long event.
Yeah, absolutely. The driver's instinct has got to kick in at some point. They're not just robots, they don't just drive around behind cars waiting for the car in front to crash. You know, that's not really a very productive way of doing it, and it's not really how these guys think either. They want to get through, and that's where some of the incidents have happened. But it's an interesting point that me and Cam were talking about maybe an hour ago now, is that not many of the accidents that we could have thought of happened involving 2 cars. They've been mostly one car incidents, and it just shows that the Nürburgring is the biggest obstacle in this race and not your competitors. You've actually got to be more scared of the track than the people around you.
Yeah, you are racing the track there, always. You're not racing the other drivers, you are racing the track, and the other drivers are just something to give you an idea of the pace, but they're not really something you are here to, you know, here to really race against, even though it seems like, you know, racing side by side. We saw those amazing battles earlier on between the 777 and indeed the Burst Esport car 94. You know, saw those amazing battles, but even then, like, ultimately the final boss is the circuit itself here, because the circuit itself, it not only provides a venue, but it provides challenge, which is unique enough in a sense that the track is challenging enough for the races to be interesting even with few drivers. Like, you can just get good entertainment out of watching these guys challenge the circuit, especially when you got the likes of Jesper Pedersen out there on the track. Pedersen out there currently fastest sector 3 he has done so far. His own fastest Sector 3 last time around did a 808.992, and still putting on some strong pace, strong performances, even with less than 3 hours remaining.
Yeah, and just to show how strong that pace really is, the closest, well, not the closest, but in second place we've got Pedersen, who did an 8:25.2 on that last lap around, which is 16 seconds adrift. So it just goes to show how quick Pedersen is going right now, even in this late stage of the race. We're talking about Pedersen as well. For the Musto car, he's been in that car for quite a while now. I think that in his next pit stop, which will be in 5 laps time, he will be changing a driver for the final time. We've got to presume that Tiziano Brioni is getting into that car, and you have to say that Brioni has been the class of that car. He's been clearly the fastest driver, and that is why Musto are in second place and not first, because they haven't got a team of Brionis. There's only one Tiziano Brioni, and the three he's driving with are not quite as good as him, but they are still very good. Let's not. There's no doubt about that. But they're not quite as fast as Brioni, and that's why Burst G-Sport have been able to get away. It's because Brioni could probably stick with them, but his 3 teammates probably can't.
Yeah, and it has to be a little bit frustrating for Brioni as well. You know, just. Trying, to explain to himself, like, okay, I can hang with them in terms of pace, but then when he gets out of the car and his teammate gets into the car and their teammate drives really well and really professionally and really consistently, but 2 seconds or 3 seconds of the pace. At Nürburgring, mind you, that is not such a dramatic difference, but it is still enough to drop you out of the draft. And by the end of the stint, you're gonna find yourself some 20 seconds back on the car you were just chasing. Well, it's gonna claw in you, it's gonna eat out on you, and it's gonna, bite at your motivation one piece at a time. And then there are really 3 ways to go about it. The first way is to hold on, keep doing what you're doing, and hope that you can achieve great results still, which is what I think many people are doing. The second and the worst option is that you become, the ego of your team, and you become someone invested, that the team is around you, revolving around you, which is never how it works. The team is never revolving around a single driver. The driver always works for the team, and only when they work as a single unit can they work coherently and achieve success. Not only due to how teams work, but also how humans work. We are curious creatures in a sense that we can only do so much for the benefit of one another, and working for someone who is so self-inclined. Not saying anyone is that way, just seen some examples over the years of drivers who are trying to, because they're the fastest drivers in the team, they are trying to sort of turn the team as their personal army and their personal way to challenge the world. And the third way and the final way is for you to become an example to your team. Realize the situation that you are the leading driver, and then get to work even harder, trying to bring yourself forward and trying to bring great results, and also improving your teammates, not only yourself, but making the worst out of a bad situation, making the best out of a bad situation rather, and cutting the losses, and just getting into the part where you're just trying your best to improve your teammates, bring the entire team forward with you, and be the captain in acts and not the words.
Yeah, you've got to be a good leader in the right way, not really cocky, and think that the whole team revolves around you, and also not complain when your fellow drivers aren't as quick as you, because that's going to demotivate the whole team, and that will make you go even slower as a team. So that's something you need to be avoiding, at all times, really. But I'm just wondering about this Musto car. I asked I kind of posed this question to Cam as kind of an open-ended question. It wasn't really a question, but it was kind of a discussion point. But I did mention that Musto are in P2 at the moment. Brioni's got fantastic pace. We know that. He qualified 3rd, incredibly close to the pole man, which was Cynic at the time. do you think Musto will be disappointed with P2? Because we know they've got the pace they could have had the pace for a whole lot more, but Burst Esports have really been let up the road. Do you think they'll be disappointed with P2 or happy with the guys that they've beat?
In a vacuum or in this in the context of this race?
Either.
Well, in a vacuum, I think yes. No team, no self-respecting racing driver is going to take a P2 before the race. If you're just gonna approach a driver, hey, you know what, here is the second place of this race, we don't need to run it, or you're gonna finish second in the race. I think drivers are going to be disappointed. But that depends on the context. In a vacuum, if everyone is equal and if we're just talking about the race and not the rivals, then yes, they will be disappointed. In the context of this race, considering what happened early on, considering how beyond human the Burst Esports team have been all the way through the race after the early goings, and considering where Musto was after the early proceedings in this race, well out of the podium battles, then yes, they will be happy with P2, because that was their maximum today. That was, I think, what they could hope for in best case scenario. If Burst doesn't make a mistake, their best hope was the second place, and if they can take it, then absolutely they will be happy with it, in a sense that it was a good result, and it is a good result for the team as well. But it also provides them a springboard to go forward from. You know, they can use this as a springboard to leap even higher and say, look, this is what we are doing, this is what we are capable of with what we are doing right now. If we are able to bring it one step forward, even ramp up our effort and ramp up our preparation, our setup work and so on, we can get that final place. It's not gonna be easy, but with that drivers like Musto has, with the organization like Musto GD Esports have, it is possible. It is absolutely possible. And with the top teams, you know, you have Burst and you have Musto, you have guys like, you know, the Simply Race, the Rookie Monsters, all those guys, and so many more that are, you know, at the top of the class in these races. It's gonna bring great things coming forward.
Yeah, let's not forget they've beaten quite a lot of high-class sim racing teams here. Obviously, we've got Burst Esports leading at the moment, but they're one of the very many high-class teams in this field. Musto are here. Of course, that's a high-class team as well. So Musto, just talking about whether they'll be happy or not, they've beaten the Fair Racing team, they've beaten both Drillers Esports cars, which is quite an achievement. They've beaten the Ground Effect Sim Racing team, they've beaten Simply Race and Butler Pal and all kinds of different teams here. So yeah, they should be pleased with their results, but it just shows what a high-class field we've got here with Burst Esports leading, and Burst Esports indeed into the pit lane right now, which is on lap 152. Jesper Pedersen is into the pit lane, and with 2 hours and 45-ish to go, will we see a driver change here, or will we see him go on for one more lap? That's the million-dollar question, really, because basically we're going to see one more driver change here for the leaders, and then when they do make that driver change, that's going to be it. Whoever gets in next is going to be taking it to the flag, and they're going to get the glory of taking that car over the checkered flag, winning a 24-hour race, and that has got to be one of the most special feelings ever, driving that final lap and then coming over the line and cheering when your team is finally taking the Nürburgring 24 hours win. That's something they can't be thinking about just yet, but it's got to be in the back of their minds right now.
Yeah, and every self-respecting team plans forward, but I think it's gonna be Jesper Pedersen, just to, you know, on the context of this race. I think in that battle he was the one that built that victory, truly. You know, it was a great battle. Another candidate for them, really, as they go forward, is the man who was in that long battle and who was battling for the position, trying to get position away in the car number 94, because they really battled hard for it, and that was Jelena Simocic. So I wonder which one is it going to be, Pedersen or Simocic. I mean, could be Henningsen, could be Morcek, but I really think it's going to be between Pedersen and Simocic. Now, changing the topic just a little bit, still holding on to the race, however, we have a new fastest lap for one of these teams at the later portion of this event. Now, you might be asking yourself, which one of them is it going to be out of all those options that we have remaining? Well, it is the 123 Simco team, and they currently have Balas Kiss behind the wheel. He did an 8:08.656, and actually, when you look at that lap time, it is only some 4 seconds, I say only, but 4 seconds of the Burst Esports guys, 2 seconds of the Musto guys, and it is a faster lap time than the team ahead of them have been doing all throughout the race, so they're actually faster on a single lap pace than a fair racing team. But unfortunately, single lap times don't count for much at the Nürburgring, but it is still an promising sign of things to come going forward. And I think honestly one shouldn't underappreciate the performance that the Simco Hungarian team has been able to put on here, especially with the Aston Martin.
And especially that's a good point actually. The Aston Martin, not one, well, it is one of the weaker cars in this field, but we've got Balas Kiss, who is arguably, I think, is definitely actually their best driver, and he's been doing phenomenally. When he got into that car, they were 8 minutes behind Chris Gonzalez's Fair Racing team McLaren, and now they're only 7 minutes behind. So they're reeling him in at quite a rate, but they've still got 2 hours and a bit to go, but I think they're going to run out of time, to be honest, if I'm completely honest. Balas Kiss has been the fastest driver, as I said, in that Simco car. He started the race in that car, and I believe he qualified it as well. I'm just going to look, and he did indeed. Qualified in 6th position in the Aston Martin, which is very impressive indeed. Just 1 singular tenth and a bit behind James Zuber, who qualified just in front of him. And then then Kiss was all over the back of them. He was really up there in the early part of this race, and it was very exciting for him. But unfortunately for him, after a few hours, after a few stints, he got out the car and somebody else got in. I can't remember which of the Hungarian drivers it was. It was Thomas Scher, I think, for the Simco team. I think it was Thomas Scher who got in, and that car just dropped like a stone. That's another example of one driver not having the team around him to support him. But he started the race, he's finishing the race right now, and as I said, an 8 minutes 8.6 is a very fast lap time, but it still shows that the top 2 are really in a class of their own, and especially Burst Esport, who are really 2 seconds faster than anyone else in terms of their best lap time.
That they are, and well, another sign really that 123 team, Simco team, another team that when they can bring it together, if they find a leader, if Balas Kiss can become the leader in the team and show them how it's done, and propel them going forward, then they can bring great results. Of course, a lot of these races, especially at the Nürburgring, it is such a long and such a special circuit that if you are not used to the track, if you haven't done, countless hours of practice and really been dedicating yourself to the art of this circuit, then you are gonna be hopelessly off the pace here, even if you are a great driver. So we might be seeing better results for them going forward into other circuits, into other tracks, into other challenges, into other races. That's one thing to also consider. But yeah, a couple of teams there to have the individual pace, but not quite the team pace yet. That's the 71 Musto GD Esports and the 123 Simco, who might be in a better shape going forward in our event. And well, it is Jernej Simoncic right behind the wheel of that 94. I wonder if he is gonna be the one taking it to the end. There's still a little bit under 3 hours remaining, so it's gonna be touch and go. It might be Simoncic, it might be still Pedersen being swapped to that car for the final hour. We just don't know, and that's one of those things we just gonna have to wait and see to find out in the final couple of hours of this event. Now, who for you even so far has been the driver of the race? Not the team of the race, but the driver of the race, if we're talking about individuals in a team event.
I think it's a very difficult decision to make in terms of pace, and then you would have to. I'd outline 3 before I had to start. I'm basically giving myself a bit of time to think by rambling on here. So my thought process is the 3 that I would go for as drivers of the race are either Jure Simoncic of Burst Esport for adapting to the conditions very quickly. First off, he jumped into that BMW in the dead of the night. Well, not the dead of the night, but it was getting very dark indeed. It was pitch black when he got in. He lost about 7 seconds initially, but he found his feet very quickly in that stint, and then managed to catch Martin Hemmingsen, and they had a monumental battle, as you all know. So I would go for Simoncic for simply adapting after not driving this track and car combination as religiously as the rest of them have been in the run-up to this race. I would go for another Burst Esports driver, Jesper Pedersen, for possibly the most consistent and fastest driver in the race so far, although he did pick up 2 penalties when he was in the car, so that might lower his stock just a little bit. And the third person I'm going to consider is Martin Hemmingsen, for the pure way that he defended that position in his McLaren. Simoncic thought it was a bit aggressive. I couldn't tell if he was a little bit annoyed with Hemmingsen or if he was just shaking it off, really. I don't think he was best pleased, but I don't think he was too worried about it either. Yeah, so they're my 3 options. I think, though, what I'm going to go for is I'm going to go for Simoncic, I think, because he's adapted. He's not practiced as much as the rest of them. He's been driving another car for the most of Saturday. He jumped in the dead of the night, got onto pace very quickly indeed, reeled in one of the best drivers in the field, Martin Hemmingsen, and then we had a fantastic battle. And he, as much as Hemmingsen was defending well, Simoncic facilitated the respect there that you need in a battle like that. And honestly, it was me and Ossian at the time, it caused us to go absolutely up in arms about it. It was absolutely amazing. We had 1 hour 15 of uninterrupted, monumental, just incredible battling. So it was just fantastic to watch, and a battle that will stick in the memory for a long, long time. But the reason I wouldn't go for Hemmingsen is because he hasn't been driving he's only had 4 hours in the car in this race. Simoncic has had a similar amount, but his car has actually made it to the end. He's made it this far. Whereas Hemmingsen hasn't been able to get back in that car. He's had that 1 stint and now he won't be able to do it again. So I've got a feeling that will just... he's not been able to prove himself over a 24-hour period, as that car retired roughly 12 hours or just 14 hours into the race. Pedersen, after picking up those 2 penalties, just lowers his stock a little bit, but I haven't seen Simoncic personally make a single mistake in this race, and that is why he would be my pick for the driver of the race so far.
Those are some good choices, really, and a good answer in what is a difficult question. I'm inclined to agree with Simoncic having to be absolutely up there. You know, he's been just incredible so far, the way he adapted into the car, and Hemmingsen as well. He's someone we easily forget at this point in the race, but he had that great battle, and Martin Hemmingsen was really putting it to Simoncic in that fight. And whereas we thought that Simoncic is, he's Jure Simoncic, of course he was gonna, run away with it, but that didn't happen. Hemmingsen really put the fight to him. So those 2 guys, and of course Jesper Pedersen, even though he had those 2 penalties, he has been absolute class of the field, murderous pace so far. I really don't have any other nominations. There been many stars of the team. Balaskis springs to mind in that 1-2-3 team. He's been an absolute rock star for that team, and of course the entire Fair Racing team, the 33, just because of their attitude for the race. We've seen Tony Jansen, Paul Holt, Pim Van Aert, Cliff Van der Wijn and Chris Gonzalez, and especially Paul Holt, who's been active not only in the race but also in the chat, supporting his team, cheering them on, trying to fight on, and being just all around a great guy, even though he had some technical difficulties of his own. And Tiziano Brioni gets an honorable mention as well, just for his sheer pace and the way he's fought on, and the way he's been just very, very good all throughout the race. So there's a lot of candidates, but I think it's gonna come down between those three. We are in full agreement actually in terms of who are going to be the guys who are, you know, in consideration for the driver of the race. Unfortunately, we don't give out driver of the race accolades really in a team event. It's a team event, and it means that all of the cogs in the machine are going to have to be well oiled, not rusted at all, and spinning fully in order for your team to be successful. And with that thought fresh in your minds, and with all the cogs spinning, I think we are gonna roll the reel and once again send you in the wonderful world of commercials from our brilliant sponsors. We'll see you soon.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40 mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40 mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours once again. It is still me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Ossian once again for the next half an hour, and then Cam Roger will be joining you, and I'll have a little hour's break before we get into the final hour later on, where we'll have all three of us for a little bit of a last hour kind of a celebration of the racing that we've seen here today. And there's been a lot to talk about throughout the race, it has to be said. There's been battles all over the place, and only since in the last few moments, since James Zuber really disconnected for good, is the only time we've really seen battles peter out for good. And maybe there will be some towards the end of this race, and we're all hoping so. But It's not looking too hopeful at the moment because the closest or the fastest closing gap is still at 6 minutes and 56 seconds. So it's not looking too promising in terms of those at the moment. But we have just seen a positional change, even though it doesn't really matter for much at all. Ferris Stanley in the HM Engineering number 911 Porsche, the SB7 class car, leading car, has got through on James Zuber, who is still stuck in the pit lane and 7th place and is probably out of the race at this point as well. So that is a positional change, but it won't really matter and these guys won't really care about it. But we've talked a lot about Burst Esport, we've talked a lot about Musto. I think it's time to talk about Fair Racing Team. They're in 3rd position at the moment on the podium. I think they'll be pretty pleased, the old Dutch team. Chris Gonzalez out there at the moment. When I left a few hours ago, at around 4:30 European time, their racing team won 2nd place by nearly a minute, so something has gone on. I'm not sure if you can update me and the viewers who weren't here on what actually happened to them, Mosin, but they dropped back significantly and now they're in 3rd position by over 3 minutes.
Yeah, the 33, well, they had some troubles earlier on. Can't remember exactly what ones actually. This is why I should have the notebook, but I can't remember what happened to 33. But once more, they are in the 6th place, in the 3rd place, sorry, and doing very well for themselves. They were, they were in the 2nd place earlier on. Then they had one single mistake. They went into the wall at the morning hours of the race. And I don't want to throw anyone under the bus or anything, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Pim Van Ark who put the car under the wall, and as a result of that, well, as an old saying goes, if your car is in the wall, you have made some mistake before it's in the wall, courtesy of one of my ex-teammates, and I think that sums it up pretty greatly. He made a mistake at the Metchesfeld corner, I do believe, and that's the fast double left-hander that tightens up. And, you know, just going a little bit too hot in there and going wide and ending up in the wall. So, you know, that's something that's gonna happen, and it's something that can easily happen when you're pushing it a little bit too hard, because the corner can really come up on you and you don't really think about how fast you're going in there until you suddenly find 4 wheels in the grass instead of the pavement.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of accidents and incidents down at Metzgersveld, actually. We've seen that incident for Fair Racing Team, which has put them back to 3rd. We also saw the Drillers esports car with Jan Granqvist in the wall there, and that's ultimately what led to their demise. And yeah, that was unfortunate for them. It's a difficult corner, really, is Metzgersveld, but as we were talking in one of the breaks, you really don't need to be pushing as hard as some of these guys were and using so much road on the right hand side, on driver's right, on the first part, because it is really dangerous. If you get on the grass a little bit and start braking there, then you're going to end up with a huge accident. And given that the first part is still a 5th gear corner, you're still going to be travelling pretty fast. It's going to be a 120 mile an hour incident and impact into the barriers. And yeah, that is not going to be good for your car. So yeah, Metzgersveld, a deceptively difficult corner, I would say, because you have to take it a little bit easy on the first fast part of the first fast corner, with the second tighter corner in mind, because it really is a really tight corner and it's quite deceptive as well.
Yeah, it is. Well, hindsight's 2020, of course. You know, nobody really chooses to have an accident. They just make decisions, and sometimes you get a lapse of concentration, and it's one of those places where those lapses of concentration are going to be ever more difficult. So, you know, a lot of the things that have been going on, a lot of the things that have happened are just that lapses of concentration and, you know, wrong decisions, really, because racing in the end is just a series of decisions you are going to make. How are you going to take that next corner? They might not be conscious decisions, in a sense that nobody, when they're driving, I don't think they're, you know, consciously thinking through what they are doing. These drivers are pretty much on autopilot, you know, just navigating their way throughout the circuit and doing it to the best of their ability. And they don't really think about the speeds they are doing. They're just, you know, driving on and taking the risks as if it's just every day for them, which it really is. But once you see something going wrong, only then do you usually realize how fast you are actually going. in a similar vein that you don't really realize how much electricity is going through the mains until you stick a fork in it.
Yeah, that always doesn't often turn out very well. You've got to push the limits to find them, I guess you could say, and some of these guys have done so far in this race, but for some it's not paid off particularly well. And there's a number of corners actually at this Nürburgring Nordschleife where you have to take it easy through the first corner to make sure that you make the second one. I can think of Adenauer Forest when you go over the brow at the hill, that left-hander there, you could probably take that left-hander faster than people do, but you have to keep in mind that you have to get immediately on the brakes into the right-hander, and it is one of the most challenging little sections in the whole circuit. I bet you could just straight line it if you were really trying, and I bet they probably did in the olden days, but thankfully we've got a bit of a chicane there now, and it's not like one of the chicanes that you see on modern race circuits. It's just a bog standard 290-degree boring corners. It is a real challenging chicane, and I don't think there's a single corner that is the same around here at the Nürburgring. Each corner has got their own character, and each corner has got a different story to tell, and these drivers will have a different story to tell about each of these corners, because I literally can't think of two corners that are the same. Even the carousel and this mini carousel are similar yet different in their own little way. It's a fascinating race circuit, and even though there are so many corners on it, I don't think there are two that are exactly the same.
No, they are not, and that just goes to show you, when you have so many corners and none of them are the same, you can really think, okay, well, how are they making so many different corners, cramming them into one circuit? And the answer is just, let it flow, basically. The flow of this circuit is incredible. The way it just, respects the nature and uses the nature to its advantage, uses these old roads, these natural paths, instead of being something specifically designed, to get a certain route through the landscape. Instead, it just kind of flows into the area around it. And when you look at the circuit, it almost seems like it has always been there. It is nature made in a sense that it just flows around the track and really goes so naturally. So that just goes to show you, how well designed it is, despite being almost 100 years old. Yeah, and speaking of corners and stories that there are in many of the corners, Hoheacht, for example, the highest point of the track after carousel, when you climb up the hill through the fast chicane and then you turn right, or rather you go through the fast chicane. Hoheacht means high lookout, surprisingly enough, and there is a nearby mountain of the same name, which is the highest point in the Eiffel district. And the Gallic Mons Akon means a stone rock, so Hoheacht could mean high rock. It is also said to be named after the lookout hut to be found there, and Hoheacht is the second highest point on the circuit, slightly lower than the original start-finish area at the bridge after the chicane next to the modern GP circuit. So, it is a high point, and it's just one of the corners with a name and with a story, and that's quite an obvious story. Of course, Hedwig's Höhe, Hedwig's height. We know Hedwig as the owl that belongs to a certain wizard, but it is also the named after the father of the Nürburgring's wife. Dr. Otto Kreutz, the father of the Nürburgring, named the place for his wife, and there is a well-hidden sign on the right at the start of the Wippermann, which says Hedwig's Höhe.
Yeah, there is literally a story behind every single one of these corner names, and there's a different story to tell behind each of them, as I said, and that's what makes it it's so special. And I was just thinking about my own sentence there, but where I said each corner is different. Well, I guess on the GP circuit, some of the chicanes, they're not really chicanes, they're kind of more flowing than chicanes, which makes them quite nice, but they do look kind of similar if you think about 2 and 3 and 4, and then you go to the hairpin. The Schumacher S is not really similar to anything, but then the chicane after that is kind of similar to the one at 3 and 4, and then you've got the final one, which is kind of similar again. It's kind of similar to the Schumacher S, I guess you could say. So the GP circuit sometimes looks a little bit samey, and obviously the hairpins at each end of the track maybe does as well, but on the Nordschleife there is literally no two corners the same, and you can't underestimate how hilly the Eifel Mountain region is and how hilly this circuit is. If you just think about Horak we were just talking about there, when you turn right there, you literally plunge downhill. It's almost like a toboggan run down the hill and into the areas where Brunchen and YouTube Corner are, in the twisty sections before you get out down to Glansgard and the jump. That's another plunge downhill, and then you plunge downhill towards the Stefan Bellof S as well, and then Schwabenschwanz, which is a little bit of a flatter section. But yeah, it really is a hilly circuit, and there's just so much up and down. It's almost a roller coaster ride as you go around this Nordschleife circuit. It really is. It really is a remarkable thing to behold, and still, in some ways, remarkable that people still race here.
They do, and it is a challenge. Like I said, it's obvious it is a challenge, but that's a lot of its appeal as well. And just jumping on board with Alessio Ivan Busquedo, who is coming to those places you were talking about, just coming to Garden, jumping and then turning right, and then immediately to the left, and towards the Stefan Bellow SS, and once again down the hill and turning right and through this fast sweeping SS section, and then a little bit of a break into the right to the Scholvenswanz, the Swallow's Tail, and once again to the left, braking a little bit harder for this one. And it's a very slippery corner, and really each corner has a nature in this track, unique nature that you just have to remember, and you will learn to remember over the course of many years, and that's just what makes it such a great track. And it also allows you to rest, which I think is very important. It allows you to rest at some point, gather your balance, gather your mental bearings. You have the Döttinger Strait, of course, 2 kilometers in all its glory, and you can just see it coming up the hill towards bridge, towards Antoniusbucke, and then you have those back straights as well. You have to run down the hill towards Swedish Cross, and then you have to run down the hill towards the Fuchsröhre, the Foxhole, and that uphill back straight that isn't straight either after Bergwerk. So a couple of places to rest, and you can divide using those. You can divide the track into sections, which is what I would suggest doing if you haven't learned this track by heart yet. If you're in the progress of learning this track, as Busquedo actually comes in with the Musto GT sports car, well, divide the track into sections for yourself. The first sector you're gonna have to learn, assuming you're not starting from the GP circuit, is left at the start of the Nordschleife all the way to Flugplatz. That's the first one that you're gonna learn, and then just take the time to learn the next sections of the track. For example, like from Flugplatz, the two long straights, and then you can divide it all the way into maybe into Exmühle, because that's such a section of its own, and then divide, and finally you can piece those sections together, get a lot of repetitions, drive around the circuit, drive around, gather data, and then just work your way up from there. But it's a demanding task just learning this circuit.
Yeah, but where do you draw the lines of those sectors? Because there's just so many sections of this racetrack, really. There's what you could call it, that you could really draw a line at. Because, well, in real life, I think they've got 5 or 6 actual sector points. I know we've got 3 here, but it's hard to know where to really divvy it up. And it seems that even in real life, I know that in the game I was thinking, it's a little bit weird that we have the first sector being 4 minutes 15 long, and the final sector's only about 1 minute long, maybe even less than that. So that seems a little strange to me. But we see that in real life as well. That I seem to remember Paul Truswell on the RSL commentary before, actually saying that it does seem a little bit strange sometimes, the way they draw the sector line, but I guess everyone's got a different opinion on where the sectors should really be drawn. So there's kind of different characters of each part of this circuit as well. It's you do kind of divide it up in your head naturally, or at least I do. When learning it, you've got to kind of divide it up and then connect the little, make the little connections and the reference points to kind of connect it all up. But Back to the racing. Meanwhile, we've had some driver swaps out there at the moment while we're talking about the circuit. Fabio Liuzzi has got into the Musto GD Esports car. I'm presuming that's going to be to the end of the race now, with just over 2 hours remaining in the race. And he's taken over from Alessio Ivan Pucedo, who's getting out for the final time, you've got to presume. And Alessandro Apolloni is got into the Pasta alla Norma Raging Team car. That's the Corvette, of course, and they're a lap behind Balzar's Kiss now, so they've got a tall order on their hands, but they should be finishing in 5th position, a bit down the order. But yeah, one man we have talked about briefly is Balzar's Kiss, clearly the fastest driver in that Simco car. He seems to be a little bit faster than the guys up ahead of him. He took 5.5 seconds out of Chris Gonzalez on the last lap, and he took 7.5 seconds out of the Fabio Liuzzi. Well, that's because they came in the pit lane, but you get what I mean. He is faster than that car as well, so it looks like if Kiss had a better team around him, and if Kiss drove a little bit more, then that car might be a little bit further up the order. But 4th is where they are, and it's probably a deserved 4th place as well. They probably didn't deserve to get on the podium quite, but they probably deserve to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, and deserving is a funny word now that you mention it, because what do you deserve in a race? Everybody deserves exactly how much effort they put into it, but at the same time, nobody deserves anything. They have to earn it. And only thing that, the race doesn't respect deserving things. The race only respects the results of the race. So it can be cruel sometimes. Racing can definitely be unfair at sometimes. It can be frustrating sometimes. But yeah, when you think about it this way, from a commentary standpoint, from a storytelling standpoint, yes, absolutely they deserve better. And Balaskis deserves better, and I think he's gonna get better also, because he can either be like, oh man, why do I have to be stuck all the way in this position when I could be faster, or he can use it as a motivation. He can look at the fastest lap, he can say, okay, my pace, raw pace, is enough to get on the podium. Now I just need to work in the other aspects. We need to work as a team in the other aspects to make sure that we can realize that podium dream for ourselves, for our team, and for Hungary, because they are a one nation team, as is Musto GD Esports. So they are doing it, I think, largely for Hungary, as is the 33 doing it for the Netherlands. So there is a bit of a nationalistic sentiment. Not in a bad way, but rather in a good way, in a sense that you can be proud of where you're from, you can be proud of your roots, and you can be flying those colors of your flag with some pride, knowing that you have done well and you have shown what the sim racers of your country are truly capable of. And you can then stand with your back straight and with your body straight and saluting after the race, and knowing that you have done a good job and you have made some of your countrymen proud. And for a lot of people, that's actually quite a powerful statement. Some people may scoff and laugh at the concept of making your country proud, but there is a good reason why drivers in Formula 1, for example, are standing so proudly on the podium when their national anthem is playing. It is a powerful moment.
It is, yeah. It means a lot to some people, and there's quite a lot of nationalistic pride going on in this race. There's quite a lot of one nation teams, as you mentioned. Guard Racing, who are now out, unfortunately, are fully Danish. You mentioned Fair Racing Team, the Dutch team, and obviously Simco are Hungarian, but we've got the Pasta alla Norma Raging Team. They're all Italian, as are the Musto GT Esports team. Obviously Greek Sim Racing are all Greek. Well, it seems obvious to me anyway. Pro Sim were all Danish teams, so there's quite a lot of fully one nationality teams, and it matters to a lot of these people where they're beating their other nations. But the one team that is a fully multinational team is Burst Esport, and they're coming out on top. So I wonder if trying really hard to be very patriotic and pick drivers only from your country is the best way to go, because maybe the best blend of drivers can be found from different countries, and also in endurance racing, arguably from different continents is quite useful to have in particularly the nighttime hours. But we have got a fully European driver lineup here, apart from we've got some Asian drivers down towards the bottom of our list here. I'm just going to try and find them. An Indonesian registered team of HM Engineering, the leaders in SP7. Ferris Stanley is indeed an Indonesian driver, and he still is driving. So I presume it's a strange time in the afternoon, actually, because the Asians are ahead of us Europeans. So it's going to be afternoon and getting towards the evening. It's prime time driving for the Indonesians at the moment, and that's a useful thing to have at this time of day. Your regular Europeans might be a bit tired and a bit wary, but the Indonesians and the Asians are going to be fresh to take this race to the flag, and having drivers from different continents is definitely worth having, as was mentioned before.
And we also have the number 90 ground effect sim racing team, who are an interesting blend of nationalities, because they are a Chilean team. Out of all the countries, they are a Chilean team, and there is actually brewing sim racing scene in Chile. I've seen it in other simulators. Drivers like Rodrigo Mies, for example, spring to my mind, who is very active on the iRacing side, and he also drives in real life. Drives, according to himself and according to evidence I've seen, the fastest Nissan Tida in Chile, and some of that onboard footage is downright wild. Rodrigo Mies, but there's also in this race Jos Araneda from Chile as well, so he's a Chilean driver, and that's a Chilean team, the ground effect sim racing team number 90 in the SP9 class, that has sadly retired from the race, but were up there early on with 2 British drivers, a Chilean driver, a Finnish driver, and an Italian driver. That's quite a mix, that's quite a combination.
Yeah, it is, and that's
4 different languages.
Yeah, I can't imagine. How would they communicate? Surely, well, with the others, probably English, yeah, because we make everybody else speak our language, which is kind of rude, but and we don't learn anybody else's language, but we'll gloss over that. We're quite greedy. Anyway,
Rule Britannia starts playing.
Yeah, we're quite greedy like that. So I apologise on behalf of the whole country for being so greedy. But it's a very international team. As you said, and yeah, the Chilean sim racing scene is kind of developing. I guess I think sim racing is branching out into lots of different countries. It's not just a European kind of sport anymore. I guess it used to be, but I guess it's got something to do with the rising amount of income in Chile. The amount of the increasing amount of middle class people is probably increasing in Chile. I'm not saying you have to be middle class to be a sim racer. That's just a stupid thing to say, but it's probably contributing to the fact that you can afford to get all the equipment, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you're right actually, because what is middle class in our parts of the world, in the Western European world, really, or in my case Eastern European actually, Northern European, but still very much Western culturally speaking. Okay, Finland is pretty much meatballs and vodka. In fairness, we got the meatballs from Sweden and the vodka from east of the border. So, in that sense, but what is middle class for us might not be middle class in other countries. So you need a financial investment to be able to sim race. It may be a small one. We consider having a PC a normality and having a bit of money to spend a normality. But for those people exporting, wheels and pedals from other countries, and the cost of acquiring them might not at all be similar to what we have, for example. So you may be right, and once those people can afford, to get themselves PCs and get themselves, wheels and pedals and get involved in the sport, then I think South America is gonna be a great hub for racing already in countries like Brazil, and well, not so much in Brazil lately, contributing to their financial difficulties, but Argentina and those kind of countries, you have a fair bit of sim racers and a fair bit of good sim racers. And when you look at the history of racing, You just see so many great South American drivers and drivers from Central America as well, you know, being able to take the world of racing by storm. And I think as this sport, this hobby, this sport really, at this level it is a sport. At the starting level it is a hobby. It's not a game at any point, it is a hobby. And when you think about it as a hobby, it suddenly becomes much less expensive because you have it in the right contrast in the frame of your mind. Of course, if you think about it as a game and you think about having to acquire $200-300 controllers for a game, then yeah, it's gonna be difficult. But when you compare it to a normal hobby, suddenly it's not so expensive at all when you put it in the right perspective and as a right contrast. And for people it can absolutely be a hobby. For some people it still is a hobby. For some people they're going pro. Some people want to be world champions. Some people just want to beat their friends. And that's all fair play and that all that goes to it. But at the grassroots level, going back to the national competitions and going back to, you know, those areas like South America that are developing, like Asia, that are developing their own sim racing culture, in a lot of the ways it has to start from, you know, local grassroots level competition and just, you know, having the chance to beat your friend. Going to an expo, there's a wheel and pedals and triple screens laid out on an expo. You have a rally course or some simple racetrack, R-Factor 2 or iRacing or Dirt Rally 2, or if they want to do it right, Richard Burns Rally, when you talk about rally simulators. But yeah, anything that's basically sim racing, that is actually proper sim racing and not, you know, PlayStation stuff or Xbox stuff, but actually proper sim racing, that's where it starts. And getting those people to get the chance to feel what a real race is like in a proper setup, how does it feel, you're gonna get some people hooked. If you have even a little bit of fuel going through your veins, a bit of octane going through your veins, you're gonna get hooked. And once you are hooked, you are gonna get competing. You're gonna find your friends who are also competing. You're gonna make relationships, you know, friends, acquaintances, and people who you are competing with or competing against. And gradually, the best of the crop, the cream of the crop, the cream always rises to the top, and then they're gonna looking for new challenges. Okay, you have conquered your city, you have conquered Santiago, what's gonna happen next? You're gonna conquer Chile. Okay, you conquer Chile, what's gonna happen next? You're gonna conquer the Spanish-speaking America, like South America regional championship, and then you're gonna compete against Americans, and finally you're gonna compete against the best in the world. And that's a lot of steps to take and a lot of time to take, but that's what's gonna help sport truly grow, to go worldwide. National competitions, domestic competitions, you know, grassroots level, local competition, domestic competition, and international competition. And at multiple levels, at multiple disciplines, it's gonna be a structured system, but we are slowly going there, and we are living exciting times, my friend, in the world of sim racing.
Yeah, we are, and yeah, you make some fantastic points there. So it's absolutely right. I'm just going to make one more point about the cost kind of thing, is that you really don't need to spend very much money on it at all. You see all these really multi-million pound setups that some people have these days, and the real life racing drivers have recently gone out and bought some thousands of pounds rigs and stuff like that. You really don't need to go and do all that. I mean, I'm literally commentating on this race from a laptop right now, and it didn't cost very much, and I used to race on this very cheap, quite cheap laptop, on quite a cheap wheel as well. So, you know, you can get into it very easily with some cheaper equipment. You don't need to splash out £300 for every single piece of equipment. You don't need £1,000 or to build your own PC with £10,000 or whatever it is. You don't need to do all that. You can go low and then build your way up, especially if you begin to enjoy it. But anyway, we're going to stop rambling on, and we're going to let you have a look at these commercials as we come towards 2 hours to go in the GTR24 Nürburgring 24 hours here in Germany. We are going to be back in just a moment after this break.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between two people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Simplexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Welcome back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, brought to you by GTR24H and Rio Toro products as well. Can't give them enough shoutouts. They've been with us for a long time and they are a big part of why these events are able to happen in first place. We join you with pictures of Chris Gonzalez and the fair racing team pitting right now, the all Dutch squad, coming what we expect to be their penultimate pit stop at this moment in time. The race has been a story of 4 races really, in terms of the overall storyline. We're gonna talk more about that in the last hour with all 3 of us here in the commentary booth as well. But right now I'm being joined by Cam Rogers once again. And Cam, well, 2 hours remaining and we're not seeing any close battles really out there on the circuit. But more importantly, we touched briefly on sim racing as a whole and how it's growing in certain regions like Asia and Chile, especially in South America, and other places as well in some of the Middle European countries, maybe even Eastern European countries, Balkan countries, Baltic countries, and overall, you know, the world has been in a dark place recently in a lot of the senses, and it has touched some of us very close as well, you know, at the times the pandemic going on obviously, but in terms of sim racing, it has allowed people to lay their eyes on the sport and maybe understand what it's all about, and now it's time to, I think, us as a community to educate these people.
Yeah, it's certainly been a ironically good time for sim racing. There's been obviously so many more streams about. There's been so much more exposure to it, and people are starting to take it seriously. And especially in a number of events, you get real life drivers coming involved, and that is great to see that they are coming and wanting to spend their spare and free time with us in these events, which is always good to see. And yeah, I guess it's difficult if you're not into it as a driver. It's quite difficult to explain to someone like what it is, like what we do, because it's more than just sitting down playing a game. It's when you take it's not even a game, it's a simulation, where you're taking it to the absolute limit and you're trying to be competitive.
And that's the, most unattractive line you can reply with coming out of your mouth. It's not a game, it's a simulation. And, especially when said in a tone, well, actually, it's not a game, it's a simulation. And immediately you're gonna lose interest. So, but it's true. In a sense, for a lot of us, it starts as a hobby and not as much a game, and then it turns into something competitive for the ones fortunate enough to be talented and be driven, most importantly, enough to do it. Because I don't really believe in talent. I don't believe in talent as a concept. I don't believe in talent as a thing. I believe in drive, and I believe in, okay, there is talent, and talent is in a lot of ways just how quickly you're able to learn things and how driven you are to compete. But a lot of people are different. But yeah, absolutely, and you had a good point, so feel free to go on. I just had to touch on the fact that that's one of the things that a lot of people find really unattractive, is the fact that sim racers tend to have a reputation as being a little bit elitist in a sense. But I mean, I think that's false. Of course, people are gonna say, sim racers are elitist because they're saying that's not a proper simulation, but we can't help the fact that we are right.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Again, it's just if you haven't experienced that from a driving point of view, then again, it is difficult to explain, because from the outset it looks similar, but from a driving perspective it's not. And some of these drivers take this unbelievably seriously. I mean, Yannis Simicic, who is currently back into that burst car, he is doing so many competitions at the moment because he might as well, because there's so many that have come around and popped up. It's crazy how seriously he's taking this, and he's earning decent money from it as well, because he's fortunate enough to have the talent that you talk about to be at the front. But that also is because he puts in quite a lot of work. And talking about work, I know Yerne, for instance, he has a full-time job as well, and in his spare time in the evenings and whatnot, he is doing some practice and racing, which is pretty crazy. And me myself, I spend I do a lot of admin stuff for other leagues, and obviously then commentary and things as well, so that takes up a lot of time. But from the driving, I still spend multiple hours a week doing that, because it is really competitive, and if you want to be at the front, then that is what you have that's what you have to do. Although I personally am not quite at the front in some leagues are racing, but yeah, it is certainly competitive, and if you want to be at the top, you've got to put a lot of effort into it, which is why it goes to that statement of being more than a game.
Indeed, and there is something about it. It's I can't really put a finger on why it's so thrilling, but if you've ever been competing, then you know exactly what's so appealing about sim racing, because there is a competition for every single level, from all the way to beginner level, to intermediate level, to advanced level, to great level, to master level, and all the way to international level, like champion level. You will find competition, and wherever you move, there is always a bigger fish, and you just keep taking down those fish. You keep catching those fish until finally you are there with the final boss of sim racing, whoever that may be. And actually, that's an interesting question. We talked earlier on, can't remember if it was with you, Cam, or if it was indeed with Ewan, who we talked about with the comparisons between Bono Huis and Gregor Huttu that came up earlier on. But right now, at this point in time, who would you consider a team or a driver, or a single person indeed, to be the final boss of sim racing?
Ooh, that's a difficult question to answer. I think the main thing for sim race is no one really knows what the future holds, and anything can happen. As we've seen, there's been a number of unfortunate technical issues and things like that as well. So I think to choose one or a number to choose at the top is quite difficult.
And that's exactly it. We don't have a single unified world champion. at the point. Closest we came to that was the Visa Vegas E-Race a couple of years ago, which was held in with R Factor 2, I believe, with the Formula E mod, which kindly put had some issues, but still that was an competition open internationally, qualifying was open to everyone, and we saw drivers from a whole variety of simulators. We saw iRacing drivers taking on R-Factor drivers, taking on drivers from other simulations as well, and all competing for the shared glory against their real-life counterparts and real-life drivers. They were drafted to Formula E teams to compete, and we saw Bono Ruiz win that one after Olli Pahkala got demoted down to second place due to his fan boost being stuck on. And that's still one of the stories that has entered Finnish folklore. The Olli Pahkala victory that never was, but credit to Olli. He is one of the driving forces behind the Finnish Sim Racing Association on a national level, and he went immediately to the stewards and told what happened after the race, and he could have won $200,000, but instead he went home with $50,000, and that's one of those things that you just got to do, as Simoncic is coming to the pit lane for what I believe will be the penultimate time as well. But yeah, in the future, I'm seeing a future with national associations. I'm seeing a future with regional competition and with international competition. And one day, I am seeing a future where there is a single unified world champion. With all the simulations in the market, with all the different structures, I still think that is a definite possibility. But I think we are gonna have to split it between individuals and between disciplines. So open wheelers, tin top cars, and so on. But I hope one day we get a unified single series that is crowning the definite world champion of sim racing. So we know who is gonna be on top of the mountain, because currently we have like 10 different world champions.
I think, yes, I do think that is in the future, but maybe not for another 3, 4, 5 years. There has been a couple of associations that have popped up and tried to do something like that, but it's so difficult to unite, because especially with a couple of things that have happened recently, rightly or wrongly, it's a company coming in with loads of money and they throw it at an event, so they get loads of the top drivers showing up, but the event doesn't really mean anything in terms of the actual world of sim racing and esports. So if there's some control to that and some structures, then that would be very good. And we're just seeing there is that Liuzzi has gone for a bit of a spin in the Musto car, so there's a bit more time lost for them, as Kasper Henningsen is now in the car for the final 2 hours.
Yeah, so one of those things that are going on, and actually that's an interesting point you brought up. Kasper Henningsen went into the car, so it was Simoncic earlier on, and now Kasper Henningsen is in the Burst Esport 94, so he might be the one who gets to finish the car after all. We'll just have to wait and see, or they're taking turns, driving the glory, driving that car to the victory lane, and well, that's an American term, victory lane, but yeah, I think it's a great term though, victory lane. That describes it perfectly, and we might see David Mrocek actually finishing the car after Pedersen and Simoncic and Henningsen have had their turn. We'll have to wait and see about that one. But whoever will cross the finish line is going to bask in the glory along with their team. He just gets the honor of delivering the car home, which is a great honor. But yeah, going back to national associations, I've seen them pop up in a couple of countries, in Nordic countries especially. I know Finland has one personally, from having been involved and still am involved in the process of Finnish sim racing, and it's growing to a larger and larger audience, national TV broadcasts and so on. Sweden has one, Norway has one, I know Denmark might have one as well. Growing up in the future, Germany is trying to build their own one, UK is trying to build their own one, and it's just something. I think it's a start in a sense when you get a national association and it's working with the National Motorsport Federation and the National Esports Federation. I think that's the way to go. If you have a motorsport federation, which most countries do, and you have an esport federation, which again most countries do, you need to work closely with both of them. That's the Finnish model, and not biased at all, but I'm just saying that that's the way to go, because you get both sides. You get the motorsport guys, and from them you get the value and the actual credibility as a national championship, and from the esports scene you are like showing that, hey, we are an esport along with everything else, along with the titles like Counter-Strike and like Dota 2 and like other esport titles that are being competed with worldwide, you know. And in a similar vein, you are an esport, so you need to kind of work with both sides and build a bridge between traditional motorsport and this silly thing these people call video games.
That is, yeah, that is very. Ooh, I just clicked. Oh, that's a shame. I just clicked on the Fair Racing Team squad, and they've gone for a spin at keep getting the name of this corner, Meskersfeld corner, where we've seen a number of drivers had a little spin and actually managed to rejoin without too many issues. But he definitely had a spin there. But yeah, just to continue your point, yeah, I think it needs to get to a point where the national motorsport body is really sort of responsible, because then you can get better reach in general, and they will have better ways of having jurisdiction over the series, and also all the legislation, everything that comes with it. They can actually make it a properly well organized event, because one issue with you know, I would say potentially even like half the leagues in esports is that sometimes the people they're doing it as a hobby, so they aren't doing it as a professional job. So sometimes certain things might be a little bit slacked on, but that professionalism is certainly increasing. Potentially increasing as the years go on. But yeah, certainly a point to mention that we're just talking about here is that if who's in the car now, Casper Henningsen gets to the end of this lap, they will, from our knowledge, beat the lap record or the lap distance record, I should say, for the Nürburgring 24, when we still have 1 hour and 43 minutes to go. So it looks like we're going to absolutely smash that, as it has been a clear run for that car pretty much throughout the whole of the race. And even when they had a couple of issues, Henry Sinnick was setting amazing times at the front. So it's a good job from them to get to the front, and they are romping away with it.
Yeah, that they are indeed. And wow, about to equal the real life distance record. Of course, we don't have pace cars here. We haven't had rain in this race, and I don't think we will at this stage. I'm looking at the skies, and they are looking quite blue indeed. And even though the rain can come quickly over the Eiffel Mountains, I don't think it's gonna come that quickly. The the weather changing and so on and so forth. Well, still, it's been a great result for the 94 team. Well, obviously they're leading, it's a great result, but also how do you come at this point? That's one of the important things we need to talk about, I feel, Cam, because the work and the effort that goes into such an event, we have talked about it numerous times, and but it still deserves all the respect. You just don't one day decide to start winning races. You need to build from the ground up, and not only in terms of as an individual driver, but also how do you get into a team? That's a question many people have been wondering, Cam.
And how you get into a team is the difficult part, because it's generally being part of the better teams gets you the better results. Especially in maybe not so much in GT racing and endurance racing, especially on the open wheel side. That is paramount to be in a very good team that is competent with the cars. Whereas in GT and endurance racing, you do have things like BOP, which helps balance out the field a little bit. As if someone is being too fast, they'll just get hindered a little bit. But yeah, certainly being part of a team is the difficult part, and often drivers would be scouted driver managers will be out there looking for new talent and looking for people to join to their team. I wouldn't, it's not always the case that drivers go looking and messaging teams, but obviously that is a possibility as well. But for instance, as a manager myself, if we're looking for drivers for a certain event, we will then go out looking for them. It's a little bit more difficult for the drivers the other way around. But again, if there was, so a little bit more structure of who exactly to talk to and that sort of stuff, it might help that situation a bit for some drivers.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways it resembles real life sports as well, traditional sports, not just traditional motorsport, where you have a pretty clear ladder of coming up as an up-and-coming driver, and you have a clear structure of how you're going forward. In real life sports, in sports like soccer, football, we are all Europeans, so let's just say football and be done with it. Call it by the proper name. Thank you very much. And also ice hockey and a lot of other sports, you have youth growing up, young guys growing up, being talented, being picked up by the team academic programs, but also you have some adult stars as well. And I'm not talking about the movie industry in terms of adult stars, because that's a whole different sort of talent acquisition there. But I'm talking about, people like Jamie Vardy, for example. I think he's a great rags to riches story. But it's also a great example of how it can also work, in a sense that you, at some level, whatever the level may be, in a non-league, for a non-league side, you just putting goal after goal after goal. And then you start to get scouted by some marginally better teams looking like, this Vardy lad is actually, looking quite decent. I wonder if we're gonna give him a chance. And, a couple of years later, Leicester City wins the wins the Premier League, and he is gonna be raising the trophy, and Vardy party is a meme all over the footballing world pretty much. So that can happen. And not every story is like that, but that's also what can happen, is teams, you're gonna climb from a team to team, and going from competition to competition, and either you're staying and improving that team that's gonna first pick you up, or you're just gonna be climbing from one team to another team to a higher team. And usually there's a bit of a discussion, for a discussion, you're gonna be talking about getting into a better team and advancing your level of competition. You're gonna be talking to your team manager as well, that hey, I got this opportunity, do I want to get going into a better team? And that's exactly what might also happen.
Yeah, that's it's really the sort of, if you can nail the teams that you get into, then that is really the holy grail. And this, in terms of just because he's someone I know about quite a lot, Yannis Simicic currently, he's got out of the car now, but the driver last in the burst BMW, he was at ACR along with David Mocek and Michi Hoyer and also Robin Panzer. They are sort of four teammates, and last year they were in ACR Aviconic Racing, and then all four of them then moved to Burst. So they kind of moved to another team, which is interesting how that one works its way out. Yeah, that is obviously a big move from those guys, as they're doing pretty well for Burst, and yeah, it's going pretty well.
They are doing pretty well indeed, as we watch the race going on at Sport Extra in Romania, all over the world, in Facebook, in YouTube, and in Twitch as well. Watching all over the world these final 1.5 hours of the GTR24H Nürburgring 24-hour event. And we are just talking about, if you're just joining us and wondering what these guys are going on, why are their cars driving all over the track, is this some sort of a podcast? No, it's not. But the situation is that well, we're waiting for the race to finish, 1.5 hours still remaining, and right now there is not too much going on track, and all of these drivers have worked themselves to a situation where they can just pretty much cruise home. And we are talking about some tips for the new drivers. If you are interested in the hobby, if you're interested in sim racing, then just talking about how to get into teams, how the national competition works, how international competition works, and how you can get involved in these events potentially in not too distant of a future. But we are, I think, soon enough, actually right now, let's step aside for just a couple of minutes to listen for some wonderful messages from our wonderful sponsors, and when we get back, we'll have a race update for you. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Complexity is a Danish designer and manufacturer of high-grade sim racing platforms. Their 3 different levels of platforms come in a variety of colors and configurations. Choose from the V4, built from 40 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles, the V8 built from 80 by 40mm profiles, and the high-tier V12 built from 160 by 40mm extruded aluminium profiles. Prices range from 470 to 750 euros. Go to facebook.com/simplexity.eu and start a messenger chat to inquire more about the options for colors and customization.
Communication. It started out as a conversation between 2 people, but as time went by and people's needs became greater, they developed more ways to communicate. Businesses today need to minimize incomplete connections. Therefore, it is critical that they provide optimal service. Xilinx desktop, mobile and web applications can process everything from normal calls and callbacks to chats, emails, and social media inquiries. Let Xilinx liberate your business.
Welcome back to 24 hours of the Nürburgring at GTR24H, at Sports Extra in Romania, at Twitch, at YouTube, at Facebook Live as well. We are on air all over the world and we come to final 1.5 hours of this great event. Well, you can see the dangers of the Nürburgring here on the left side of your screen in the results. You see just how many cars are out. 21 teams, brave teams with all the drivers started out. Almost 100 drivers out there today went into this event. Right now we just have 6 teams running anymore. 5 of them in the top SP9 class, and then we have 1 team in the SP7 class as well. So not a lot of people out on the track, but still they are trying to now just bring their cars home safely. And well, we have a bit of a race update for those teams coming up as we promised before the break. In the lead currently it is the number 94 Burst Esports team, who have been leading for the best part of the last 12 hours. And Cam Roger out there with me. Cam, Burst Esports, what can you say about their performance today? It's been outright spectacular, I would say.
Yeah, apart from the 2 penalties that Pedersen got earlier, pretty much flawless, and they've definitely been the best team out there. And it's quite crazy to think that those penalties were, I believe, at the first pit stop even, so that was 21 and a half hours ago now, so long ago. But yeah, he's been doing pretty good with his teammates since then, and they managed to recover the gap, get past the Driller's car, and then obviously Driller's unfortunately DNF'd, so Burst have just been romping off into the distance. They've been switching drivers fairly regularly, and then having goes at the fastest laps, and they've also now passed the lap distance record as well, which is a pretty cool fact, as we still have an hour and a half to go in this race. But yeah, Burst, they are a very good team, very competent team. They put a lot of effort into these things. They have a lot of engineers and things of that nature behind the scenes, so they are very up to date with what they can do with the car. And now with 4 amazing drivers in their lineup, they are absolutely dominating here, aren't they?
That they truly are. They have been very consistent and very fast today, and well, as you said, dominating the competition out here. But that doesn't mean, of course, that they're gonna dominate in the future, because they are having some strong challengers. And we talked earlier on about the Musto GD esports team. Of course, they have some strong individual drivers, and as a team, they have gone forward the all-Italian squad of Musto GD esports in the second place in the car number 71. We talked a lot at length about Tiziano Brioni and his performances. He was turning qualifying, he's very fast in any GT3 car, but currently behind the wheel of that car is Fabio Liuzzi, not to be confused with the ex-Formula 1 driver with Antonio Liuzzi, but still a good driver in his own right. And that team, I think, might be heading towards a great future as they get their drivers closer to the level of Tiziano Brioni. And if Tiziano Brioni can take the captaincy of the team and lead them forward, I think they might bring the challenge to Burst in not too distant of a future, Cam.
They certainly will. They do need to increase their general average speed amongst the drivers up, because Brioni is really leading the way on that. But we know that he is so quick in the Endurance Racing World Championship season that we will have the next race out in 4 weeks' time at the Nürburgring GP track for 12 hours. That's here in the GT3 cars in the SP9 category for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It seems he was definitely the quickest in that team. So if they improve their average across the 4 drivers, then they would certainly get further up the field. And we know from other drivers that they potentially can have in that team, there is a lot of extra pace that they can get out of that team, and maybe in a future special event with the GT3s, they might be able to challenge Burst. Who knows?
Yeah, that is definitely within the possibilities. Now, how about our Dutch squad? The number 33, the brilliantly named Fair Racing team. With Tony Janssen currently behind the wheel. Also, they had a 5-man squad here: Paul Holt, Pim van Ark, Cliff van der Win, and Chris Gonzalez as well. All Dutch, as is the team. Most racing LMP2s, GTs, and GT3 cars. So really, all across the mid-pack of the endurance racing squad, and driving very fast indeed are they, and currently heading towards the podium finish here with a great team spirit and a great performance we've seen today. I consider them right now a bit of an underdog almost, as I'm looking at the drivers in this race. I'm not seeing them being one of the favorites yet, but could this be the driving force, the springboard that makes them realize that, hey, we can do it in the future as well. We have the drivers, and we can bring it, especially in the long races due to consistency. We can bring it to these top guys, because remember, they were looking at the second place at one point.
They certainly can. Whether they can challenge Burst and Drillers for a victory is questionable, but they can certainly challenge for podium positions. And they have had, I have lost count now, but they've had far too many little errors and spins. If they cut that out of their game, they'll gain minutes. They'll probably be on the lead lap had they not done that sort of those sort of errors. So they've certainly got good potential. I've known them for a couple of years now, and they really are a very good team, and they do have good potential. I think they just need to limit those mistakes that you just throw away 10 seconds here, 10 seconds here, 30 seconds here. Then they all add up to a lot of time after the end of 24 hours. So if they do that, I think they can certainly challenge a bit further up on races where not so many people retire.
Indeed so, and they're gonna need the pace. They have a solid all-race performance. They just need to increase their pace, their pure raw level of skill, and that's that's easier said than done. But it's something they can definitely do as this race goes on. But yeah, in qualifying they were 11th, PM1 Arc throwing in an 8:05.2. compared to the best lap of Jesper Pedersen, 7:59.7, so in raw pace. They are some 6 seconds behind. Of course, the Nürburgring, 6 seconds, that's less than a second in a normal circuit, but still, gonna need to improve just a little bit still. Something that they can work with here, and something they can work with going forward. Now, gonna talk briefly about the 911 team. I know, they're the only car in the class. Ferry Stanley is just gonna, bring it home. He's just actually gone purple in the final sector. Oh, Henningsen is actually, I'm watching him. He's going purple in both sectors. That might be an interesting thing. Gonna maybe, talk about the 911 later, because I'm on board with Kasper Henningsen, and he's absolutely wheeling it. And I want to see this lap time. Has the race surface suddenly gone faster? Did we have a reset of the live timing? Or actually are these guys gonna bring in some lap records here at the late point of the race? We'll just have to wait and see. Coming to the final chicane is Henningsen, so we're gonna see soon what his time is going to be. Kink here right, kink to the left, and then on the main straight he comes. Will this be a sub 8:04.6 for Kasper Henningsen? We're gonna see this right now as he comes across the line. We get an update, and 8:10.4. That's what I was thinking. We just needed to get a confirmation, because surely they can't be going purple at this stage of the race. That would have been a bit too outrageous even for Burst Esport, going like, oh yeah, by the way, we can do sub 8s in race pace or something like that. Just to put not an exclamation mark, but rather a middle finger to the competition.
Yeah, that would be quite something. Henningsen wasn't quite as quick as Pedersen or Simicic in the earlier stints, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not expecting him to necessarily go for those purple times. And it's mad to think that he's just 6 seconds off Jene Simicic, but he's still quick, which is just how the track works here. And now we've gone on board with the car of who is in that car now? Ferris Stanley is in that car for HM Engineering, and they are leading the way in the SP7 category, as they have from the start of the race. And unfortunately, their competitors have fallen by the wayside in the shape of a drive game seat. So they've been out there, and after a few hours, they noticed that the drive game seat car had a DNF, and they were one of their drivers messaged me like, "Oh, what do we do?" And I was like, "Well, keep going," because there's no point on giving up, and they do need to obviously get to the end of the race to say that they have won it. So they might as well, go and have a bit of fun, especially as they are a bit of a connoisseur with this car in particular, and this class and category of car. But they've had a very quiet race on their own, but they've been setting some really good times, and hopefully the four of them have been having a bit of fun.
Yeah, and Ferris Stanley, I must say, he has one of the most awesome racing names I have ever come across, because that's just Ferris Stanley, Ferris as in the first wheel, and Stanley as in the Stanley Cup. That's an incredible racing name, and that's truly something one has to be proud of. And it catches my eye every time I see this team, and they are fast. with the 911 Cup car, and that's not an easy car to drive at all. It's not an easy car in any simulation. So doing this for the 24 hours, it takes some considerable skill for these drivers and a considerable performance, and it's no wonder they went with the choice that is familiar with them. And you know, it's a shame that in this race we didn't have many takers for the class, you know, for the SP7 class. But I still think that, you know, once we get proper multi-class going with 60 cars, you know, in 3 different classes, 20 drivers in class each, 20 teams in each class, it's gonna be a very, very good team that's gonna be needed to beat these guys. You know, and I wonder how good they are really in terms of worldwide competition with this car. You know, where is their level at? Because honestly, right now we just don't know. We are just having to make assumptions, really.
I know that Leitner and Weeks have won competitions, even championships with this car on iRacing. So there is that potential there to show that they are obviously world class. And it's difficult to say, obviously, because there wasn't really anyone else at their level. Because even when Drive Game Seat were in the race, they were something like 12 seconds a lap slower. So the gap was increasing quite a lot at the beginning hours of the race. But yeah, I would say that these guys are pretty impossible to beat. I would say that these guys are on the level of what Burst are doing. It's just you're not really seeing because there aren't so many cars in that category at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, they are gonna keep going as well for CR1080 Rio Toro PC case and a mouse and a mouse pad, and well, that's for the winning teams, you know. That's for the winning team of the SP7 class, which is in pictures right now, the 911 car. So they have a bit of price as well for, you know, to win it. And maybe they can use those to build a computer for a live LAN event, you know, something to spectate on and something for the team to then enjoy, have a bit of a starter there. So they're not doing it all for nothing. They're not doing it just for glory. There's a bit of price there as well, but mostly glory at this point in time, even though those Rio Toro products, we are enjoying them very much. I can say safely I'm using them right now with a mouse and keyboard as well. And speaking of prices, Cam, for the SP9, the GT3 category, the main category, the first prize 1,000 euros for the team. So for Burst Esports, that's gonna be a healthy amount of money for those guys to enjoy, to have a good weekend with, to have a good brunch, as we mentioned earlier on, for the 4 guys. So that's gonna be 250 euros each for Jesper Pedersen, for Kasper Henningsen, for Jelnej Simoncic, for David Mrocek as well. So that's a nice price for 24 hours of work. Of course, we know that there's been a lot more work going than just 24 hours, but still, you know, that's a healthy payment for their efforts out here today. And for the second place, we are gonna get 2 PCs, 2 Rio Toro CR1080 PC cases, and 2 mice and 2 mouse pads as well. And for the third place, we're gonna get 1 PC case CR1080 from Rio Toro, 1 mouse and a mouse pad for those guys. So those are the prizes for our winners today, so they don't have to go home empty-handed, which is always, you know, a little bit of a bonus. You have a memento, something to go by as well, not only the financial prizes that you're getting from it, but more importantly, you have a memento. You have some sort of a thing, that you have a trophy that someone's gonna be like, oh, that's a fancy mousepad, that's a fancy PC case you got going on. How much did you pay for it? Well, actually I won it from the competition. Oh, was it like a raffle or something? No, I beat everybody else to the curb.
Yeah, that is always quite a nice prize, and that's actually how I got my the wheel that I've got, because the person who I bought it off, they won the R-Factor 24 back in November, and with that they won a new wheel. So they had an old one that, well, not really old because they'd only just bought it, so they hadn't been using it for too long, and then all of a sudden that becomes available, which is how I got it. So maybe something of a similar trait will happen to some of the equipment there. But yeah, it's good to see that Rio Toro coming on. So thank you for their support and them giving some prizes to these drivers, especially to the ones who are going to make it to the end of this race.
Indeed, so thank you Rio Toro, I second that one, and with that we are gonna watch the end of this race now, focus on the task at hand. We still have 1 hour and 16 minutes remaining on this event, don't forget. And now I think it's a good time to talk about, once again give a little bit of a rinse and repeat of just how to get involved in sim racing in first place. You mentioned some wheels, you mentioned some pedals. Of course, there are multinational shortages right now in sim racing equipment, at least once you go beyond the market level of wheels and pedals, but you don't need to. We touched this topic briefly with Ian, actually. Ian earlier on, he mentioned how he races with a laptop and a cheap wheel, and I actually agree. I've managed to build my career in the base of a Logitech Driving Force GT, actually, the FGD wheel. As unbelievable as that sounds, I bought it used for 60 euros back in 2014, and I've been racing with it ever since. I upgraded to my friend's old Joni Hagner's old G27 pedals, and they are connected to my PC with a Bodnar cable. And that's how cheaply you can get it started. So 60 euros, some pedals from a friend, pay 15 euros for a Bodnar cable, have a PC at the ready, because a lot of gamers already have a PC that is able to run a simulation. They already have a high refresh rate monitor that can run a simulation pretty well. So they just need somewhere to put it on, and make sure to remember a couple of very important details. First, make sure you have a good driving position. I cannot stress this enough. Get yourself a chair, look out from your used market. You can get chairs that can fit the target that what you want pretty cheaply, actually, if you're just willing to look around. You can modify an old armchair with some pillows and some blankets and so on to make it work for you. Have the right height and so on, and have the right angle as well. Or if you're gonna invest and get yourself a proper 80-20 aluminium rig or something, and a proper seat for that as well. It doesn't need to be a cup seat necessarily, because you don't really need the protection of a cup seat. You're not really dealing with G-forces, even though it's a funny thing that some drivers will still lean to one side or the other, even though they are, sitting stationary and just piloting a virtual race car. They will still do that. I've seen that in effect. I know I do that sometimes as well. It looks a bit dorky, but it's also kind of funny. And then just, get racing basically, and make sure that your monitor is as close to your face as possible, coming a little bit over the wheel even if you want to, that your eyes are pointing at the center line of the monitor, and that your field of view is properly adjusted. Those are the important things. Once you got this, so once again, to rinse and repeat, ergonomics, make sure your driving position is correct, make sure your screen is as close to you as possible to maximize your field of view. And there are field of view calculators. Just put FOV calculator on Google search, or DuckDuckGo, or Yahoo, or AltaVista, or whichever you prefer out of the search engines, and then just put the results in, choose the target game, target simulator, and get racing basically. That's all it takes. And once those are in order, you can just drive and make sure you're comfortable, make sure the frame rate is high enough, make sure everything is set up correctly. You can find a lot of information in the forums. And one great thing, Cam, about sim racing is that our communities are actually quite good and helpful.
Yeah, there's often loads of people that will help you with your equipment, and maybe as in your case, you might be able to get some old or slightly used equipment off someone who is maybe upgrading, which is a good way to get some decent equipment cheaply. You don't have to spend loads. I mean, I setup as well. I mean, for years, I've had a G29, which is, obviously, I don't know, 150 pounds, 180 pounds, something like that. Not too expensive wheel. My PC was a total of £1,000, and then I was fortunate enough to basically get given a couple of free monitors. So I did that all fairly cheaply in the grand scheme of things when you're looking at sim racing. And only just literally a couple of days ago I got a Fanatec wheel. I upgraded that, so you don't have to do it too expensive to get into it, especially at the earlier stages of your career. But when you get to a certain point, you will be hardware limited. Not to say that a new wheel will make you 10 seconds a lap quicker, but you will get a little bit more consistent. You'll get a little bit more feel, and that is what most people go for. But on the other hand, you could go all guns blazing. You can spend thousands, literally thousands and thousands of euros on the absolute best hardware, the best rig in the world. I mean, some of these cockpit frames are thousands, but they are worth it if you want to spend that money. You can get direct drive wheelbases now that, again, in the thousands. You can get the actual steering rims with, you know, all the flashing lights and displays and everything. Again, thousands of euros. So if you want to spend big, you can, but you also don't have to. You can do it for maybe 1,000 euros tops.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, that's including the price of a PC. So you know, you can do it pretty well, and you can do it on a budget, on a shoestring budget. You can look at the used market, or you can just go spending big time, or you can go somewhere in between. The beautiful thing about it is that it's yours. You can do just as long as those three are in order, as long as you got the screens as close to you as possible, be it a single screen setup, a curved monitor setup, which is what I would suggest personally, by the way, in the current climate. The 49-inch curved screens, those are really great and available at higher refresh rates, or a triple monitor setup, or even a VR setup. You can do it the way you want, really. And as long as the driving position, the ergonomics of the thing are correct, so you don't get cramps, so you don't get pain for extended periods of time that you're gonna be hot lapping the Nordschleife or doing whatever you want in the sim rig. And as long as things are in order, FOV is correct, then you can do whatever you want. You can combine the craziest pedals with the craziest wheels. You can do the most outrageous combinations. You can build a replica of a real life racing cockpit if you want, and if you got the duff to spend it. If you got the money, then by all means. And if you got the creativity, if you're a bit of a do-it-yourself kind of guy, then sure, you know. I'm only a do-it-yourself kind of guy when it comes to dating, but you know, that's why I got everything at the ready, so to speak, and just, you know, using those blanket setups and pillow setups and so on top of an old armchair, and then wrap it all together with another blanket or a towel or something to, you know, create something that is comfortable for me to race in, something that's, you know, a low budget solution to something that I can still race comfortably with and be still in and spend extraordinary amounts of time in, as I get my tongue twisted up and my words back in order. But yeah, the point is, you can do it. There is nothing stopping one from really starting sim racing, and the crazy setup that you see that, oh yeah, I paid 5,000 euros for this, or I paid 10,000 euros for this, or this is a 50,000 pound motion rig simulator thing. It doesn't have to be that expensive, and the expensive hardware usually doesn't make you any faster either, as you mentioned, Cam. It can make you more consistent. It can give you additional, you know, realism to your feel. Like you get stiffer pedals, you get something like Hoisenfeld pedals that are a little bit stiffer, that you can, you know, modify to your own needs. It can make you more consistent. It can make you, you know, more immersed in the product. But will it make you faster? I wouldn't say so.
I think a lot of it is, as you're mentioning, is driver feel and comfort. So if you get your driving position correct and you're feeling comfortable, if you've maybe had a certain wheel or pedal set up for quite a while and you're comfortable with it, then maybe there is no reason to upgrade. So that's why you need to find whatever suits you and whatever suits your driving style, your driving seat position, because I know lots of people have these rigs where they sit more in a formula position with their sort of leant back a little bit with their legs further up, whereas I like sitting more in a GT position, which is a little bit more upright. But that is just, you know, that's just how I prefer it. and that is for you to sort out. And that's the cool thing here, is that in real life, if you're sharing the car with someone, you have to basically use the same things. I mean, the only thing you can really do is maybe put a seat insert into the car, whereas here you can be driving the same seat as someone, completely different wheels, completely different PCs, different seats, however you want it. You can have your wheel settings exactly how you want it, for your force feedback, for your pedal, if you've got a load cell, again, you can adjust your settings on that. So it's pretty crazy what you can do, and you just got to go and play around with it.
Indeed, that is so. And something I'm gonna mention, one exception to the rule is, of course, live LAN events, when you have that one sim rig that you're gonna be bringing from pretty much your home or the team base to a live event, such as the one we have in Denmark, the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Of course, last year we had it in Viborg, this year it's gonna come as well, hopefully if the COVID situation so allows. And that's gonna be a great one, honestly. We're once again gonna be seeing a lot of the top tier teams, a lot of the familiar faces, familiar names, getting faces attached to them, in a sense that we're gonna be seeing them once again, greeting them, meeting them, and seeing what they have brought for us this year, you know, seeing how they have improved their setup from last year, and you're seeing all sorts of crazy contraptions from all sorts of teams. And that's one of the events where you can really see the size difference between some drivers. You know, some guy might be legit 6'4" and, you know, 250 pounds, and the next guy might be 5'8" and 140 pounds, and they're gonna have to sit in the same sim rig, and guess what, they're gonna have to make some adjustments.
Yeah, we had this issue last year, me and my team, because as I said, I like my seat position a little bit more upright, so I like my knees to be a little bit more bent, whereas one of my teammates, he likes having his legs stretched out. So even though I'm actually taller than him, I liked sitting further forward because I liked having that more bend in my knee. And even with the seat as far forward as it was, I was like almost stretching for the brake pedal. And obviously, if we had more time and planning, then we would have been able to make more adjustments, but unfortunately we actually basically borrowed a rig off someone, so we couldn't do too many adjustments to it. But yeah, that is obviously an issue for you and your teammates to sort out. So having drivers of a similar height and build is obviously the best option, but if your name is Yuri Kasdorp, then you don't really have much choice, because if you see him, he is a tall bloke.
He's tall boy, yeah.
Dutch people are tall, but he is tall for a Dutchman, and he fills up the seat, and getting a comfortable rig position for him, I'm sure, is fairly interesting. But it's also quite good to see the difference in budgets. I mean, some teams, they literally come with, you know, like a Logitech G29 with like some wooden desk and one monitor, and then you see people, I think it was Coanda, they had like a roll-in rig.
Yeah. I know which one that was.
They literally just like folded it into itself and then rolled it out. Literally within like 10 minutes of the race ending, it was just like a one plug thing that had like the Ethernet power, all this sort of stuff. They unplugged that and just rolled it out. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's a Foracer simulator is what it's called. It's a Finnish company actually that makes it, and it's owned by a wonderful guy called Jukka Leskinen, and he has motion rigs as well. So that's a motion-based simulator actually, and he has motion rigs and offers driving experiences in Turku, Finland. If you ever gonna, you know, make a trip over, just saying, you know, he has the Foracer simulation room, the Foracer experience room, and you know, he is allowing, you know, he's selling those experiences, and you know, he's just one guy that's involved heavily in the simulation scene and helping with the Coanda guys as well, you know, basically making them a simulator in order to be involved in the their project. And well, that's an easy one, you know, just roll it in the back of the van and roll it out and then plug it in and you're ready to go in 5 minutes. And I remember when we have a 24-hour race in Finland as well, 24 hours of Nürburgring actually in Finland, and it's a land event similar to the one in Denmark, of course a little bit smaller in scale, but still what a formidable event, it must be said, in a domestic, especially as it is domestic. So, you know, it's a 24-hour event, and those guys are, you know, doing their homemade rigs. They don't have quite the budget that the international teams have. We don't have any, you know, tent setups or anything like that. Maybe some teams do, but most of the teams don't. So they bring what they have at home. Sometimes in their normal car, which means, of course, you can't fit a sim rig in a Toyota Corolla. You just can't. So what they have to do is bring it in pieces, or in some cases ordering a sim rig and assembling